Chapter 5851 Under Heavy Strain. What VES had just done was incredibly crude. The conditions were incredibly scuffed and inadequate. The Dominion of Man was not designed and built with the Carmine system in mind. Yet VES had managed to treat her as if she was a living starship solely due to the presence of the Brain Trust. Without this ridiculous organic element that just happened to share a faint but passing resemblance to a Carmine system, he would have never concocted such a crazy scheme. The pact is formed. VES managed to complete the most important step. He worked hard to take advantage of the available conditions and combine all of the disparate elements into a crude Carmine warship. Yet even as VES could feel the enormously powerful storm clouds forming above the Dominion of Man, he quickly grew concerned about the state of the fragile bond. His jubilation and laughter quickly faded, much to the relief of the fleeters. It was not exactly pleasant when they shared the same room with a mech designer who apparently experienced a bout of madness. What they did not know was that the reason behind VES' abrupt change of mood might not be a positive turn of events. "What have you done, VES?" Sigrund asked as he stood behind his workstation. The stress levels of all of the brain units have skyrocketed. The Alpha Plus brains are particularly showing signs of concern. Their readings have not only spiked to the point where they are heating up at a rapid rate, but their data is also getting scrambled. Nothing about this matches the scenarios that we have planned in advance. If this pattern persists, the most sensitive nerve cells of the Alpha Plus brains wear themselves out to the point where they are unrecoverable. The entire brain trust will collapse at that point. "What did you do?" VES grimaced. The tribulation storm hadn't even arrived yet, and it already looked like his extremely bold and daring attempt to transform the Dominion of Man into the first Carmine warship hit its first major hurdle. In hindsight, it might not have been a good idea for VES to skip decades of careful experimentation and work on a dreadnought right away. The fact that he became confronted by a whole load of complications that never occurred when he experimented with his Carmine Mech showed that his theoretical framework on the Carmine system still had a lot of glaring holes. The good news was that the blood pact hadn't collapsed in an instant. The bad news was that the newly formed spiritual connection mimicked the behavior of a piece of string that was trying to hold up a weight that far exceeded its load capacity. It did not take Blinky's precise senses to figure out that the blood pact would not be able to hold for long at this rate. VES offered a quick explanation to Sigrund and the fleeters. "I have employed a classified experimental design application to tie the ancestral spirit to the Dominion of Man. While the first step has proceeded as intended, the result is much less stable than I have anticipated. There is a clear disparity in strength between the two variables. Can you compensate for these complications? If not, I recommend we disconnect the Brain Trust from the rest of the dreadnought by force. The ship is already relying on her other AI core arrays to regulate her systems. It won't work." VES shook his head. "The pact has already formed. If you interrupt this process now, then the Brain Trust will have to be scrapped in its entirety. The Dominion of Man might not come out unscathed either. Our only choice is to commit and hope that we can fix this mess. Do your best to keep the 5 Alpha Plus brains as connected to each other as possible. It is vital for them to merge." Sigrund and the other fleeter specialists clearly desired a lot more clarification from VES, but they would never get their wish. Not only was VES not allowed to divulge any details about the Carmine system, he did not want the fleeters to know how extensively he put the safety and the combat effectiveness of their dreadnought at risk. They would probably crucify him if they learned that his risky experiment had the potential to render the entire Dominion of Man inoperate or worse. While Sigrund quickly activated a few emergency measures that would hopefully extend the longevity of the brain units under strain, VES and Blinky desperately tried to diagnose the problem. It soon became clear that VES was dealing with multiple problems that all compounded in a blood pact that was far too weak and inadequate to cope with them at the same time. On a fundamental level, a traditional blood pact was a permanent spiritual bond between a Carmine Mech pilot and a Carmine Mech. In this particular case, VES forcibly created an unconventional permanent spiritual bond with a newborn ancestral spirit and an improvised Carmine dreadnought. There were many sketchy aspects about this model. The newborn spirit had only just come to life and was incredibly unstable. If VES waited for the new spiritual entity to come into its own, the entity would have been able to increase the strength and resilience of the blood pact. Apparently, the strength of the current blood pact was mainly based on the pilot due to the fact that the machine did not possess a strong or cohesive spiritual counterpart. This was bad, because the machine was not a relatively small and manageable mech, but rather a dreadnought that was 18 kilometers long. An ordinary blood pact was way too small and inadequate to form a stable connection with such a massive vessel. It did not help that the Dominion of Man did not possess an adequate Carmine system either. The improvised blood channels only covered a small fraction of the immense capital ship, and the blood sacrifice of all of the crew members was not strong enough to serve as an adequate substitute. The Brain Trust was not able to handle the load either. Despite all of the preparations, the Alpha Plus brains were not merging properly, thereby making it difficult to form a theoretical superbrain that possessed an effective genetic aptitude score of S. The situation grew direr by the second. Alarms rang across the entire dreadnought while tens of thousands of spacers tried in vain to repair the issues plaguing their proud vessels. Their efforts were doomed to fail. At most, they might be able to delay the point where something important inevitably broke. VES realized that it was up to him to fix the problem he created due to his recklessness. As the acute crisis weighed down on him, he refused to crumble under the pressure. Lesser people who became aware that their actions may have doomed one of the 8 precious dreadnoughts of red humanity would have panicked by now, but VES had lived through so many comparable incidents that it did not take any effort for him to maintain his cool. In fact, he always worked best when he was put under pressure. The consequences of failure this time were so great that VES entered into a highly focused state. His perception of the passage of time slowed down as he rapidly analyzed the huge trouble he was in. So many different variables had gotten messed up that it was difficult to sort them all out, but VES did so anyway due to his unflinching belief that there were always solutions to every problem. It only took a few seconds for VES to line out all of the acute problems and puzzle out possible solutions. The newborn ancestral spirit's lack of power relative to the dominion of man was the most fundamental problem. A weak pilot simply did not have the qualifications to mind meld with such a massive and unreasonably powerful machine. Bringing up the entity's strength was a crucial priority. The easiest way to solve this problem was to use Alexastrian's companion spirit to rapidly nurture his latest creation. I shouldn't have left her behind. VES blamed himself. To be fair, it was unlikely that his direct disciple would have been able to provide much help. There were clear limits to how much Maya was able to boost the growth of other spiritual entities. According to his original plan, the new ancestral spirit should have grown into power by absorbing the huge amount of spiritual feedback of people who believed in human supremacy. This was similar to how Gaia reached the threshold of true God in record time. However, the process of gathering spiritual feedback still took a bit of time. It did not help that the new entity was put under enormous strain shortly after its creation, thereby causing it to incur constant damage that the entity was struggling to regenerate. VES actually found it rather admirable that the spiritual product was able to persist under the circumstances. He quickly activated a communication link with Dread Captain Argyle. Activate the second Caramond contingency plan. The commander of the dreadnought frowned. We will throw secrecy out of the window if we do that. Are you absolutely certain it is necessary? It is. Time is short. People need to praise and revere the Supreme Marshal that has once led our race to victory. The more they think about him, the more our new ancestral spirit can embody the aspect of human supremacy. It only took a single second for Volkert Argyle to make his decision. Done. I have transmitted the requests and instructions. Fleet Admiral Argyle will ensure that there will be no hindrances. What else do you require? Activate the third spark reactor contingency plan. That provoked a much stronger reaction from the Dread Captain. Maximizing the power output of the spark reactor is not a gentle process. Different energies will course throughout the entire hull. This may exacerbate our current problems. I know, but we don't have much choice. Just do what I say. I know what I am doing. Seeing that maintaining the status quo probably wouldn't lead to a good result, the Dread Captain nodded before implementing another dangerous plan. Anything else? Nothing more for the time being. Be prepared for shocks and other disruptive phenomena. Since the gentle approach isn't working, I am switching over to a more forceful approach. Don't be too alarmed if your ship jolts a few times. VES cut off the communication channel before the captain could inquire any further. It took time for both contingency plans to come into effect, but they should hopefully start to make a difference within the next 2 minutes. Caramond. 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 The second Caramond contingency plan was already starting to come into effect. The spacers serving aboard the Dominion of Man as well as all of her escort vessels had been instructed to think really hard about a heroic figure of humanity's past. Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl was the defining hero who broke the hold of the cosmopolitan movement and led the human race to conquer half the galaxy. Even though it had been many centuries since he died, the man was still famous enough to be in all of the history books. Now, as the Red Fleet executed a mysterious order that compelled it to use all of its media and public relations channels to put this legendary hero in the forefront of human society, his name began to occupy more and more people's minds. Caramond. 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 The fleeters serving aboard the Dominion of Man were the most pious of all. They continually repeated the hero's name as if they were reciting a mantra. This was not a surprise as VES had already primed them to worship Caramond Pearl for a lack of a better term. It was working. The newborn ancestral spirit that VES deliberately modeled after the legendary Supreme Marshal of the human race was beginning to solidify. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Caramond wasn't growing fast enough to reverse the alarmingly rapid deterioration of the nascent blood pact. The disparity between strength and load was still too great. The ploy would have worked if VES had chosen to bind Caramond to a Carmine Mech or maybe a Carmine Juggernaut, but a massive dreadnought was still too big. This was where the spark reactor came in. It took a lot of time to raise its power output, but VES could gradually feel that the brain trust along with many other systems began to expend a lot more energy than before. Chapter 5852 Caramond. Two massive changes took place shortly after VES formed a highly unstable blood pact. One of them was the Red Fleet's inexplicable decision to glorify Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl. This was an incredibly random and unexpected move from one of the powers that made up the Red Two. The Fleeters generally did not do anything without a specific purpose in mind. This was why many leaders across human-occupied space became surprised when all of the channels that the Second Main Fleet could leverage had dropped all of their priorities in favor of espousing the heroism of one of humanity's greatest heroes. It would have been more understandable if all of the media and publicity departments scheduled these events in advance. However, a lot of people became confronted by Fleeter propaganda without any warning or explanation. The human spirit shall endure. As Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl had once led a beleaguered human race to demolish the aliens of the Milky Way, his ideals shall guide us through our struggle once more. Let us remember the man who saved human civilization from the treachery of alien lovers and single-handedly started the age of conquest. As a simple human, the hero known as Caramond Pearl is the principal figure who contributed more than anyone else to ensuring human dominance in the Milky Way. Red humanity has lost its way. We have become lost and splintered after the Great Severing. Instead of bickering among ourselves, we should unite and fight the aliens together. There is no better example to learn from than Caramond Pearl, whose military and political acumen enabled him to forge many different groups of people into a single united empire. The Red Fleet's initiative went beyond flooding the galactic net with propaganda broadcasts. Many Fleeters received instructions to read up on Caramond Pearl or listen to impromptu history lessons about this historical figure. Those stationed in highly populated cities and space stations even went out on the streets with instructions to mention the historical hero's name in any way possible. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Caramond Pearl? The Red Fleet will save our race just as Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl has saved us in the past. In light of the brave sons and daughters of Red humanity who suffered defeat at the hands of the native aliens, our branch has decided to create the Caramond Pearl Recovery Fund to subsidize starship acquisition and repair programs for qualified private mech forces. As the Red Fleet pushed Caramond Pearl's name to such an excessive degree, many people began to wonder whether the powerful organization had come under the control of a madman. It was not just the Meshers who were wondering whether their arch-rivals had become compromised, but also the Fleeters themselves. Those who were not aligned with the Second Main Fleet criticized this initiative the most. The actions of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and his lackeys were embarrassing their noble institution. Nonetheless, the growing amount of internal and external pressure did not deter the Second Main Fleet from continuing their coordinated publicity campaign. Back inside the Dominion of Man, VES clearly sensed that all of these efforts were working. Caramond. 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 The crew serving aboard the Dreadnought contributed most of all. VES had not primed them in the preceding days for nothing. Many of the depictions of men in heroic situations had been altered to portray Caramond Pearl. Sure, the Supreme Marshal had never fought an infantry battle against phase whales or thousands of other alien species depicted in those exaggerated paintings. The many historical inaccuracies did not matter, though. Intent was far more important than the truth. With the support of the crew most of all, the ancestral spirit was showing clear signs of recovery. The spiritual feedback that the entity was somehow gathering from billions if not trillions of people across the Red Ocean had become so much that he was rapidly rising through the first and second major cultivation ranks. Yet despite all of this amazing progress, the unstable blood pact still remained incredibly lopsided. The dominion of man was too immense. Her size and mass far exceeded that of a mech, and her armaments alone were cataclysmically more powerful. All of this imposed such an enormous load on her new partner that the blood pact continued to deteriorate regardless of how quickly Caramond was rising to the occasion. The Alpha Plus brains are beginning to overheat. One of the weapon departments has reported serious glitches. One of our data storage units has just been corrupted. The Dreadnought continued to suffer. Sigrund and the other experts tried their best to keep the brain units as healthy as possible. VES continued to keep a close eye on the 5 Alpha Plus brains. He originally thought that their close neural integration was sufficient to merge them together, but each of the brain units used to belong to strong personalities. Whatever happened in the past few minutes had somehow sped up the revival of the remnant spiritualities associated with the brains. Blinky. Do your best to merge these remnant personalities with Caramond. Mro. The Star Cat reinforced the tethers that anchored Caramond to the Dominion of Man and tried to integrate the spirit more extensively to the 5 Alpha brains. It was already fairly troublesome to do so with a single brain, but trying to keep Caramond integrated with 5 separate organic AI cores at once was a different story. Blinky had to leverage VES ingenuity to the fullest in order to figure out and implement inventive solutions. The measures were working. The Alpha Plus brains no longer fought against each other, but instead started to work together as had always been the case. Though VES did not possess extensive expertise in brains, the readings started to look a little more encouraging. How is the brain trust, Sigrund? The Alpha Plus brains began to feel more special to VES, but he knew far too little about what he was doing to determine whether his ambitious gambit would succeed. It is getting better, but only marginally. The strain on the Alpha Plus brains is dropping, but it is still at an unusually high level. We cannot sustain this state for too long. VES nodded in understanding. Are the Alpha Plus brains starting to show any signs of synchronization? Yes, but the signs are not strong yet. The 5 brain units are still performing many calculations by themselves. It will likely take time for their synchronization rate to approach 100%, but there is no guarantee this will happen. The Alpha Plus brains began to feel more special to VES, but he knew far too little about what he was doing to determine whether his ambitious gambit would succeed. He needed more time. Caramond was growing stronger at a faster rate. So much spiritual feedback was pouring into the newly created entity that he was rapidly starting to become smarter and more capable of leveraging his rising power. Much of the spiritual programming that VES had integrated into the Ancestral Spirits template was beginning to produce results. The powerful entity was made with the Blood Pact in mind. Caramond went into action as soon as he was able to do so and tried his best to strengthen the Blood Pact on his end. VES found it impressive that Caramond rose to the occasion without actually breaking all of this time. This was one of the reasons why it was so critical to form a blood pact when he was still new. Caramond therefore remained in a fairly malleable state, which meant that he adapted a lot better to the demands imposed by this powerful spiritual connection. This was counterintuitive to people, as human babies were usually too weak and defenseless to do the same. However, VES had created too many spiritual entities for him to apply mortal rules to intangible existences. You have done a good job so far, Caramond, but the next challenge is about to come. It took a bit of time for the Dominion of Man to run at full power. The Dreadnought not only had to increase the power generation of the spark reactor to the limit, but also had to activate a lot of Azure Shield generators and other ship systems that expended a huge amount of energy. All of this was necessary to channel as much energies from the spark reactor throughout the hull as possible. As the spark reactor started to become more and more active, an amazing series of changes occurred. VES and Blinky experienced a second source of pressure all around as the spark reactor supplied far more than huge quantities of electric energies. The spark reactor also produced a lot of fire-attributed E-energy. The living spark stuffed inside the center of this massive construct possessed true God-level characteristics, so its material energies and metaphysical energies were never truly isolated from each other. Normally, the spark reactor did its best to separate these energies, but this time was different. It took a lot of convincing and modifications, but VES managed to convince the engineers responsible for maintaining the spark reactor to let a bit of fire-attributed E-energy piggyback off electric energy. What this essentially meant was that the spark reactor's fire energy rapidly began to proliferate throughout the entire hull. Fire energy spread to everyone, even in sections where it was never meant to go. The potent and extraordinary energy reached places such as cafeterias, command centers, cabins, armies, dread armor repair centers, shuttle bays, hydroponics, fire control systems, ammunition stores, life support systems, and so much more. Practically every single powered part and system of the Dominion of Man began to get exposed to the spark reactor's fire energy. This was incredibly significant to VES. He no longer regarded the spark reactor as a source of electric energy. If the Dominion of Man was like a gigantic organic body, then the spark reactor functioned as the heart. At this time, the spark reactor distributed its endless supply of fire-attributed E-energy through the arteries of the Dreadnought as if it was pumping blood. The entire interior of the Dreadnought grew hotter. The temperature hadn't risen at all, but everyone felt as if they were being exposed to the rays of a star. Once this effect had grown past a certain threshold, VES quickly took action. The pact must change. Mere blood could no longer turn the Dominion of Man into a passable Carmine warship. The starship was too damn big and strong relative to the circulation of human blood. To be more precise, the brain trust was far too pathetic, while the blood sacrifice of the crew was even less effective. VES suspected that even if all of the crew serving on the Dominion of Man sacrificed their lives at once, they still wouldn't provide enough power to do the job. Since that was the case, VES made another bold and daring experiment. He had made the risky decision to substitute blood with fire energy. While blood still played an important role in keeping the two Carmine elements together, the introduction of potent fire energy could do a lot to compensate for the fact that the Dominion of Man was never designed to function as a conventional Carmine warship. At least that was the theory. VES and Blinky worked quickly to alter the blood pact so that it became compatible with fire-attributed E-energy. It helped a lot that VES had accounted for this possibility beforehand. The feature had already been baked into Caramond and the Brain Trust, so all he had to do was flip a lot of intangible switches in order to activate this hidden functionality. It's working. The blood pact was no more. By tapping into the output of the spark reactor, VES had managed to create the first blood-fire pact. Just as its name suggested, it was a pact formed by relying on the power of blood and fire-attributed E-energy. Suffice to say, a blood-fire pact was far more powerful than any mundane blood pact that VES had established in the past. Flame and heat exploded from all 5 Alpha Plus brains. Seconds later, all of the other organic AI cores burst into flames. This was despite the fact that they were all floating in their own nutrient vats. Fire. Activating extinguishers now. Wait. VES called out. They're not actually on fire. Look at the temperature readings. The brains are only metaphysically on fire. What is that supposed to mean? VES wanted to scratch his head. I have no idea, but I don't feel that this is a detrimental process. Don't do anything that would interrupt this process. Chapter 5853 Ignited. The blood pact was formed and sustained through blood. Although the Carmine systems integrated into metallic mechs did not appear to serve any functional use, their symbolic and metaphysical functions were much more significant. Blood was the medium that tied the Carmine mech pilot and Carmine mech together. The choice of blood was deliberate. Due to swallowing a certain enlightenment fruit, VES had become intimately familiar with the extraordinary properties of human blood. Water and other liquid substances clearly weren't suitable. VES might be able to circulate them through a Carmine system, but an active Carmine mech pilot would quickly get poisoned as a result. Even if the mech pilot received heavy augmentation that enabled him to function with water flowing through his veins, it still wouldn't work as well. Unlike blood, water possessed other inherent meanings. It did not hold the same attributes that paired up well with the Carmine system. This was why VES stuck to using blood as the primary connecting medium for such a long time. The Bastion piloted by Venerable Janza Larkinson was the first time that VES implemented the Carmine system. His intent for this gimmick back then was a lot different at the time, but it turned out so well that VES decided to make the Carmine system the centerpiece of his design philosophy. What was important to note was that the Carmine system was originally a product of the age of Mechs. It was designed to operate in a low-energy environment that was largely devoid of E-energy and hypermaterials. Then came along the Age of Dawn. With Mech C-87 shining its oppressive light over the red ocean, the rules of the game had changed. A lot of new possibilities opened up, so much so that the Red Association quickly introduced the hyper generation in order to add more structure to the rapidly developing field of hyper-technology. What VES did not think about in the months and years after the Great Severing was that the Carmine system might not be restricted to blood anymore. Logically, any non-solid medium that was compatible with life could do a similar job. It did not even have to be a material substance. E-energy might be able to do the job as well as long as it possessed a few necessary properties. Yet VES had never once thought about finding a replacement for blood. For one, blood always served him well enough. Not a single Carmine mech he produced so far had exhibited any signs of instability. The blood packs between the Carmine mechs and Carmine mech pilots all functioned without any apparent issues. VES preferred to pay attention to the actual problems and limitations related to the Carmine system as opposed to finding solutions when none were needed. Perhaps it had been a little short-sighted of him to neglect these possible alternatives. Blood had power, but there were other choices that either opened up new possibilities or produced even better results. Yet because VES always assumed that the Carmine system was intrinsically tied to blood, he stumbled through the first year of the Age of Dawn without ever deviating in this aspect. This seemed incredibly stupid in hindsight. It was as if VES always had the option of producing transphasic mechs, yet never did so because he neglected to harvest a nearby deposit of phase water that was hiding in plain sight. It was strange how taking a break from designing a Carmine mech and working on a possible Carmine dreadnought of all things had led to several crucial discoveries and breakthroughs in this field. The concept of the Blood-Fire Pact was born out of a concern that the Dominion of Man would not be able to function as a proper Carmine warship, if such a thing could even exist. VES had good reasons to feel concerned. Blood made up such a minuscule part of the hull and structure of the dreadnought that it would never be able to match the proportion of a Carmine mech. Since the probability that blood would not be able to serve as an adequate medium for a pact, VES had been thinking hard about a replacement. It was only when VES recalled his observation that the spark reactor was built around a living entity that he made the connection. The living spark was not only alive, but functioned as the heart of a massive living dreadnought. Once VES began to fit these variables into the model of the Carmine system, everything seemed to fall into place. Though VES did not have proof that his latest theory had any merit, the evidence so far suggested that he was right to leverage the power of the spark reactor. Of course, the results were a lot flashier than he expected. As fire-attributed E-energies continued to course throughout the entire hull, far more than just the brain trust burst into metaphysical flames. The dread marines assigned to guard the brain trust also began to display the same phenomenon. Each of their dread armors seemed to combust and release fiery orange flames, yet in actuality none of them were really burning. We are receiving reports that dread marines across the entire hull have caught on fire as well. The soldiers report that they are feeling uncomfortably hot, but none of the heat comes from a physical source. We need explanations, VES. Dread Captain Argyle needs answers in order to reassure his crew. Is the Dominion of Man at risk? The ship is fine as best I can tell. VES quickly answered as he did his best to observe and analyze the dramatic changes taking place around him. As best as I can tell, I have managed to tap into the greater potential of the spark reactor. What is happening right now is that the spark reactor is refining the Dominion of Man, for a lack of a better description. The brain units, as well as the dread armors are key components of the dreadnought. I bet that the Rubicon spatial transfer system must have lit on fire as well. Why? What is the point of this process? The spark reactor is transforming all of these elements. This is not necessarily a bad thing. All of the components on fire are changing in a way that will make them more compatible with the spark reactor and their new conditions. It is rather great that this is happening because it is fixing many of the flaws that would have caused the process to fail. Unless the flames actually burned anything for real, they were incredibly beneficial to the formation of the brand new Blood-Fire Pact. The refinement process that took place across the entire hull directly improved the Dominion of Man's qualification as a Carmine warship of the Blood-Fire variety. Captain Rez, please take a look at the readings of the brain units. Have they grown more stable? The stress levels are decreasing. There are many indications that the brain units are beginning to acclimate to the heightened activity. The Alpha Plus brains are improving even faster. They are beginning to synchronize with each other. That was good news. VES had evidently missed a few crucial steps, but this autonomous refinement process helped to make up the shortcomings. The brain units remained physically separate, but they had started to come together in a spiritual sense. Instead of functioning as separate brains, they began to behave more like collections of brain cells that happened to be a little more separated from each other than usual. While VES was glad that the spark reactor induced all of these spontaneous transformations, the problem was that these were directed actions. There was an intelligence that purposefully engineered these changes. Caramond was not responsible. He was too new and did not know how to properly exercise his power. The brain units themselves also shouldn't be responsible because they did not possess any coherent sapience before he started the ritual. The only explanation that made sense was that the living spark itself was responsible somehow. VES found it difficult to accept this conclusion because he was pretty sure that the living spark was devoid of any intelligence. It was supposed to be the spiritual equivalent of a clone. It had lots of power, but no real mind to do anything more sophisticated than leak it out of its intangible body. This was also an important reason why VES felt a bit more comfortable with forming a so-called Blood-Fire Pact. In the model for this specific pact, Caramond played the role of a Carmine mech pilot while the living spark functioned akin to the spirituality of a living mech. So long as Caramond was the only properly sentient and active intelligence in this relationship, the ancestral spirit would remain in charge of the powerful dreadnought. However, it turned out that this assumption was wrong. The current indications suggested that the living spark was not as devoid of intelligence as VES expected. This was a scary thought. If the living spark possessed a hostile attitude towards the Red Fleet and Red humanity, then the Dominion of Man had the potential to turn into a demonic dreadnought. Yet, as VES and Blinky continued to observe the burning brain units and dread marines, there were no signs of any adverse changes. The strange flames did not cause any physical or spiritual harm. Nothing showed any signs that they were hijacked by another intelligence. The spark reactor operated at full power without exhibiting any complications. The conclusion that VES drew from these observations was that if the living spark was not an enemy, at least for the time being, VES actions may have inadvertently woken up the living spark. That, or he had caused it to develop an actual semblance of intelligence. Whatever the case, this scarily powerful true god-level entity did not try to break out of the spark reactor, but instead stayed put and continued to supply a huge amount of power to the Dominion of Man. More importantly than that, the living spark either accepted the terms of the Blood-Fire Pact or decided to tolerate the existing one. This was a far better outcome than trying to resist the permanent spiritual bond. As time went by, the crew of the Dominion of Man slowly became accustomed to mysterious phenomena. They were all elites who could withstand a lot of shocks. So long as their superiors told them that the illusionary flames were harmless, they did their best to remain calm and in control. Panic would not help their situation in the slightest. What mattered at this time was the transformation and stabilization of the brain trust. It was the crucial element that tied Caramond together with the Dominion of Man, or more precisely the living spark. The flames are beginning to fade. The heat is abating. As the transformations started to subside, the Dominion of Man had become a lot more integrated with her spark reactor than before. The refinement process had turned the idea of the Dominion of Man as a Carmine warship into a reality, at least in part. As far as VES was able to see, the brain trust, the dread armor and other critical systems had become intrinsically tied to the existence of the living spark. It was as if these separate elements had formed their own individual blood-fire pacts with the living sparks. The most important outcome was that the brain trust, the Rubicon spatial transfer system and all of the dread armors had become permanently bonded to the living spark. VES worried the most about the latter. He was unclear whether this change also included the soldiers who wore the dread armors during the refinement process. This was not the time to investigate this matter, though. The latest changes had been a boon to the Blood-Fire Pact. Unlike the shaky Blood Pact of before, the Blood-Fire Pact that replaced it was much stronger and more stable than anything he had seen in the past. Not only had Caramond grown a lot stronger due to the passage of time, but the Dominion of Man was finally pulling her weight due to leveraging the strength of her spark reactor. It was an amazing result. VES did not think that he would be able to replicate this result with a regular capital ship. The immense power and crucial assistance provided by the living spark had turned out to be instrumental in forging a working pact. What was even better was that the 5 Alpha Plus brains no longer functioned as separate brain units at this point. The refinement process had somehow completed the work that VES attempted to make. According to the readings, the crucial collection of brain units had truly begun to function like a mythical S-grade super brain. The consequences were enormous and far-reaching. The entire brain trust began to radiate a different sort of power. It's working, it's actually working for real this time. Though VES still needed to conduct a lot of examinations to verify his results, he had a strong hunch that the living spark's intervention successfully finished what he started. The consequences to all of this became very clear as the pressure from above was rapidly growing stronger. Whether it was the blood-fire pact, the magical refinement process or the complete formation of a super brain, the heavens had grown jealous at what VES had managed to cobble together. Chapter 5854 A Hidden Pact. When the Red Fleet initiated a widespread publicity campaign that was solely meant to put Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl to the forefront of everyone's consciousness, many people took notice. The Fleeters had always been driven by calculation and rationality. Their principles were abundantly clear and their oldest traditions went back millennia. While the Red Fleet most definitely kept a lot of secrets, they usually managed them pretty well. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson's leaks had been the only time in recent memory that the Fleeters acted against their own rules and regulations. The current incident might not share any resemblance to the abrupt push to bring Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl to the forefront of public attention, but plenty of people figured out that there may be a common element that was responsible for provoking both incidents. Deep inside a hidden biotech research facility where an entire research division conducted exhaustive studies on phase whale and phase lord tissue samples, an eminently powerful figure sat in the middle of an enormous hall. The woman was instantly recognizable. Her tall form, her purple robe and above all else her overpowering god kingdom identified her as one of the 8 iconic god pilots of Red Humanity. The evolution which had been assigned to guard and patrol the border regions around the Vivan upper zone this time. The native aliens had relented in their latest pushes at the upper zones at this time. That did not mean that the Red Cabal had run out of steam. No. It was the opposite in fact. The intelligence services of the Red Association had picked up many indications that the aliens had decided to stop sending war fleets into human space in bite-sized portions. The Red 2's premier war fleets along with the active protection of god pilots such as the evolution which ensured that none of these intrusions managed to get much done. It would have been tolerable if the alien war fleets managed to inflict irreplaceable losses to their opponents before they inevitably got wiped out, but the results were too meager to sustain this effort. The aliens were not stupid. They were not eager to throw themselves to their deaths. It became increasingly evident that the Red Cabal had collected enough intelligence about their extragalactic foes to recalibrate their strategy. Since there were so many moving parts involved, it took a lot of time for the natives of the Red Ocean to execute a strategic shift. The evolution which smelled a major offensive on the horizon. She knew that this lull would only be temporary. Once the aliens got ready to attack with much greater fervor than before, they would inevitably come up with a trump card or two that were designed to contain god pilots such as herself. This made it more important than ever for the few god pilots who found themselves stuck in the Red Ocean to do whatever it took to increase their strength and capabilities. The issue was that god pilots no longer had a solid direction to follow. Every mech pilot up to the rank of god pilot merely had to fight, train and master their own selves. The kingdom of Mechs or the Red Kingdom took care of everything else. Unfortunately, the progenitors of Mechs never got around to developing a blueprint on how god pilots should progress past their current rank. This caused a lot of problems for the most powerful and exalted warriors of the modern age. When the evolution which managed to break through to god pilot at a fairly young age, she became filled with an overpowering sense of optimism. That quickly disappeared once she started to communicate with the other god pilots of humanity. Out of 100 or so god pilots, none of them had a definitive clue about how they should progress towards the next rank. They all knew there was another threshold in the distance. Yet none of them had managed to construct a standard cultivation method that would enable all of them to reach the hypothetical rank of God King Pilot. That was why everyone decided to diverge and pursue their own individual paths. As true gods, they had already turned into unique existences. They might share a lot in common, but their god kingdoms had diverged so much from each other that a one-size-fits-all approach may no longer be adequate to promote their strength any further. This was why different god pilots tended to do whatever they thought was necessary to advance their strength. Whenever the huntsman was stationed in the border regions, he rarely spent time on defending human star systems. He instead made the risky decision to go behind enemy lines and hunt down notable commanders and phase leaders. His hunts regularly terrified alien leaders and caused significant delays in enemy operations. Yet he also generated a lot of concern within the Red Association due to flying solo all of the time. Though the huntsman made sure to make his hunts as unpredictable as possible, it was still possible for the aliens to prepare an ambush for his possible intrusion. Yet these hunts were always worth it for the god pilot. Each time he came back with a brand new trophy, he came across as a little more threatening than before. The evolution which occasionally envied the huntsman for developing such a straightforward path towards ascension. It made sense for him to derive strength from his hunts as it fully aligned with his god kingdom. The female god pilot was not as lucky, however. She had only broken through relatively recently. The huntsman was a century older than her. His knowledge, his techniques, his accumulation, and his understanding of his domain and god kingdom were so much better that he always gained the upper hand during their spars. In fact, even if their overall combat power were even, the huntsman would still win the overwhelming majority of friendly bouts. The huntsman countered her. The evolution which's greatest advantage was her ability to absorb and mimic the strengths of every extraordinary creature she came into contact with. She was able to assimilate, optimize, evolve, and even merge the best biological characteristics of the most powerful organisms of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Her versatility was nearly unmatched. The most recent major operation had been incredibly rewarding to her as she managed to absorb an entire ancient phase whale. Though it took a lot more time and effort to fully assimilate and master the extraordinary abilities of the once powerful Singularity Lord, she could already pass herself off as a fairly powerful phase whale at this time. Yet for all of these advantages, the huntsman still regarded her as prey. Her continuous defeats against him rankled her pride and affronted her sensibilities as a god pilot. She did not necessarily mind the fact that she was losing. What truly upset her was the fact that she never managed to improve her performance after all of this time. The gap between them was growing. No matter how many mutated beasts and calamity beasts her gene forger absorbed, she only became more versatile as opposed to getting stronger. A part of her recognized that she needed to absorb more foes on the same level as the Singularity Lord in order to make meaningful progress. However, the ancient phase whales had all made themselves scarce. Not only were they hiding on the other side of the dwarf galaxy, they also hid their precise whereabouts by holing up in their pocket spaces. Besides, Lucy Miyazaki had a strong feeling that assimilating another ancient phase whale would merely turn herself into an even bigger piece of prey in front of the infuriating god pilot. A normal mech pilot would have recognized and accepted the fact that the huntsman was her natural counter. A god pilot would never give up. It was against their nature to do so. The evolution which swore to herself that she would do whatever it took to defeat the huntsman in single combat one day. Of course, that was not the only reason for her to pursue greater strength. She also took it upon herself to defend Red humanity, defeat the Red Cabal and fend off other threats. The real reason why she was so fixated on defeating the huntsman was because this rivalry exposed the limitations of her old approach. If she wanted to overcome her own weaknesses and defeat her implacable peer, she needed to pursue a different evolution strategy. This was why another true god was sitting in a lotus position in front of her mortal form. It took a lot of effort to control her god kingdom and prevent it from repelling the powerful guest. The evolution which exerted just enough of her divine willpower to exert a light degree of pressure towards her fellow true god. The manifestation of the superior mother continued to raise her arm and project her energies towards the evolution which, while it was not her forte, the incarnation of Cynthia Larkinson did her best to project piercing energies that were reminiscent of the huntsman's sharp domain. It was clear that one of them had it much easier than the other. It was so easy for Lucy to strengthen her god kingdom and block the flow of E-energy. She could even take it a step further and repel the superior mother's fragile domain. However, that was counterproductive to her goals. If the evolution which wanted to become strong enough to defeat the likes of the huntsman, she wouldn't be able to do it alone. She needed help. It was difficult for a god pilot to admit this fact, but Lucy was not as stubborn and arrogant as the likes of the first flame. She was younger and less experienced than any other god pilot. Everyone else was doing their best to grow stronger in their own ways, so it was extremely unlikely for the evolution which to catch up to any of them if she relied on her own efforts. This was why she actively sought out the help of one of the most dangerous cultivators of the Age of Conquest. Though their initial introduction had been tense, the evolution witch and the woman formerly known as Cult Master Original Sin both figured out fairly quickly that they had a lot of grounds for cooperation. Neither of the two had any desire to revisit the sins of the pasts. The future weighed much heavier on them, so they quickly managed to form a pact that would compel them to assist each other's cultivation as best as possible. Aside from exchanging knowledge and secrets that were helpful to their counterparts, they also started to experiment with conditioning each other. For example, the evolution which partially exerted her god kingdom on the superior mother in order for the latter to increase her ability to cope with other god pilots. The superior mother utilized her versatile mastery of the elements to acclimate the evolution which to specific attacks. The results were relatively meager so far, but both were hopeful that they could strengthen each other in more meaningful ways. Both abruptly paused the current session. The manifestation of the superior mother cut off the flow of energy and lowered her arm. The matronly figure frowned. "Have you noticed?" "I have." Lucy faintly nodded. "The researchers in the base are discussing the latest actions of the fleeters. Let me guess. Your son is involved." The superior mother snorted and crossed her arms. "That brat of mine is incapable of sitting still. This is just the start. By the time the day has come to an end, he will become the talk of Red humanity. Again." The evolution which did not know if she would be able to tolerate such a naughty offspring. She felt fortunate that she had dedicated herself so much to her life and career that she never got around to having kids. Do you require my assistance to contain the fallout? The god pilot offered. It shouldn't be necessary. VES has plenty of contacts to lean on. Besides, you are located too many star systems away from him to render aid in time. That may not always be the case, my friend. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Lucy. First we need to master an aspect of each other's powers. Chapter 5855 A Talk Between Fleet Admirals. The Evolution Witch and Cynthia Larkinson were far from the only powerful figures to notice the Red Fleet's unusual movements. Many of them had access to enough intelligence to deduce the ultimate culprits responsible for publicizing Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl and Massey. Enough Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens also possessed enough knowledge to guess what was taking place. It went without saying that none of them were particularly pleased at what was happening. Bang! Fleet Admiral Argyle. This is completely unacceptable. Just because your son is the captain of the Dominion of Man does not mean you are free to alter it to this degree. There are rules. Any major upgrade and refit plan must first earn the approval of a designated panel of shipwrights and naval engineers. No such applications have been filed in the last 2 months. The head of the Second Main Fleet continued to remain cool as the physical projection of his counterpart from the 5th Enforcement Fleet expressed her dissatisfaction. I admit that the Dominion of Man is undergoing changes that many of us have not been able to foresee. Technically, we have commissioned Professor Larkinson to repair a problem related to her control system that our own scientists have failed to correct. His proposed solution is evidently much more involved than we expected. Complications are to be expected when applying corrections on such a large scale. The Dominion of Man is literally on fire, Stanley. Have you observed her hull at this time? Her entire exterior is surrounded by flames. It is as if she is trying to imitate a star. The flames are merely illusions, Amelie. We are continuity to monitor the precise condition of the dreadnought. Her hull remains undamaged, and so is every other object that is affected by this unexplainable phenomenon. It may even be beneficial as the readings from the ship suggest that many of her parameters have spontaneously improved. It is too premature to come to this conclusion. Even if you are correct, these unplanned changes may ultimately damage or disable the Dominion of Man. You know as well as I do how much of a catastrophe it will be for us to lose a dreadnought, which is a very real possibility. Leaving aside that gigantic storm that is forming in the star system, the channeling of so many flames is most likely related to the spark reactor. The spark reactor may be operating at full capacity, but it is not under an immediate risk of losing containment. You know what is inside. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson hissed. Fleet Admiral Argyle's expression grew a little more strained when he heard that sentence. Our experts are continuing to monitor the condition of the spark reactor. If there is any chance that it is at risk of getting compromised, we will forcibly disconnect it from the rest of the hull. Despite how she looks, the Dominion of Man is only being subjected to fire energy. This will remain harmless so long as the flow of energy remains unidirectional. You better hope that the direction of energy transmissions remains this way. Fleet Admiral Jameson warned. If outside signals can penetrate or bypass the many layers of isolation barriers that keeps the power of the reactor contained, we will have a much greater problem on our hands. You are ultimately responsible for any fiasco that may occur, and I will do my utmost to inform our fleeters of your many oversights. Though Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle clearly could not predict the outcome of this unfolding incident, he did not think of shirking responsibility. I will take the fall should the worst happen. Stanley Argyle spoke to his fellow peer, rival and political opponent. At the same time, I will share the credit if the Dominion of Man has successfully completed a transformational upgrade. This was how he intended to play the game. Now that it had come to this point, Fleet Admiral Argyle fully intended to commit to this gamble. The physical projection of his female peer leaned over the desk. You have become irrational. I can understand the desire to extend a certain measure of trust to a mech designer who possesses unconventional expertise. I have no complaints if you chose to unleash him onto an outdated courier vessel or maybe a frigate. Yet instead of letting him test his solutions on an expendable hull, you invited him over to one of our 8 precious dreadnoughts and let him have free rein. We did not give him free rein, Amelie. We have denied him access to plenty of information related to the spark reactor and so on. He knows more than he should, but this will increase his chances of success. The formation of this tribulation storm appears to be set in stone. The fact that Professor Larkinson has been able to trigger this powerful manifestation once again indicates that the Dominion of Man has indeed improved by an impressive margin. That storm may be the death of our dreadnought. The female fleet admiral practically roared. Whatever monstrosity your pet mech designer has created this time is so boundary-breaking that the backlash is equally as formidable. That has always been the rule. Do you have so little faith in the combat worthiness of our dreadnought, Amelie? Stanley Argyle raised his eyebrow. I am not assuming that the Dominion of Man is guaranteed to shatter from the fury of this storm, but the probability that this will happen is unacceptably high. According to the preliminary calculations of one of my special research times, the size and energy signatures of this growing storm indicates that it will escalate to the point where the strikes can overwhelm the dreadnought's defenses and inflict serious material damage to her hull. It will be a catastrophe if that happens. None of our dreadnoughts have yet to suffer serious harm. That is because we are far too reluctant to dispatch our dreadnoughts to battlefields where they may face adequate resistance. Stanley Argyll replied. It is because we are being prudent about preserving our strategic deterrent. The old woman insisted. Our dreadnoughts are not even close to ready for the battles to come. Our R&D departments are doing all they can to improve our application of hyper-technology, but they have made good progress in the past half-year. The Dominion of Man was scheduled to undergo her next refit within 2 years. You could have waited for her to receive her next round of upgrades as opposed to acting prematurely. You know why I had to do this. Your obstructionism would have delayed us for too long. Besides, I have read the same progress reports as you. Our recent technological gains may have been impressive, but they can only ever close the gap with God Mechs. I have read nothing that gives me any reasonable expectation that our dreadnoughts can achieve parity with the most powerful God Mechs. Even if the performance gains are more optimistic than expected, the mech industry has not remained idle. The performance of every active God Mech will continue to rise. I deem it justified to take a risk and allow Professor Larkinson to have his way with the Dominion of Man. The Dominion of Man is a poor choice to unleash this cretin of a mech designer. Amelie Jameson said with a clear tone of disapproval. Her defenses are adequate, but not the best. The indignation of righteousness is able to withstand much more powerful attacks. Much of the offensive power of the Dominion of Man is tied to her dread Marines. Her gun batteries are not as strong or numerous as the direct offensive arsenal of the guns of Armageddon. Stanley Argyll inclined his head. You have raised valid points, but the name of the Dominion of Man possessed much greater symbolic weight than the indignation of righteousness and the guns of Armageddon. You may despise the occult, but you cannot deny that it exists. What has happened to you, Stanley? You used to be much more reasonable when it came to cultivation. Has Professor Larkinson corrupted you with his devil tongue? Nothing of the sort has happened. The male fleet admiral shook his head. I merely came to the realization that we cannot cling to our existing policies when we have already entered a radically different age. We also do not have the luxury of time. We have decades at most. While I am reassured that the Red Association is doing its utmost to rise to the occasion, we cannot afford to fall behind. We are not living in the age of Mechs anymore. We have entered a turbulent new age where we must accelerate our progress to regain our superiority in this dwarf galaxy. Amelie gave Argyll a pointed look. Establishing our dominance in the Red Ocean is not our primary objective. The survival of our race and our organization supersedes the need to satisfy our egos. Our dreadnoughts are not required to match or exceed God Mechs. They merely have to be strong enough to keep our current enemies at bay. They will not be able to fulfill their mission nearly as effectively if one of their hulls has befallen an accident, especially one that you have engineered through your own decision-making. A brief pause ensued as both leaders went over the hidden implications of the current situation. Fleet Admiral Argyll eventually offered a firm response. I respectfully disagree with your assertion that our dreadnoughts should only be used to buy time. This is the coward's way out. Have you forgotten what our uniforms stand for, Amelie? We are human. We are the successors of Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl and the generations of humans who followed his will. No enemy is insurmountable. No alien is undefeatable. Through technology and grit, we can accomplish the impossible and carve out a permanent human empire in the Red Ocean. Every decision that I have made since the Great Severing is aligned with this purpose. Amelie Jameson looked at her fellow Fleet Admiral as if he had gone mad. Have you become brainwashed by your own propaganda? The Supreme Marshal is irrelevant in our day and age. His ideals and his willingness to defy the status quo are admirable, but only when the prevailing leaders have failed in their responsibilities. That is not the case here. Our Red Fleet is working on multiple measures to protect the Red humanity and guarantee the continuation of our civilization regardless of what happens. Besides, Caramond Pearl is hardly the paragon of righteousness as everyone thinks. He is not the role model that you of all people should be looking up to. Every hero has its dark side. Fleet Admiral Argyll chuckled. Hero or villain, nobody can deny that Caramond Pearl has been a pivotal figure in leading humanity to greatness. Red humanity needs a hero to rally around. I can think of no greater symbol to the masses than the Supreme Marshal. We can ensure the space peasants continue to look up at us so long as his misdeeds remain buried. The public does not necessarily desire for Caramond Pearl to give them courage. People only need the idealized version of this historical figure. Professor Larkinson is more than capable of satisfying this demand. What if this idealized version of Caramond Pearl grows out of control? It is good that we never thought about imposing hard control in the first place. Argyll grinned. It is better to properly nurture whatever life that Professor Larkinson has brought into existence. You are mad. The woman hissed. The same applies to the mech designer who you apparently trust more than our R&D departments. Your actions are weakening the foundation of the Red Fleet. Good. The Red Fleet as we know it has become too rigid, inflexible, and old-fashioned to face the challenges of tomorrow. We must embrace more radical improvements, but in order to generate widespread support, we must break the tethers that hold us back. Chapter 5856 I am on fire. Why is the Dominion of Man on fire? It doesn't make any sense. There is no oxygen or other propellant in space that can sustain an exothermic reaction of this magnitude. The hull of the dreadnought has not sustained any apparent burn damage as far as we can observe. The fleeters are refusing to give us any answers. Professor Larkinson remains out of contact. The escort vessels surrounding the Dominion of Man have adjusted their formations. They are maintaining their distance while simultaneously remaining vigilant towards outside interference. From what I last heard of him, my prevailing theory is that Larkinson couldn't resist the urge to apply his Carmine system to the Dominion of Man. I know it sounds unrealistic, but it is the only explanation that fits his eclectic capabilities. The dreadnought must possess special properties that coincidentally match the requirements of his Carmine system somehow. I think that the dreadnought's famous spark reactor has played a decisive role in this attempted transformation. That is the most reasonable explanation why the enormous hull appears to have caught fire. Jovi Armelin answered a lot of calls ever since the Red Fleet began acting strangely. What happened to the Dominion of Man only confirmed that VES was ultimately responsible. Master Goldstein and many other powerful leaders demanded a lot more answers than he could give at the moment. If not for the fact that meshers such as himself had not been invited over the Dominion of Man, he would have been able to supply much more exhaustive answers. As Jovi continued to endure requests for more information, he pressed his fingers against his forehead. VES' latest actions had ignited yet another controversy. At least you are still here, Lucky. Meow. Lucky casually lounged on Jovi's lap as if he belonged on this spot. Your owner could truly do me a favor by being much more clear about what he intended to do today. He will be the death of me one day. As interesting as it was to accompany VES as he continued to come up with the most inventive and revolutionary initiatives a senior mech designer could come up with, Jovi was starting to get tired of getting jerked around all of the time. The more time and energy he spent on cleaning up after VES, the less he could allocate his resources to his own personal mech design activities. Still, it wasn't all that bad. Jovi had learned a lot of useful lessons from VES that accelerated his progress. As far as he was concerned, it would do RA mech designers a lot of good if they shadowed talented but unconventional mech designers for a few years. The changes in perspective and exposure to completely different approaches to mech design never failed to broaden people's horizons. Alas, Jovi did not think that many of his fellow peers would be able to tolerate the sheer craziness that VES regularly introduced to the cosmos. Why did he do this? Vector Loban looked ready to tear his hair out. If our theory about applying the Carmine system to the Dominion of Man is correct, then Professor Larkinson has just committed a massive breach of confidentiality. No matter how many precautions he has taken, the fleeters may have gained crucial intelligence about the Carmine system and its many implications. Jovi directed a sympathetic glance towards the transhumanist. I do not know what VES was thinking when he broke the rules. I can say that he is usually more diligent and attentive when it comes to abiding by his agreements. He must have his reasons to act on his own initiative and cooperate with the fleeters of all people. Regardless, it is not our place to judge him. We should leave that to the likes of the Xenotechnician and the Evolution Witch. Vector Loban furrowed his brows. The two leaders are too invested in him to withdraw their support. This has never been in question. It is the disapproval of other Tier 1 galactic citizens that we must be concerned about. Known critics such as Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson and the Energy Warder will capitalize on his overreach. Jovi did not feel as much concern. He continued to stroke Lucky's back in an effort to ease his nerves. I think that VES will remain just fine. The premise is that his gamble has paid off. If he truly manages to create the very first Carmine warship in existence, the Red Fleet will become ecstatic. Our association won't necessarily be happy, but I think that there will be enough who understand that anything that increases the survival of Red humanity is an act that should be pursued. Spoken like a true survivalist. Vector grumbled. You are the sort of meshers who would not hesitate to engineer the downfall of our association if it is for the benefit of our race. VES may have already done so by proposing to found the Red Collective. Jovi calmly responded. Not that this is a probable outcome. Our faction keeps the rest of our association in line. Enough of you are cognizant that we will do what is necessary to fulfill our mission. Our last conference has already proven that in spades. It is best to never test our bottom lines. There are times where I think that your survivalist faction is more extreme than the Unbound Humanity faction. Only the Dissolution faction and the Cosmopolitan movement are more extreme. It is no surprise that you survivalists are able to develop such a good relationship with VES Larkinson. Jovi took that as a compliment. Thank you. I advise you to be more supportive for change if you truly want to earn his trust. He took the effort to call me shortly before he initiated his latest stunt, but he did not think to give you the same courtesy. I may have known him for years, but it is not as challenging to become his friend as you think. Alexistrian has managed to work her way into his inner circle remarkably quickly. The two Meshers soon stopped their exchange of words as they went back to answering calls. The mood among the people who were only able to observe what was happening from a distance was a lot different from the mood of the people who experienced the changes up close. An enormous amount of personnel was stationed on the Dominion of Man. The dreadnought practically functioned like a moving colony settlement all by herself in terms of population. Many of the spacers and officers who suited themselves up in high-quality hazard suits and combat armor that befitted their ranks initially experienced a series of strange sensations as they participated in the massive ritual. They already found it odd that they had been ordered to make a lot of structural modifications to the power lines and substations and so on. They found it even more incomprehensible that they were instructed to manually alter the faces of many artworks featuring male figures. Why do we have to paint the Supreme Marshal's face in every hallway and compartment? Shut up and do your work. It is not our place to question our orders. A bot can repaint all of this in seconds and do a much better job than any of us. The man continued to complain. Why must we do this ourselves? We are not even the original artists of these bulkhead murals. There is weirdness in the works. It has to be when the Argiels invited the developer of living mechs to our ship. Wait, are you suspecting that this is part of an effort to turn our dreadnought into the warship version of a living mech? There is no other reasonable explanation. The sequence of events is obvious. This is impossible. Design philosophies are the principal reason why mechs are able to bend or break the laws of physics. It has never worked on warships unless the people responsible are star designers. I do not know what gives Professor Larkinson the confidence that he can upgrade the Dominion of Man, but I would not count him out. The Argiels know what they are doing. The sense of ritual grew heavier when the crucial moment arrived. From the moment they received the order to shed their blood, each of them felt as if they had developed a closer relationship with the vessel somehow. The seemingly nonsensical dances and other rituals initially caused them to question whether there was any functional benefit to engaging in these embarrassing acts, but they soon withheld their complaints as they developed an even closer relationship to the Dominion of Man. We are the guardians of mankind. Caramond Pearl has led us once. He shall lead us again. I dedicate my heart and soul to the ideals of the Supreme Marshal. While the Fleeters were not familiar with this phenomenon, their rituals and dedications all caused them to resonate with the Dominion of Man as well as the ancestral spirit that had just formed a connection with the dreadnought. Though the resonance remained subtle enough to escape everyone's notice, this changed as soon as fire began to spread throughout the hull. The spark reactor generated a vast amount of fiery energy. Much of it remained isolated until it could safely be disposed, but the difference this time was that a portion of it deliberately bled into the conventional power lines that connected to every section of the dreadnought. This produced many consequences. At first, the spacers merely felt as if they were standing next to a blazing bonfire. It was only later that the spread of fire-attributed E-energy began to light several crucial ship systems on fire. Not only did the Brain Trust and the Rubicon spatial transfer system inexplicably burst into flames, the same also happened to every single fleeter equipped with dread armor. Initially, the soldiers wearing these heavy armors assumed they were under attack. If not for their excellent training and discipline, a few of the more trigger-happy soldiers would have discharged their weapons by this time. Fortunately, their protective suits did not indicate any obvious battle damage, so the troops quickly figured out that the flames did not pose any threat. That did not mean that they could be ignored. Not only did every person locked inside a dread armor feel awfully hot, but their powerful equipment actually felt as if the flames fueled their growth somehow. Not a single piece of dread armor aboard the Dominion of Man was exempt from this phenomenon. The fire phenomenon did not spread to the dread armor stored in the cargo hulls of supply ships or other storage sites. One of the most notable dread armors that got refined by the flames was the high-quality officer-grade unit worn by Volkert Argiel himself. It was precisely because the commander of the Dominion of Man experienced this phenomenon firsthand that he allowed this to proceed without making any attempt to interrupt the process. Are you in distress, Skipper? I am not in pain. Argiel waved his arm to fend off one of his adjutants. I have sustained no injuries so far. Please continue to monitor my condition, but do not employ any safety measures unless you have actual proof of harm. Though the dread armor became directly affected by the fiery refinement process, Dread Captain Argiel did not remain completely unaffected. A minute portion of the fire energy spilled into his body, causing subtle changes that he was barely able to notice. Whether deliberate or not, Dread Captain Argiel inexplicably felt more closely connected to the Dominion of Man. It was a wonderful sensation. Volkert Argiel had always wanted to master a ship as fine as the Dominion of Man to a greater degree, but there were limits to how much he learned about the dreadnought. The fire energy coursing through his body enabled him to develop a closer bond with the Dominion of Man through other means. Yet as the fires began to subside from his dread armor, the feeling grew weaker. No. A part of him wanted to take back this addictive sensation. Despite his strong discipline, the temptation to become one with his massive starship was too great for him to ignore. Come back and light me on fire. Chapter 5857 Servitude. From the moment VES gave birth to the ancestral spirit known as Caramond Pearl, he had set off a chain of events that changed the fate of the Dominion of Man forever. His decision to tie the newly created spiritual product to the Dominion of Man was already bad enough. What truly caused the powerful dreadnought to irrevocably abandon her prior fate and embark on a completely different future was the decision to tie the spark reactor into the process. No amount of words could describe how reckless and ill-thought VES had acted when he attempted to replace his tried and true blood pact with the highly speculative blood-fire pact. The good news was that the basic theory of this much more powerful variation of a regular blood pact held up in reality. Substituting lifeblood for fire energy worked out far better than VES expected. Pretty much every section of the enormous hull of the Dominion of Man coursed with fire by the time the spark reactor generated energies at full capacity. Yet the side effects were far greater as well. VES had become so fixated on the state of Caramond and the conditions of the so-called superbrain that he scarcely wondered what had happened to the dread marines assigned to guard the brain trust. Just because the illusionary flames had faded from their tall and imposing dread armors did not mean that the refinement process had ended. During the initial transformation of the Dominion of Man, the entire vessel had been symbolically lit aflame. Many new and unfamiliar aspects emerged. Some acted like seeds that still needed a lot of nurturing before they could bloom into flowers. Others only occurred briefly and faded when the flames had subsided. More had begun to stick around. One of the more consequential aspects to the crew was that each of them somehow resonated with the Dominion of Man, especially when the vessel was being refined by the spark reactor. Each of the fleeters who became affected by this mysterious phenomenon had been given a choice by the ship they served for a number of months or years. The fleeters who resonated particularly well with the Dominion of Man were plentiful. They generally fell into several categories. First were the troopers who donned dread armors. The famed armors were far greater than mere suits of combat armor. Through a mysterious production process that enabled them to contain a minuscule portion of the living spark's power, each of these empowered pieces of gear had transcended their physical limitations. The Marines who worked hard and earned the qualifications to equip themselves with the most powerful infantry gear in the Red Ocean developed a huge attachment to them without fail. Despite the absence of neural interfaces that enabled them to develop a mental connection with their powerful equipment, the troopers always developed a close relationship with their individual dread armors. Since the dread armors could be regarded as extensions of the Dominion of Man, the Marines who played such a crucial role in projecting the strength of the enormous warship all received the offer to become a part of the ship they served with pride. The ship recognized them. The dread Marines felt more valued than ever. Each of them became beset by illusions of possible futures if they chose to make the fateful decision to form a pact with the living vessel. They imagined themselves growing stronger by getting refined by the temperate but potentially deadly flames of the spark reactor. They envisioned growing strong enough to punch through bulkheads and release fire from their mouths. They conjured up glimpses of more distant futures where they had become so in tune with the Dominion of Man that they outlived anyone else due to the fire coursing through their veins. Over 90% of the Dread Marines accepted this offer within seconds after they realized what it entailed. The remainder took a bit longer, but they accepted anyway as they could not imagine going back to their mundane and forgettable lives after they missed this opportunity. Only 1% of the combat Marines possessed enough discipline, external attachments, and stubbornness to cling to their original oaths. The fact that so few Dread Marines surrendered to the Dominion of Man was a testament to the latter's ability to convince people to forsake everything in favor of unending service. Unfortunately for the fire-blessed capital ship, she was not able to reach out to the other ratings and officers that served on the same vessel. The hazard suits and more conventional combat armor worn by the crew lacked the tiny sparks of fire that tied them to the spark reactor. This was why only a part of the crew outside of the Dread Marines managed to resonate with the living warship. The ones who resonated with the Dominion of Man to a sufficient degree tended to be those who put serious effort into their rituals, those who served the longest aboard the dreadnought and those who possessed the greatest affection towards the magnificent vessel. Each of them were able to get in tune with the living dreadnought a lot easier than others. Though the heat radiating from every direction around them did not convey any concrete words, each of these people instinctively understood the meaning of the silent request. The Dominion of Man needed them. The dreadnought desired their service. The ship somehow came alive, and possessed enough intelligence to understand the necessity of requiring mortal servants. The living dreadnought did not attempt to deceive the spacers within her reach. The vessel plainly made it clear that she expected her minions to serve her until death, and maybe even beyond if that was possible. Accepting this deal, this pact would have life-changing consequences to those that received this fire-blessed offer. Though the Dominion of Man had to struggle a lot more in order to present her contract to all of these crew members, many of them ultimately agreed to form a pact that would change their lives forever. In the span of a few minutes, the Dominion of Man turned into a nexus of many new but promising connections. The living spark hidden inside the spark reactor turned into the center of an immense web of pacts with loyal and dedicated crew members. It did not matter whether they had families that they needed to get back to when they ended their tours. It did not matter whether they had greater ambitions or wanted to serve elsewhere after they had padded their resumes with a tour aboard one of the most powerful warships of the Red Fleet. It did not matter whether they surrendered their autonomy and became beholden to a living warship as opposed to their regular chain of command. Modeled after the initial blood-fire pact, fire energy was the medium that tied all of these blood-fire servants together. Even now, their bodies continue to experience greater heat than usual. The difference was that none of them experienced any discomfort anymore. A few of the servants were sensitive enough to understand that their bodies were slowly being refined, but it was not quite clear what they were turning into. Naturally, none of them felt bothered that they had lost control over the evolution of their bodies. Once the Red Fleet understood the full magnitude of all of these permanent changes, it did not take much imagination to figure out that most people would not react well to these disturbing actions. However, nobody who cared about these issues was aware of what had happened at the time. The newly emerged Bloodfire servants did not express any overt signs that they had become beholden to the dominion of man. Each of them were able to sense their fellow kin from the moment they formed their packs. They silently nodded to each other before resuming their duties with utmost attention. This was because each of them had become aware of the growing distress of their new master. The dominion of man had come under threat. The foe was not an ancient phase whale or a treacherous force comprised of human mechs and warships. The adversary was a lot more powerful and abstract this time. Once the fire energy released by the spark reactor no longer demanded everyone's attention, more and more people started to feel an enormous buildup of danger above their heads. Storm clouds had begun to gather at an accelerated rate, especially when the dreadnought initially burst into flames. It was as if a mysterious switch had been flipped that somehow activated a turbo mode that amplified the storm clouds. The sight was completely illogical. How could storm clouds made out of liquid water drops remain cohesive in the void of space? The water drops should have frozen into ice a long time ago, yet they behaved as if they were part of a heavy storm cloud on a terrestrial planet. The fact that the gathering storm clouds disturbed the ambient energies and possessed an oppressive psychic component clued many people into the fact that it was far from an ordinary phenomenon. Previously, the storm clouds already looked ominous enough to look as if they could pose a real threat against one of the most powerful warships in the Red Ocean. The activation of the spark reactor had somehow agitated the tribulation storm to the point where it grew a lot stronger than before. The storm clouds occupied so much at this time that they stretched on for thousands of kilometers. A few of the escort vessels that happened to be patrolling fairly close quickly increased their distance from the dominion of man as a precaution. None of them wanted to tempt fate by attracting the ire from the heavens. Inside the transformed brain trust, VES tried his best to determine whether the 5 Alpha Plus brains had truly merged to replicate the capabilities of a mythical superbrain with an effective genetic aptitude of S. VES belatedly realized that he never fully explored what exactly made the chosen human special during his early career. His biography never mentioned anything specific about the initial piloting experiences of the man who advanced to the rank of God pilot at record speed. Was he able to process 10 times as much data as conventional talents? Did he gain a sense of intuition that was so scarily effective that it bordered on precognition? Did he break through as easily as breathing air? VES did not know any details, and that hindered him from confirming without a shadow of a doubt that he had succeeded in breaking past a limit that had only been done by a single God pilot once before. What? VES retreated from his tunnel vision and turned around to observe the projected feed of one of the exterior visual sensors of the dominion of man. His inability to empirically verify the results of his experiment was frustrating beyond belief. VES. You need to see this. The storm clouds forming about the dominion of man, they've changed. A shape has formed that looks like the face of an intelligent alien species. What? VES retreated from his tunnel vision and turned around to observe the projected feed of one of the exterior visual sensors of the dominion of man. His heart froze as soon as he saw the contours of an alien face. This is impossible. Pure power radiated from this face. What was remarkable was that it felt distinctly different from the rest of the tribulation storm. There was only one possible explanation for this unexpected turn of events. Somehow, a mysterious but extremely powerful alien entity managed to hijack the tribulation storm from an immense distance. Given that the shape of this new and completely unfamiliar alien species did not match any of the known alien species from the Red Ocean suggested that the origin of this alien powerhouse was extragalactic. That begged the question how the powerful figure managed to hijack something as powerful and domineering as a tribulation storm in the first place. From the moment VES locked eyes with the projected face's eyes, he instantly felt as if invisible laser beams pinned onto his spirituality. He somehow knew what had happened. He went too far this time. He violated a taboo that he shouldn't have. His act had been so egregious that it somehow created an opening that enabled a powerful alien deity to invite himself over to this tribulation storm. We're in big trouble this time. Chapter 5858 Subjugation comes. Normal storm clouds did not make faces. In fact, even tribulation storm clouds did not make faces. VES had experienced enough of them to know that aside from raining down much more powerful and exotic lightning strikes than usual, the storm clouds did not look all that differently. What happened on this fateful day utterly defied his expectations and put him on a collision course with an alien being of unimaginable power. VES could not imagine the immense amount of power and mastery required to reach across a huge amount of light years and directly insert a part of one's consciousness into a distant tribulation storm. He was pretty sure that no true god was capable of this astonishing feat. No matter whether they were god pilots, star designers, sword gods, Chi cultivators and so on. VES seriously doubted whether any of them had the ability to impose their strength onto a tribulation storm of all things. An extremely strange phenomenon was taking place above the dominion of man. The effects of this intelligent alien being inserting himself right inside the tribulation storm had far-reaching effects. The E-energy radiation flowing in the entire region of space grew more powerful but also became a lot more turbulent than before. The distant light radiating from Mech 87 became abnormally more luminous and noticeable in space. A semblance of the powerful alien being's domain started to blend into the tribulation storm, thereby causing its very character to become infected by foreign concepts. This was the most ostentatious display of power that VES had ever witnessed so far. Not even the amazing performance of the god pilots during Operation Night Jazz could compare to this astonishing display of power. The tribulation storm continued to exude more and more oppression in the surroundings. It became so bad that even the crew members of the escort vessels that were stationed tens of thousands of kilometers away started to experience random bouts of fright. Suffice to say, this was a threat that the Red Fleet had never expected to confront at this time. As the storm clouds continued to roil, the crackling of lightning had begun to form. A multitude of small but numerous bolts coursed through the immense cloud cover. Instead of the usual bright blue of embery and purple bolts, they started to glow into a sickly shade of green. From the moment VES caught sight of them, his Jutland organ began to constrict. There was a powerful sense of constriction to these bolts. Their power was definitely potent enough to kill a baseline human outright, but VES suspected that they were supposed to do more than inflict a lot of damage. The constricting force possessed a strong and distinctly alien imprint as well. It did not take much thinking to determine that it was an intrinsic element of the alien deity's domain. VES already learned a lot from the three-eyed insectal-looking alien. The noseless being's enormous face peered down with a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. While there was a possibility that the entity showed off the equivalent of a smile for his species, the sheer malevolence radiating from the tribulation storm did not give VES the idea of a friendly greeting. What upset VES most of all was that he could feel the alien paying particular attention to him. No one else aboard the Dominion of Man received as much attention. It did not matter whether there were many layers of hull plating and deck plating in the way. It did not matter that VES had suited himself up in his unending regalia. It did not matter that VES was just one human among many aboard the Dominion of Man. The alien deity somehow managed to identify VES in an instant and never ceased to break its malevolent gaze. Ugh, can't you look elsewhere for once? The thought that this alien entity paid special attention to VES because of his latest actions was scary beyond belief. Ah! My head! Just when VES thought that this incredibly intimidating staring contest would go on for several more minutes, the gigantic alien face opened its mouth and projected a sound. $number at, number dot. Ah! My head! Did you hear that? No human can make those noises. How come I am able to understand what he is saying? What is it saying? The storm hijacker communicated with the humans aboard the Dominion of Man. He did so in his own native language, which somehow possessed such abnormal properties that it was able to project sound directly into people's skulls. The sheer weight of the alien deity's words was powerful enough to exert painful pressure to those who were more sensitive towards spiritual phenomena. To VES, it felt as if the heavens spoke to him directly. The scary part about all of this was that VES domain gave him advantage over other people. Whereas the confused and disoriented crew of the Dominion of Man simply heard a bunch of alien noises that were completely indecipherable, VES somehow managed to interpret the meaning of the alien creature. A part of him really wished that he was unable to parse the actual meaning of those alien noises. Still, it was better for him to obtain a bit of information about the alien being that was about to make his life hell. According to his own domain, the alien being, who came across as masculine in his species, conveyed this particular meaning in his opening statement. Blasphemers. That was certainly a pleasant introduction. VES silently groaned in his mind. He always had trouble with religious nuts. The native aliens were already bad enough, but at least they tempered their worship of phase whales with the knowledge that they could evolve into similar beings. This new alien not only made it clear in his first statement that he was an authentic believer, but that he also hated humans like VES for the crime of not sharing his beliefs. After a short pause, the alien ponderously spoke his next words. At end number at end percent at number dot. As multiple people including Sigrund winced as they held their pounding heads, VES tried his best to parse the meaning of this more complex statement. By the light of the cosmos, I judge you, the lost children who have come from the dark beyond. Oh boy! There was so much meaning and context behind these translated words that VES did not even know where to begin. There was special emphasis on the phrase the light of the cosmos. The alien also used the expression judge as if it was his absolute right to determine the life and death of humans he had never met in the past. The meaning of the lost children who have come from the dark beyond made it abundantly clear that the alien knew that the Red Ocean was originally located a lot further away. The combination of meanings led VES to make an incredibly frightening solution. The alien deity originated from Mech 87. The powerful being was somehow able to cast a portion of his power and awareness hundreds of thousands of light years away and establish a direct connection to a tribulation storm. Given that the storm had yet to cast down its first lightning strike, it appeared that the powerhouse had gained enough control to impose his will on this heavenly manifestation. Such a being surpassed the power of ordinary true God to such an extent that there was no contest. The ultimate conclusion that VES drew from all of the clues was that the three-eyed noseless alien was a god king from Mech 87. He gulped. It was already bad enough that his antics had somehow been responsible for calling over one of the distant enemies who wielded far greater power than anyone else in the Red Ocean. What truly made this experience awful was that the alien god king directed special attention towards VES. If VES looked upwards, he would probably be able to lock eyes with the giant alien apparition if not for the fact that there were a lot of decks and structural elements in the way. The gigantic alien face spoke again. Number $ and number $@. Rejoice, worms of this red filth. The light of the cosmos has begun to grace your sea of stars. With the blessing of the great lighthouse that radiates the stars and bestows us with the gift of immortality, the empire that illuminates the cosmos exercises its claim on your stars. I shall subjugate your souls and your petty nations and turn you into the slaves of the Krelian race. How the hell was this alien able to pack so much meaning with so little noises? VES began to experience a stronger headache as he desperately tried to unpack the meaning of this God King's speech. There was too much for him to analyze. The light of the cosmos. The great lighthouse that radiates the stars. The empire that illuminates the cosmos. The Krelian race. Krelian. That was the name of the species, at least when VES overstrained spirituality tried to parse it into human speech. The meanings conveyed by the all-powerful God King encompassed far more than words alone. The awful noises also conveyed emotions and even hints of visual impressions. The overarching concept that colored all of the alien deity's speech was subjugation. The mere thought of the word subjugation conjured images of chains, of enslaving weak and unworthy races, of imposing one's will onto others and of humiliating powerful rivals. The God King was a tyrant, one who delighted in oppressing and conquering willful alien opposition. Any foe that dared to sully the light of the cosmos or stood against the empire that illuminates the cosmos deserved to be put into chains, both physical and spiritual ones. And number $. I am the subjugation king. I shall bring you into the light. Await my arrival. Those who surrender now shall be deemed redeemable enough to earn a chance to cast away your chains. Those who resist will become my eternal slaves. This pretty much confirmed it. This was the mysterious God King that had set off from Mech 87 in order to conquer the Red Ocean. The native from Mech 87 had developed in a much more energy-rich environment, so the God King was not only a lot more powerful, but likely mastered a lot of techniques as well. VES did not like the notion of being turned into an eternal slave. The phrase held special meaning to the God King. There was a strong suggestion that not even death could liberate a slave from his chains. The fact that this so-called subjugation king fixated so much on capturing and enslaving his adversaries suggested that he preferred not to kill his opponents. That should normally provide relief to his enemies, but it was very much opposite in this case. The tyrannical alien God King could do far worse to his captives than those who managed to get away easily by dying right away. There were ephemeral glimpses of battlefields where indistinct alien figures turned their weapons against themselves just so that they did not end up in the hands of the much-hated subjugated king. Number $. You. The gigantic face exerted a lot more oppression towards VES all of a sudden. The pressure was so great that VES almost felt he was being flattened by a press. Me. Number $*@%. You have blasphemed against the light. Your crimes are far too many. Your soul is blackened by the sins committed against the light of the cosmos. There will be no escape for you. Your soul is mine. Just as VES finished parsing those alien noises, he suddenly felt a huge shock to his spirituality. VES felt violated in a way he never experienced before. Somehow, the alien face managed to project his power through the tribulation storm and instantly strike his spirituality without any chance of resistance. As Blinky quickly inspected what had happened, the companion spirit instantly noticed that VES gained a foreign element. His spirituality had become contaminated by a brand new mark. Chapter 5859 marked. The storm has weakened. Its diameter has shrunk by 17%. Maybe, it takes an enormous amount of energy for the giant alien face to communicate with us. As long as it keeps talking, it will keep draining the energy level of the storm. Do you think that the clearly egotistical alien will keep talking until the storm gets exhausted? That is unlikely, but it would be nice if that was the case. The Fleeters did not realize what just happened. They failed to pick up the fact that the God King that went by the moniker of Subjugation King targeted VES directly. The exertion must have cost the powerful alien a lot. The fact that he was able to subvert control over the tribulation storm to such a ridiculous extent that he was able to convert a large portion of its power into a soul mark of some kind was mind-blowing and not in a good way. As Blinky continued to look at VES' spirituality, the presence of the mark stood out as obvious as a fly in the ointment. It was like an ugly and foreign parasite that somehow burrowed into VES. He wanted to get rid of it. He wanted to get rid of it right away. The soul mark or whatever did not belong to him. It was an extension of the power of the Subjugation King, one that might possess far more functions than act like a spiritual tracker for the God King. What if the soul mark continued to contaminate his spirituality and corrupted his personality? What if the soul mark drained his life essence and reduced his lifespan? What if though VES did not sense much of an active threat from this blackened mark, it conveyed a strong sense of implacability. It came across as a chain that the Subjugation King had latched onto his ankle. When Blinky cautiously approached the soul mark and tried to break it down, the soul mark released a small explosion. MROW. The mark was too powerful. Its energy quantity was not high, but its quality exceeded everything that VES had ever come into contact with. VES already surmised that not even God pilots could erase this mark. They were too weak. This was bad news. VES already regretted his decision to enact his most ambitious plan to create a new ancestral spirit and tie it to a living Carmine warship. He especially regretted the decision to involve the spark reactor. VES did not exactly know which action created an opening for the Subjugation King to hijack the Tribulation Storm, but it became clear that he had taken a step too far this time. As much as VES wanted to blame himself for tempting fate in such an arrogant fashion, there was no point in blaming himself. He had to accept the fact that an alien God King of all entities developed a personal interest in him and would be coming to him as soon as he crossed across the intergalactic void. That 50-year or so deadline loomed a lot more ominously over his head than before. There was no way he could escape the grasp of this super-powerful alien by hiding in the Red Ocean. He would have to check up on his mother to be sure, but VES already assumed it was a lost cause that he could ever get rid of it without the Subjugation King's permission. There were only 3 acceptable ways for him to handle this massive new problem. First, he could negotiate with the Subjugation King and come to an agreement that would convince the God King to remove his mark. Second, he could engineer the Subjugation King's defeat by helping the Destroyer of Worlds and the other God pilots grow powerful enough to overpower him directly on the battlefield. Third, he could look into ways to escape the reach of the Subjugation King. Whatever means he utilized to travel from Mech C-87 to the Red Ocean, it was doubtful that his travel method was able to exceed the speed of utilizing a greater Beyonder Gate or other face water-based solution. Of the 3 options that VES was able to come up with, the first one sounded like a complete fantasy. There was no way that a God King that came to power by subjugating his enemies all of the time would be reasonable enough to negotiate with an inferior party. The second option was his most preferred option. It was mildly more realistic than the previous one, but it was still nearly impossible to pull off. The gap between the ranks of God Pilot and God King Pilot was so immense that it would probably take the Destroyer of Worlds hundreds of more years to reach the 4th major cultivation rank. The third option was the most viable one of them all. VES hated the thought of running away, but he had done it before. It was the most logical decision to make. The only complication was how the hell he would be able to flee the Red Ocean. The Greater Beyonder Gate in the Red Ocean was currently being transformed into an entirely different device. Perhaps the only other means of escape was to board the whale ark revealed in one of the Zeal's prophetic visions. VES calmed down a bit when he determined that hope was not lost. He still had a shot of keeping himself out of the grasp of an incredibly powerful and malicious God King. His best bet was to invest in both the second and third option. He would continue to do his work and do his best to empower both new and existing God pilots. Perhaps they did not have to reach the 4th major cultivation rank in order to defeat a single God King. As long as there were enough God pilots, they could use their numbers advantage to mob the powerful Krelian entity. The cost would be horrendous. There was no way to determine the gap between the Subjugation King and everyone else, but it was probably large enough that not even the likes of the First Flame would be able to last more than a dozen seconds in a serious fight. Though VES refused to give up his hope, it was not wise for him to bet everything on the protection of others. This was why he needed to make sure he prepared an escape route for himself. As soon as it became clear that nothing in Red Humanity's arsenal could withstand the power of the Subjugation King, VES needed to be gone from this dwarf galaxy. Whether he would be able to return to the Milky Way or slink away to another galaxy was not important. VES just needed to physically distance himself from the God King who marked his soul if he wanted to retain any hope of securing his freedom. Number end at dot. Your initial punishment begins now. What is this alien saying? The energy readings of the storm are beginning to spike. There is a high chance that an attack is imminent. VES did not need to spend much effort interpreting the alien speech to know that the Subjugation King still retained a measure of control over the Tribulation Storm. A powerful green lightning bolt descended from the molded clouds and struck the azure energy shield of the Dominion of Man. After that, nothing. The Dominion of Man was equipped with some of the most powerful transphasic hyper-energy shields developed by the Red Ocean. Her azure energy shields were meant to withstand focused attacks from entire alien war fleets. In fact, they were also designed to resist attacks from both God Mechs and ancient phase whales. Compared to the incredible threat posed by these top-level adversaries, the opening strike from a tribulation storm did not really present a serious enough threat. Our Azure Energy Shield has held. It was rather funny to see that the Dominion of Man had managed to withstand the first strike without seeming to endure any strain. The tribulation storm struck again, yet nothing obvious changed. Multiple strikes rained down on the dreadnought. Each of them grew progressively stronger, yet still failed to overcome the combined effects that made Azure Energy Shields so strong. VES was able to sense that the power of these lightning strikes were way higher than the ones that struck his elemental lord. It seemed that the power of these tribulations scaled according to the power of the subject. Whether the subject of the storm was Caramond, the super brain, the living spark or the Dominion of Man as a whole, it became clear that the tribulation storm had not reached an overpowering state right away. Of course, VES did not assume that the Dominion of Man would be able to keep this up forever. Depending on how many strikes were left, sooner or later the storm would breach the dreadnought's defenses. The Dominion of Man's defenses are holding. Her primary Azure Energy Shields are constantly being reinforced. Her hull is beginning to rotate to give the most strained Azure Energy Shield generators a reprieve. The dreadnought did not stupidly stay in place but began to spin her hull and alter her orientation. Since the lightning strikes only came from one direction, it was rather easy for the Dominion of Man to space out the incoming damage and prevent any of the strikes from concentrating their combined power. While everything seemed fine so far, the tribulation storm still conveyed plenty of oppression, which meant that it still held back a lot of power. Throughout this initial sequence, the so-called Subjugation King did not speak or make any obvious moves. His three sickly green glowing eyes continued to look down at the Dominion of Man as if he was evaluating the humans who crewed the unusually resilient vessel. Damn, I almost forgot. One of the reasons why he chose to remain on this ship was because he wanted to promote his cultivation by bathing himself in tribulation lightning again. This was only possible if the power of the lightning strikes actually managed to get past the initial layers of defense. The attacks at least needed to touch the hull in order to give VES a chance. For now, it looked like VES needed to wait a long time before he could enjoy a lighting baptism. 2 rounds of 9 lightning strikes went by without issue. By this time, the Dominion of Man's Azure Energy Shields showed a few signs of destabilization, but her systems were so powerful that they were already recharging at a fairly rapid rate. The spark reactor provided a huge amount of help. Not only was it pumping out a lot of energy, it also generated a lot of E-energy, though mostly of the fire element. Normally, this fire energy did not play well with Azure Energy Shields, but the dreadnought was somehow able to convert it into lots of water energy. This was incredibly interesting and would have captivated VES if not for the present circumstances. For the time being, VES grew a little more reassured that the Dominion of Man's ample energy defenses would keep the vessel safe for a while longer. It was then that the Subjugation King spoke again. At $dollar number. Amusing, but irritating. Let me give you a true test. Oh. VES did not like the sound of that. When the tribulation storm was about to start the third round of lightning strikes, the gigantic face made up of storm clouds abruptly opened his sharp-toothed mouth and began to exhale lightning monsters of all things. These sickly green lightning monsters traveled a lot slower than simple lightning strikes, but acted in a much more coordinated fashion. They adopted arrow-shaped formations before driving themselves straight towards a single point. Thousands of lightning monsters crashed onto the same segmented energy shield. No matter how much the dreadnought attempted to spin this side away, the intelligent monsters kept circling around so that they could take advantage of this weakness. The Subjugation King's intervention just made this lightning tribulation a lot more challenging. Chapter 5860 Retaliating Storm. The Dominion of Man was under attack. The dreadnought entered into a confrontation against a foe unlike anything the fleeters had ever fought against. Aside from a tiny proportion of cultivation experts who mostly hung around next to the spark reactor, the rest of the spacers had no idea what they were up against. VES did. At the very least, he lived through a similar situation in the past. If there was any gain he made from his failed attempt to transform the Elemental Lord into a 5-elemental hyper-mech, it was that he had gained a decent understanding of the mechanics of tribulation storms. As VES continued to look at the projected feed of a hidden sensor drone stationed a dozen or so kilometers away, he could see the Dominion of Man struggling to withstand the onslaught of lightning monsters. Sickly green lightning bolts coalesced and formed bodies that vaguely resembled bipedal reptiles with oversized mouths. The creatures already looked voracious enough to be able to devour anything, but they did not appear to be particularly smart. There was little chance such creatures developed any sophisticated intelligence, which meant that they shouldn't be so difficult to handle. Unfortunately, whatever control the Subjugation King had over these lightning creatures made them a lot more coordinated. They did not attack the Dominion of Man in swarms, nor tried to follow the most direct and predictable route to their targets. Instead, the lightning monsters began to behave as if they were part of an organized force. They formed into arrow-shaped formations. They circled around to overload the same segmented Azure Energy Shields. They timed their attacks to deliver the maximum amount of impact in the least amount of time. This was the way an intelligent operator fought a battle. An army led by a god king of all possibilities was an extremely intimidating prospect. The lightning creatures already displayed far more unity and coordination than the creatures that the Elemental Lord faced in the past. Wait a minute. VES recalled that the Elemental Lord actively fought back against those annoying lightning monsters. Whatever they became after the tribulation lightning condensed into semi-physical existences also made them vulnerable to conventional attacks. He took a closer look at the multitude of gun batteries and other offensive systems buried into the hull of the dreadnought. The Dominion of Man was a metropolis-sized starship. While the guns of Armageddon and the Doom of Xenos definitely exceeded their sister ship in terms of firepower, that did not mean that the current hull was lacking in firepower. Even if much of the capacity of the Dominion of Man was taken up by defensive systems, support systems, and troop-carrying modules, there was still a huge amount of space left over for dreadnought-grade main cannons and other awesome weapon modules. The fact that none of these weapons had yet to open fire was a huge mistake. Sigrund. Open a communication line to the Dread Captain. I need to pass on a critical piece of information. Opening a priority channel now. Say your piece. Dread Captain Volkert Argeel spoke in a voice that contained a lot of fire. First, I want to tell you that I understood what that big alien face said to us. I have a talent for interpreting alien speech. I am willing to pass on what he said after this crisis has passed. That is, helpful to know. Our superiors will definitely want to hear your testimony. Second, you should know that we do not necessarily have to remain passive when attacked by these tribulation storms. It is permissible to strike back. You should make use of the Dominion of Man's impressive weapon arsenal. So long as the tribulation storm doesn't send out lightning bolts that strike in an instant, there is always an opportunity to eliminate these lightning apparitions before they have an opportunity to wear down our defenses. VES could practically taste the realization on the other side of the communication channel. You have taught us an essential lesson. We should have thought about it. I should have thought about it. We will correct our strategy as soon as possible. Do you have any other advice you wish to share with us, Professor? Yet. You need to contact headquarters for advice and instructions. You can't do this alone. The tribulation storm is continuing to grow in power. If we do not outsmart its attacks, it will eventually overpower the Dominion of Man's defenses. Don't limit yourself to asking for help from other fleeters. No offense, but you guys have the worst understanding of cultivation than any other major organization. Don't you think that you need to be asking for help from actual experts after that giant alien face showed up? The Red Fleet may not like it, but we can definitely use the help of any god pilot or star designer. We cannot do that, Professor. We are operating on an active battlefield. We have locked down most of our external communication methods in accordance with our most up-to-date information security protocols. Any communication channel, no matter how much we encrypt it, is a potential opening for third parties to intrude into our dreadnought. This is bigger than preserving the secrets of your precious flagship. VES exploded in frustration. With everything that has already happened, maintaining information security should be one of your least concerns. If you cannot make this decision by yourself, then pass on my warning to your father. He should definitely have the authority to do what is necessary. Very well. The Dread Captain responded after a brief pause. It is already a break from protocol to reach out to Fleet Admiral Argeel, but I will allow it due to unprecedented circumstances. Volkert Argeel at least did not need to call his father to instruct his subordinates to bring the immensely powerful armaments of the Dominion of Man to bear against the lightning monster armies. The biggest guns that could fit whole mechs inside their barrels took an awful long time to orient in the right direction. Fortunately, the immensely long hull of the Dominion of Man offered plenty of space for smaller and nimble gun batteries. Thousands of tertiary gun batteries that were primarily designed to intercept mechs, Starfighter's missile ordnance tracked the closest lightning monster formations and let loose a barrage of fire. It was as if a dozen first-class fortifications worth of interceptor fire erupted from the Dominion of Man. Every rapid-fire gun that was able to orient towards the lightning monsters precisely tracked their designated targets and shot with nearly perfect aim. A torrent of thin but incredibly concentrated transphasic hyper-laser beams blasted the lightning monsters with utmost precision. Controlled by the recently upgraded Brain Trust, every single turret tracked a single specific lightning monster. A torrent of thin but incredibly concentrated transphasic hyper-laser beams blasted the lightning monsters with utmost precision. It happened in a blink of an eye. The laser beam cannons only went active for an instant, but channeled ample amounts of electromagnetic radiation as well as small doses of raw and potent fire-attributed E-energy. The transphasic effect enabled the laser beam to attack targets that occupied other dimensions, which happened to work particularly well on these strange tribulation manifestations. The combination of multiple factors amplified the damage potential of the transphasic hyper-laser beams to such an extent that the lightning monsters did not stand a chance. What was impressive was that the tertiary laser cannon batteries did not need a lot of time to recharge their next shots. They opened fire barely a second later, though the dreadnought could clearly cycle their fire at a faster rate at the risk of overheating the weapon systems. Every battery mounted at least 3 barrels, with some boasting 6 or 9 barrels on a single hardpoint. By alternating their fire, the Dominion of Man maintained a continuous barrage of laser beams that never seemed to end. Hundreds of lightning monsters got struck and released their destructive potential in empty space, thereby preventing them from inflicting any damage to their target's defenses. The energy shield generators took full advantage of this reprieve by restoring the integrity of their strained azure energy shields. The time bought by the voluminous point defenses of the Dominion of Man was incredibly precious, as the more fragile defensive components did not need to resort to emergency measures to keep the hull protected. It's working. Our ship doesn't even need to employ any of her primary and secondary gun batteries. Our tertiary guns are eliminating the lighting monsters faster than they can emerge from the storm. VES practically looked gobsmacked at how easily the dreadnought took care of this threat. The lightning monster waves had turned from a threat that was powerful enough to whittle down the defenses of human warships to literal cannon fodder. There was nothing the tribulation apparitions could do to circumvent the relentlessly accurate fire from the Dominion of Man. The monsters split up from each other and tried to envelop the Dominion of Man from as many directions as possible. That simply allowed the dreadnought to open fire with the tertiary gun batteries that had yet to open fire due to being placed on the other side of the hull. The monsters began to display more individual initiative by engaging in individual evasion patterns. They varied their speed, they changed directions at random times and crossed their routes in an attempt to confuse the tracking systems of their massive opponent. It didn't work. The behavior of the lightning monsters had become more inventive, but so long as their mobility was not as outrageously high as instant lightning bolts, they were no faster than any random first-class multipurpose mech. If there was one enemy type that the warships of the CFA and RA were designed to fight, it was mechs. The fleeters had invested centuries' worth of time, resources, and effort into improving and perfecting their anti-mech combat solutions. There were good reasons why the exterior of every dreadnought was covered with tertiary gun batteries. They were the most effective way to shoot down lots of mechs. Right now, the Dominion of Man demonstrated with her actions why it was a bad idea to dispatch any mech force against the dreadnought on an open battlefield. The merciless hyper-laser cannon batteries were shredding the lightning monsters with perfect tracking. The brain trust did not even appear to be particularly strained by the effort of tracking and predicting the trajectories of thousands of lightning monsters at a time. Not a single move or intention avoided the accurate modeling and predictive solutions of the superbrain and its assisting brain units. VES understood a bit better why the fleeters went through all of this trouble of adopting the brain trust as the primary control system of the Dominion of Man. It was rather ironic that the brains taken from fleeters who could have been the best mech pilots offered the most effective tracking performance against nimble small craft. Though the Dominion of Man had most definitely regained the upper hand for the time being, VES did not dare to relax at this time. The reprieve was only temporary. Even if it took a lot of time for the tribulation attacks to ramp up to the point where they couldn't easily be shot down anymore, the Subjugation King was observing the performance of the dreadnought all of this time. VES widened his eyes as he made a scary realization. Oh! Just as VES managed to learn crucial details about the God King who was on his way to subjugate the Red Ocean, the very same alien powerhouse was doing the same to his would-be slaves. The Subjugation King might come across as arrogant, but anyone who was powerful and cunning enough to reach the fourth major cultivation rank in a cutthroat environment should definitely not be stupid. Even if Mech C-87 was not conducive to the emergence of technological civilizations, VES doubted that the God King would remain ignorant of the technological solutions that the Dominion of Man proudly displayed in the open. The enemy was gathering crucial intelligence. Chapter 5861 The Ideal Fusion. The entire third round came and went without incident. When the Dominion of Man was stuck on the defensive, the massive dreadnought pretty much behaved like a giant target. This taught VES that dreadnoughts, with the notable exception of the Indignation of Righteousness, were not designed to serve as defensive bulwarks. As incredible as their defenses may be, they were better used as hammers to smash their opposition by relying on brute force. In any case, the Dominion of Man soon proved why she was one of the most formidable warships in the Red Ocean. 9 waves of lightning monsters got shredded by the dreadnought's point defenses with ease. Even when the quantity and power of the tribulation manifestations continued to multiply with each subsequent wave, the Dominion of Man benefited from centuries if not millennia's worth of accumulation in anti-small craft measures. As VES continued to witness this awe-inspiring demonstration of power, he quickly figured out that Dread Captain Argyle and his officers were taking this encounter very seriously. The only weapon systems the Dominion of Man employed so far were her rapid-fire laser cannon batteries. VES had stuck around long enough to know that the dreadnought had way more measures to eliminate large swarms of small craft. From more hard-hitting plasma turrets to wide-area electrical field generators, the fleeters explicitly designed their dreadnoughts to survive encounters against any sizable first-class mech force. However, they could see the giant alien face as well as VES. The Subjugation King was watching and studying the Dominion of Man like a hawk. It was unnerving to look at the 3 eyes that glowed in the same tint as the pale green lightning bolts. VES always had a creepy feeling that he was staring directly into the eyes of the God King himself, despite the fact that he was just looking at a projection. More than that, anytime he tried to examine the Subjugation King, he began to brush against the powerful entity's domain. It was anything but pleasant to come into contact with the tyrannical God King's domain. There was so much power and depth behind it that VES knew without a shadow of a doubt that he could get permanently lost if he ever fell into it. Illusions of chains and endless rows of immobilized alien slaves gave him a hint of what his own fate would be if the alien tyrant ever managed to converge onto his latest soul mark. There was also another component to the Subjugation King's domain that made VES feel sick. It did not appear to be an intrinsic component of the alien's power. There was an air of tarnish around the Subjugation King that suggested that the alien tyrant had fallen from grace. The most likely theory that VES could come up with was that the Subjugation King used to be a lot more powerful, but either got punished or committed an overreach. It was not difficult for VES to imagine a god king with an ego the size of galaxy biting off more than he could chew. Perhaps his long-distance conquest expedition may be part of an effort to atone for his mistakes and get rid of the tarnish that contaminated his domain. VES shook his head. He was speculating way too much again. It was foolish to make too many assumptions with so little information on hand. A brief lull ensued after the Dominion of Man effortlessly defeated the ninth and final wave of the third round. VES became impressed by how the Dominion of Man conserved her resources and employed maximum efficiency by resorting to one of her weakest weapon systems to fend off the successive waves of lightning monsters. The Dreadnought's powerful shield generators likely received enough of a reprieve to fully restore Azure energy shields. Though the tertiary laser gun batteries had accumulated heat at a speedy pace, they were still able to cool down at a prodigious speed so long as they paused their fire for a time. The other weapon systems remained in tip-top shape as they had not fired even once. VES took a brief glimpse at the enormous storm clouds. The tribulation storm hardly abated at all. It was clear that it still had plenty of power left to rain down on the resilient Dreadnought. If this event was anything like the last one that VES experienced, the fourth round should present an entirely different challenge. VES wondered how extensively the God King would be able to tweak the subsequent lightning manifestations. If the Subjugation King had the ability, he should certainly try to present a threat that countered the tertiary laser cannon batteries. The lightning storm is releasing another type of lightning construct. It's a giant lightning bird. Calling it a bird was a stretch. The flying creature did possess wings, but their surface lacked any sort of wings. There were two traits that immediately stood out from this latest threat. First, it was huge. The tribulation storm only spat out a single creature this time, but it had definitely concentrated all of its power into this lightning construct. Second, the lightning bird did not appear to be slow at all. As soon as it began to flap its prodigious wings made out of green lightning, it set off from its position and dove straight at the Dominion of Man at a speed that surpassed most first-class multipurpose mechs. Of course, the tertiary laser cannon batteries had opened fire on the lightning bird as soon as possible. Though the multitude of transphasic hyper-laser beams were definitely chipping away at the massive lightning body, the collective attacks hardly seemed to faze the lightning bird. It did not even matter that none of the laser beams missed or that many of them concentrated on the same sections. Their individual firepower was too weak to repel this kind of opponent. VES and many other fleeters winced as the lightning bird followed a straight trajectory that ended up in a powerful collision against the energy shields facing the creature. The segmented Azure energy shield did a remarkable job at repelling this attack, but it clearly looked as if it had seen better days. The attack has reduced the integrity of this segment by around 35%. The shield generator is restoring the active energy barrier as soon as possible, but we cannot let it get hit in quick succession by progressively more powerful lightning birds. Our tertiary transphasic laser cannon batteries have failed to hinder the lightning bird. Their ability to track fast-moving targets is commendable, but their absolute firepower leaves much to be desired. The next lightning bird emerging from the storm has considerably higher energy readings. The Dread Captain issued a new set of instructions from his imposing command seat. Intercept the bird with our secondary energy weapon batteries. Start with the laser cannons and employ our plasma cannons if necessary. Do not employ our kinetic, missile, gravitic and other weapons unless instructed. We need to expose as little of our capabilities as possible. What of our tertiary gun batteries? Silence them and give them time to recover. It is probable that we will need their firepower once more. Dread Captain Argyle said. In contrast to the tertiary gun batteries, the secondary ones were large enough to make them less suitable to be employed against swarms of nimble mechs. They were instead designed to pummel subcapital ships in various different ways. Their tracking speeds were fast enough to keep up with most starship hulls, and their firepower was just enough to present a nice balance between impact and firing rate. Dozens of thicker and stronger laser beams struck the lightning bird in an instant. Unfortunately, the relatively short distance between the storm clouds and the Dreadnought meant that the secondary gun batteries only had an opportunity to fire a single salvo before the damaged bird crashed against the energy barriers of the Dreadnought. At least the straight-line trajectory of the lightning bird prevented it from inflicting damage on the damaged segmented energy shield. The Dominion of Man had already spun her hull in order to present an undamaged side to the tribulation storm. The eruption of energy released by the lightning bird is 63% weaker than the previous one. Our last attack volley must have dissipated much of its offensive power. We must increase our distance from the storm clouds. Distance is our ally. Our warship fares better when she is at least tens of thousands of kilometers away from the storm. We can't run from this storm. We have already moved as far away as we are allowed to do so. Retreating any further will only cause the storm clouds to follow our ship. This was an unpleasant realization. The relatively close distance between the tribulation storm and the dominion of man prevented the latter from utilizing her immense range advantage to the fullest. The third lightning beast was emerging out of the portal. This time, the dominion of man opened fire the instant the beak of the tribulation manifestation emerged from the clouds. A full blast of laser beams struck the lightning bird when it had yet to launch itself towards the dominion of man. Already, the barrage of strikes had damaged much of the lightning bird's wings. That did not stop the battered but unbroken creature from diving straight at the dominion of man once again. With the secondary laser cannon batteries still requiring a bit more time to release another full-powered transphasic hyper laser beam salvo, the dreadnought finally decided to open fire with another set of weapon systems. Plasma bolts rapidly launched from gun batteries that previously remained dormant. Each of these plasma bolts had the power to vaporize and melt entire second-class starships with a single hit. When a multitude of them struck the lightning bird in the middle of its rapid flight, the entire construct instantly burst apart. Our plasma bolts have proven to be considerably more effective against the lightning manifestations. As long as the lightning manifestations travel in a straight line, we can ensure 100% accuracy from our secondary weapon batteries. It was at this time that the Subjugation King showed a bit of emotion in his enormous expression. Be careful. The next wave may be different. This time, the bird did not emerge right on top of the dreadnought, but instead 100 kilometers away. If this was an attempt to catch the dominion of man off guard, it failed right away as many of the secondary gun batteries only had to turn their weapon mounts a little bit before they opened fire at the correct coordinates. Each laser beam struck the lightning bird in the distance. Though the larger and more formidable tribulation manifestation was able to accelerate much faster than its predecessors, that still did not prevent the secondary plasma cannons from accurately striking the poor bird before it had crossed the halfway mark. The plasma bolts managed to destroy the bird with a bit of power left to spare. Good job, but do not get complacent. It is taking more and more damage to put these birds down. Since distance clearly did not give these lightning birds any advantages, the next wave saw them appear directly above the dominion of man again. This time, two smaller but still fairly formidable lightning birds emerged. The dominion of man smacked both of them down. The dreadnought had intelligently split up her firepower in order to inflict just enough damage to put both birds down without any wasted energy. Damn! VES felt incredibly grateful that the Red Fleet's dreadnoughts had never been deployed against human forces, at least that he knew of. It wasn't just their overwhelming firepower that frightened him. Their efficiency was astounding. This was why the Red Fleet invested a disproportionate amount of resources into the development of AI, both sentient and non-sentient. It was a clever way of boosting the effective combat power of a warship without piling more expensive resources onto their hulls. Dreadnoughts such as the Dominion of Man represented the Red Fleet's ideal fusion between absolute power and perfect control, especially after VES managed to upgrade the Brain Trust. Chapter 5862 Opening Gaps. The successive victories did much to buoy the confidence of the crew. Though the elite fleeters serving on the dreadnoughts possessed so much discipline that they would never crumble in battle, they were still affected by morale. Right now, the Dominion of Man proved through her amazing performance how she was utterly able to dominate the battlefield. While it was rather annoying that her best and most distinctive advantages could not be employed in this space battle, her ordinary warship armaments were still far superior than that of any battleship. The more lightning waves the Dominion of Man crushed, the more the crew increased their faith in their starship. This had several important consequences. More and more crew members began to resonate with the dreadnought. Their confidence and belief in the Dominion of Man increased so much that the Living Spark quietly presented them with the offer to form a permanent pact. Not all fleeters who received this offer fully understood the implications of this pact. A few of them found it difficult to take it seriously at all. Despite the huge number of Dread Marines and other spacers receiving this offer, none of them had reported what had happened. Those who formed a permanent bond with the Dominion of Man did not need to communicate with each other in order to sense their own kin. It was not necessary for them to share what happened to their unenlightened colleagues. This was why thousands of crew members reacted with surprise when the living starship asked them to make a life-changing decision. Those who refused the offer may regret the decision they made later on. Unfortunately, the Dominion of Man refused to give the same offer twice. The ship demanded utter devotion and obedience from her blood-fire servants. A good proportion of crew members steadily joined up with the living dreadnought. Each human that chose to become a part of the mighty vessel advanced her evolution just a bit further. The fire energy generated by the spark reactor advanced its grip onto the hull of the immense warship and continued to refine the structure and many of her systems at a lower intensity. It would have been great if the Dominion of Man could let this process happen for a few days or weeks, but the lightning tribulation refused to give the offending warship any chance to increase her performance any further. As VES briefly shifted his attention away from his immediate concerns and took a quick look at the fleeters who were doing their best to keep the Brain Trust in optimal condition, he began to notice a few issues. The Dominion of Man had undergone a large amount of changes, but that did not mean that every problem magically got fixed by the fire refinement process. The new and improved brain trust managed to form an unprecedented powerful super brain, and seemed to be so much better at targeting hostile elements that the fleeters serving on the other dreadnoughts would probably grow jealous that their own AI systems failed to match the dominion of man's performance. Yet, VES expected more from the super brain. Minds driven by A-grade genetic aptitudes were already amazing enough. S-grade genetic aptitude should have been capable of doing a lot more, or else the chosen human wouldn't have been able to become one of the foremost god pilots in record time. There is a missing link. What am I overlooking? VES soon noticed that the ancestral spirit that he had just created was not merging well enough with the living starship. The two elements possessed many differences and that hindered them from fusing any further. As Caramond continued to absorb a huge amount of spiritual feedback from countless different sources, the newly created entity was rapidly approaching the threshold of true God. The problem was that gathering spiritual feedback from so many different groups of people led to a lot of mixed opinions. Caramond was becoming more bloated with complex and irrelevant meanings. This weakened his core domain and made it difficult for him to concentrate on his core purpose. While VES accounted for this possibility, he did not expect the problem to be so bad. He had hoped that his attachment to the dominion of man would narrow his focus. There is a missing link. He suddenly widened his eyes. Damn! The ship isn't being strengthened by lightning. When he looked back at the projected feed, he saw that the secondary armaments of the dominion of man eliminated yet another set of lightning birds before they ever came close to touching the dreadnought. While it was clearly nice to prevent the ship from incurring any damage, a lightning tribulation encompassed far more than trying to grind down a powerful new creation. Dread Captain! VES called as he reopened his communication channel with the master of the ship. This is important. I am not sure whether headquarters have already clued you in, but it is not wise to keep repelling the incoming attacks with energy barriers. You need to let in at least a portion of the lighting attacks in order to finalize the transformation of the dominion of man. A lightning tribulation is a punishment as well as a reward. As long as our vessel can withstand the power of destruction, the power of creation will come to strengthen whatever manages to survive. This is essential to allowing the dominion of man to survive the final and most devastating strikes. The advice we have received from numerous sources corroborate your message. We are reluctant to expose our hull to the lightning storm, especially since it appears to be directed by an intelligent alien adversary. We fear that the lightning tribulation will try to create breaches that we cannot close, or attempt to strike at our Azure energy shield generators and power reactors directly. We cannot afford to lose more than a handful of those generators, because any localized weakness will create an opening that can mean the downfall of the dominion of man. We cannot be timid at this time. VES shouted. I have performed the mental calculations on the escalating power of this lightning storm. It will only take a couple more rounds for the storm to be able to penetrate through the Azure energy shields by relying on brute force. Isn't the hull of a dreadnought among the toughest of any warship? You need to put your faith in them, because that is the only way that we will get rewarded in return. Make the right call, Dread Captain. Don't act too late. Dread Captain Argyle eventually made the right choice. Though he would have never made this decision if his dreadnought confronted the native aliens and so on, tribulation storms were different. They were crucibles that tested cultivators or their creations, and rewarded them with greater strength as long as they proved their worth. While VES would have thought that transphasic energy shields shouldn't block the creation energies that were spilling everywhere after the lightning manifestations had burst apart, it appeared that they were a little too good at their jobs. It was handy to confirm that transphasic energy shields, especially ones empowered by water-attributed E-energy, were effective against tribulation lightning. Yet it was exactly because of this reason that they needed to be removed. Fortunately, only 20 seconds passed before the Dread Captain finally made the risky decision to drop a part of the Azure energy shields. The ship did not remove all of her energy barriers at once. Instead, the crew intelligently opened a few gaps that made it a lot easier to direct incoming attacks. Every other section remained covered by multiple layers of segmented energy shields. 4 lightning birds emerged from the storm clouds and dove forward at the same time. Each of them happened to target one of the gaps, ensuring that they would not converge on a single point. Meanwhile, the secondary energy cannon batteries fired at the lightning birds in an attempt to reduce their damage potential. All 4 lightning birds lost roughly half of their power before they collided along the length of the hull at once. The ship did not even shake as 4 explosions rocked the thick surface layers. When the light show had passed, the live feed revealed that the hull had received nothing more than scorch marks and a few shallow pits. The hull of the Dominion of Man was too tough. VES expected this result, but it was still nice to see that her physical defenses were more than adequate enough to endure this impact. Please check to see whether the portions struck by the lightning birds have strengthened in any way. That will take time to verify. VES only asked because he wanted to be certain of what happened. While it was difficult to determine whether the boost granted by the release of creation energy had managed to affect the entire hull, he at least expected the affected hull plating to turn a bit tougher than before. The only serious consequence to this attack wave was that a number of surface modules incurred a bit more damage, but the fleeters already had a response for that. A large number of bots emerged from different hatches and rapidly began to repair or replace broken sensor arrays and such. In the meantime, the Dominion of Man spun her enormous hull at a 90-degree angle in order to present an undamaged side towards the lightning tribulation. More lightning birds struck the hull of the dreadnought. This time, the secondary gun batteries inflicted less overall damage to the lightning birds as the fleeters were confident they lacked the power to inflict serious damage to the warship. Soon enough, the Dominion of Man survived the fourth round without suffering any apparent permanent damage. That is 36 strikes in total. VES summed up. The fifth round is beginning soon. Get ready to face the unexpected. I don't like the look of that alien. While the Subjugation King did not exactly possess a humanoid face, VES believed he was able to perceive a bit of interest as well as challenge. Soon enough, the lighting tribulation started the fifth round by presenting a completely different threat than before. A tarnished green lightning bolt threaded through one of the gaps in the energy shield envelope and struck the exposed hull of the Dominion of Man. Instead of inflicting damage on the surface, the lightning bolt actually broke apart into an army of lightning soldiers. Yes, soldiers. Thousands of them appeared at once. Each of them appeared to be larger than a medium dread marine, and all of them radiated a decent amount of power. Tertiary gun turrets instantly swiveled around and began to cut down the lightning soldiers. The soldiers blocked the attacks. Each of them conjured thick shields made of condensed lightning bolts, if that was even possible. Though the shields wouldn't last forever, they bought enough time for the soldiers to hide behind cover and begin to breach the hull. Most of their attempts failed to scratch the extremely thick and resilient transphasic hyper armor plating, but there were a number of special soldiers that displayed a unique capability. They began to drop seeds that grew into plants. These plants grew at a rapid rate as they drained all of the E-energy from the environment as well as the hypermaterials used to strengthen the hull plating. These lightning plants are weakening the hull. What is worse is that they are starting to spread at an accelerated rate. We need to stop them before it is too late. The tertiary gun turrets weren't cutting it anymore. There was only one proper response to this invasion. Several flashes appeared on the side. An entire division of Dread Marines had teleported on the exterior of the hull. The soldiers had been spoiling for a fight, and now they finally got their wish. Their opening salvo blasted away over 100 lightning soldiers. Chapter 5863 War Games. Out of all the possible events that could happen during this ongoing tribulation event, VES and many other people never expected an infantry force to land on the exterior of the Dominion of Man. While the storm clouds gathered above the dreadnought continued to roil, thousands of lightning creatures had descended and begun to launch an assault on the outer layers of the vessel. Of course, a seemingly primitive infantry force that was armed with spears, swords, hammers and other archaic weapons did not possess any obvious sieging or armor-breaching capabilities. It was absurd to think that any infantry force could penetrate hull plating that was easily dozens if not hundreds of meters thick. The Dominion of Man was not as tough as the likes of the Indignation of Righteousness, but she was still designed to withstand attacks from the most powerful threats imaginable. Neither God Mechs nor other dreadnoughts ought to be able to punch through her titanic armor belt with ease. Yet that did not mean that the infantry force was harmless. Not only were they powerful enough to wreck the weaker and more exposed surface modules, they were also accompanied by alien specialists who planted all sorts of energy seeds onto the surface. Once these seeds began to sprout, a network of E-energy draining plants began to spread across the surface. Not only did they absorb any E-energy in the vicinity to fuel their rapid growth, but they also possessed the capability to drain hypermaterials and compromise the integrity of other materials. Even though the latter effect took a lot of time to produce results, the implications to the dreadnought were horrific. The plants continued to grow as they sucked more energy from the environment as well as the hull, thereby becoming more effective as well. Preliminary calculations showed that if this pattern continued, they would eventually be able to grow to the size of mechs by the time they engulfed the entire hull. Even if the tertiary and secondary gun batteries were able to scour large portions of the hull of these energy plants, there were still a lot of sections that could not easily be cleaned up due to obstacles in the way. While the Dominion of Man could fire a lot of missiles to clean up these blind spots, there were only a finite amount of them available. The collateral damage would also be considerable. This was why Dread Captain Volkert Argeel quickly resorted to deploying his Dread Marines to the contested site. Despite being outnumbered 5 to 1, the Dread Marines who teleported a short distance away from the swarm of lightning soldiers blasted into their opposition with an arsenal of armor-mounted weaponry. The medium and heavy dread armors worn by the more assault-oriented units of this regiment primarily carried offensive loadouts. Many of their modules consisted of plasma cannons, positron beam cannons, back-mounted missile launchers and more. The firepower was devastating for an infantry force. Each and every well-trained Dread Marine coordinated their fire. Every fire team focused their fire on the more vulnerable-looking lightning soldiers. Since the targets in question did not deploy any lightning shields, the tarnished green lightning apparitions quickly blew apart from all of the attacks. Even as hundreds of lightning warriors perished in quick succession, the intruders did not remain idle. They fought back. A large contingent of lightning spear soldiers stayed behind and launched lightning bolts at the Dread Marines. The damage inflicted by these lightning bolts was surprisingly high, mostly because of the destruction energy attached to them. Yet the potent Azure energy shield generators integrated into every dread armor allowed the human soldiers to resist the tribulation lightning attacks for a time. Surprisingly enough, the lightning spear warriors exhibited coordination that was close to the standards of an elite human infantry force. Like the Dread Marines, they concentrated their fire and sought to overwhelm the Azure energy shields and armor plating of individual targets. The lightning spear warriors were clever enough to focus on the Dread Marines that carried fancier loadouts, displayed a bit more color on their dread armors or clearly acted like commanding officers. One dread captain almost yelped as hundreds of lightning bolts struck his Azure energy shield from many different directions. The concentrated strike was so overwhelming that the Azure energy shield shattered in an instant. Amazingly enough, the dread armor held, though not without incurring serious damage. Tribulation lightning fried many components and vaporized the outer armor layer. The fact that the frontal plating still held was a testament of the excellent alloys used to produce the dread armor. The Common Fleet Alliance and subsequently the Red Fleet invested an immense amount of resources to develop the best infantry equipment possible. All of that clearly paid off as the Dread Captain and other targets marked for death relied on their excellent protection to retreat behind other Dread Marines or receive additional protection in the form of remote Azure energy shields. Support-oriented heavy Dread Marines quickly responded to the enemy tactic by providing additional protection while generating various kinds of interference. Dust particles began to spread from the Marine force, making it harder for outsiders to discern their positions. Jamming fields came online that could disturb all manner of electronic signals. Grenades landed amidst the concentration of lightning warriors before generating gravitic waves that were designed to disorient nearby hostiles. None of these interference methods seemed to produce any noticeable effect. The lightning infantry soldiers did not appear to employ any conventional technology. They fought like an army of cultivators who relied on a combination of personal strength and augmented equipment. The assault regiment did not possess a lot of other means that could effectively debilitate such an infantry force. Their only means of defeating the invaders was to demolish them with their formidable arsenal. Keep firing. We must keep up the pressure. Concentrate fire on their plant-growing shamans. Do not let them spread more seeds. The Dread Marines seemed well equipped to overpower the lightning soldiers. Though their adversaries tried their best to take down individual Dread Marines through focused fire, the human troopers were just too damn skilled and well equipped to suffer any serious losses. The lightning spear warriors ultimately did not possess the firepower necessary to inflict any permanent casualties onto the Dread Marines. At most, they suppress and force individual Dread Marines to retreat from the front and move back to the rear where specialized bots and support troops rapidly repaired all of the battle damage. However, the confrontation soon took on another dimension as a horde of bipedal lightning warriors armed with a variety of swords, hammers, shields and more exotic alien weapons managed to close the distance. Incoming melee shock troopers. The Dread Marines had already formed a defensive line in anticipation of meeting this obvious charge. The powerful troopers had deployed temporary barricades that had been teleported into place or erected from specific sections of the hull. The barricades weren't meant to form a total blockade. That would only cause the lightning shock troopers to go around. It was better to funnel these lightning soldiers into a prepared battle line. Rows of medium Dread Marines armed with a variety of melee and ranged weapons prepared to meet the incoming charge. Just before the enemy shock troopers managed to crash into the half-barricades, a series of mines, laser beams, kinetic projectiles, plasma bolts, and explosive shells struck their formation. Hundreds of lightning warriors perished despite their lighting shield protection. Others incurred severe damage that slowed or stopped their advance. Though not all of the enemy shock troopers suffered any serious harm, the concentrated attacks nonetheless managed to break up the charge and reduce their momentum. A Dread Captain raised his giant sword and let loose a battle cry. Show these lightning aliens how true humans fight. For humanity. Dread our wrath. The subsequent collision was glorious. VES along with anyone else who had the privilege to watch the feat at their stations grew relieved to see that the Dread Marines gained the upper hand. The Dread Marines at the front wielded a variety of plasma swords, electrified spears, gravitic hammers and other melee armaments that clashed against the weapons of the enemy shock troopers and frequently overpowered them outright. The shock troopers were no slouches, though. Their weapons hit hard and frequently stressed the Azure energy shields protecting the individual Dread Marines. Still, even if a bunch of aliens managed to gang up on a Dread Marine and overwhelm the latter's Azure energy shield, the trooper quickly pulled back and allowed a Dread Marine in the second row to plug up the gap. This ensured that the battle line remained strong and cohesive. For whatever reason, the two infantry forces did not try to outflank each other. Neither were they eager to lift off the surface of the hull and attack their opponents from above. VES gradually narrowed his eyes. He increasingly felt as if he was watching a wargame as opposed to a serious battle. It did not take much time for him to figure out what was truly going on. He looked at the giant face made out of storm clouds and sensed a certain degree of curiosity from the powerful alien. The Subjugation King sought to gather more intelligence. He must have deliberately sent out Mech C-87's equivalent of an infantry force in order to draw out the Dread Marines and see how these proud human soldiers fought. However, this did not come without a cost. Not only did the Tribulation soldiers expose a lot about the infantry combat doctrine of at least one alien civilization from Mech C-87, their deaths also released small explosions that bathed the surrounding Dread Marines as well the nearby hull section with creation energy. Unfortunately for the Dread Marines, their active Azure energy shields blocked much of this beneficial effect. VES reopened his communication link with the Master of the Dominion of Man. I am not sure whether you have already figured it out, but the big alien watching from above possesses a keen interest in learning how our infantry forces fight. Let them see. The Dread Captain dismissively said. We are not that afraid of exposure. It is more crucial for us to understand the enemy from beyond this dwarf galaxy. Our headquarters have already gathered a wealth of useful data from this ongoing clash. The next waves are only going to get larger and tougher. That is good. We have many more Dread Marines in reserve. We do not fear a pure infantry battle. We have many powerful special units in reserve that are equipped with much heavier arsenals. If that is not enough, we can employ more direct measures to eliminate the foreign threats. The Dread Captain sounded a bit too overconfident. VES did not think that the later waves of this round could easily be felt, particularly because a force of cultivators tended to emphasize quality over quantity. However, that was a concern for later. By the way, the defeated lightning soldiers always release bursts of beneficial energy. They are strengthening the hull underneath just fine, but they can't get to the Dread Marines because their Azure energy shields get in the way. I highly advise you to command the Dread Marines to deactivate their energy shields unless they are in danger. Good observation, Professor. Our analysis suggests that our Dread Marines will begin to suffer real casualties, but the gains may be worth it. We have already reached the limit on how extensively we can improve the performance of our Dread armors. Bathing in tribulation energy may be the push they need to increase their superiority even further. The Dread Marines had already begun to drop their Azure energy shields. Of course, they also started to incur real damage to their thick armor plating, but the soldiers all knew the risks. The frequent lightning discharges began to spread across the exposed Dread armors and already began to strengthen them in mysterious ways. Chapter 5864 in the action. It was only a matter of time before the first lightning soldier army got exterminated. They were too weak for their advantage in numbers to gain the upper hand. Their tech was rather interesting, but ultimately not equipped to pose a credible threat against a reasonable number of Dread Marines. That did not mean the lightning soldiers were weak in an absolute sense. A regular first-class infantry troop would have suffered a lot more casualties if it tried to defeat a larger force of lightning soldiers. The only reason why the lightning soldier army got steamrolled was because the Dominion of Man was the best troop carrier of Red humanity. Not only was the Dreadnought capable of deploying hundreds of thousands more Dread Marines, each and every single combatant had access to the best possible infantry gear. VES and many other people who were paying attention to this battle already figured out that if the invaders from Mech C-87 deployed their alien foot soldiers against practically any other human infantry force, the latter was bound to have a much harder time. There was only one Dread Marine Corps. Part of the reason why these heavily armed troops were so strong was because their Dread armors originally contained a tiny infusion of power from the spark reactor. Recent events caused the Dread armors to become even stronger extensions of the source of fire energy within the Dominion of Man. At most, the other 7 or so dreadnoughts should be able to field their own contingent of Dread Marines, but that was the limit. Any other infantry force could only repel what could arguably be considered the weakest alien troops by relying on superior numbers and fixed defenses whenever possible. Of course, VES could think of an even better solution. Mechs. Red humanity preferred to utilize mechs a lot more than infantry to fight its battles. VES remained confident that a decent force of mechs should easily be able to wipe out these lightning soldiers with ease. The problem was what came next. There were 8 more waves of infantry invasions to go, and each one that came next would doubtlessly present greater challenges. VES narrowed his eyes. As the Dread Marines earned their first victory, he could sense the pride and elation spreading from the crew. Combined with all of the tribulation energies released by the defeated lightning soldiers, the entire Dominion of Man became buoyed by this victory. Unlike the other challenges, the deployment of hostile infantry forces finally gave the Dreadnought an opportunity to demonstrate her best strengths. A huge number of Dread Marines on standby were ready and eager to be deployed on the surface of the hull. Each of them wanted to use their own arms to vanquish the exotic opposition and absorb the strange lightning energy that somehow made their Dread armors tougher and more perfect than ever before. Even VES thought about participating. Many of the victories so far hadn't been significant enough to channel significant quantities of tribulation lightning to the brain trust. VES figured that this was one of the disadvantages of trying to turn a huge dreadnought into a living warship. Until the tribulation storm ramped up the power of its attacks a lot more, it was unrealistic for the lightning strikes to strengthen the entire hull of the Dominion of Man. All of this meant that only the elements that got into more direct contact with the tribulation manifestations reaped the rewards for the time being. After a bit of hesitation, VES made up his mind. He reopened his communication link to the Dread Captain. Speak. I have a request, Captain. I want you to teleport me to the surface. Let me fight alongside your Dread Marines. There are many reasons why I cannot allow you to do that. You are a mech designer. Let our Dread Marines do what they do best without needing to be concerned about protecting a VIP from harm. You are not trained in combat. You do not understand our tactics and protocols. Even if you make use of your mysterious Phase Lord abilities, you are more likely to pose a hindrance to our troops. This is important. VES shouted back. I need to gain access to the tribulation energies released from the defeat of all of those lightning soldiers. They are part of the reason why I have grown so quickly. I just need to be close enough to receive a lightning baptism. Rest assured that I have no intentions of charging forward. I can fight just as well by maintaining a healthy distance from the enemy lightning soldiers. I can stay in the rear and allow a troop of Dread Marines to serve as my bodyguard. Let me fight. These are the enemies of tomorrow. The experiences I gain from these encounters will allow me to develop much more effective counters against the most potent fighting methods of our future adversaries. Volkert Argeel still sounded resistant. According to input from multiple sources including yourself, the alien sovereign who hijacked this tribulation storm is using it to scout his future opposition. We are trying to gather intelligence on our upcoming enemies as well. Information has become the golden currency in this preliminary conflict. The fifth round is shaping up to become an opportunity for both sides to test the mettle of their infantry forces against each other. I would rather sacrifice entire divisions of Dread Marines than allow you to expose a rich array of fighting methods representative of Mech 87. VES wanted to gnash his teeth. I will do my best to limit my fighting capabilities. I will refrain from fighting like a Phase Lord. I can still fight like a cultivator. I won't be showing off any tricks that are particularly new or innovative to the natives of the nearby supermassive galaxy. Time is running out. The next wave is coming soon. I would like to set myself up before they arrive. Very well. You shall have your wish. The Dread Captain eventually relented. Our Rubicon spatial transfer system can teleport you to the headquarters company of the 34th Assault Regiment in a moment. You can coordinate your actions with Colonel Desiree Franklin. Please keep in mind that the Rubicon will continue to maintain a teleportation lock on you at all times. We will teleport you back to the Brain Trust if we deem it necessary to keep you alive and unharmed. Fine. I can accept that. I understand the need for caution. It is good that you do. Above all else, do not get in the way of our Dread Marines. VES only had enough time to say goodbye to Sigrund before he crossed the Rubicon, as the crew of the Dominion of Man called the teleportation process. There were huge differences between conventional teleportation systems and the Rubicon spatial transfer system. The use of cutting-edge high technologies and superclass materials such as EE-343F00334R made the teleportation interval virtually instant. The stability and safety factor were also higher, which helped a lot in reducing the sense of sickness and disorientation that people experienced after getting displaced. VES instantly appeared at an open space amidst a large group of Dread Marines in the rear. Heavy Dread Marines stood guard on multiple sides. Each of them possessed a wealth of defensive solutions that allowed them to block any incoming attacks. Other Dread Marines provided support by coordinating different units, arranging field repairs and communicating with the staff situated deep inside the Dominion of Man. Professor Larkinson. I have received word of your insistence of participating in the fighting. A female officer wearing a subtle version of Officer Dread armor walked up to the new arrival with magnetic boots clamping onto the hull. How do you intend to fight? I hope you do not grow into a giant. It will require much greater effort to shield you from damage if that happens. VES considered numerous options, but he decided to make use of his two high-level artifacts. He retrieved the ocean collar that was clinging on the back of his unending regalia. I will stay far enough in the rear while playing my flute. I can manipulate a lot of water energy with this gadget. How do you intend to play a flute when you are wearing a helmet? Sound does not even transmit in space. It's complicated. To her credit, Colonel Franklin did not ask any further. She just assumed that the clever mech designer and cultivator knew what he was doing. Do not try to be the hero today. The lightning soldiers are not completely mindless. They have demonstrated rudimentary signs of initiative and adaptation. You will turn into a priority target if your contributions are great enough. I have assigned additional protective units to guard you, but we cannot guard you against all attacks, especially if the subsequent waves introduce more abnormal enemy types. I will make sure to retreat if that is the case. The second wave of the current round had arrived. This time, 2 lightning bolts shot out from the tribulation storm and deposited 2 different groups of lightning soldiers. Their species are entirely different. One of the 2 lightning soldier divisions has taken flight. They appear to be made up of winged insects with horns designed for impalement. Our tertiary gun batteries are swatting them down like flies. The winged insects have descended down to the surface again. They have become considerably more resistant towards damage now that they are coordinating their defenses, but enough of our tertiary gun batteries are still able to whittle down their numbers. Don't let our point defenses have all of the fun. Tell our command to save them for our troops. What of the other enemy division? The 2nd Lightning Soldier Division is made up of worms. Their movements are relatively slow, but they look large enough to swallow a medium dread marine whole. They are not too resistant towards damage, but regenerate abnormally quickly. If we cannot eliminate them at once, they will return to health in a matter of seconds. While the 34th Assault Regiment was capable of eliminating one of the enemy divisions with relative ease, it was a lot harder to defeat both of them at once. This was especially the case when the 2 enemy troops pincered the human soldiers. The Dominion of Man teleported another regiment over. The 88th Bombardment Regiment stands ready to shell the invaders. Different from the 34th Assault Regiment, the new arrivals primarily consisted of medium and heavy dread marines equipped with explosive ordnance. They opened fire at the worms as soon as possible. Though the bombardment did not do a good job at eliminating the lightning worms outright, the frequent explosions still managed to delay and stall the injured creatures. Their formation turned increasingly more ragged due to all of this harassment. Plenty of support units, bodyguard units, and ammunition containers accompanied the bombardment units. They made sure the 88th Bombardment Regiment could keep their adversaries under siege. While the Dread Marines appeared to have the situation under control for the time being, VES already noticed that it would be a lot harder to fend off these enemies once they came close enough. He did not know which group of enemies he should attack first. The worms have a good chance of breaking our lines, Colonel Franklin said when she had an opportunity to address VES. Do what you can to bring them into further disarray. The more disorganized the worms, the easier it is to pick them off on an individual basis. VES nodded. Understood. His helmet retracted into the collar of his unending regalia. Despite the sudden exposure to vacuum, VES did not suffer from exposure to vacuum. This was one of the perks of becoming a phase lord. He lifted his ocean collar to his lips and got ready to blow into his flute with wind-attributed E-energy. Currents began to form in the distance. Chapter 5865 Tricky Lightning Beasts. War had come to the Dominion of Man. The Dreadnought's hull was so immense that her entire surface could function as a battlefield unto itself. At this moment, only a relatively small portion of the surface had come under siege. Compared to the first wave of enemies, the second wave was a lot trickier. Twice as many lightning soldiers appeared this time, though it was doubtful that they were actually sapient and civilized. There was nothing about the large worms and the flying beetles that suggested that they were intelligent beings. The bloodlust and single-minded determination radiating from the enemies suggested that they were bioengineered beasts that were purely bred for war. Intelligent or not, VES did not think that the lightning beasts were any weaker than the army of bipeds that fought before. The worms demonstrated absurd regeneration capabilities. Even when they got hit by 5 explosive shells at once, as long as more than a third of their bodies remained intact, they recovered in full in just half a minute. The flying insects did not exhibit nearly as much regeneration ability, but they were fast, especially when they flapped their wings. Though the horned insects did not dare to fly too high for fear of exposing themselves to an excessive amount of point defense turrets, they were still able to accelerate their flight while remaining low to the hull surface. The insects closed in on the Dread Marines a lot faster as a result. The giant creatures seemed to possess greater mass than a medium Dread Marine, so they built up plenty of momentum behind their charges. Brace yourselves. Front row, activate your Azure Energy shields. The Dread Marines at the front had strengthened their defenses in anticipation of meeting the incoming charge. Not only had they installed additional physical barriers, but they also activated their Azure Energy shields just to absorb the initial impact. Just as the insects drove their horns into the targets directly in front of their path, they suddenly began to engage in a complicated envelopment maneuver. The insects demonstrated greater mobility than expected as they redirected their momentum with great effort. Many of the giant horned beetles split off into pincers that attempted to flank the Dread Marines. Other lightning insects momentarily flew upwards before diving at the rear lines of Dread Marines in short but devastating charges. All units, activate Azure Energy shields. Many elements of the 34th and 88th Regiments lost their Azure Energy shields as one or multiple horned beetles attempted to impale their dread armors. If not for the fact that the dread armors were intelligent enough to automatically switch on the Azure Energy shields back in a hurry, the Dread Marines would have suffered greater casualties at this time. Most of the medium Dread Marines and all of the heavy Dread Marines managed to fend off this charge attack without suffering significant material damage. However, the light Dread Marines that hadn't been able to evade the charge attacks suffered considerably greater harm. Horns made out of condensed lightning broke apart the relatively weak Azure Energy shields and thrust right through the layers of transphasic hyper armor plating. Refined by fire energy or not, the light dread armor ultimately proved to be inadequate to block the charge attacks entirely. Some of the humans wearing these relatively thin armors had died outright. Some perished straight away because their heads got crushed. Others expired because their bodies couldn't handle the discharge of destruction energy. Fortunately, many others were able to survive even when they had been severely injured. Engage the emergency evacuation protocol. Before the insects could follow up on their charge attacks by finishing off the injured and vulnerable soldiers, the Rubicon spatial transfer system teleported the latter away without warning. Crush the lightning insects. Even though the Dread Marines did not expect the horned beetles to bypass their front line in such an intelligent and coordinated fashion, they still adapted quickly to the changing situation. Many Dread Marines aimed their weapon modules at the closest targets and opened fire so long as they were not at risk of striking their fellow comrades. The horned beetles were not too resilient, and they were trivially easy to strike at this time. The only reason why the lightning beasts did not get wiped out a lot faster was due to the fear of committing friendly fire. For the dominion of man, the Dread Marines resorted to their melee armament to finish off the beetles while they remained fairly close. Many Dread Marines pulled out swords or projected plasma blades from their thick wrists. Other Dread Marines who wielded enormous rifles activated plasma bayonets that could cut through the lightning insects just as well. Excellent technique combined with powerful armaments ensured that the Dread Marines quickly defeated a lot of enemy beasts. Explosions of tribulation energy occurred in rapid succession, causing all of the Dread Marines to receive varying degrees of lightning baptism. Though the effect of a single kill was not much, when thousands of insects died in a relatively concentrated section of the hull, the lightning baptism received by all of the Dread Marines had reached a considerable scale. Hundreds of dread armors that absorbed a lot more destruction and creation energy than others even began to glow for no apparent reason. While the beetles were taken care of, the worms had managed to advance just enough to attack the first Dread Marines in the way. The lightning worms did not have an easy time. Many of them became impeded by the bombardment unleashed by the 88th Regiment. 20% of the worms even got blasted outright, though most of their destruction and creation energy only ended up strengthening the closest hull sections. In order to benefit the Dread Marines the most, the 88th Bombardment Regiment refrained from concentrating their fire too much. So long as many of the worms slowed down, they should have become more manageable. It was not until the worms went on the attack that taught the Dread Marines that it might not be the best idea to leave so many of them alive. The organic damage sponges continued to suffer huge amounts of damage that broke apart their bodies, but still they advanced until they widened their eerie mouths and dove in to swallow the Dread Marines whole. Energy shields. It's not working. Surprisingly enough, the worms were able to stretch their mouths so wide that they were able to swallow up the medium Dread Marines whole. Hundreds of troopers ended up in the stomachs of the worms within the blink of an eye regardless of whether they kept their Azure energy shields active. Once they got swallowed, they seemed to enter into an entirely different environment where their energy shields wore down quickly and many of their attacks got absorbed by unusually resilient internal walls. The Rubicon has lost its lock on the swallowed Dread Marines. It can't teleport them out. We need to break apart the worms before they digest their prey. The worms were making this difficult by retreating right away despite their significantly impaired mobility. Other worms advanced and utilized their bodies as organic shields to prevent the other Dread Marines from coming to the rescue. Dread Marines already started to perish when the worms wore down their Azure energy shields and dissolved their formidable Dread armors from all sides. Once the armors got breached, it usually did not take long for the digestive fluids to melt through the inner suits and turn the flesh and bones of the soldiers into goop. The Dominion of Man did not allow the worms to have their way. Tertiary gun batteries shredded the worms from multiple directions. Missiles launched by more distant launchers blew apart multiple worms at a time, freeing the captives while also inflicting further damage to the half-digested Dread armors. Fortunately, removing the debilitated Dread Marines from the stomachs of the lightning worms proved to be enough for the Rubicon to do its job and teleport the damaged units away. The gigantic alien face looking down at the battlefield from above continued to observe the Dread Marines fending off the lightning beasts while exhibiting more and more signs of disapproval. VES had no time to pay attention to the mood swings of the Subjugation King. He had already begun to play a monotonous melody that could somehow be heard by the Dread Marines despite the fact that sound did not transmit across the vacuum of space. It took a while, but once the invisible currents grew strong enough, water spontaneously began to emerge and push against the advancing lightning worms. The tribulation manifestations crackled a bit, but still maintained cohesion as if they were actual physical organisms. The small flood conjured by VES was not as simple as it looked. His ocean caller drew from all of the compatible E-energy in the vicinity and transformed it all into an empowered tide of water that constantly slowed down the advance of the worms. Normally, the worms should have been strong and implacable enough to move against most water currents without getting impeded too much, but the power channeled by the ocean caller empowered the body of water to an unnatural degree. Thousands of worms slowed down even further. They fought to push forward, only to find their progress slowed down even further. VES was happy with his initial contribution in battle. It was not the sort of flashy solo action that would bring him personal glory, but he could clearly observe that the Dread Marines were taking advantage of the situation to reorganize their lines and eliminate the nearby worms that did not get pushed by his water currents. Through certain rules that VES was not quite familiar with, he began to receive small infusions of destruction and creation energy. He figured out that much of his rewards became discounted due to distance and limited individual contribution. However, because he was debilitating so many of the worms, the total quantity of tribulation energies actually became quite considerable. He was not the only one that experienced this effect. Colonel Desiree Franklin and other officers experienced similar boosts despite not personally firing any weapons at the lightning beasts. It was an interesting mechanic. It beat getting directly struck by lightning bolts as far as VES was concerned. The fact that such mechanics existed in the first place showed that the heavenly authorities of Mech 87 and other galaxies had been refining them for a huge amount of time. Eventually, all of the lightning worms and lightning beetles got crushed. As the two regiments reaped most of the rewards for eliminating them, another wave of pride and jubilation erupted from the entire crew of the Dominion of Man. This is goodbye, Professor. Hey! The 34th and 88th are no longer in optimal fighting condition. Colonel Franklin stated. We will soon be swapped out by fresh regiments so that we can repair and resupply. We need to give as many of our Dread Marines an opportunity to feed off their kills. I see. The swap happened in an instant. The Rubicon was so powerful that it could instantly switch an outgoing troop with an incoming troop. Only 2 fresh Dread Marine regiments appeared at this time, but the Rubicon was ready to teleport additional troops depending on the enemy troop composition of the third wave. This time, a single larger and stronger lightning bolt threaded through the gap in Azure energy shield coverage and struck a section of the hull that was hundreds of meters away. VES and many of the Dread Marines already expected to face more formidable opposition, but they became a lot more concerned when mech-sized lightning soldiers emerged around the impact site. The biped aliens easily towered over heavy Dread Marines and were equipped with armor that wrapped around their slightly inhuman forms. Their tails ended in spiked balls that looked like they could inflict a lot of trauma if they struck anything. We are going to need a lot more Dread Marines this time. Chapter 5866 6th Giant Trapper Division. It gradually dawned on VES that the 5th round of the Lightning Tribulation tested the armed forces of the Dominion of Man. When VES looked back on the previous battles, he noticed that the rewards for eliminating the lightning soldiers did not benefit the Dreadnought all that much. Less than half of the explosions of destruction and creation energies eventually went on to benefit the nearest hull sections and surface modules. The remaining energies spilled out into space and dissipated while creating nothing of value. In contrast, the lightning soldiers felled by the Dread Marines always ended up benefiting the latter to the greatest possible extent. Very few energies went to waste as the tribulation energies eagerly engulfed all of the Dread armors in the vicinity. It was as if the tribulation storm purposefully rewarded the bravery of valiant warriors who resisted its efforts. VES was not the only person who noticed these differences. The surface of the Dominion of Man no longer appeared as frantic as before, as many turrets and gun batteries had fallen silent. Even though there were hundreds of nearby turrets that possessed clear firing lines to the most recent wave of lightning soldiers, they remained completely silent as the fleeters recognized in their minds if not their hearts that this was a contest between infantry. Of course, the alien definition of infantry was a lot broader than that of humans. The towering alien soldiers that appeared in the third wave consisted of a smaller quantity of formidable-looking giants. Beneath their solidified tarnished green lightning armor, dense flesh and muscle rippled as limbs gripped their weapons. Helmets that covered everything aside from 2 predatory eyes gazed forward with a combination of bloodlust and discipline. The first impression that VES gained from these tailed mech-sized alien soldiers was of an elite alien troop. The large lightning soldiers adopted a rigid formation while holding axes that sparkled with corrupting flame. It soon became clear that the latest adversaries were not dumb muscles when they began to say a silent prayer before conjuring flame barriers around their bodies. VES furrowed his brows. The spiritual barriers exuded both menace and resilience. It would not be easy for the Dread Marines to break them apart. Even if they managed to get past the first layer of defense, the human troopers also had to penetrate the armor worn by these sizable foes. $number. The huge alien face spoke again. The fallen heralds of Akshi. Death is no release. Let your corrupting flames taint the fires of these slaves. What did the alien say? Dread Captain Argyle asked over the private communication channel. VES quickly responded with his best possible interpretation. The Dread Captain made an unusually indignant noise. The alien thinks his lighting thralls can engulf our flames with their filth? We will not let that happen. Our Dread Marines shall shatter these facsimile aliens just as easily as they have done before. Maybe it is better to bring out your mechs if you have any, Captain. VES gently advised. These fallen heralds of Akshi look like they have plenty of strength and leverage to overpower your Dread Marines up close. Nonsense. We are the Dominion of Man. We exist to exemplify the strength of mankind. Besides, we have received express instructions to limit the exposure of our fighting methods as much as possible. This confrontation has already turned into an information war. The principal alien observer looking down at us from above must know as little about our comprehensive fighting methods as possible. VES frowned, but understood the logic behind this strategy. I understand. It is a clever choice, though I am not sure whether the Subjugation King has access to other intelligence sources. Still, I guess this is as good a time as any to put your Dread Marines to the test. I am just concerned that they might not be able to keep up if our enemies keep growing bigger and stronger with each passing wave. Do not be concerned, Professor. We have many anti-mech units at our disposal. Just because we refuse to carry any mechs on principle does not mean we are unprepared to fight them in the field. We have invested over 4 centuries of research on how to dismantle mechs as infantry. It is time for us to demonstrate the fruits of our labor. I already know the perfect unit to deploy against these lightning giants. The 6th Giant Trapper Division shall have the honor of leading this bout. The Rubicon Spatial Transfer System teleported over 10,000 Dread Marines at this time. All around VES, Dread Armor after Dread Armor appeared at the same time. It was rather impressive how they managed to appear in perfect formation while adapting to inconsistent footing. None of the Dread Marines showed any signs of disorientation or lack of preparedness. They had all arrived while aiming their weapons at the fallen heralds of Akshi. Strangely enough, neither the giant trappers nor the large lightning soldiers went on the offensive right away. In this environment where human blood and tribulation energies had already spilled in spades, the entire hull section had transformed into a sacred battleground, for a lack of a better term. The Dread Marines all became affected by this special atmosphere, and so did the fallen heralds of Akshi apparently. Even though the two were separated across species and life states, there were many universal values that transcended species and galaxies. Major General Arend Kapali deliberately stepped out of the ranks of his troops. The commanding officer of the 6th Giant Trapper Division wore a suit of heavy combat armor that did not put any effort into hiding his importance. The fallen heralds sent out a giant alien figure whose tail was considerably longer. It even ended in a spike that was reinforced by cursed metal that burned with corrupting flames. As the two leading officers set themselves apart from their troops, the fallen herald commander raised an ornate axe that was carved with sickening runes. Though the lifeless alien leader was unable to produce any sounds, his gesture showed that he was not entirely without life. At the very least, the lightning apparition was capable of simulating enough honor to salute his enemies. This was not necessarily good news. The greater their intelligence, the greater the threat they posed to their opposition. VES was not certain whether 10,000 Dread Marines was enough to defeat this formidable alien troop. There had been far too many examples of mechs crushing infantry with disturbing ease. The advantages bestowed by scale were far too great. Fortunately, many of the giant trappers consisted of heavy Dread Marines. They were large enough to rival demi-mechs in size. Each of these heavy troopers mounted distinctly oversized weapon systems that could actually pose a danger towards first-class multipurpose mechs. The premise was that they fully utilized their numbers advantage to stack their attacks on specific targets. There were also plenty of light and medium dread armors among the giant trappers. Their functions were different as they lacked the heavy cannons that could effectively wear down mechs from a distance. In any case, Major General Kapali raised an arm that held a particularly large and technologically advanced plasma sword. I salute you, soldiers of a foreign galaxy. The 6th Giant Trapper Division shall fight you and defeat you on behalf of mankind. By the will of Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl, we shall fell each and every one of you and take your strength as our own. Semper Fortis. Semper Fortis. The exchange of salutes had a strong ritual air about them. Even though VES was not a part of the Dread Marine Corps, his involvement in the battle still caused him to get caught up in the atmosphere. He gripped his ocean collar tighter. The fire in his metaphorical heart urged him to unfold his true body, charge forward and exchange blows with the dangerous-looking lightning giants. He resisted this impulse. It was irrational to the extreme. VES had to remind himself that the tribulation storm was primarily a test for the dominion of man. He was just a freeloader who wanted to siphon a few benefits for himself. It was best not to make the lives of the Dread Marines any more difficult. Once the two commanding officers returned to their own lines, the ritualistic battle soon commenced. Giant trappers, show these aliens how we fight. For humanity. For humanity. The Dread Marines thundered in their own suits. Unlike the prior Dread Marines, the troopers of the 6th Division fought according to a completely different paradigm. Instead of digging in and forming solid defensive lines to meet their incoming foes, each and every giant trapper instantly went on the move. It soon became clear that the giant trappers were capable of fighting in open space as each of their dread armors came equipped with transphasic flight systems. The light Dread Marines turned out to be the most elusive. Not only did they move the fastest out of all of the other troops, their suits also became invisible as soon as they activated their stealth systems. What was impressive was that VES had completely lost the ability to detect their presence. Neither the sophisticated sensor suite of his unending regalia nor the sharp spiritual senses of Blinky was able to detect any hide and hair of the light dread armors that had to be flying in the vicinity. The heavy Dread Marines were the first to open fire. Many of them were equipped with back and shoulder mounted cannons that fired a variety of hyper-plasma bolts, transphasic hyper-gauze rounds and transphasic hyper-energy beams. There were also other heavy units that fired high-yield missiles from their bulky missile launchers. The attacks hit quite hard. The corrupted flame barriers of the fallen heralds visibly rippled as they got struck by hundreds of attacks at the same time. Every target that became subjected to focused fire quickly lost their defenses and soon started to fall as they were unable to withstand the attention of hundreds of heavy Dread Marines. However, there were still a lot of surviving fallen heralds, and none of them were particularly slow. They charged forward with flames erupting from the rear of their energy barriers. A multitude of gigantic comets flung towards the formations of heavy dread marines. For their part, the heavy troopers did not make it easy for their adversaries to close the distance. Despite their immense bulk, their powerful transphasic flight systems provided so much effective thrust that they accelerated at impressive rates. If not for their lacking agility, they could easily give light mechs a run for their money. Still, it was precisely due to their disappointing maneuverability that the fallen heralds were gaining on them. The latter's ability to simulate jet engines augmented their straight-line acceleration so well that they were briskly closing the distance. You shall go no further. The medium dread marines intercepted the giant lightning warriors. Their dread armors did not possess any active stealth systems, but instead equipped themselves with a variety of different loadouts. Most of them opted for configurations that excelled in close-range skirmishing. The ones equipped with plasma lances cleverly flanked the fallen heralds and charged at their targets, causing their fiery hot weapons to explode against the flame barriers. Others were equipped with flamethrowers that burned so hot that even the corrupting flames were forced to give up ground. Most of them opted for configurations that excelled in close-range skirmishing. The ones equipped with plasma lances cleverly flanked the fallen heralds and charged at their targets, causing their fiery hot weapons to explode against the flame barriers. Others were equipped with flamethrowers that burned so hot that even the corrupting flames were forced to give up ground. The expensive propellant used to augment the power of the flamethrowers was made from a special formula that happened to be particularly effective against spiritual manifestations. Meanwhile, VES remained shocked as he stood frozen in the same place. He never expected the giant trappers to fight in such an impressive manner. They struck hard yet remained mobile enough to prevent their adversaries from striking them with each. Each of them fought like agile but deadly raptor packs trying to exhaust their larger but much more lumbering prey. VES imagined the giant trappers fighting against a mech force and shuddered. These infantry forces were much more competent than he initially thought. Chapter 5867 So much cheating. The way the Dread Marines fought against the so-called Fallen Heralds of Akshi was glorious. The elite and well-trained infantry did not hesitate to employ aggressive fighting tactics to wear down their targets while dancing at the edge of death. The sight was so impressive that VES remained rooted on the spot for a time. His analytical mind could not help but dissect the combat doctrine and strategy employed by the 6th Giant Trapper Division. The first point that stood out to VES was that the Dread Marines tried their utmost not to remain still. They flew through space and maneuvered in unpredictable patterns to the best of their abilities. Their lives depended on it. No matter whether it was the light, medium or heavy dread armors, none of their defenses could ever compare against a well-designed mech. Most weapons employed by first-class mechs were readily capable of overpowering the defenses of Dread Marines, especially if multiple of them focused on single targets. This firepower disparity had many implications. Unless there were powerful fortifications on hand, it made no sense for Dread Marines to remain immobile and on the defensive. This was why the Dread Marines relied on superior maneuverability to keep them alive. Due to their smaller sizes, it was a lot easier for them to move at respectable speeds. Combined with their much smaller sizes, the Dread Marines turned into wasps that could sting a lot harder than most people expected. At first, the giant trappers made impressive progress. Dozens of fallen heralds succumbed to all of the firepower in quick succession as the Dread Marines intelligently distributed their attacks to specific targets to attain maximum short-term results. The most effective weapons employed in this fight were the high-yield missiles launched by many heavy Dread Marines. The guided missiles followed precise yet also unpredictable trajectories before converging on specific targets at the final second. This not only made it difficult for the fallen heralds to determine which of them were targeted, but also increased the difficulty of intercepting the incoming ordnance. As clusters of missiles struck the corrupted flame barriers of their targets at the same time, their high-yield warheads laced with expensive hypers and exotics exploded with great fury. Not that it was easy to do so. Each transphasic hyper missile contained cutting-edge technology that made them faster and more difficult to perceive. As clusters of missiles struck the corrupted flame barriers of their targets at the same time, their high-yield warheads laced with expensive hypers and exotics exploded with great fury. VES winced when he saw so many expensive missiles getting expended on the tribulation manifestations. They were relatively small, yet still managed to pack a large punch. He estimated that each and every high-yield missile was packed with so much precious materials that they had to cost at least 10 million MTA credits, and that was excluding the phase water that made them a lot more potent. It was clearly worth the cost, though. Out of all of the armaments utilized by the giant trappers, it was the high-yield missiles and to a lesser extent their explosive shells that wore down the defenses of their adversaries the fastest. The medium Dread Marines inflicted much less damage in comparison, but they served their own purpose in this lineup. They were more targeted in their attacks. Once the flame barriers went down, the medium Dread Marines were able to drive their plasma lances at any exposed weak point with their quick and nimble charge attacks. Their numbers along with their annoying tendency to circle around their prey debilitated the fallen heralds so much that it became increasingly unrealistic for the lighting soldiers to catch up to the heavy Dread Marines. Of course, that caused the medium Dread Marines to attract the ire of all of these powerful foes. Once the fallen heralds started to fight against their closest enemies in earnest, the battle became a lot more intense. The fallen heralds did not fight like simple axemen. They fought like Chi warriors who happened to be wielding axes. Spikes of power erupted from the giant lightning warriors an instant before they swung their axes in unison. Be careful! The axe swings propagated large waves of darkened flames that weakened incoming attacks, drained the defenses of any nearby targets and caused the exposed dread armors to catch fire. These fires are draining the phase water and hyper materials of our dread armors. Our extinguishing methods are not working. We require emergency evacuation. We cannot risk the danger of teleporting your burning dread armors into our ship. We will have to evacuate you without your suits. Do it before it is too late. Though the fleeters had come to a silent agreement with the Tribulation Storm to resist the attackers of the fifth round by relying on their dread Marine Corps, that did not mean that their troopers had to fend for themselves. The Rubicon spatial transfer system was a core part of their combat doctrine. It was arguably the most powerful and precise teleportation system in the Red Ocean, so it would be a crime to utilize it sparingly. Other than the Greater Beyonder Gate, the technologies put into the Rubicon spatial transfer system was so far ahead in terms of cost and technological sophistication that it was ahead of its time. Though the corrupting flames generated a lot of interference that made it harder for the Rubicon to lock onto the humans wrapped inside the dread armors, it was not strong enough to block teleportation entirely. The soldiers under imminent threat still managed to escape in an instant. There were only a few cases where the loss of dread armors also became accompanied by loss of life. These instances mostly happened when one or more fallen heralds managed to boost forward with abrupt speed and slam their burning axes into their targets. The force behind these attacks were unnaturally strong as each impact produced strong explosions that tore apart the defenses of the medium dread marines. Many of them had opted to switch their Azure energy shields off in order to absorb as much tribulation energies as possible. While the dread armors were intelligent enough to activate their Azure energy shields during emergencies, it took time for the energy barriers to get up to strength. The hasty measures were not enough to block the power of the explosive axe strikes. It was not just the corrupting flames that inflicted a lot of damage. Tribulation lightning augmented every strike, enabling the fallen heralds to inflict considerably greater damage than when they used to be alive. Do not let your dread armor get hit. These dark flames will stick to any metal and continue to burn everything down. The giant lightning soldiers began to gain the upper hand. The explosive strikes were already bad enough, but even their glancing blows had the potential to take dread marines out of the fight. The medium dread marines fought valiantly as they continued to entangle the fallen heralds, but their numbers were dwindling at an unsustainable rate. Large quantities of high-yield missiles circled around and took out lightning soldier after lightning soldier. VES already noticed that the heavy dread marines launched far more missiles than they could reasonably carry. There were only two possible explanations why they could launch more missiles than could possibly fit in their ammunition containers. The first possibility was that they were all equipped with dimensional pockets that were filled with lots of spare missiles. The second possibility was that the Rubicon spatial transfer system teleported fresh missiles directly into the launchers of the heavy dread marines after they expended their previous payloads. When VES concentrated on the heavy dread marines, he quickly figured out that the Rubicon was doing all of the work. That's cheating. VES had never heard of anything as absurd as directly reloading armaments through teleportation. It was such a dangerous and wasteful tactic that an accident or 10 should have occurred by now. All of those heavy dread marines were constantly moving around to the best of their abilities, making it even more difficult to precisely teleport the missiles exactly inside the tubes of the missile launchers with no mistakes. VES developed a strong desire towards the Rubicon. He wanted to obtain a souped-up teleportation system for himself. The one utilized by the Dominion of Man was so good that it could do practically anything. Professor Larkinson. Ah, yes, General Capelli. Our dread marines are experiencing difficulties with neutralizing the dark flames spread by these lightning soldiers. Since you are capable of summoning water with special properties, please use that strange flute of yours to see whether you can douse the flames. I will do my best. Good. I will dispatch additional defensive units to keep you safe while you work. A bunch of medium and heavy dread marines already arrived at his position before deploying various defenses, though they conspicuously left out their Azure energy shields. VES brought his ocean collar back to his lips and began to play a slightly uplifting tune. There was no need to attack or inhibit the movements of his latest adversaries. He doubted that his relatively weak strength and shallow understanding of chi cultivation would allow him to inflict serious damage against these mech-sized tribulation manifestations. What he could attempt was trying to douse a few flames with special properties. He concentrated hard on cleansing corruption, putting down fires and cooling down burnt armor plating. Soon enough, modest waves of water formed in the distance and quickly began to engulf the nearest dread armors that had caught fire. Part of the water instantly evaporated as the heat and power emanating from the corrupting flames turned out to be fairly strong. However, the corrupting flames also began to disappear, leaving the dread armor partially melted but still capable of putting up a decent fight. The medium dread marine took the time to raise a thick thumbs up before he went back into the fray. Even though he had been offered the chance to teleport back inside the ship so that the technicians could carefully preserve and repair his tribulation-blessed dread armor, the soldier refused to back down when he could still contribute to the fight. Can you do that again, Professor? Ves frowned as his previous exertion hadn't been light. I can, but my efficiency is not very good. I can only help out one Dread Marine at a time, General. Do what you can. The fight continued. Over 1,000 Dread Marines had already been taken out of the fight, and hundreds more were in the process of getting burned or shattered. The fallen heralds of Akshi were not as numerous, but still had enough to last quite a while. Their powerful axes and the protection of their corrupted flame barriers made it a lot harder to produce lasting results. This was especially when the giant lightning soldiers started to unveil more and more tricks. Each time they swung their axes, they produced corrupting flames that turned into piercing arrows, burning nets, fiery snakes and other unusual forms. It was difficult to predict the effect of these empowered axe swings in advance. There were so many possibilities that even the brain trust struggled to infer the results before they happened. Ves clearly knew that the water summoned with the help of his ocean caller was able to pitch in, but his technique was too poor and his spirituality was too low for this kind of fight. I need to strengthen my efforts? There has to be a trick. He did not know cultivators well enough to know how they were able to leverage their power to a greater degree. He furrowed his brows as he quickly sifted through his memories in order to learn from good examples. After a bit of searching, he suddenly came across the Destroyer of Worlds. As the only god pilot with a companion spirit, she had actively developed a lot of powerful methods where she could combine her willpower with Emma in order to produce greater synergies. Though Ves was not a high-ranking mech pilot, he could still take a page out of Irene's book and take advantage of his companion spirit. It's showtime, Blinky. Mro. Chapter 5868 Water Wave. Ever since he took part in battle, Ves never truly felt satisfied with his performance. Sure, he was able to employ tricks that the Dread Marines couldn't replicate, but he felt a bit outclassed. It shouldn't have been a surprise. Ves was a mech designer. He was not a chi cultivator, so trying to fight like one would never yield great results. While Ves accepted the reality that he would never become a great chi cultivator, it was different in the case of Blinky. His companion spirit was his second life. The Star Cat may technically serve as an extension of his own spirituality, but he had gained enough independence to adopt another form of cultivation. Ves had specifically worked on the Imaginary Universe Method version 3.0 in the hopes of transforming Blinky into a scary and versatile true god one day. He clearly had high hopes in his companion spirit's ability to absorb, process, manipulate and exploit E-energy of all varieties. The problem was that the cultivation required a huge amount of ramping up before it could begin to show its strengths. The Blinkyverse had made a lot of progress towards forming its first complete star system, but that was just a fraction of the full potential of this spiritual pocket universe. Ves therefore did not expect too much from combining Blinky with his spiritual manifestations. It would be delusional to think he could function in the same way as Emma. Not only was Blinky unable to travel too far from Ves, the Star Cat also lacked the reinforcement of Irene's willpower. High-ranking mech pilots would have been really handy in this battle. Any powerful expert mech, ace mech, or god mech would have been able to counter all of the spiritual tricks employed by the fallen warriors of Akshi and overwhelm them by relying on brute force. Alas, Ves was not a mech pilot. He was a mech designer. One who also happened to be a phase lord. If this was just a regular battle, Ves would have unfolded his true body and started to punch the fallen heralds a long time ago. It was a pity that he needed to play his part in the ongoing information war. There was no reason to give the Subjugation King a good look at the combat capabilities of a phase lord. I need to advance. Ves notified the Dread Marines assigned to guard his life. Sir, that is ill-advised. You are already under threat from this distance. You will make yourself much more vulnerable to attack if you proceed with your action. I know the risks, but I can take a hit. Ves began to retrieve a very girly umbrella from the back of his unending regalia. The Dominion of Man will step in if that is not the case. The Rubicon spatial transfer system still maintains an active lock on my body. You can accompany me, but please do not impede my passage. His commanding tone was evidently enough to get his bodyguards to play along. Very well, but if you have to move forward, at least position yourself behind one of the secondary gun batteries up ahead. That is a good idea. Ves began to step forward while Blinky dove out of his head. The purple companion spirit flew forward and began to merge into a nearby water wave that had just emerged. The combination was unexpectedly smooth. Ves felt much more in control of the water wave than before. Why hadn't he done this before? It was as if he had switched from typing a document with one hand to two hands. As much as Ves wanted to explore his new capabilities, he still had a battle to attend to. He continued to move forward in order to give Blinky the space needed to get involved in the battle. Once Ves approached a secondary cannon battery and sheltered behind its armored bulk, he concentrated on playing the flute and directing Blinky's actions. At the same time, his newly obtained flower parasol unfolded and began to display its pink radiance to everyone who paid attention in his direction. Perhaps it was an illusion, but perhaps even the giant three-eyed alien face twitched when the flower parasol began to brighten up the surroundings. Bro. Though VES felt a lot more nervous now that he got closer to the action, he also felt a lot more thrilled. His mood became electric and his musical performance became more energetic. As the Dread Marines mysteriously began to hear music in spite of the fact that their communication channels only transmitted essential information, the water wave started to do a lot more work. Bro. Blinky began to disgorge large amounts of water-attributed E-energy that he had stored from the primordial planet's ocean as well as the asteroid belts of the incomplete star system. It did not look like it, but the relatively small companion spirit had absorbed so much water energy that it would take months to drain his reserve at this rate. Of course, the integrity of the Blinkyverse would become compromised a lot sooner than that. A severe imbalance in the elements would weaken the foundation of the internal universe and make it vulnerable to external breaches. Blinky could not spew out water energy without limit. It was fine for him to keep this up for an hour or so, but any longer would produce noticeable imbalances that would take a lot of time to remedy. For now, the companion spirit's efforts were making a considerable difference. The water wave directed by VES and the ocean caller became faster and engulfed the burning dread armors a lot more effectively. It became a lot easier to douse the corrupting flames when there was more water energy available. Even if the quality of water energy was not that strong, Blinky was able to produce an ample quantity of it at a time. Whatever you are doing is working, sir. Keep up the good work, but take care not to attract more attention. Some of the lightning soldiers are already showing signs of trying to locate the source of the water. VES felt a lot more fulfilled than before. Though he still wasn't close enough to the action for his liking, he was contributing a lot more to the battle than before. Even though there were way too many Dread Marines that caught fire due to the ubiquitous energy attacks unleashed by the fallen heralds of Akshi, the Blinkium-powered water wave was able to save many of them from getting burned and corrupted. Each dread armor that surrendered to the corrupting flames was another precious tribulation-forged asset that got lost. By saving them, the Dominion of Man would be able to field a considerably more powerful Dread Marine in the future, especially after they had been repaired. Around 800 lightning soldiers were left at this time. The powerful mech-sized cultivators swung their axes as fast as they could. It did not matter if they failed to strike any Dread Marines because all kinds of fire spells continued to fling from their blades. The 6th Giant Trapper Division gained the upper hand again, and it was not entirely due to VES. Around 800 lightning soldiers were left at this time. The powerful mech-sized cultivators swung their axes as fast as they could. It did not matter if they failed to strike any Dread Marines because all kinds of fire spells continued to fling from their blades. It took a bit of time, but eventually the light Dread Marines had made their moves. Utilizing their stealth capabilities to the fullest, they had managed to sneak close enough to make their final sprint and set off their trap. It turned out that many of the light Dread Marines were armed with transphasic knives that radiated with the power of destruction. Though Blinky was close enough to determine that the knives were not destroyer weapons, they were still quite potent nonetheless. The Fleeters must have poured a lot of research into developing a substitute or alternative to destroyer weapons. Just as with dreadnoughts, the CFA or RA must have come pretty close to attaining the desired result, but ultimately came up short as the researchers were unable to produce the most difficult breakthroughs. This was probably how they ended up in the hands of the Dread Marines. The special knives did not possess the fiery heat and power of plasma weapons, but they happened to be a lot stealthier while still retaining plenty of lethality. Each of the light Dread Marines took advantage of the vulnerability of injured lightning soldiers who had lost their flame barriers. The relatively small but nimble machines evaded every nearby attack with exceptional grace and stabbed their imitation destroyer knives at any weak point they could observe. Every stab inflicted considerable damage that nearly always proved crippling, if not fatal. Hundreds of tribulation energy explosions engulfed the site as the fallen heralds lost a lot of battle strength in an instant. Just as the surviving lightning soldiers tried to burn the offenders that had entered into their midst, the light Dread Marines instantly retreated and engaged their powerful stealth systems again. Only a handful of unlucky light Dread Marines got burned by errant flame attacks, and all of them quickly dove into VES water wave before getting teleported back into the ship. Frustrated, the surviving fallen heralds of Akshi intensified their struggle. They did their best to make up with the huge amount of numbers they lost by getting assassinated by small human infantry troops. The third wave is winding down. An officer spoke at one point. There are only 200 lightning soldiers left. We outnumber them so much that they cannot withstand our attacks for long. I can see that. VES responded. How much have you expended yourself? Can you fight in the next wave? It should be no problem. My energy expenditure is not as great as you think. I have a huge energy reservoir. What you should really be worried about is whether I will run myself ragged. My mental capacity is finite. I will pass on your words. The third wave finally crumbled as the lightning warriors failed to inflict severe damage onto the giant trappers. The taste of victory was sweet. Over 7,000 Dread Marines remained undamaged after all of this fighting. This was truly impressive considering they had just completed a bout against enemies that resembled Mechs in scale. While the crew of the Dominion of Man awaited the arrival of the next wave, VES quickly evaluated his performance so far. Using Blinky as a means to empower his spiritual manipulation worked well. It would have been better if his companion spirit did not have to stay within a certain range of VES. Perhaps he should look into solutions that could increase this limit. As VES compared his performance against the fallen heralds of Akshi, there were still reasons for him to feel dissatisfied at his combat methods. Neither VES nor Blinky fought like real chi cultivators. Oh, they simulated it decently enough, but they lacked the understanding and the practice to fight like the fallen heralds. The difference between VES and his last adversaries was that the latter actively leveraged the power of E-energy radiation to empower all of their moves. The fallen heralds weren't actually all that strong. Their attacks hit a lot harder than they should and their defenses could withstand considerably greater damage than anyone expected. The reason for that was because they were capable of channeling the power of heaven to augment all of their moves. Even though the Dominion of Man absorbed huge amounts of ambient E-energy radiation from the immediate environment, every lightning soldier was able to draw tribulation energy from the storm above everyone's heads. The point was that VES did not do enough to leverage the power of heaven. The only reason why he was capable of conjuring so much water and drawing in so much water energy was because his ocean caller was doing all of the heavy lifting. VES had always been content to outsource this function to his relic while he focused on other matters. This might serve as an acceptable excuse for a mech designer like VES, but it was absolutely unacceptable for a pure chi life form like Blinky. Instead of trying to borrow the power of heaven to do more with less, his companion spirit focused on disgorging large amounts of water energy from a hidden reservoir as if he was a brute. This clearly needed to change. Chapter 5869 Collective Action. The surface of the Dominion of Man had turned into a battlefield yet again. This time the scale was a lot larger than before. In the fourth wave of the fifth round of the ongoing lightning tribulation, over 100,000 lightning soldiers appeared at a time. Though smaller than the fallen heralds of Akshi, the strange insectal aliens proved to be far trickier to defeat through massed firepower. They are packed in tight formations. Open fire. Bombard them to pieces. It's not working. Our attacks are being repelled by their combined energy barriers. As long as the tribulation storm keeps feeding them E-energy, our firepower can't exhaust the protective layers. The insects armed with a variety of sharp and pointy transmutated forelimbs did not appear to be simple warriors. They were cultivators, and fought like ones. Different from before, the cultivators were relatively weak, but they excelled at casting and maintaining cooperative spells. Each formation consisting of tens of thousands of lightning soldiers was able to cast a mass energy barrier spell that absorbed incoming attacks with ease. The good news was that the incoming firepower from the 5 Dread Marine divisions that replaced the 6th Giant Trapper division forced the enemy formations spread across the hull to hunker down. The aliens did not have enough spare cultivators left to organize any coordinated counterattacks. Explosions, energy beams, and projectiles continually rippled against the exterior of the shining metallic bubble that surrounded the insect formations. The insect species clearly possessed a strong affinity with the metal element, but combining it with tribulation lightning caused their cultivation techniques to become a lot stronger than normal. It was enough to stymy the Dread Marines arrayed against them. No matter how quickly the Rubicon spatial transfer system filled up the emptied missile launchers with new warheads, the continuous barrage high-yield missiles failed to break open the powerful metallic barriers. Several Dread Marine divisions once decided to regroup and focus fire on one of the enemy formations. That turned out to be a mistake because the metallic insects quickly redirected thousands of their own number to drilling through the hull of the Dominion of Man. Each and every insect was able to chew through the resilient transphasic hyperalloys with great difficulty, even when they empowered their mandibles with metal-attributed E-energy. The progress of a single insect was rather slow, but when thousands of them worked together to create a large hole, the section of hull plating started to break down disturbingly quickly. Return to your previous assignments. Do not let any of the insect formations have free rein. The ongoing battle quickly returned to a stalemate, but one that favored the enemy more than the defenders. Though the Dread Marines had not suffered any significant casualties so far, it had never been the goal of the tribulation soldiers to defeat these soldiers. The insect formation still had spare metallic insects left to chew through the hull plating. No matter how many meters they had to drill in order to breach into the interior of the Dominion of Man, the insects worked tirelessly to open up a gap that could be exploited by subsequent lightning soldiers or more direct tribulation attacks. Stop them at all cost. The 5 Dread Marine divisions amped up the pressure. Over 50,000 Dread Marines attacked from afar and up close. They concentrated their firepower and timed their attacks for maximum effect. A few of them even combined their weapons to launch significantly more powerful attacks that could easily shatter the armor plating of a first-class mech. Yet so long as their firepower remained dispersed, they were unable to muster enough numbers to exceed the replenishment rate of the metallic energy barriers. The obvious solution to this problem was to bring more firepower. There were still plenty of intact gun batteries that could open fire at any time. There were also a lot more Dread Marines in reserve that were chomping at the bit to participate in this glorious battle. However, Dread Captain Volkert Argeel refused to send more Dread Marines for multiple reasons. Protecting the Dominion of Man was important, but it was also necessary to build the confidence and battle spirit of her powerful troop complement. Winning battles by throwing overwhelming numbers at a problem would never allow his elite troops to refine their courage and prepare them for the greater challenges ahead. Aside from that, there was a mysterious feeling in his burning heart that wanted to keep the battle fair. While it was difficult to estimate how many troops he needed to deploy to engage a wave of lightning soldiers in honorable combat, the Dread Captain already felt as if he had reached a certain limit. Bringing in another Dread Marine division should easily be able to break the deadlock, but the victory would become hollow as the result had little to do with the superiority of his armed troops. The ritualistic battles between the tribulation manifestations and the armed forces of the Dominion of Man had to be fought by relying on differences in technologies, methods, tactics, and coordination. This was the definitive way for an army to prove their superiority over others. Since almost everyone serving on the Dominion of Man had gotten caught up by this special atmosphere, they rejected the option of reinforcing the Dread Marines in the field. If the best human infantry force in the Red Ocean was unable to solve this problem under fair circumstances, then they no longer had the right to feel proud anymore. There was only one notable exception to this sentiment. VES had earned a place in the field due to his undeniable contributions in engineering the ship-wide transformation that triggered a response from the heavens. Though no one would begrudge him for sitting out, he insisted on participating anyway, which meant that he had put his honor on the line as well. VES furrowed his brows as he studied the performance of the metallic insects. Their formations were spread by several kilometers each, so he was only able to approach and study the closest one while huddling behind a dormant secondary gun battery. When he tried to use his ocean collar to breach the metallic energy barrier with water tides, his attempt failed to exert enough pressure to break the current equilibrium. It did not matter that Blinky tried his best to increase the power of the water attacks by disgorging as much water energy from the Blinkyverse as possible. Unfortunately, the companion cat was still too weak. The aperture that connected the Blinkyverse from the main universe was too narrow to release too much water energy at a time. In a contest between two different cultivation techniques, the difference in energy levels was usually decisive enough to determine success and failure. Though VES was pretty sure that he could easily overpower several metallic insects at a time, it was impossible for him to overcome the combined efforts of thousands of lightning soldiers. It was frustrating. The coordination of the insects was practically flawless as they synced with each other without any interruption. Their coordination was unnaturally good. It was not difficult to find out why. When Blinky observed the formation of lightning insects, the companion spirit could easily see that they were connected in a dense and sophisticated web of spiritual connections. The tribulation manifestations utilized their own version of a spiritual network. No. Calling it a spiritual network was not accurate enough. Compared to the works of VES, the lightning soldiers employed a much more sophisticated and evolved version of a network. Blinky clearly observed the presence of runes in the spiritual connections. They did not simply follow the straightest path from one insect to another, but intertwined with countless familiar-looking runes that produced unknown but doubtlessly beneficial effects. It was impressive. Not only was the spiritual network able to connect the spiritualities of every lightning insect to a much greater extent, but also caused them to unify their minds and will without any risks to their own mental states. Aside from that, Blinky could also sense an unusually strong sense of resilience from the rune's spiritual network. Even if Blinky was able to penetrate or bypass the metallic energy barrier, there was absolutely no chance for the Star Cat to break apart the rune's spiritual network by devouring it piece by piece. The runes provided a powerful form of protection that was expressly put together to resist this attack vector. The only solution that VES could come up with was to overwhelm the rune's spiritual network by relying on brute force. A strong enough attack could shatter all forms of defense. Yet that proved to be an insurmountable problem. Neither the Dread Marines nor VES could muster up enough raw energy to breach the defenses of the lightning insect formations. It was not for lack of trying. Though the Dread Marine divisions kept trying out many different tactics and weapons systems to break past the seemingly invincible metallic energy barriers, none of their tricks were working. Dread Captain Volkert Argeel came close to calling in reinforcements anyway in order to end this confrontation. A hollow victory was still a victory. Any outcome was better than giving the lightning insects enough time to drill a deep enough hole through the outer hull of the Dominion of Man. Before he resorted to this dishonorable option, the Dread Captain contacted VES one more time. Do you have any suggestions that can break this unfavorable deadlock aside from the obvious? VES pressed his lips. Energy. Professor. It all comes down to energy. He said. So far, the battles we have fought amount to a confrontation between two different combat paradigms. Our Dread Marines are not active cultivators. They rely far more on their strength of arms and the technological support of the Dominion of Man to produce powerful results. Our adversaries do not have access to our technological toys, but they make up for this shortcoming by relying on their vastly superior cultivation and the energies supplied by the tribulation storm. Both paradigms have their pros and cons. The main advantage of our current set of enemies is that they are able to unify their cultivation and energy manipulation to produce results that far exceed their individual efforts. VES could practically feel the frustration from the other side of the private communication channel. How do you suggest we solve this problem, then? Our enemies are fueled by the tribulation storm. Our Dread Marines are at least partially fueled by the spark reactor. We need the latter to contribute more to the Dread armors that are deployed in the field. They are not designed to channel so much energy, whether it is conventional or unconventional. Dread Captain Argiel spoke. The exact science eludes me, but there is a high likelihood that the Dread armors will either explode or burst into flames. They are not as flexible as you think. Are you sure about that? VES grinned. Have you forgotten about the lightning-baptized Dread Marines that fought in the previous waves? I suggest you swap some of the regiments in the field with the 34th Assault Regiment or the 88th Bombardment Regiment. Their Dread armors have already been repaired and replenished by this time, correct? They should be. Volkert Argiel said in a much more contemplative tone. I will take your advice under consideration. Do you have any other suggestions? VES slowly grinned as a fantastic idea just emerged in his mind. I do. I just came up with an idea that I would like to try. It's risky, though. I need the cooperation of the engineers who are currently in charge of the spark reactor. I also need your crew to do whatever it takes to increase the flow of fire energy to the hull section where I am currently situated. I can do that, but why should we make these adjustments? Energy. VES grinned. The key to breaking this deadlock is energy. It is not just the lighting-baptized Dread Marines that can channel greater amounts of energy. I think I should give Blinky a try. The Blinkyverse was ultimately too small and underdeveloped to provide sufficient help in battle at its current stage. Since that was the case, why not switch to a much more powerful source? The spark reactor was a much more powerful source of E-energy. Chapter 5870 Cultivation Deficiency. The battle intensified as familiar soldiers returned on the battlefield yet again. Though the fleeters were unwilling to field more than 50,000 soldiers at a time, it was no problem to swap out one unit with another. The 34th Assault Regiment and the 88th Bombardment Regiment had already made their contributions. The 6th Giant Trapper Division had fought much more arduous battle and suffered considerable losses that could not easily be replaced. No one would begrudge them if they sat out the remainder of this event. There were many other fresh units of Dread Marines that eagerly wanted to earn glory in battle. They also learned about the rewards for defeating the Lightning Soldiers and eagerly wanted to gain strength through defeating their opponents. However, the needs of the Dominion of Man surpassed the individual needs of the troopers. As much as the current selection of Dread Marines deserved a chance to baptize their Dread armors in Tribulation Lightning, their lacking results forced their superiors to make the switch. With the return of a lot of familiar Dread Marines, the fight intensified, but not by much. Even though the newly arrived Dread Marines had absorbed varying amounts of Tribulation energies, it was not quite clear how they improved. None of the Dread Marines exhibited any significant differences in performances. They did not suddenly move twice as fast or launched attacks that inflicted 10 times as much damage. While the humans who fought with the evolved Dread armors clearly sensed that they had reached a new level of strength, their improved conditions did not come with a manual that taught them how to leverage their new boons effectively. This was not the result that VES and Dread Captain Volkert Argiel wanted to see. They expected the lightning baptism to provide more concrete results. I think the evolved Dread armors need to be fueled with energy in order to display greater strength. VES suggested as he continued to observe the fighting from his position behind a dormant turret. When is the spark reactor ready to channel fire energy to our locations? It has already been several minutes. Your request is unprecedented, Professor. It takes time to make the required adjustments. Do not forget that the spark reactor is located kilometers away from your position. Our engineers have informed me that they must manually override the safeguards built into the spark reactor in order to further redirect its output of fire energy. In addition to that, they must manually open up way stations and other safety valves in order to channel so much fire energy to the right destinations. We have teleported all of the relevant engineers to the right coordinates. It should not take long for them to complete the necessary modifications. Trying to modify and alter the functioning of so many elements of the ship's energy transmission system was like playing with fire. It was exceedingly dangerous to tinker with the power lines and other relevant components without cutting off the power supply. Nonetheless, the engineers bravely did what was necessary in order to support the soldiers who were struggling to fight for the Dominion of Man's survival. VES could feel it. A surging firestorm welled up from below and began to pump out a lot more fire energy across the entire hull section. The effects were immediate. Everyone felt a bit hotter than before. The raw power of the living spark also reinforced the transphasic hyperplating, slowing down the progress of the metal-eating insects. However, it was the Dread Marines who benefited most from this change. Each and every one of them fought a little harder than before. This was not a surprise as every Dread armor had already been brought up to the current generation by incorporating high-quality hypermaterials. Each attack hit harder than before. Energy weapons and explosive weapons received the greatest benefit as they were much more likely to incorporate fire hypermaterials. The energy barriers that shielded the formations of metallic ants rippled to a greater extent than before. It was not enough. The added pressure was great, but the Dread Marines still did not gain enough of a firepower boost to break the equilibrium. The effect of the increase in fire energy was noticeably greater on the dread armors that had undergone lightning baptisms. The metallic suits began to glow in a fiery corona as they did a considerably better job at absorbing and channeling the fire energies. Their attacks hit even harder than the Dread Marines who had not fought in the previous waves. The plasma swords wielded by the Dread Marines of the 34th Assault Regiment burned hotter and struck more punishing blows against the metallic energy barrier. The explosive shells and missiles launched by the 88th Bombardment Regiment burst with greater fury upon impact. The Dread Marines of the 6th Giant Trapper Division were able to fly faster and charge with greater impact. In order to achieve quick results and set up a domino effect, Dread Captain Argyle had decided to concentrate the replacements in a single formation. Each of the newly appeared Dread Marines had to utilize their enhanced combat strengths to quickly take down a single energy barrier. It's working. The lightning insects had done a fantastic job at maintaining their combined energy barrier while enduring a huge amount of pressure. Yet even they possessed limits. The damage inflicted onto the metallic energy barrier had finally exceeded the replenishment rate. This meant that the barrier shielding tens of thousands of lightning insects was finally starting to weaken. Wait. What is that? Alpha insect detected. We are detecting much stronger energy fluctuations from the larger alien. A larger, more ornate, and better equipped insect suddenly became visible. The alpha insect had previously hid itself by hiding in the press of lesser insects. Now that the metallic energy barrier was beginning to drain, the lightning insect commander or champion could no longer remain idle. It raised one of the four limbs that ended in a pointed spear and began to channel a lot more metal energy than any of its fellow insect brethren. VES and many other observers widened their eyes. The power released by the alpha insect was astonishing. It became clear that the creature's cultivation was at least an entire stage stronger than any of its ordinary compatriots. The sudden intervention immediately turned the tide of the battle. The alpha insect not only made the metallic energy barrier a lot tougher, but also began to strengthen it in a more qualitative manner. Runes began to shimmer into place as the alpha insect utilized his superior cultivation knowledge to his advantage. The metallic energy barrier had become more efficient. It took less energy to block the same attacks than before. This was bad news for the crew of the Dominion of Man because it negated their previous advantage. There were limits to the offensive power of the Dread Marines. They were too small and could not mount weapons that were too large and cumbersome. Technology granted them strength, but also limited their power expression. Hyper-technology was able to stretch the rules a bit, but there were always limits. VES frowned when he witnessed all of these changes. He had learned a lot of lessons about combat and the application of E-energy, but most of them emphasized mankind's inferiority in these areas. There was no way in hell that humanity could outcompete the aliens of Mech 87 in terms of E-energy manipulation. Perhaps the only mitigating factor was that the aliens from the distant supermassive galaxy were accustomed to fighting in high-energy environments. Once they started to fight in the Red Ocean, many of their techniques either became weakened or unusable due to lacking energy support. It all comes down to energy. VES repeated to himself. The intervention of a champion with greater cultivation than the rest of its kind taught VES how a single strong figure could transform the combat effectiveness of an entire unit of troops. The current sight reminded VES of his battle formations. Allowing a superior cultivator to leverage the collective strength of many soldiers in a much more effective manner could produce overwhelming results that could easily turn the tide of an engagement. Previously, VES had always relied on other champions such as Venerable Joshua to function as the linchpins of these battle networks. This time, none of them were available. His expert pilots were many light years away. Even if they were closer, they still wouldn't be allowed to participate so that the aliens of Mech 87 still had no solid clue what high-ranking mechs could do against their forces. It was up to him or rather Blinky to function as the coordinator of a battle network, or at least a bastardized version that worked for Dread Marines. First, VES needed to verify whether Blinky was capable of absorbing and channeling the increased fire energy released by the spark reactor. Do your job, Blinky. Mro. Blinky felt apprehensive at the thought of directly absorbing or coming into contact with the fiery energy. When the Star Cat utilized his devouring ability to gather a large quantity of potent fire energy that was emanating from the hull, the companion's spirit immediately experienced a lot of pain and discomfort. Mro. Blinky was only able to absorb a minute amount of fire energy produced by the spark reactor. However, the Blinkyverse instantly destabilized as the foreign energy immediately started to go berserk. It started to destabilize the first star, heat up planets beyond their acceptable range and start fires that could not easily be extinguished. The energy was untamable. Blinky was far too weak to control E-energy generated by a true godlike entity. The fire energy was not only exceedingly high in quality, it also carried a relatively weak but still valid imprint of its originator. This meant that Blinky would have to overpower the living spark in a contest of some sort in order for the companion spirit to tame the newly gained energy. Perhaps that might be acceptable if VES and Blinky were free to experiment, but they were operating on an active battlefield at this time. Spit it out, Blinky. Mro. Mro. Mro mro. Don't be greedy. You can try to digest some later. Right now, we have a battle to fight. Mrow. It took a lot of effort, but Blinky finally spat out the fire energy that proved to be uncontrollable. VES began to grimace. This was not good news. It became increasingly more obvious to him that the Dread Marines and especially the ones baptized by lightning had little clue how to channel energy more effectively. Even though VES was not a proper chi cultivator, he still recognized many instances of waste and inefficiency. If the Dread Marines had a proper cultivator in their midst, they could channel the fire energy a lot more effectively, thereby achieving much better results on the battlefield. VES originally thought that Blinky could play this role, but the incompatibility between him and the power of the spark reactor hindered his plan. He switched his gaze between Blinky and the Dread Marines. Why was Blinky unable to properly harness the fire energy generated by the spark reactor while the Dread armors showed no rejection reactions? VES quickly realized one of the possible answers. The Dread armors are already being treated as an extension of the dominion of man. I am not. Blinky and I may have contributed to her evolution, but we haven't formed a blood-fire pact with the Dreadnought. He had no intention of doing that. He would pretty much have to bid farewell to his current life if he made this commitment. He would also be at risk of literally going down with the ship if the Dominion of Man failed to survive this lightning tribulation. In any case, now that he identified the current problem, he quickly tried to come up with a solution. Wait, I may not be a part of this sacred brotherhood, but I happen to know an entity that does. Caramond. The ancestral spirit that was still in the process of coming into power was deeply rooted into the Dominion of Man. All Blinky needed to do was to borrow Caramond's power to manipulate the fire energy generated by the spark reactor as if it was his own possession. Chapter 5871 Malleable Cat. What VES attempted to do next was the final and arguably the most crucial part of the puzzle. Success could make a huge difference in this wave and the subsequent ones. Failure would force the Dominion of Man to violate the unwritten rules of the ritualistic combat setting that had formed between the two sides. Borrowing the power of spirits was a time-tested technique to VES. He had done it plenty of times in the past, but he had never done so during a lightning tribulation. The storm clouds raging from above produced a lot of interference that vastly reduced his connection to other spiritual entities. VES was pretty sure that he wouldn't be able to borrow the power of the Superior Mother or Gaia because he had a strong feeling that the tribulation storm would smite him for the act of borrowing power from an external source. The only exception to this rule was the Golden Cat. Not only did VES maintain an active spiritual bond with the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan, but he also had the Larkinson mandate close at hand. However, VES instantly dismissed this option. What could Goldie do in this situation? There weren't any other Larkinsons on the Dominion of Man, and she never excelled in combat in the first place. She also lacked the strength to overpower the lightning insect formations. The only viable option was the ancestral spirit that VES modeled after Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl. Enough time had passed by now for the newly created spiritual product to reach a much greater stage of maturity. Despite his extremely rapid and messy growth surge, Caramond smoothly reached the threshold to true God and began to overcome this major bottleneck by relying on brute force. The efforts of the Red Fleet to publicize Caramond across human-occupied space succeeded. A huge number of third-raters and second-raters had his name in the forefront of their minds. No matter whether they revered him or not, even a slight amount of respect was already enough to contribute to Caramond's initial growth and formation. Even though the newborn ancestral spirit was wholly unqualified in every other way, the sheer amount of spiritual feedback pumping into his malleable form was already starting to induce qualitative transformations. This was an extremely crucial step because Caramond began to get into contact with faith energy for the first time. The transitioning entity was barely able to harness the power of faith energy at this point, but just a little bit was already enough to supercharge his evolution and perfect many flaws generated by his rapid growth process. At this stage, Caramond was bound to become a true god so long as no outside factors attempted to interfere with his ongoing transformation. VES was previously content to leave Caramond alone, but no more. Caramond. Wake up! The Dominion of Man needs your strength. The ancestral spirit was no longer as ignorant as before. He had matured rapidly as a huge amount of focused human thoughts poured into him. Every individual who thought about the Supreme Marshal contributed their impression of this historic human hero to the ancestral spirit. Combined with the personality template that VES had programmed into his spiritual product beforehand, Caramond already developed a relatively stern and strong-willed personality. Progenitor. The spirit spoke for the first time. Since he was modeled after a human, he preferred to speak like one as well. I would like to aid you, but I am preoccupied. I am also in pain. Furthermore, I am not proficient in the combat methods that you require from me. I may not be able to meet your expectations. It was difficult for a spirit modeled after a fearless and indomitable human hero to admit weakness, but it took true courage for a proud personality to be frank with his shortcomings. VES could already sense that Caramon's evolution was anything but perfect. There was always a price to pay. Gaia had been in the exact same position in the past. She was still attempting to correct her glaring defects to this day. I am aware of your difficulties, but this is exactly why you must work together with me. This lightning tribulation is not only a test for the dominion of man. It is also a test for you. Further delays won't improve your situation. In fact, it is better for you to enter the fight right away. You have many defects that can still be fixed or reduced by baptizing you with tribulation lightning. Besides, these dread marines need your power. Each of them are fighting on behalf of the human race one way or another. The least you can do is to join their side. This is what the real Supreme Marshal would do if he was in your place. Caramon did not offer any words in response. His answer came in the form of deeds. When Caramon began to open himself up to cooperation despite his relatively flawed and fragile state, VES smiled and commanded Blinky to channel the newly created spiritual entity. This was the first time he performed this particular technique with Blinky. It was a lot different from his usual modus operandi, but there was no reason why it shouldn't work. Blinky was a direct extension of his own spirituality. It was capable of performing the exact same spiritual techniques as himself. The difference was that Blinky's own nature would result in substantially different effects. What happened next blew VES away. Unlike the instances where VES called down different design spirits when he needed to borrow their power, Blinky proved to be a lot more accommodating to the foreign spirits. It helped that he was a pure energy-based life form who excelled at energy manipulation. His sense of self was also much weaker than that of VES. Whatever the case, when Caramon began to descend onto Blinky, the body of the companion spirit began to stretch into a shape that deviated enormously from a cat. Blinky's form gradually morphed into one that looked incredibly iconic to VES and every modern human. Of all of the changes VES anticipated when he decided to let Blinky channel the ancestral spirit, he never expected his companion spirit to outright take on Caramon's form. The ancestral spirit had chosen to embody Caramon in his most iconic appearance when he was at the peak of his power. He wore a ceremonial navy blue dress uniform with golden epaulets and stars twinkling on the spotless fabric. A gilded saber that bore the name Nakara hung from his belt. There were rumors that the weapon used to belong to a mythical human hero from the past, but most people treated this story as one of the many embellishments invented during the most glorious period of the Age of Conquest. The most iconic feature that instantly enabled everyone to recognize Caramon Pearl from a distance was his hat. He wore a peaked officer's hat that featured an emblem of the Vitruvian Man. Compared to the archival depictions of the Supreme Marshal in the distant past, the ancestral spirit literally looked larger than life. The historical hero had always been fit and athletic, but the current Caramon had clearly bulked up to an extent. The ancestral spirit also looked a lot more handsome and authoritative, especially when combined with his human-centric domain. The only clear break from his past image was the black scepter in his hand. This was a special addition from VES in order to serve as a much more distinct symbol for the present Caramon. This was because VES did not want to fully recreate the Supreme Marshal as he was depicted in all of the history books. VES wanted to create a living symbol of human superiority and domination. Caramon needed to embody humanity's desire to win, conquer, and rule over the cosmos. From what VES could observe and feel from Blinky, he had done a good job this time. As soon as Caramon settled into Blinky's surprisingly pleasant and accommodating body, the guest brought a huge amount of power. A spiritual shockwave erupted from Blinky's position as Caramon channeled a significant portion of his newfound strength. While his control over his energies was anything but impressive, the raw power was so much more than Blinky was able to disgorge from his Blinkyverse. Rejoice, soldiers of man! Your god is here. Let it be known that I, Caramon, has led his soldiers to victory for the first time since my rebirth. VES grew speechless. His latest creation certainly developed a strong ego. All of the praises mixed into the spiritual feedback must have gotten over Caramon's immature head. Still, they had work to do. Since Caramon did not possess the right technique to absorb and channel fire energy, Blinky would have to do it in the ancestral spirit's stead. Don't resist. Try to play along. Even though Blinky seemed to have disappeared, he was still present in other ways. It was not that difficult for the companion spirit to draw in fire energy once again. This time, there was no rejection reaction. No matter whether Blinky tried to manipulate it or absorb portions of it into his Blinkyverse, the fire energy remained fully docile. It worked. VES began to grin. His theory was correct. The spiritual imprint on the fire energy belonged to the living spark. This normally meant that only the entity stuck inside the spark reactor was able to freely manipulate this energy. However, Caramon happened to form a blood-fire pact with the living spark with fire energy as the predominant medium. In this circumstance, fire energy was no longer hostile towards Caramon. Even if he was not its original owner, he was able to leverage it almost just as well as its original source. A wonderful synergy formed between Caramond and Blinky. Caramond's form became increasingly more red until flames radiated from his position. A large and powerful corona of fire surrounded his form like the flame barriers of the fallen heralds of Akshi. Caramond became so infused with the power of the spark reactor that he quickly became intoxicated. He raised his flaming black scepter in a dramatic fashion. "Rally to me, my loyal men." The summoned spirit pointed the ball of the scepter towards the nearest lightning insect formation and released a concentrated ray of fire energy that struck the protective barrier with great force. An explosion of fire and power occurred on impact that inflicted serious harm. The metallic energy barrier clearly struggled a lot more to restore its integrity. Though Caramond in his summoned form was able to cooperate with Blinky to launch further attacks, this was not a one-man show. The lightning-baptized Dread Marines had received new instructions that caused them to come to Caramond. Each and every Dread Marine felt a lot more invigorated by the higher concentration of fire energy in the environment. On top of that, they also felt a strong connection to Caramond himself. The ancestral spirit smiled at his strongest subjects. "The power of fire shall forge your units into a flaming fist. Together, we shall crush these aliens and cleanse them with the power of our spark. For humanity. For humanity." It only took a few words for the Dread Marines to resonate with Caramond and form a spiritual network that was blessed with fire energy. Though Caramond appeared to be in charge, Blinky was doing all of the heavy lifting in forming spiritual connections and channeling fire energy into the Dread armors in a controlled and organized fashion. The companion spirit had to struggle a lot to make sure that the injected fire energy properly empowered the armaments of the Dread Marines. It was impossible to exert any fine control, but it was already possible to produce better results with a slight amount of effort. Every Dread Marine connected to Caramond or rather Blinky all began to erupt in flames as well. The illusionary fires had returned as each Dread armor became a lot more connected to the spark reactor. "Arise, my very first Blood Fire Legion. Burn our enemies to ashes with the power that binds us together." Chapter 5872 Cooperative Spirit Combat. From the moment Caramond began to inhabit Blinky as if the companion spirit was a shell, the entire battle changed forever. For the first time since the lightning tribulation began, the output of the spark reactor finally found a somewhat worthy user. The Dominion of Man was a well-constructed starship in every aspect as far as the fleeters were concerned. The best minds, technologies, materials, and care had been put into making her and her sister ships the pride of the Common Fleet Alliance. Though the CFA's initial experiment with dreadnoughts ultimately failed to justify the insane amount of resources investing into her development and construction, she still served as one of the 8 mobile bulwarks of the Red Ocean. Unfortunately, the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet suffered from the same flaw as any piece of hyper-technology. Red humanity had a spotty track record with cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators and scientific experts on this subject remained behind in the old galaxy. While the big players made sure to bring plenty of copies of historical archives and such, having access to all of that obscure knowledge did not mean that there were enough people who understood all of the esoteric theories. The Dominion of Man may have received more attention than most other warships, but her integration of hyper-technology was ultimately far from reaching her full potential. The good news was that more and more researchers and developers worked to increase the effectiveness of hyper-technology. They were making constant progress every month. That did not help the Dominion of Man in her current state, however. The ship could not wait for future improvements to upgrade her powerful systems to another level. The Dread Marines who fought on her behalf all had to do their best with the imperfect hyper-technology integrated into their Dread armors. All of this meant that before Caramond descended onto Blinky, the Dread Marines working to overcome the communal energy barriers of the strange metal-attributed insects had been squandering much of the fire energy flowing in their direction. No more. As Caramond gained command over the nearby fire energy that was flowing at an increasing rate due to adjustments made to the energy transmission system of the Dreadnought, Blinky was finally able to ensure the Dread armors harnessed this power in a more effective manner. It was difficult. Blinky had to split his focus to an insane degree. If not for the fact that he was an incorporeal entity who cultivated his own internal universe, it would have been much harder to pull off the mental gymnastics required to help the Dread armors channel more fire energy into their attacks. VES had worked on plenty of hyper-technology to know how it worked. The fleeters clearly utilized the best hyper-materials in more advanced technological systems, but he was a good enough mech designer to understand the basic gist of most of the tech incorporated in a Dread armor. His knowledge as a mech designer augmented Blinky's ability to figure out better solutions and enhance the power of every hyper weapon. The problem was that there were too many different models of Dread armors. There were light Dread armors that relied on stealth to land painful blows at unsuspecting targets. There were medium Dread armors that were equipped with emergency smart metal repair tools that could fix most forms of battle damage within seconds. There were heavy Dread armors that were equipped with lots of missile launchers and advanced targeting systems. Each of them harnessed E-energy in different ways. What was interesting was that the fleeters overwhelmingly tried to utilize fire hyper-materials, so VES did not have to worry too much about attribute clashes. Still, there was way too much stuff for VES and Blinky to keep track of. There were too many Dread armor models, Too many complicated hyperparts and too many individual dread marines to keep track of. Mortal minds were simply not equipped to handle so much work. Fortunately, they had a true god on their side. Caramond may still be in the middle of his ascension process, but his capabilities had already grown to such an extent that he was easily able to keep track of thousands of moving parts at the same time. It did not take much for them to cooperate with each other. There was no need for explanations as Blinky and Caramond were in a fused state at the moment. Their teamwork also proceeded without issue. Caramond had formed a spiritual network out of fire energy with a couple of thousand dread marines. Their dread armors had practically become extensions of his own body. As the seconds passed by, the dread marines that looked as if they were on fire started to dim. Their impressive dread armors no longer looked as if they were on the verge of melting into slag. This was an evolution rather than a devolution. The illusionary flames were a manifestation of wasted energy. The bigger the spectacle, the more energy went to waste. While the dread armors did not look as impressive as before, their auras had grown hotter and more intense. It was impressive how much progress Blinky and Caramond made over the span of a single minute. Each of them pooled their own advantages together to produce a result that truly empowered the dread marines that the ancestral spirit had claimed for his first Blood Fire Legion. The fire-blessed dread marines that had given into the control of Caramond took full advantage of their superior firepower. Each of them struck the metallic energy barrier protecting the metallic insects with greater fervor. Every attack wave produced noticeable results as the energy barrier shook increasingly more despite all of the effort put into restoring its integrity. The leading insect champion exerted greater effort into reinforcing the barrier. More and more mysterious runes started to light up on the surface, but these measures failed to compensate for the damage produced by more potent fire-empowered attacks. The energy barrier has lost half of its integrity. Some of our most penetrating transphasic attacks are starting to get through. Concentrate our attacks on two opposing points. The energy barrier can only reinforce one direction, but never two or more at the same time. After so many frustrating minutes of attacking an energy barrier that simply wouldn't go down, the dread marines felt exhilarated when they finally produced concrete results. Caramond was clearly having the time of his life. He swung his black scepter like a conductor of an orchestra and continually utilized his expanding multitasking ability to keep his Dread Fire Legion operating at a higher state of efficiency. The work was strenuous to every party involved, but the rush of combat motivated each of them to keep up their collaborative efforts. The energy barrier eventually endured so much damage that it was on the verge of breaking. Fire cleanses all. No alien can withstand the might of humanity. The barrier shattered, causing every tribulation manifestation to suffer a momentary backlash. This exposed the insectal lightning soldiers to the fiery attacks of the Dread Fire Legion. Burn the aliens. Teach them the folly of resisting the human race. Each alien you kill will save at least 10 times as many human lives. The Dread Marines hardly needed any encouragement to slaughter tens of thousands of disoriented and exposed lightning soldiers. Thousands of melee Dread Marines crashed right into their foes and crushed the insects despite the fact that they were no slouches in melee combat. Without any energy barriers in the way, the human soldiers proved why they were the best of what the Red Fleet had to offer. With the blessing of fire energy and the enhanced coordination bestowed by Caramond, each and every Dread Marine demonstrated considerably greater skill and power that already transcended their old performance levels. Many ranged Dread Marines coordinated their firepower and strategically bombarded key sections of the enemy formation. While they slaughtered plenty of lightning insects, their main job was to disrupt enemy coordination and hinder them from launching an effective counterattack. They adopted the right actions and completely managed to suppress the lightning insects. No cluster of alien soldiers received enough of a reprieve to perform a communal cultivation technique. Every tribulation manifestation had to fend off the relentless alien troopers by themselves. The rewards were magnificent. Each eliminated lightning insect released an explosion of tribulation energies that damaged but also upgraded the dread armors across a fairly generous area. When thousands of explosions took place in quick succession, all of the units of the Dread Fire Legion got upgraded in real time. Even VES benefited from the bounty as he had decided to move closer despite all of the risks it entailed. His unending regalia, his true body as well as his various gadgets sucked in all of the juicy destruction and creation energies to work away their various imperfections and restore everything to a better state than before. However, the opposition did not go down without a fight. Ah! The alpha insect is too strong. I need an emergency evacuation. A storm of lightning-infused blades erupted from the center of the enemy formation. The alpha insect uttered a silent cry that went lost in vacuum before it began to rampage through the nearest squads of Dread Marines. Its two limbs ended up in sharp and penetrating spears that never failed to penetrate the dread armors and puncture the flesh underneath. While the alpha insect was only one of many lightning soldiers, the champion's cultivation was at least an order of magnitude better than its brethren. The difference in strength was so huge that none of the Dread Marines could outduel the powerful alien. Concentrate our firepower. Keep your distance from this threat. Engage expert mech protocols. The Dread Marines had never fought against such a powerful cultivator before, but the Red Fleet already possessed an existing template on how to fight against such a threat. Every dread marine in the vicinity distanced themselves from the alpha insect. This not only prevented the alpha insect from eliminating so many dread marines at a time, but also exposed the alien champion to massed attacks from a distance. Explosions and energy beams engulfed the immediate area surrounding the alpha insect. So many attacks swamped the site that all of the other lightning soldiers got obliterated without mercy. Yet as the attacks started to abate, the alpha insect turned out to be fine. The champion had managed to avoid serious harm by conjuring up his own metallic energy barrier. Before the dread marines could unleash another salvo of concentrated attacks, the alpha insect whipped forward and instantly skewered two different dread marines. Though the Rubicon spatial transfer system managed to teleport the humans inside the dread armors away at the last second, it was still humiliating for the dread marines to get taken out without any opportunity for resistance. More attacks lanced in his direction, but the alpha insect moved too quickly. In the past of half a dozen seconds, the alien powerhouse had managed to wipe off 16 dread marines off the board. It's too fast. Our ranged weapons cannot land a hit when it is constantly on the move. The alpha insect showed how individual powerhouses had the ability to turn an entire battle around by themselves. Before the alien champion was able to jump into a formation of heavy dread marines and crush them before they could unleash another salvo of missiles, a fiery shape dove down like a comet and crashed against the fast-moving enemy. You shall terrorize my soldiers no more, alien. Much to VE's surprise, Caramond chose to challenge the alpha insect in person. More and more fire energy from the spark reactor engulfed his energy manifestation. Much of it started to concentrate into his scepter. Just as the alpha insect dashed forward with unnatural speed, a ray of fire energy struck the creature with pinpoint accuracy. A blast of flames knocked back the alien champion and inflicted severe damage to the personal energy barrier that it had activated at the last instant. Before the alpha insect could launch another attack, Caramond preempted this sequence by charging forward while thrusting out a lance made out of fire energy. Death to the aliens! The concentrated fire energy was too powerful for the alpha insect. The metallic barrier broke. The exoskeleton of the powerful alien cultivator failed to hold back the power of a true godlike entity and succumbed to the penetrating attack. The alpha insect had been felled. Humanity reigns supreme. Humanity reigns supreme. The Dread Marines quickly capitalized on the outcome of the duel to eliminate the remaining lightning insects, each of whom behaved as if they had lost a central pillar of their faith. Chapter 5873 Redefining Combat Power. Caramond and his Bloodfire Legion wiped out the remaining lightning insect formation with ease. Now that the first domino stone had fallen, the freed-up troops quickly moved to reinforce another division of Dread Marines that was locked into a stalemate with a nearly identical formation of lightning insects. Even without Caramond's involvement, the lightning insect formation would have fallen anyway. With twice as many Dread Marines attacking the same metallic energy barrier, the tribulation manifestations sheltering underneath did not stand a chance. Cleanse the aliens with flame. Caramond once again eliminated the insect champion that had managed to fell a few Dread Marines before a blast of flame wiped it out in an explosive fashion. All of the lightning baptisms that took place strengthened a lot of new Dread Marines. Caramond did not hesitate to commandeer the ones that had just become empowered by fire and lightning and added them to his network. Though VES and Blinky had to do even more work than before, Caramond had become powerful enough that he could easily micromanage the new connections. Soon, the remaining lightning insect formations got rolled with greater ease. Their dispersion made it easy for the human troops to defeat them in detail. In the end, just a little under 100,000 Dread Marines had fallen under the banner of the Dreadfire Legion. Each and every Marine felt proud to be fighting under the revived Supreme Marshal. Even though nobody knew whether Caramond was a reincarnation of the real deal or just an elaborate imitation, it ultimately did not matter. Caramond's network connected their hearts and minds together into a collective that was fully dedicated towards defending the human race. They felt proud and fulfilled each time they advanced their common cause. Their differences did not matter anymore as the fire energy along with Caramond's growing domain made them feel as if they had become founding members of an elite order of human protectors. Caramond himself felt fulfilled as well. He not only acted according to his own nature, but also got rewarded for each. Every victory against the lightning soldiers fed him with tribulation energies that constantly destroyed his weaknesses before reinforcing what was left. Defeating the champion insects especially facilitated his evolution. The stronger cultivators possessed much more aliens that inflicted greater pain but also produced superior gains. Blinky and VES also gained a lot from these victories, even if Caramond claimed most of the bounty. Regardless, they had become considerably more capable than before. The next wave of enemies was bound to challenge them even further, but they were confident that their growing strength would see them through. Caramond already started to pump up his foot soldiers. We have overcome a decent challenge today, but do not rest on your laurels. Every human who is dependent on our protection has invested their hopes and dreams onto us. Death or slavery awaits us all if we fail to step up to the occasion. We are the vanguard of humanity's second rise. From the moment you have been baptized by fire and lighting, each of you have become the physical embodiment of human superiority on the battlefield. Take pride in your gains, but do not forget what you are fighting for. So long as red humanity stands, the dominion of man shall conquer the stars. As the newborn ancestral spirit already started to put his inherent leadership skills to work, VES took the time to reflect on what he learned. VES had grown thoroughly impressed by the teamwork that he had established with his ancestral spirit. The notion of letting Caramon descend into Blinky was an inspired idea that had opened up a lot of new possibilities. VES was quite satisfied with the huge boost in direct combat power. Right now, Blinky had turned into a threat that was powerful enough to defeat at least some first-class mechs in his current state. The only issue was that the conditions needed to replicate Blinky's current state were too demanding. Much of the power wielded by Blinky and Caramon came from the spark reactor. The two spirits hadn't really contributed any of their own energies. They predominantly relied on the raw power of fire energy to punch above their weight. Even so, VES actually had high hopes for this new method. If he ever got himself into another fight where his guards couldn't handle the problem, he could actively weaponize Blinky by borrowing the power of his more powerful design spirits. While this technique was not capable of mustering the full power of strong entities such as Kilangso, the Superior Mother, Helena, Gaia, and now Caramond, it was better than anything he could do in the past. VES actually wanted to smack his head due to how he overlooked this possibility for so long. He had Blinky for many years, yet not once did he think about letting his companion spirit merge with his other entities. He felt rather grateful that the current lightning tribulation had pushed him into developing another way to fight against his enemies. In hindsight, it had been a good idea to restrict him from fighting like a phase lord. VES may have grown a little too reliant on it. While it was not a bad idea to rely on his inhuman physique to resist his enemies, it had clear weaknesses and vulnerabilities that many enemies could exploit. It had become well known that he had managed to become a phase lord. He couldn't treat it as a trump card anymore, as his enemies would definitely take his abnormal physique into account when they made another attempt at his life. He needed to develop new trump cards, and what better way to do so than the better leverage the advantages bestowed by Blinky. VES rarely considered Blinky to be of much help in combat. While he was fairly strong against spiritual opponents, he was mainly brought to life to serve as a living alternative to the Grand Dynamo. In other words, VES mainly treated Blinky as a complement to his design work rather than a proper combat asset. It was therefore strange for VES to adjust to the reality where Blinky had suddenly become a powerful chi cultivator. The companion spirit hadn't suddenly become strong in his own right, though. He still had a long way to go before his imaginary universe method had reached an advanced stage of cultivation. What VES truly valued was Blinky's cheat-like ability to channel other entities a lot more effectively than any other alternative. VES' close relationships with his spirits along with Blinky's amazing affinity and compatibility with spiritual energy resulted in a game-changer that had many implications. It completely changed his perspective on Blinky's combat power. Whenever he employed his companion spirit in battle, he shouldn't treat the Star Cat as a fairly weak chi cultivator. Whatever the case, Blinky was undoubtedly able to defeat many more opponents that he would have struggled against if he was by himself. It would have been ideal if VES was able to replicate Blinky's current state. As long as Blinky successfully summoned another powerful entity, his actual strength would fall somewhere in between. Whatever the case, Blinky was undoubtedly able to defeat many more opponents that he would have struggled against if he was by himself. It would have been ideal if VES was able to replicate Blinky's current state. The main reason why the combination of Blinky and Caramond was able to smash the powerful insect champions was because they relied on an external source of power to fuel their attacks. This meant that once VES departed from the dominion of man, there was no way for him to tap into a readily available source of fire energy again. VES grew disappointed at this realization. The potent energy generated by the living spark was amazingly powerful yet also highly responsive due to the blood-fire pact. A part of him began to feel greedy towards the dominion of man. He wanted to claim the powerful dreadnought for himself and utilize her as his permanent flagship. How glorious would it be for him to have one of the most powerful warship in the Red Ocean at his disposal? Unfortunately, there was no way the Red Fleet would agree to surrender control of one of its most strategic assets. Even if VES managed to be promoted to a Tier 1 galactic citizen one day, he seriously doubted that he could take over the dominion of man just by asking nicely. The powerful dreadnought would have grown even stronger if she managed to survive this lightning tribulation, so that was an even greater reason for the fleeters to cling to their evolving treasure. I need to build my own power source, he concluded. It was not necessary for VES to construct a massive and insanely expensive dreadnought like the Dominion of Man. There was no need to limit himself to constructing any starship. What truly mattered was that he needed to have a mobile power source on hand that he could tap into whenever he wanted to supply a huge amount of energy to Blinky. The power source could be integrated into a mech, a shuttle, a mechanical pet or even a backpack module that could be slotted into his unending regalia. VES was spoiled for choice. He could realize all of the aforementioned options if he wanted to. The added redundancies would be helpful in case he found himself in situations where he wasn't able to bring his own mechs along. The real issue was the properties of the power source. The spark reactor was the most impressive power generator he had ever seen. VES could scarcely imagine anything better. VES could make do with smaller and weaker power generators, but what he could not miss out on was a source of E-energy. There was no way VES could get his hands on anything comparable to living spark. This mysterious true godlike entity likely had close relations to the stolen fire scroll or the inscrutable 5 scrolls compact. VES needed to find another alternative. How can I get my hands on an extraordinary power source? The Red Ocean was big and diverse, so VES was pretty sure that he could find a viable solution if he looked hard enough. He already came up with 3 promising possibilities. The first one was to exploit powerful mutated beasts. So long as he captured one that possessed the right attributes, he could stuff them in a cage and prod the prisoner to output E-energy on demand. Suffice to say, VES quickly deemed this option to be far too dangerous for him to try. Mutated beasts were difficult to subdue as they were constantly involved and grew stronger based on environmental pressures. There was a high chance that the imprisoned beast would explode in strength and tear apart the E-energy generator at the worst possible time. The second idea was to create a pale and weak imitation of the living spark. VES could create a specialized spiritual product that deliberately lacked a personality so that it remained docile while stuffed inside an E-energy generator. The issue here was that such an entity would take a long time to grow into a more formidable source of E-energy. The third option required VES to collaborate with another mech designer. Now that he thought about it, Master Benedict Cortez's design applications appeared to be well suited to supply VES what he needed to make this work. His original energy bridge system and to a lesser degree the index system were capable of generating varying amounts of energy by themselves. This included E-energy. Master Benedict Cortez had become obsessed with this as of late. He recognized the advantages of supplying his mechs with more E-energy than what background radiation could provide, so he specifically experimented with new technologies and materials to transform his index system into a highly efficient E-energy reactor. This sounds perfect. The only issue was that the index system was not powerful enough as of yet, but that was partially because it had only ever been utilized in second-class mechs. VES wondered how much stronger the index system would be if Master Benedict developed a first-class version of his signature technology. Chapter 5874 Cresting Momentum. VES always got his best ideas for mech design when he was in the middle of a battle. This time was no exception as he recognized the huge potential for synergies between his design philosophy and that of Master Benedict. The powerful combination that he had managed to produce with the help of Blinky opened up his eyes for a much more potent mech, one that was not only powerful enough to defeat mundane opponents, but also metaphysical ones. The key was energy. VES specialized in E-technology. He was good at empowering mechs. More specifically, he was able to make them alive and allow them to leverage E-energy in much more efficient ways. The longer they existed, the stronger they became. Every living mech possessed the capacity to learn new techniques, advance their cultivation and develop stronger affinities with familiar E-energy attributes. Yet for all of their growth potential, it took a huge amount of time before any of his living mechs reached the level of the Ouroboros. The painful truth was that most of his living mechs weren't strong to boost their direct combat power by a large enough margin. A second-class living mech was still a second-class living mech. There was practically no hope of elevating their combat power to the point where they could pose a credible threat to a first-class mech. Granted, the same could be said for machines developed by other mech designers. What was different this time was that VES saw much greater hope of being able to bridge this enormous gap. He just needed to get Master Benedict on board his plan. The former Skull Architect possessed the right solution to complement his living mech. The Mars that both of them had collaborated on already showed a semblance of that. It was a pity that Patriarch Reginald Cross ultimately did not appreciate a living mech with an attitude and wiped out all traces of independence. The current iteration of the Mars had become a powerful second skin mech that perfectly suited the Cross Patriarch's inclinations, but the loss of an independent personality had deprived it of other possibilities. If not for this unfortunate turn of events, VES would have been able to make his current realization a lot sooner. Witnessing Blinky and Caramond blast powerful insect champions with fire blasts was an exhilarating experience. VES could clearly see the parallels between Blinky and his living mechs. VES became so fired up that he felt tempted to drop everything and contact Master Benedict Cortez right away in order to propose a possible collaboration. Of course, he quickly resisted this silly impulse as this was not the time for him to think about mech design. As much as he wanted to give in to his mech design urges, it was a lot more important to ensure the survival of the dominion of man. VES grinned. It's a good thing that Caramond has forged a real legion of super soldiers this time. After vanquishing over 100,000 lightning insects, the Bloodfire Legion had already taken shape. Each and every Dread Marine that took part in the fight had transformed in many different ways. What VES valued the most was that every Dread armor was able to channel a lot more fire energy before reaching their safety thresholds. This meant that they could hit harder, resist more damage and move faster. There was a noticeable difference in performance between the Dread Marines that joined the Bloodfire Legion at the start and the ones that joined afterwards. This was good news as there was plenty of room for growth. The current iteration of the Bloodfire Legion was only in its initial growth stage. Soon enough, the storm clouds launched another series of lightning bolts that deposited another army of lighting soldiers across the surface of the hull. Damn, these are elites. VES cursed. The fifth wave of lightning soldiers reminded VES a lot of the fallen heralds of Akshi. The biggest difference this time was that the aliens resembled shark-like creatures that were clearly aquatic in nature. Each of them appeared to be powerful water cultivators. Many of them had already summoned massive bodies of water that not only offered excellent resistance to fire-attributed attacks, but also corroded any metal they came across. Eliminate them as quickly as possible. Their corrosive water is wreaking havoc on the hull plating and the gun batteries. The Dominion of Man cannot afford to lose her offensive arsenal. These aliens must burn. The Bloodfire Legion was forced to split up in order to prevent the latest tribulation manifestations from wrecking the exterior of the dreadnought. In order to cope with all of the shark cultivators, the Rubicon spatial transfer system teleported 50,000 fresh Dread Marines across multiple critical areas. The battle did not start off well for the defenders. The aliens were smaller in number, but each of them exuded power that was only a bit less than the insect champions. With thousands of them spread across the hull of the Dominion of Man, they could clearly do a lot of damage if left unchecked. The water summoned by all of the sharks functioned as a thick and resilient protective barrier. It took far more heat and energy to remove them than plain water. The strong water-attributed E-energy infused in the water bodies continually made it a pain to boil it all away. What was worse was that the shark cultivators swam so fast that they were able to catch up to all but the fastest Dread Marines. Accompanied by their large bodies of dangerous water, the shark cultivators loved to engulf entire formations of Dread Marines and corrode their thick metal shells. Don't get trapped in the water. Any Dread Marine that falls into the unnatural water will not only lose access to fire energy, but will also be surrounded by enough interference to prevent a teleportation lock. In other words, anyone who can't get rescued in time will die. The Dread Marines started to suffer hundreds of casualties in quick succession as the shark cultivators proved to be highly capable of inflicting mass casualties on the battlefield. The only units that were able to defeat the shark cultivators a lot faster than the other ones were the Dread Marines of the 34th Assault Regiment, the 88th Bombardment Regiment and the 6th Giant Trapper Division. Many Dread Marine units were forced to concentrate their firepower to quickly boil away large bodies of water in order to rescue their trapped compatriots in time. However, the corrosive effect was so strong that many Dread armors fell apart in less than a minute. The only units that were able to defeat the shark cultivators a lot faster than the other ones were the Dread Marines of the 34th Assault Regiment, the 88th Bombardment Regiment and the 6th Giant Trapper Division. They glowed much hotter and easily channeled twice if not thrice as much fire energy than the more junior members of the Bloodfire Legion. Let our fire boil the seas. Humanity shall prevail. I will not let a shark melt my Dread armor. Though the shark cultivators still inflicted casualties by the thousands, none of the Dread Marines shirked their duty. Instead, they felt honored that they were selected to fight on the Dominion of Man's behalf and felt as if they were fulfilling a sacred duty for the betterment of their race. As fire and water continued to clash across the exterior of the Dominion of Man, Blinky and Caramond made sure to boost the Bloodfire Legion while also leveraging their growing command of fire energy. Boil. The descended Caramond pointed his black scepter at the nearest body of water and unleashed an enormous fire breath. The shark cultivator clearly recognized the threat and attempted to change direction, but Caramond did not give his opponent enough time to make a getaway. A huge quantity of corrosive water boiled away in a matter of seconds. Stripped of protection, the shark cultivator soon burned to the point of exploding, releasing a large amount of tribulation energy in the process. While Caramond received less of a reward than when he eliminated the champion insects, there were so many shark cultivators that he was bound to reach an entirely new tier of strength once he was done. VES found himself forced to move at higher speeds in order to move Caramond close enough to eliminate the shark cultivators with simple, raw fire energy attacks. There was so little sophistication and nuance in the way that Blinky shaped the fire energy that even Caramond was able to master the techniques after a short amount of time. However, there was no need to employ more complicated attacks as the water bodies could only be neutralized by boiling them all away. Shark cultivator after shark cultivator fell in rapid succession due to Caramond's eager hunting effort. More Dread Marines got freed up after eliminating a bunch of shark cultivators. Each of them reinforced their beleaguered compatriots and relied on a growing numbers advantage to eliminate the shark cultivators. Once around a third of the shark cultivators got put down, the Bloodfire Legion received a lot of new members while taking much less time to steamroll over the remaining lightning soldiers. That did not mean that Caramond took it easy. Since all of his firepower was supplied by the spark reactor, neither Blinky nor Caramond expended a lot of energy during this entire sequence. The only issue was that Blinky experienced increasing strain. The effort required to maintain a partially merged state with Caramond grew increasingly more cumbersome, so they couldn't maintain this state forever. This pushed Caramond to fight even harder. Not only did he want to harvest more destruction and creation energy, he also wanted to complete the final wave of the 5th round as soon as possible. That's it for the corrosive sharks. The hull has received heavy damage, and we have lost much more Dread Marines than before. The Dominion of Man incurred serious damage to her exterior this time. Many tertiary and secondary gun batteries had received so much damage that repairing them during this incident was unthinkable. The corrosive water had also dug fairly deep trenches into the hull. The dreadnought spun her hull 90 degrees in order to prevent the next wave of enemies to complete the job and invade the interior of the massive warship. Caramon did not seem to care all that much. His Bloodfire Legion had become a lot stronger and more numerous than before. His own strength had undergone a considerable evolution as well as he found himself able to channel and control fire energy a lot better. The ancestral spirit even had a feeling that the tribulation energies had somehow improved the Bloodfire Pact itself. The next few waves presented greater and greater challenges to the defenders. Caramond and his Bloodfire Legion did their best to advance their strength and stay ahead of the curve. The lightning soldiers brought greater numbers, deadlier abilities, and more confounding tricks. Tens of thousands of Dread Marines fell in battle or permanently lost their precious lightning-baptized Dread armors as they faced a multitude of fearsome opponents from Mech 87. Yet as the defenders of the Dominion of Man vanquished each and every wave without showing any signs of falling behind, everyone became convinced that it was inevitable for them to vanquish the fifth round. That was when the ninth and last wave arrived. A single, titanic green lightning bolt struck the hull. When the flash abated, every Dread Marine momentarily froze as they beheld their next opponent. A tall figure that could tower over several mechs stacked on top of each other greeted their sight. The vaguely insectal creature possessed a body that shone and crackled with both tribulation lightning and flashes of brightness. The vaguely humanoid alien exuded a huge amount of power, far more than any individual lightning soldier that appeared in the previous waves. The cultivation strength of this final opponent was insanely high, but that was not the scariest part about this adversary. What truly frightened VES and the others was that the head of this tribulation manifestation was identical to the giant head of the imperious three-eyed alien peering down from above. It's a clone of the Subjugation King. Chapter 5875 Not Fair. This was the final opponent of the fifth round. Instead of fielding a gigantic army of alien cultivators like VES expected, the lightning tribulation presented a more frightening adversary. The storm spat out a clone of the Subjugation King. There was absolutely no doubt that the powerful alien leader was related to the tall and glowing manifestation that had appeared in the middle of the hull. For a moment, everyone froze in shock and incredulity. It was one thing to fight against an army. The tribulation energies got dispersed across many different lighting soldiers, thereby making them manageable enough to get defeated in detail. Anyone smart enough would understand if all of that power got concentrated in a single cultivator, the entity in question would be able to wield all of it in a concentrated manner. No barrier would be able to withstand the powerhouse's might. No amount of firepower would be able to get through the monstrous figure's defenses. The clone of the Subjugation King simply exuded far too much power for anyone to believe they could defeat the tribulation manifestation with ease. We are in big trouble. VES spoke as he observed the giant figure from a distance that was far too close for his liking. This guy is most definitely a clone or a copy of the Subjugation King. Even if he's not even close to matching the power level of the real thing, this wave will still be far more difficult to overcome than it should. Explain. Dread Captain Volkert Argeel spoke over the communication channel. The previous 8 waves all consisted of a diverse selection of alien soldiers that most definitely originate from Mech 87. Yet for all of their unique talents and abilities, the intelligences that control their actions and shape their cultivation techniques are modeled after their originals. What I mean by that is that if an alien soldier used to be as strong as an expert pilot, then his copy will have the fighting consciousness that is comparable to that of an expert pilot. The Dread Captain was not stupid. He instantly understood the point that VES was trying to make. This Subjugation King is far more powerful than any opponent we have seen before. We have at least determined that he is stronger than any individual god pilot. According to our energy readings, his clone is roughly equivalent to a first-class ace mech in power. That fits the power scaling pattern that we have already calculated based on the energy readings of the preceding waves of enemies. He is not strong as a god mech, thankfully, but he can still inflict a great amount of damage even if he fights like a mindless brute. VES pressed his lips as he continued to look at the powerful adversary. I wish. This matchup should have been fair as long as the clone of the Subjugation King possesses the fighting consciousness and mastery over the elements equivalent that of an ace mech. However, I am afraid that the big alien above is able to control the actions of his clone. Do you understand how unfair that is? Even if the clone is only limited to the power of a formidable ace mech, he is effectively being piloted by the equivalent of a God King pilot. God King pilot. That is the proposed name for the theoretical and not yet realized rank of whatever comes after God pilot. If that is the case, the improvement in control and understanding is too great. It may be safe to say that if the previous enemies were able to leverage 50% of their full potential, this adversary can utilize at least 95% of the full potential of his clone. That's about right. VES said as he grew more depressed at the thought. This is why. I think that you should go all out this time. We are already prepared to field all of the Dread Marines that are in good fighting condition. Dread Captain Argeel said. The only reason why you haven't seen them all is because they would only get in each other's way if they appear on the hull at once. We also need to have sufficient reserves in case this clone is able to wipe out all of our Dread Marines in sight with a wide area attack. That was a very real possibility given how much power and control this clone possessed. That is not going to be enough. VES spoke. I do not doubt the combat capabilities of your Dread Marines, but there is a point where throwing 1,000,000 ants at a large enough opponent won't really produce any useful results anymore. This is precisely the case at the moment. Then what do you suggest, Professor? We need you to use everything the Dominion of Man has at her disposal, Captain. Use all of your gun batteries. Activate every Azure energy shield. Target the clone with weapons of mass destruction as long as it won't wreck your entire ship. You cannot afford to give this enemy any reprieve. This was a heavy demand, one that would break the ritualistic combat that had governed the previous engagements. Caramond and the Dreadfire Legion had done a good job at managing the fights up to this point, but that was when the enemy was playing fair. This was clearly not the case anymore. The Subjugation King exploited the conditions of this format and pulled off a move that utterly broke the balance without being too obvious about it. Given that Messi 87 had a very strong hostility towards the natives of the Red Ocean, there was no chance that its heavenly authority would crack down on this abuse. All of that meant that the Dread Marines and the Dominion of Man were in for a world of hurt if they proceeded to fight according to the old rules. While VES was willing to take a gamble every now and then, even he recognized a sucker's bet when he encountered one. This was definitely a risk that he was not willing to take. Unfortunately, Dread Captain Argyle did not see it that way. Violating the rules will reduce our gains. He stated. We cannot afford to miss out on an opportunity to provide the greatest possible power boost to our Dread Marines. As bloody as the ensuing fight will be, we are willing to accept up to 70% casualties if the survivors can boast of fighting against a god, and win. As callous as it may sound, we have ample reserves of elite soldiers that replenish our Dread Marine Corps at any time. The loss of hundreds of thousands of Tribulation-empowered Dread armors is a much greater sacrifice, but we hope that allowing the survivors to absorb the immense rewards for defeating the clone will more than make up for the reduction in numbers. This is not a fight that you can win. VES practically shouted. There is a very real chance that the clone will wipe out all of your Dread Marines and tear a huge hole in the side of the Dominion of Man before you finally bring out the big guns. A short pause ensued before the fleeter let out a sigh. According to our analysts and outside consultants, your suggestions have great merit. Yet, those very same consultants believe that there is still a chance to win this bout without suffering excessive losses. Every test is supposed to be harsh, but fair. No matter what this so-called Subjugation King has done to subvert this tribulation storm, it is doubtful that he can override the fundamental essence of this phenomenon. VES wanted to smack the head whoever gave that idiotic advice. I don't see a path to victory that does not entail releasing our restraints. Our consultants do. Caramond is the key. He is the strongest variable that is in our favor. The Red Fleet has already negotiated with the Red Association and other major stakeholders. Each of them have agreed to publicize Caramond Pearl. In fact, they have just decided to announce a new civilization-wide holiday to commemorate the hero and the savior of the human race. That is a surefire way to make the masses grateful towards the Supreme Marshal. That actually sounded like a clever idea. However, VES still did not think it was enough. That will help, but it won't tip the balance. Caramond's strength is only part of the equation. He has mostly been fighting by relying on my control and the energy output of the spark reactor. We have already reached the limit to how much we can leverage these variables in a battle. We are undertaking measures to increase the supply of fire energy to Caramond. The Dread Captain quickly explained. As for control, we can only rely on your ingenuity to carry the day. So that's it. You still want to fight this match according to the rules even when it is obvious that the Subjugation King is blatantly cheating. We are soldiers, VES. We do whatever it takes to serve our ship, our organization, and humanity as a whole. This is not a matter of stroking our egos. We are being strategic here. I have been told that any intelligence we can gather on the Subjugation King's fighting methods, power expressions, and personality traits is worth more than the survival of all of our Dread Marines. What? We have been given a priority mission. We are tasked with trying to wring out every piece of intelligence, no matter whether it is relevant or not, out of the Subjugation King, or at least his clone. Anything we learn from this encounter may save trillions of human lives down the line. The very survival of the human race may be secured due to all of the specialized counters we have developed in the years ahead. The Fleeters, no, the Red 2 treated this upcoming match as the culmination of the information war. The Big Hots evidently decided that allowing the Dominion of Man to suffer excessive losses and possibly even getting wrecked in her entirety was worth the trade-off of gathering crucial intelligence about an incoming God King. The worst part of it all was that VES did not necessarily agree with this cruel and heartless reasoning. VES briefly closed his eyes. Don't you want the Dreadnought to survive and remain in good shape? Considering how many crew members have developed a strong bond of fire with the spark reactor, I would have thought that you would have insisted on preserving your command. A life of dishonor is a life not worth living. The scion of the Argeal spaceborne clan said with a serious voice. The dominion of man must prove her superiority by demonstrating strength, not weakness. The subjugation king wishes to challenge her directly. She, along with the rest of us, must overcome this challenge if she definitely wishes to cement her status as the strongest dreadnought. Idiots! These fleeters had gone utterly mad. Their idiotic notion of honor and their interpretation of what was best for the dominion of man was completely skewed. Before he could say anything else, a powerful pulse of energy shocked him into silence. Ves suddenly felt a powerful being gazing directly at him. He became frightened out of his wits when the clone of the subjugation king directly gazed in his direction. $$and $. I have given you the grace to engage in discourse with others, but my patience is expiring. Move closer, little creator. Damn. The subjugation king spoke directly to Ves. I am okay, your majesty or whatever I am supposed to call you. I am not the person in charge here. I can interpret your messages to the captain of this ship if you wish. The alien began to exude greater power. This was not a good sign. Irrelevant. When I issue a command, I expect you to obey. Before Ves could offer an excuse, he suddenly yelped as he felt his new soul mark turn into an anchor of a translucent chain. The clone happened to hold the other end of this bizarre line. The powerful tribulation manifestation yanked at once, causing Ves to fly into the dangerous entity's direction. Chapter 5876 Alien Motivations. Ves did not want to have a direct conversation with the subjugation king. The alien god king evidently entertained different thoughts. That was how Ves found himself yanked before the feet of the tall and enormous tribulation manifestation. While the clone of the powerful alien leader was shorter than most juggernauts, his current form easily towered over Mech's. Combined with all of the raw power packed inside his glowing form, Ves felt incredibly nervous. This was a powerhouse that could probably beat him up and crush his true body, especially when he went all out. The difference in combat power was just too great to imagine any other outcome. Still, given that a soul chain or whatever had already yanked him out of his hiding spot and brought him before the feet of this alien powerhouse, Ves did not think it was a good idea to turn tail and run as far as possible. The clone of the subjugation king peered down at his relatively tiny form with ominous glowing eyes. Those three eyes were eerie as hell. When Ves gazed up at them at this range, he felt as if he was being pulled into a pit of despair. Impressions of chains, enslaved aliens, and broken empires flashed through his mind. This was an alien tyrant who never bothered to hide his true nature. Deception was beneath him because he always tried his best to be the oppressor rather than the oppressed. This was an ambitious leader who did not hesitate to ruin countless people's lives just to satisfy the incessant need to enslave people. There was no way Ves could weasel himself out of a confrontation. Since that was the case, he might as well stand and hear what the subjugation king had to say. $number and at dot. You are an interesting mortal. I have been called that way. At % and number $. Your soul is tainted with sin beyond reckoning. You have no respect for rules. You do not even hesitate to violate the most sacred of taboos. Ves nervously smiled back. With all due respect, I cannot agree with your assessment. Perhaps we are divided by cultural differences, but I can assure you that I am an upstanding member of my civilization. % number $. False. Let's just agree to disagree, shall we? Why have you called me over? $number and dot. You hold so much power and potential, yet you are squandering it by pretending to be a coward. I am not a soldier. Ves retorted. I am a creator, as you yourself have obviously recognized. My role is not to fight enemies directly. My job is to support the ones that do. This is why my companion spirit over there is doing the fighting in my stead. The clone of the subjugation king briefly glanced towards the fusion between Caramond and Blinky. Number $% and at number dot. Intriguing attempts at soul forging. This is far beyond what a mortal such as yourself should be capable of. You may be creator, but that does not exclude other possibilities. You are a fighter. Your body holds power that far exceeds the rest of these mortals. Damn, it was too much to hope that the subjugation king would overlook his phase lord cultivation. I may possess the raw strength, but I have not earned it by myself. It was given to me by multiple lightning tribulations. I do not have the training that allows me to leverage my strengths effectively. I do not have the time or motivation to train in combat when my main vocation is to create products for my fellow humans. The mouth of the powerful alien began to move in a more agitated fashion. An explosion of anger erupted from the clone, forcing Ves to step backwards while trying to fend off disorienting illusions that made him want to go mad. And number $% at. No valued slave of mine is allowed to show so much weakness. Every slave that bears my mark must meet my standards, or suffer the consequences for their incompetence. I have recognized your worth, little creator, so you must suspend your craven behavior and defend what little honor and pride that you are allowed to possess. Ves continued to step back until the alien finished his furious tirade. I am not your slave. The clone that was clearly driven by a god king that was located hundreds of thousands of light years away suddenly swapped his anger with amusement. And $at dot. That is a more acceptable response. No valued slave deserves to hold my appreciation if he has surrendered to his subjugation. I will enjoy breaking your resistance once I have retrieved you. I expect you to defy me to the best of your ability. It would be better if you have not surrendered in full. What kind of sicko was this subjugation king? The more Ves listened to the ugly alien speech of this god king, the more he became certain that it would be better for him to commit suicide than let the powerful alien capture him alive. So you expect me to fight against you? I can't. The difference in power is too great. Your tribulation manifestation is too strong, and your true comprehension is far too high. Number at dot. Nothing is fair. You will fight directly, or I will break your body and crush this odd but interesting ship of yours. Show me what you can truly do. Prove me right by demonstrating that you are a valued slave. I will fight you to the best of my ability, but only if you reply to my questions with truthful, sincere, and relevant answers. Ves said as he summoned a lot more courage than he possessed. It was not easy for him to confront a god king. Even if the alien in question was only able to channel a fraction of his enormous power to this distant location, that was still far more than Ves wanted to confront by himself. The reason why he suddenly issued this term was because he remained in constant contact with Dread Captain Volkert Argeel at this time. It might not look like it, but he had been using his cranial implant to discreetly relay a transcript of his conversation with the Subjugation King. That would hopefully get passed on to the Tier 1 galactic citizens who most definitely had to be paying attention to this ongoing tribulation event. Though Ves had taken an awful risk by issuing a request when he was in no position to bargain, the Subjugation King did not grow angry again. It looked as if he remained amused by the antics of his latest pet. End number at $% at dot. You and your pathetic race of primitives wish to learn my secrets in the hopes of resisting my inevitable subjugation of your tiny galaxy. I admire your courage, if not your wisdom. It is better for your race to resist the inevitable than to surrender without a fight. If giving your race information will inspire false hope, then I am willing to indulge you, but only briefly. That actually worked. Ves hadn't actually been sure about this gambit, but he did not expect the Subjugation King to be so arrogant and full of himself that he would actually be willing to supply a few answers. Of course, the alien God King's willingness to do so only lasted until he wanted to start the next bout. Are you the only God King from your native galaxy sent to subjugate our galaxy? At $and $% dot. The empire that illuminates the cosmos is respected and feared across our galaxy. No other Krelian king will violate my prerogative. Only a single king of my stature is enough to subjugate your dim sea of stars. The other tribes should know better than to deprive me of my slaves. If there are alien kings who are unintelligent enough to claim you for myself, I shall squeeze the life out of their misbegotten souls. That was good news if it was true. Ves knew that a lot of Big Hots gained a lot of relief after learning that the Subjugation King likely wasn't accompanied by any other god kings. Of course, there was always a chance that the alien powerhouse lied. Ves did not think so. Despite the immense power gap, he still sensed that the Subjugation King truly meant what he said. That still left open another possibility, though. Another god king may be trying to sneak to the Red Ocean anyway, but he had evidently managed to hide his presence so well that not even the Subjugation King had a clue. What are your strengths and weaknesses in combat? Number $and at dot. You will have to discern that for yourself when we engage in battle. Oh well. Sensing that the Subjugation Kings had lost almost all of his patience, Ves quickly asked his remaining questions. Are you the strongest leader of your empire, or do you answer to a higher authority? A wave of anger erupted from the powerful clone. Ves took a few more steps back as his mind became disoriented with bright flashes of light. Number and number at $%. The great lighthouse should have been mine. I was fated to become the brilliant lord. It is only through chance and the machinations of my enemy that I have stumbled on the cusp of victory. Another of my kind may have conquered the great lighthouse, but I shall challenge it once again once I have redeemed myself. Your pitiful galaxy is too small for my liking, but it contains unique resources and interesting slaves that may prove useful in my next attempt. You are destined to become a small part in a great plan to subjugate my galaxy. This alien was a complete megalomaniac. It was difficult to determine his place on Mech C-87's totem pole, but Ves guessed that he was actually blowharding to an extent. The Subjugation King had to be subordinate to a more powerful leader, or else he wouldn't have been assigned to this chore. Nevertheless, that still did not provide much comfort to Ves. If the Subjugation King did not completely fabricate his story, he must have been a candidate for ascending to the highest seat of his empire. The fact that he almost managed to claim it meant that he probably ranked closer to the top. The fact that he ultimately failed and left in disgrace meant that there was an even stronger Krelian God King. There might even be a possibility that the true leader of the Krelian Empire had reached the 5th major cultivation rank. In any case, VES was supposed to ask another probing question at this time, but the clone made a cutting gesture that was easy to interpret. Number and $%. Silent, slave. I expect you to fight rather than to engage in discourse. Prove your worth as my possession and I may grant leniency to you when I have arrived to subjugate your entire race. The punishment for failure is the destruction of this entire ship and the elimination of all mortals inside. VES felt a lot more nervous at the thought of engaging in direct combat against an enemy whose cultivation was far superior to his own. How is this fight fair? You are too powerful and too proficient in manipulating energy to give me a realistic chance at winning. The Krelian God King directed a feeling of contempt towards VES. $number and $number at and $number dot. If you and your mortal minions fight as you have previously done, then it is true that victory shall remain out of your reach. You must hold nothing back, but even that is not sufficient. You must combine your existing advantages and summon the strength to defeat this lesser imitation of mine in open combat. Pass my challenge, and you will be richly rewarded. VES could easily believe that. The tribulation storm may have bent to the subjugation king's demands, but that had already provoked a counter-response. It should be impossible for the heavenly authorities to remain ignorant of this hijacking. The least they could do was to offer greater compensation in return. I will fight you, but not because I want to prove that I am your valued slave. I will fight because you are an enemy of the human race. That is all. I will never accept the authority of an alien such as yourself while red humanity stands. Chapter 5877 Cataclysmic Power. As the fight was about to commence, VES quickly prepared his equipment. He had made sure to stash away all of his redundant gadgets and tools inside the Vault of Eternity. The only pieces of equipment that he dared to carry was the unending regalia and the flower parasol. As shameful as it looked, VES prized safety over dignity, so he firmly gripped the handle and made sure to cover most of his body behind the embroidered pink fabric. He made sure to remember the various tools he could quickly pull out of his vault if the situation called for it. Due to prior incidents, he already stocked his vault with a multitude of spare nanosuits in case his current one fell apart for whatever reason. If the clone of the subjugation king forced out his true body, it would be embarrassing to fight in this pivotal battle when he was completely naked. Despite his claim that he would be going all out, he did not want to fight like a phase lord. This was not a fight he could win by relying on physical force or spatial tricks. Unfolding his true body would be counterproductive as he would just turn himself into a bigger target. For now, VES wanted to rely on maintaining the merger between Caramond and Blinky. A lot of time had passed since Caramond came to life. The ancestral entity had not only absorbed a lot more faith and spiritual feedback, but also managed to correct a lot of congenital defects by bathing himself with a bountiful amount of tribulation energies. The previous 2 waves had been especially rewarding to Caramond. He was in a much better shape than before, and it showed in how much he expanded his Dread Fire Legion. With hundreds of thousands of empowered Dread Marines at his beck and call, Caramond had become the effective leader of the most powerful elite infantry force in the Red Ocean. Almost every Dread Marine that had spread out across the hull of the Dominion of Man had already taken advantage of the delay to quickly swap out their configurations and repair any damage. Once they were qualified to get back into the fight, they got teleported at one of many strategic positions. As VES quickly swept his gaze around him, he minutely nodded in approval. Even the fleeters recognized the futility of engaging in melee combat against the giant tribulation manifestation. Many of the Dread Marines had all swapped to full-ranged weapons loadouts. The remainder adopted a variety of defense, recovery, and support loadouts in order to make the Dread Fire Legion last longer. As VES turned back to the Subjugation King, he suddenly went on guard when he sensed a sharp buildup of power. His intuition sensed an acute threat, so he did his best to brace himself while bracing himself behind his flower parasol as best as possible. A thundering light crashed into him and released so much energy that VES immediately bounced backwards. Ah! Not only did VES receive such an overwhelming lightning blast that it managed to break past the protection of the flower parasol, it also launched him back to the point where his armored figure crashed against the side of a primary plasma cannon battery. My armor! The Subjugation King's strike was too powerful. Not only did it sing the flower parasol, it also fried dozens of surface components of his unending regalia. His combat armor transmitted several alerts about broken parts and systems. It had been too long since VES last upgraded it. His trusty suit of combat armor had fallen behind the times. As VES tried to recover from this brutal opening strike, his connection with Blinky made him aware that the fighting had already intensified. Open fire! Do not let up the pressure. Spread out as soon as the target looks in your direction. The Dread Fire Legion had opened fire as soon as the clone of the God King had made his opening move. An innumerable amount of missiles, plasma bolts, energy beams, explosive shells, kinetic rounds, gas clouds, burning propellant, and other attacks struck the tribulation manifestation. So many Dread Marines had opened fire with their best arsenal that the sheer amount of attacks directed towards the clone should have overwhelmed his defenses in seconds. VES did not believe that any ace mech could withstand an entire army's worth of firepower. Many of the best weapons at the Red Fleet's disposal piled onto the clone and attempted to take the singular enemy out before he could launch another destructive attack. None of the attacks seemed to make any difference. The sheer quantity of attacks made by the Dread Marines should have been enough to overwhelm the Saint Kingdom of any ace mech, but the clone remained safe and sound as he relied on the protection of an extremely powerful energy shield. The energy shield crackled with tribulation lightning but also carried an implacable quality to them. Not once did it show any sign of weakening. It looked as if the Subjugation King could keep it up forever. However, the alien tyrant clearly did not have the patience to allow his clone to get wailed on for such a long stretch of time. $number at and at dot. Inferior creatures. Your souls are too weak. The clone of the Subjugation King exploited this vulnerability by summoning tens of thousands of translucent chains before dispatching them towards all of the Dread Marines in closer proximity than others. Avoid the chains. They are too fast. Evacuate. We can't. The alien is generating a spatial interference field that is blocking all forms of teleportation. Even the Rubicon cannot teleport anything in and out within a certain range from the clone. Many of the Dread Marines had been caught off guard by the fact that the clone of the Subjugation King had suddenly taken away their greatest form of assistance. There was no escape from the soul chains. Once they came close enough, they crashed against the transphasic hyper-armor plating of the Dread armors and pushed through with moderate effort. Once the chains sunk into the bodies of the human soldiers, the compromised Dread Marines immediately turned around and began to open fire at their fellow brethren. Many targeted Dread Marines quickly fell in battle as they did not expect the Subjugation King to subvert so many of their brothers and sisters in such a short span of time. Emergency override. Shut down their weapon systems. While it was not wise to program safeguards into a combat asset that could activate at the worst of times, the fleeters evidently trusted them just enough to implement them into their strategically important Dread armors. Whatever means the Subjugation King used to subvert the Dread armors did not extend to their programming. Their weapon systems abruptly fell silent as they refused to accept input of their brainwashed users. That seemed to irk the Subjugation King. Power began to coalesce around the giant as he prepared to charge a powerful attack. $% at dollar. You shall not deny me of my slaves. The clone unleashed a powerful blast of tribulation lightning that exploded with great force along the length of the hull. The entire dominion of man shook as her structure suffered a massive penetrating attack that inflicted a lot of damage. When everyone recovered from the cataclysmic strike, they became horrified at what the Subjugation King had done. Tens of thousands of Dread Marines got wiped out in their entirety. Only ashes or scraps of their Dread armors remained as the overwhelming attack proved to be too strong for them to fend off by relying on their ordinary defensive means. What the clone did to the hull was worse. The Subjugation King had purposefully targeted a section of the hull that had already been weakened by successive attack waves. What the latest attack had done was to finish the job and create a major breach that broke through the final layers of exterior hull plating. The Subjugation King continued to repel all incoming attacks as he raised one of his limbs to perform another charged lightning strike. Do not let the enemy breach the dominion of man any further. Take flight. Do not stay rooted to the hull. If the alien seeks to introduce more vulnerabilities to our dreadnought, then we should at least be able to persist in this fight. It was rather insulting for the Dread Marines that the Subjugation King did not consider them to be a credible threat. While that would allow the Dread Marines to fire their weapons continuously without worrying that they would get slaughtered en masse, it was frustrating to realize that they had become inconsequential in this fight. It was as if there was no way that mortals could pose a threat to an actual god. Not even Caramond and Blinky were able to reverse the tide. Their ability to channel fire energy had grown stronger than ever, but they were still far from reaching the power level and the mastery of the elements as the Subjugation King. While everyone scrambled to figure out a proper countermeasure against this alien tyrant, the Subjugation King stared at VES directly again. $and % at dot. Rise up, my slave. Defeat me if you wish to preserve this artifact ship of yours. If you refuse to meet my challenge, I shall tear it apart. The Subjugation King released his second cataclysmic lightning strike to illustrate his point. The hull shook again. The dominion of man gained another breach. This time, it was larger and had managed to chew through an entire primary cannon battery. These were the most potent direct weapons mounted on the dreadnought. They were practically irreplaceable as it was difficult to reproduce them without access to exclusive exotics that were only available in the Milky Way. The loss of all of this high-end hardware was lamentable, yet the Subjugation King was already charging up to unleash a third devastating attack. VES gritted his teeth. This was a clear message that he needed to go on the attack. Dread Captain. Professor. I do not think I can abide by the promise of limiting my Phase Lord capabilities. The captain of the Dominion of Man let out a sigh. Do what you must. Despite their latest improvements, our Dread Marines have proven to be incapable of defending our dreadnought. Only a champion can defeat another champion. This was a familiar adage in the mech community. Expert mechs, ace mechs, and god mechs had a well-deserved reputation for dominating the battlefield and demolishing a lot of mundane opposition. The proper way to prevent these enemy champions from tearing everything apart was to field your own champions. VES just felt upset that he had to play this stupid role. The Dominion of Man utterly refused to field a single mech. Even if it did have a few expert mechs or ace mechs on retainer, it was more important to keep every piece of intelligence related to them out of the alien tyrant's reach. Whatever the case, it was clear that the only way to proceed was to meet the Subjugation King's demand. He stowed away his unending regalia as well as his singed and damaged flower parasol. It was a pity that he wasn't able to leverage his equipment better, but it was clear that they were not suited for a clash between giants. Left in his nanosuit, he began to unfold his true body. The sight was so interesting that the Subjugation King slowed his movements. The powerful being directed all three glowing eyes at VES while his full body emerged from a dimensional space. VES did not feel surprised when he managed to surpass his previous maximum height. He hadn't been hanging around the battlefield for nothing. As he continued to grow taller, he eventually reached a height that was roughly 1.5 times as tall as a typical mech. That was not as big of an improvement as it sounded. His body may have grown bigger and stronger, but his phase water organs remained the same for the most part. The lightning baptism clearly did not do anything to evolve them in any fashion. Chapter 5878 Diamond in the Rough. The battle unfolded like one of those dramatic boss battles of the action games that VES used to struggle with when he was a kid. Back then, the only apparent purpose for all of the mechs and soldiers that participated alongside the player character was to showcase the destructive prowess of the big bad guy. Right now, VES felt like he had been put in the exact same situation. The difference was that real lives and expensive hardware were at stake. Unlike in the games that his much younger self played with gusto, the soldiers who bravely risked their lives to fight a being that was pretty much a god had real lives. To see them die whenever a chain lightning bolt coursed through their dread armors as if their impressive armors only worked as conductors was painful to VES. It was one thing for these soldiers to die in a meaningful fashion, but they hardly accomplished anything despite their huge numbers. The Dreadfire Legion had undergone an incredible growth trajectory throughout the prior waves of lightning soldiers. Starting with the 34th Assault Regiment, the rapidly expanding army had grown in both quality and quantity. Motivated by the ideals of Caramond and powered by the fire energy supplied by the spark reactors, the empowered Dread Marines had become far stronger than they used to at the start of the battle. Each of these elite infantry units could easily defeat 10 times if not 100 times their regular counterparts. To realize that all of that effort and investment was going to waste whenever their final adversary was flinging chain lightning bolts every once in a while frustrated VES immensely. The Subjugation King clearly did not bother to show any respect towards the valiant Dread Marines that irrationally continued to fire their weapons at the massive target despite the lack of obvious results. They deserved much more. The Dreadfire Legion still committed to a pure infantry battle despite the fact that the clone was as powerful if not more than an ace mech. Ordinary ace mechs shouldn't have been able to breach the thick and resilient hull plating of a dreadnought with such ease. The Subjugation King was clearly utilizing his superior grasp of energy manipulation and the elements to optimize his destructive attacks to an insane degree. The Dominion of Man had already gained a couple holes, but the Subjugation King had shown no signs of abating. This was why the Dreadfire Legion had to keep fighting despite becoming increasingly clearer how badly the human troopers were outmatched. Caramond tried his best to pump more fire energy through the spiritual network that bonded them all together, but there were limits to everything. The network was too crude, the spark reactor did not supply enough fire energy and the dread armors were not optimized for this mode of combat. VES inwardly shook his head. Everything was too haphazard and improvised. The haste in which he and the others had embarked on this overly ambitious ritual had led them ill-prepared to face such a stupendous challenge. A part of VES had already begun to quail. How the hell was he and the Dreadfire Legion supposed to defeat the clone of one of the most powerful cultivators in this galactic cluster? Every technique performed by the clone spoke of great control and understanding of E-energy and its attributes. Blinky's exceptional sensitivity towards E-energy enabled him to observe how the clone of the God King was able to harness the power of tribulation lightning, and understand none of the advanced working principles. It was like looking at a processor chip. Just because people could get a glimpse of all of the parts that made up the chip did not mean they could figure out how to replicate it in an instant. It took a huge amount of science and engineering knowledge to be able to reproduce such an advanced technological product. VES had fallen into the same situation. His understanding of cultivation science was far too shallow and spotty for him to be able to understand any of the advanced workings of the God King. What Blinky did manage to observe was that the Subjugation King cast all of his powerful techniques with the help of invisible runes. The God King demonstrated incredible proficiency by stringing dozens or even hundreds of them within a blink of an eye. However, Blinky also noticed that the stronger and more destructive techniques often took a few precious seconds to charge to full power. VES had a feeling that the Subjugation King would have been able to cast these spells in a fraction of a time if he was fighting back in Mech 87. It was fortunate that the tribulation event took place in the Red Ocean. Not even a God King could overcome the inherent limitations of a less energy-rich environment. VES narrowed his eyes as his giant nano-suited form marched towards the considerably taller and more intimidating tribulation manifestation. Though he was not a trained soldier or officer, he was still able to utilize his analytical mind to figure out a possible way for him and the Dreadfire Legion to seek a pathway towards victory. Though a clear route was nowhere to be found, VES did manage to determine a way to limit the damage to the ship and the Dread Marine Corps. Every powerful attack required seconds to charge up. The clone of the God King also did not appear to be able to engage in any other significant actions while he prepared to launch his more destructive techniques. If VES was able to close in and lock the big bastard in a brawl, then the clone of the God King should have no opportunity to blast another large hole in the hull of the Dominion of Man. This was why he urged himself to continue forward despite all of his instincts screaming to him what a monumentally bad idea it was for him to approach a much more superior cultivator by himself. He knew enough about combat that overthinking at this point would do more good than harm. If he continued to entertain doubts, he wouldn't be able to commit to any of his attacks, which was ultimately counterproductive. While it was difficult for him to drop the attitude of a mech designer, VES tried his best to shove aside his many distractions and focus on how to get the alien to take him more seriously. The height difference was considerable, but it shouldn't matter too much as VES lifted off from the surface of the hull and maneuvered around by employing the native abilities of his phase water organs. The Morocco's organ was responsible for generating local gravitic forces that essentially pulled the body of a phase lord from one direction to another. It was not that difficult to do this in space, but the problem was that VES was lacking in practice. There was no way he could dance in the air as well as a light or even a medium mech. His mobility was much more akin to a heavy mech that clearly needed deep maintenance. Fortunately, the Subjugation King was so arrogant that he never saw the need to change his position. He continued to stand on the same section of the hull and was content to let VES approach him first. When VES came close enough, he attempted to land a punch. He knew without a doubt that the attack would not produce any satisfying results, but it should be enough to demonstrate that he was committed to fighting his impossibly strong adversary up close. His fist immediately slammed against a seemingly indestructible obstacle. Ah! That hurts. It wasn't the physical recoil of hitting the E-energy equivalent of a wall that hurt VES. The real reason why he pulled back his arm and shook his hand in pain was because the damn energy barrier shocked him with tribulation lightning. It turned out that this defense also possessed an offensive component. The reason why the Dread Marines hadn't been shocked like this was because they were smart enough to stay far away. Only when people like VES moved closer and punched the energy barrier would it send out a nasty shock. $@ and $@. Disappointing. Your teachers, if you had any, failed to prepare you for combat. Even the Subjugation King couldn't help but comment on VES' pathetic performance. I already told you that I am a creator, not a soldier. I do not belong on the battlefield. $$ and %. That may be a valid excuse for lesser mortals, but not for you. As my valued slave, I will not allow you to squander your talents. In my galaxy, maker of artifacts are either slaves or slaveholders. The difference between the two is determined by strength. If you continue to wallow in your weakness, your only destiny is to serve at the whims of others. Serving others is the entire point of my profession. VES couldn't help but shoot back. I am sure that there are huge cultural differences between us, but I do not agree that creators such as myself seek to hone our combat strength in order to beat others up in a fight. The Subjugation King radiated disappointment at VES. $, and Pathetic. Your race is too weak and soft. This attitude will only see your entire race enslaved by slightly less weak races. I do not take pride in subjugating those that do not offer any challenge. You do not understand the importance of becoming strong enough to fight challenges by yourself as opposed to relying on the protection of others. As your future master, I will teach you now, lest you embarrass me when I present you to my peers. What was that supposed to mean? VES took a few steps back as the Subjugation King had released a moderately powerful shock at his true body. Though VES did not enjoy the pain, he did not feel as upset as he should. This was because the clone had channeled pure tribulation lightning at him. Though the destruction energy inflicted considerable damage at the impact site, the release of creation energies quickly restored most of his wound. VES quickly figured out what the powerful alien expected. If he was reading this situation correctly, the Subjugation King wanted to train VES through lightning therapy. VES was not stupid enough to think that the God King did this out of the goodness of his heart. The arrogant and condescending Krelion King merely saw VES as a diamond in the rough. The valued slave in the making needed to be fattened up in order to justify his status as a valued slave. A part of VES felt offended that the Subjugation King looked down on him so much. Another part of VES felt relieved that the God King did not think about killing him outright. This was hardly the only goal that the powerful alien had in mind. While VES was in the process of launching another attack, the Subjugation King proved he did not forget about the others by launching a blast of tribulation lightning at a distant primary plasma cannon battery. This was hardly the only goal that the powerful alien had in mind. While VES was in the process of launching another attack, the Subjugation King proved he did not forget about the others by launching a blast of tribulation lightning at a distant primary plasma cannon battery. The powerful weapon module that was designed to pummel battleships instantly got crippled as the tribulation attack blasted several enormous holes in the housing. A large amount of delicate components got blasted or melted from the attack. The infusion of creation energies failed to restore the vast majority of destroyed components. Nanites and repair bots quickly moved in to control the damage and restore as much functionality as possible, but it did not seem likely that the Dominion of Man would be able to use this gun battery for the remainder of this encounter. VES tried his best to speed up in order to prevent the Subjugation King from unleashing another destructive attack. Unfortunately, his Morocco's organ was too damn weak and underdeveloped to boost his mobility any further. As VES changed his posture to attack with a flying kick, his feet smacked straight into the energy barrier before getting shocked by tribulation lightning. The defensive barrier did not appear to suffer any serious harm. This is impossible. Chapter 5879 Changing Strategies. This wasn't working. VES initially thought that the Subjugation King was kind enough to turn his energy barrier into a tribulation lightning dispenser. As long as VES was willing to bear the pain of tribulation lightning zapping through his body, he only had to approach and strike the energy barrier in order to receive another dose of tribulation energies. His body broke down and reformed into a slightly stronger version after every strike. VES felt as if he had turned into the lab rat that had learned that pressing a button on the wall would dispense a piece of cheese for him to eat. Again and again, VES picked himself up and tried to punch the energy barrier in various ways. None of his attacks weakened the energy barrier in the slightest. Neither the Dread Marines firing at the clone of the Subjugation King in the distance nor the various punches and kicks from VES broke the equilibrium. That was bad, because VES could not let this status quo drag out for too long. The Dominion of Man shook again when the Subjugation King freely struck one of the holes in the hull with a blinding tribulation lightning strike. While the attack failed to breach the resilient transphasic hyperexterior, it still managed to create a long trench that looked like an ugly scar on the surface of the dreadnought. Dozens of gun batteries and other exterior modules got blasted to pieces from this powerful attack. The Dominion of Man continued to suffer greater and greater harm as long as the clone of the Subjugation King remained free to launch his attacks. VES gritted his teeth as he tried to shoulder bash the energy barrier, only to get shocked and bounced away yet again. None of his attacks interrupted the Subjugation King's actions. So long as the powerful clone continued to shelter inside his extremely powerful energy barrier, he remained immune to any interruption from others. This left the Subjugation King free to charge up his big attacks and unleash devastation from his stationary position. Few Dread Marines were able to survive his tribulation light strikes. The clone of the God King outclassed the mortal soldiers to such a massive extent that their defenses simply weren't in the same league. Despite the helpful feedback gained from punching the energy barrier, VES was not fighting for himself at the moment. He was fighting for the survival of his creations. The continued existence of Caramond and the Dominion of Man were at stake. If VES failed to figure out a way to hinder and defeat the clone of the Subjugation King, the dreadnought would eventually be brought to her breaking point. This was the unspoken way in which the God King applied pressure on his valued slave. VES needed to shore up his combat abilities and fight hard enough to force the clone to stop wrecking the ship, but that was easier said than done. He was not a professional soldier. He was not a combat-oriented cultivator. The only way he could gain an advantage over the clone was to rely on external factors such as weapons. It was rather stupid to think that a mech designer like himself could defeat a superior opponent barehanded. Even if that was not possible, VES regretted his decision not to develop a few pieces of equipment that he could make use of in his true body form. He supposed he could summon the ocean caller and scale it to the size of a polyarm, but VES already concluded that he wouldn't be able to produce any better results. Unfortunately, his best weapons, if he could even treat them in this regard, were the mechs that he designed. The absence of mechs irritated him a lot. He was a mech designer and poured a huge amount of time and effort into making them strong enough to defeat powerful opponents. Though he doubted that his second-class expert mechs were strong enough to make his current adversary shake, it would have been nice if he had received enough time and forewarning to prepare a bunch of first-class mechs. Even if that was not possible, VES regretted his decision not to develop a few pieces of equipment that he could make use of in his true body form. He supposed he could summon the ocean caller and scale it to the size of a polyarm, but VES already concluded that he wouldn't be able to produce any better results. He lacked the skills to leverage the weapon effectively enough to strike much harder than what he was able to accomplish with a straightforward shoulder bash. VES needed to come up with new tricks in order to inflict actual damage to the clone. The Subjugation King himself already told him that. He just did not expect to be put under so much pressure. There was no reasonable way he could become as skilled in combat as Kedis or any other decent soldier for that matter in the span of half an hour or less. The best solution he could think of is to create a combat-oriented incarnation on the spot, but this was no time for him to create any new products. He was sure the Subjugation King would strike him with a tribulation lightning bolt if he dared to engage in production rather than actual combat. What else could he do to get himself out of this predicament? He could enter the mech designer system. So long as time in the outside reality remained frozen, he could spend a large amount of time on thinking over his problem. He could also go on another mission spree and work hard to earn as many ascension points as possible to extend his stay in the system space. Once he earned enough AP, he could purchase an expensive enlightenment fruit that taught him how to fight like a cultivator. VES recalled the time where he gifted Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson with the Shadow Dance Dagger-style enlightenment fruit. From the moment his cousin ingested the fruit, Tusa instantly became a highly skilled practitioner of the extraordinary fighting style. Of course, it already helped that Tusa had a strong foundation as a melee fighter. VES did not expect to turn into an instant master in whatever combat style he learned from an enlightenment fruit, but anything was better than nothing. This certainly sounded like a viable plan, but VES was reluctant to go through with this course of action. It wasn't because he felt this was a form of cheating. Sure, his pride insisted that he should overcome this challenge by relying on honest effort as opposed to an out-of-context factor. However, since the Subjugation King already bent or broke the rules when he chose to interfere in this tribulation event, VES would hardly be at fault if he proceeded to exploit a few loopholes. The real issue was that VES was deeply afraid of exposing the mech designer system to the Subjugation King. VES had no way of telling whether the God King already sensed the presence of the fragment of the metal scroll and everything that came with it. This might be part of the reason why the Subjugation King took the effort to plant a soul mark. It would be safer to assume that the mech designer system remained a secret. VES was not willing to expose this particular secret, especially not when it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. Ingesting a combat-oriented enlightenment fruit, training in his new combat style and developing a suitable weapon was unlikely to make VES strong enough to defeat the powerful tribulation manifestation. The gap in strength was too great. Better control and technique would certainly be helpful in allowing VES to leverage his physical strength to a much higher degree, but it ultimately wouldn't make a difference if he still wouldn't be able to shake the defenses of the clone when he was levering 100% of his strength. What he actually needed to do was to increase the amount of energy at his disposal. VES soon thought about the spark reactor. At this moment, Caramond and Blinky were still working hard to channel as much fire energy to the Dread Fire Legion. The mass casualties inflicted by the God King had reduced their number by a noticeable extent, but the Dread Marines bravely fought on without any thought of retreating. The deaths actually helped to make the Dread Fire Legion more effective. The fire energy wasn't being diluted as much, which meant that every ranged weapon hit a little harder than before. Yet, for all of their efforts, the base strength of a Dread Marine was still too low for all of this amplification to make a real difference in this fight. VES turned his attention back to the clone. The tall and glowing tribulation manifestation did not bring an entourage alone. Instead, he claimed all of the power of the ninth wave, thereby attaining a concentration of power that was so high that lesser opponents no longer posed a threat anymore. His eyes suddenly lit up as he figured out a promising solution to his problem. He just needed to copy the method employed by the Subjugation King. Instead of channeling most of the fire energy generated by the spark reactor to the utterly useless and irrelevant Dread Fire Legion, Caramond and Blinky should be channeling all of that juicy power to VES instead. The idea had a lot of merit, but also introduced a lot of possible risks. For one, VES was pretty sure that it would be extremely uncomfortable for him to contain and direct such an insanely high concentration of fire energy. VES already thought back on the time where he paid a visit to the spark reactor. He couldn't get any closer because the energies radiated by the living spark was too much for him to handle. However, VES did not have any promising alternatives at this time. The problem wouldn't be as bad as long as he controlled the process and stayed below his limit. There was no time for second guessing. VES quickly committed to this plan. Blinky instantly conveyed the change in strategy to Caramond, who subsequently waved back his Dread Fire Legion. You have fought long and hard, but this calls for a god. Pull back and keep your distance, for I shall challenge this alien with the help of my brave progenitor. Caramond consciously cut off most of the supply of fire energy through the spiritual network that connected him to his Dread Fire Legion. The loss of power was incredibly noticeable as the Dread Armors no longer channeled more than a fraction of fire energy that they managed to scrounge from the background. Few Dread Marines chose to retreat back into the dominion of man. Each of them felt obligated to fight for the survival of Caramond and their ship. They simply obeyed their latest instruction by flying further away before they continued to bombard the clone of the God King. Even if the absence of fire energy weakened the massed attacks, they still exerted a drain on the alien manifestation's defenses. Meanwhile, now that Caramond and Blinky had rid themselves of a burden, they closed in on VES and entered his physical body. The three entities had not quite merged, but gathered so close to each other that they were able to cooperate in a much more effective manner. Hit me with fire energy. Mro. A large energy vortex formed around VES as much of the fire energy directed to this side of the hull suddenly converged on VES. The temperature rapidly grew hotter. VES' true body physically started to heat up while his spirituality was beginning to roast due to the concentration of so much volatile fire energy. VES was pretty sure that he would have blown up already if not for Karamon's efforts to control the concentrated fire energy. As it was, it would be a bad idea to continue with piling up so much output from the spark reactor. VES believed he had barely gained the raw power to pose an actual threat to the clone of the Subjugation King. That still did not mean he was able to harness this power properly. He and Blinky had learned a lot on how to manipulate fire energy over the course of this lightning tribulation, but they wouldn't be able to manipulate it as well as VES controlled water energy when he played the ocean caller. Caramond gave VES the equivalent of a spiritual squeeze. The ancestral spirit had grown and matured by quite an extent after all of this time. Do not despair, my progenitor. You are not a soldier, but I was modeled after one of the best of one. Let me take control, and I will promise you that I shall vanquish this dreadful inhuman pest. The pride of humanity must not falter to this dastardly alien scheme. Chapter 5880 Unprecedented Teamwork. VES was doing a lot of unprecedented stuff as of late, many of which entailed a lot of risks. This was yet another harebrained scheme that he had cooked up in order to solve his latest problem. As the energy vortex surrounding his true body began to infuse a lot of fire energy into his true body, he quickly began to feel overbearingly hot. He felt as if he was cooking himself. His spirituality was not able to cope with the increasing concentration of fire energy as well as his physical body. As a phase lord, his organic tissue had already exceeded the limitations of human tolerances. Phase lords were all capable of navigating in space to an extent. This meant that they were naturally resistant to extreme environmental factors. Even a lesser phase lord like himself was able to fly a bit close to a star and still not worry too much about radiation poisoning. It frustrated VES that the tolerance of his own spirituality was lower than that of his true body, but he had little choice but to make do with his present circumstances. At the very least, VES concluded that his latest idea had merit. Give me as much control over your body as possible. I have recently acquired a wealth of fighting techniques that should prove useful. Make sure to summon your flute as well. I can strike harder with a weapon. I can give you control over my body, but it is not wise to employ the ocean caller. The artifact is based on the water element. It does not play well with the fire element. Then proceed with my first suggestion. It was already too late for questions and doubts. VES put his full trust in his own creation. The sensation of getting encroached upon by a foreign spirit, even one he created just a short time ago, was deeply discomfiting. However, the potential synergies were simply too great for VES to dismiss. It just took a bit of trial and error to get everything set up correctly. VES constantly had to hold himself back from lashing out and repelling the intruder. Fortunately, Blinky was able to play the role of a middleman of sorts. He provided Caramond with a suitable vessel while also maintaining a strong connection to VES. This formed the basis of an unprecedented three-way relationship where everyone pooled their strengths together for the sole purpose of turning VES into the strongest possible combatant. Although the concentration of fire energy still imposed a heavy burden onto VES, he clearly sensed he had become a lot more powerful. Perhaps, he was able to beat up Ace Mechs in this special state. Of course, VES did not let this go through his head. This was only a temporary state that rapidly wore down his spirituality and relied heavy on the spark reactor to fuel this empowered state. He would miss this incredible rush of power if he was able to come away from this event. That only meant that he had to make the most of this unique opportunity. Focus. We must align ourselves if we are to defeat this terrible alien foe. You are right. Blinky and I will follow your lead. We will focus on energy manipulation while you take charge of my body. Mro. There was no need for anyone to say anything. Their cooperation had already reached a state where they roughly understood each other's intentions. As illusionary flames radiated out of VES' gigantic form, the clone of the Subjugation King had been remarkably patient about granting his valued slave the time to figure out a more effective combat approach. Number and dot. You are finally making proper use of your advantages. I expect you to fight better than a lowly worm this time. VES raised a defiant fist towards the clone of the Subjugation King. I have had enough with your constant belittlement. Neither we nor our race are fated to become your slaves. VES and Blinky took action first. Having received lots of practice when he facilitated the utilization of fire energy among the Dread Marines, Blinky knew exactly how to shape fire energy into thrust power. A giant flame plume appeared behind VES' back, causing his true body to propel forward at a much greater acceleration rate than what he was able to manage in the past. In addition to that, Blinky began to channel fire energies to VES' arms and legs, causing their flame coronas to increase in size and intensity. A lot of fire energy was going to waste, but it did not matter as the trio had monopolized much of the output of the spark reactor that was spilling out of the hull. It became incredibly challenging for Blinky to keep all of the fire energy under control, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to keep this up for a short amount of time. VES did not remain idle during his time. He chose to exercise the spatial abilities of his true body as that was an integral part to how Phase Lords fought. He stimulated his Kelsey's organ to form a spatial barrier that should soften any incoming blows. He also stimulated his Maraco's organ in a way that he had never done in the past. He tried to warp the surrounding space and add transphasic properties to his limbs. He understood phase water technology well enough to understand how it was done with transphasic alloys. Trying to imitate this special condition in his own flesh was an inspired idea, yet it seemed viable enough for him to make the attempt. One of the observations he made over the course of the 5th round was that the aliens had no experience with phase water and transphasic technology. Their attacks failed to inflict as much damage as they should due to the dominion of man's luxurious use of phase water in all of her construction. Though the Subjugation King clearly made a few adaptations to counter phase water technology, he clearly hadn't refined his approach at this point. This gave VES a window of opportunity where he would be able to make good use of the phase water flowing through his veins. As VES and Blinky continued to do what they did best and provide support, Caramond had consciously taken the lead. From the perspective of the Subjugation King, the ancestral spirit was absurdly young. The alien tyrant had grown incredibly curious how well Caramond would be able to fight in his current state. Caramond chose to lead by executing a kick with 2 flaming feet. "We shall break your energy shell." There was so much momentum behind this strike that the energy barrier finally got struck by a heavy impact. The simultaneous explosion of fire and tribulation energies blended together and blasted both sides apart. As the body of VES quickly stabilized in space, the trio were able to perceive that their strike had successfully weakened the energy barrier, if only to a minor extent. "It's working!" VES exulted. "We need to keep up the pressure. We can't give this bastard any reprieve. It is vital for us to channel as much concentrated fire energies at this barrier as possible. No offense, but our physical attacks are doing less damage than the attacks launched by the Dread Fire Legion." "Understood." Instead of going for any big moves, Caramond directed VES' body to close in and unleash a flurry of punches and kicks at the immobile energy barrier. The way VES moved and attacked had changed a lot. His actions became a lot faster and more efficient. He also tried to vary his moves to make himself less predictable. The difference between his old self and his new self was like the difference between night and day. This was because Caramond directly borrowed the fundamental unarmed combat skills of the Dread Fire Legion. Since the ancestral spirit had forged a strong blood fire pact with so many elite soldiers of the Red Fleet, there was no question that their martial arts represented the best of what their organization had to offer. Even though there was nothing extraordinary about their unarmed combat techniques, just the knowledge and the skill of being able to land a proper punch, chain multiple attacks together and maneuver properly in the field dramatically increased VES' effective combat power. It was a pity that VES was too focused on manipulating his true body's phase water organs to properly focus and memorize all of the sick moves that Caramond pulled off while he was in control. That was not to say that Caramond delivered the best performance. Theory and borrowed skills could only bring him so far. His nature as an entity that was transitioning into a true god granted him a huge amount of processing ability, but honing a completely different body into a combat machine took a lot of practice and hard work. Fortunately, Caramond was a fast learner. His domain centered around the superiority of the human race. Even if he was not proficient in a certain area, he pushed himself towards mastering it as quickly as possible, because this was how humanity managed to rise up to become a dominant power in the Milky Way. Blow after blow struck the energy barrier. Each time one of VES' limbs struck the clone's first layer of defense, it triggered a countershock. This normally should have debilitated VES' true body, but Blinky made sure to channel a spike of fire energy just before contact. It took a few tries to dial in the right energy levels, but Blinky had managed to find a sweet spot where a punch or a kick produced just enough of an explosion of fire energies to repel some of the painful tribulation energies seeking to shock VES' body. The countermeasure was not able to block the countershock entirely, but whatever managed to pass through only inflicted a moderate amount of pain. "We are growing stronger. I can feel it," VES remarked. "We are also making progress at wearing down this energy banner." The continuous flow of fire energy was making everything hurt, yet the prospect of victory granted VES enough hope to push him forward. His true body continued to turn into a more formidable combatant. The modest but continuous growth induced by tribulation lighting paired with Caramond's growing skill and comprehension on how to pilot VES' true body were producing increasingly remarkable results. However, the clone of the Subjugation King was not willing to stand still and allow VES to launch his attacks with impunity. The tribulation manifestation gathered a large amount of lighting energy in his limbs and suddenly thrust them in VES' direction. Fortunately, the trio was able to sense this telegraphed attack well in advance. Blinky generated a fire energy jet while VES squeezed the Maraco's organ just in time to yank his true body away. "Ah! That hurts so much." The lightning blast unleashed by the clone was too big for VES to evade entirely. His spatial barrier broke in an instant. The burst of fire energy generated by Blinky got pushed away entirely. Ultimately, a large portion of his side suffered heavy burns that ate into the face water-reinforced flesh. Much of it was starting to heal, but it was clear that it would not return in peak condition for quite some time. VES was thankful that he managed to accomplish at least this much. When he was able to observe what the strike had done, he almost shuddered. The lightning blast had dug another large trench into the hull of the vessel. Numerous secondary gun batteries had become fried to the point where they turned into husks of their former selves. He could not imagine how his body would look if it took the attack head-on. The specter of death hovered really close to him during this critical interval. Keep fighting. The sooner we tear apart this energy barrier, the sooner we can stop him from pulling off any big moves. I agree. This alien should not be allowed to desecrate the dominion of man any further. We should position our body higher from the hull surface. If this bastard launches another powerful lightning strike, it should at least get lost in vacuum if it happens to miss. Chapter 5881 Reasons to Fight. VES wielded more power than ever before. Mere mortals were never meant to have so much destructive power at their hands. Though VES was far more than an ordinary baseline human, the enormous strain of maintaining an empowered state that was far beyond his normal capacity continued to wear him down. It was like lifting up a weight that was just a bit too much for him to handle. He constantly had to muster up his willpower and keep the heavy weight aloft, knowing that it would tear up his muscles and potentially inflict worse damage. There was no way to describe the pain of bearing so much concentrated fire energy. Blinky tried his best to eject the huge influx of fiery energy as quickly as it entered his body, but the continuous exposure to power that was fundamentally incompatible with his own was not doing his body, his mind, and spirituality any favors. Fire filled his entire being. Despite his various advantages, he shouldn't have been able to tolerate so much exposure to the energies released by a dormant entity that was at least partially a true god. No mortal would have been able to withstand such might, and it was only due to his unorthodox cooperation with Caramond and Blinky that he was able to make it a little more bearable. Even so, the powerful energy should have cooked his flesh and fried his spirituality by now. The difference in strength and the lack of compatibility were significant hindrances that prevented him from fully acclimating to all of this burning power. So why hadn't he died already? It was due to the lighting baptism he received from the clone of the Subjugation King. Whether intentional or not, each time his true body struck the energy barrier of the powerful lightning manifestation, his whole body would get shocked by tribulation lightning. Initially, more of his muscles and other organic matter would break and tear from the destructive energies coursing through his body, but the creation energies that came after magically put everything back together. This effect did not always work as ideal as he wished, but VES found that as long as the counter-shocks were not too strong, his damaged flesh would always find a way to bounce back somehow. Each time this happened, his flesh became a tiny bit stronger. Since VES was extremely sensitive towards any manifestations of growth, he could easily track the slow but continuous rate of improvement of his phase lord cultivation. He was already sure that his phase water concentration had grown by at least 0.5%. This might not sound like much, but it was a huge proportional improvement compared to his state from before the lightning tribulation. A higher phase water concentration not only meant that he had a lot more phase water circulating through his veins, but also enabled him to expand the size of his body by another margin. VES actively increased his height and size to his new limit whenever possible. Letting his body expand on a gradual basis allowed Caramond to adjust to the new physical realities of gaining more mass without throwing him off guard. It helped that a larger and stronger body was able to tolerate the counter-shocks a little better. This did not reduce his agony, though. When Caramond found out that VES' true body gradually became more tolerant towards tribulation lightning, he sped up his pace and stuck increasingly closer to his target. The cycle of destruction and rebirth was not contained to his massive true body either. VES could feel that his spirituality was getting cracked and healed at a dizzying pace during this fight. The pain of feeling his most fundamental part of himself get torn and glued back together in a repetitive cycle made his state even more unbearable. Combined with the strain of withstanding so much exposure of fire energy, any lesser being would have been driven mad a lot sooner. Still, as much as VES increasingly felt the urge to retreat or kill himself to escape all of this misery, he refused to give in to these easy cop-outs. This was hardly the first time he endured great pain in the hopes of earning a greater payoff. Intellectually, he knew that this suffering was only temporary, and that the rewards for pushing through was more than worth the price. The feedback of restoring his injuries and promoting his growth after every destruction and rebirth cycle was a powerful motivator that drove him to endure the constant pain. It had been quite a while since he last managed to promote his phase lord cultivation. Already, his body had exceeded the proportions of a typical second-class mech. His height had almost doubled from his previous state, and he was gradually reducing his size difference with the clone of the Subjugation King. When it came to phase lords, bigger was better. His spatial abilities grew stronger due to multiplying the amount of phase water he had at his disposal. His spatial barrier became increasingly stronger and helped a lot with reducing the sting of counter-shocks whenever the clone of the Subjugation King launched another destructive lightning attack. Greater size translated into greater mass. This not only allowed Caramond to put more momentum behind his string of attacks, but also made VES a lot harder to assassinate. Already, VES had less to fear from ordinary mechs. If VES ever managed to evolve into a greater phase lord, then the only way to kill him in a short amount of time was to employ a planetoid killing weapon. An even stronger reason for him to grit his teeth and endure all of the punishment was the steady growth and refinement of his spirituality. Typical mech designers had to work hard to achieve the same progress over decades. As passive cultivators, there was not much they could do to speed up their growth in spiritual strength. While there was far more to becoming a successful mech designer than possessing a lot of raw spiritual strength, it certainly made any professional's job a lot easier if they had more to spare. At the very least, VES vaguely felt that he was shaving off years from the threshold where he could potentially trigger his ascension to the rank of master mech designer. This did not mean it was a good idea to do so. He still needed to develop his design philosophy, expand his knowledge base and design a lot of different mechs before he was ready to take the next step. The benefit to growing his spirituality so much was that he would not get bottlenecked by this requirement when the time had finally come. The imaginary planet grew larger and stronger. Everything became a little more solid and stable than before. Even the very boundaries responsible for protecting and containing the Blinkyverse grew firmer. It became increasingly harder for hostile parties to intrude into this private space. Of course, Blinky benefited a lot more from all of this growth. The lightning baptism affected him as well. Not only was it improving his capacity to serve as a summoning vessel for the likes of Caramond, the Blinkyverse also experienced a lot of improvement. Blinky actually played an important role in reducing the damage inflicted by all of the tribulation lightning by redirecting a part of it into his internal universe. The imaginary planet grew larger and stronger. Everything became a little more solid and stable than before. Even the very boundaries responsible for protecting and containing the Blinkyverse grew firmer. It became increasingly harder for hostile parties to intrude into this private space. Ha! We are growing stronger. As long as we keep this up, we shall save the dominion of man and lead red humanity to a new age of conquest. VES responded by curling his lips upwards. Personal motivations played a large role in his decision to persevere, but there was one overarching reason why he willingly subjected himself to all of this painful torture. He wanted to do right by his creations. Caramond was a promising ancestral spirit that brought hope and strength in a time where red humanity needed his help. VES could not claim credit for the initial development of the dominion of man, but now that he had transformed her into a living dreadnought with insane potential, he gained a sense of responsibility over the evolving warship. Though VES tried his best to maintain his wits, his constant exposure to a powerful spiritual entity that was obsessed with human supremacy was gradually bleeding into his mind. Not that he needed it to strengthen his commitment to save his creations. As a mech designer and a creator, he felt it was his duty to do whatever it took to preserve his creations. The nightmare of the Elemental Lord constantly pushed him to step up and do what was necessary to avoid a similar outcome. If he was a mech pilot or traditional swordsman, VES bet that his willpower would have already sublimated by this time. Even though his current life trajectory closed off this progression route, it didn't diminish the importance of willpower. He had spent enough time among expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots to understand what made them different from other people. Careful! He is about to unleash a wide-area attack. The Subjugation King never made this challenge easy for his valued slave. He refused to be baited into unleashing his power attacks into open space. If Caramond positioned VES' true body above the stationary lightning manifestation, the Subjugation King would simply ignore his attacker and continue to blast the hull of the Dominion of Man. The only way the trio could stop the clone of the God King from inflicting more permanent damage to the vessel was to go on the offensive and drain the energy shield as quickly as possible. Though Caramond, Blinky and VES had become increasingly more proficient at leveraging their various advantages to evade the Subjugation King's lightning bolts, this time the alien had begun to form a ball of tribulation lightning that was rapidly accumulating a lot of power. There was no way for VES' true body to evade a radial explosion of tribulation lightning once the ball finally went critical. We need to distance ourselves. VES quickly advised. A radial explosion in vacuum rapidly weakened in power over larger distances due to the inverse square law. In other words, more distance equals much less pain. Given that VES was already suffering a lot, he really did not want to go over his tolerance limit. The trifecta controlling his true body used every trick at their disposal to rapidly disengage from the Subjugation Lord. Caramond landed a powerful kick at the energy barrier before using it as a launching pad to push the giant body under his command in the opposite direction. Blinky channeled a lot of fire energy into a large and barely controllable jet engine that pushed VES' true body away. VES on the other hand strained his multitasking ability even further by trying to execute 3 actions at once. First, he shrunk his true body as quickly as possible in order to reduce its exposure to the impending explosion. Second, he stimulated his Kelsey's organ beyond its limit to form the most powerful unidirectional spatial barrier behind his true body's back. Third, he squeezed his Morocco's organ to the point of damaging it in order to warp the surrounding space and increase his effective velocity as much as possible. A flash was all VES and the others perceived before they got caught in the most powerful discharge of power that the Subjugation King had unleashed since his clone's appearance. VES let out a wordless cry of pain as the back of his shrunken but still too large body had turned into a charred and blackened mess. As his body finally collided against a half-torn primary gun battery, he tried his best to observe what had happened. A large chunk of the hull was just gone. The radial explosion had utterly destroyed the hull plating and structure within a radius of at least 100 meters. Even though it was just a pothole relative to the enormous hull of the Dominion of Man, the damage was still extensive enough to breach multiple compartments and fry plenty of power lines and circuits in the nearest intact sections of the ship. We can't let this bastard tear the Dominion of Man apart any further. The good news was that the clone had finally lost his annoyingly strong energy barrier. Perhaps one of the reasons why that last explosion was so powerful was due to releasing this protective measure. The bad news was that the Subjugation King assumed a more active fighting posture. The alien was bound to present greater challenges to VES. Chapter 5882. Now we're talking. The clone of the Subjugation King had become more vulnerable now that he had lost his energy barrier. However, the powerful tribulation manifestation still exuded an air of absolute dominance that offended Caramond. It was as if the powerful God King still did not treat this historic event as seriously as VES and others whose lives were at stake. The outcome of this tribulation event would have far-reaching effects on human civilization in the Red Ocean. This was why VES, Caramond, and everyone who served on the Dominion of Man committed so much to this fight. They willingly put their lives on the line and made the ultimate sacrifice just to secure a tiny advantage in this lopsided confrontation. To learn that the Subjugation King only harbored contempt towards his opposition was a grave insult to the human spirit. VES knew better than to call the God King out, though. The weak had no right to complain in front of the strong. Besides, it was better for Red humanity if their future enemy continued to underestimate the opposition he might face once he arrived in the Red Ocean. As VES and his current partners tried to recover from their earlier exertions, they continued to pay close attention to the God King. It hurts. A powerful infusion of creation energies had done much to restore the charred and blackened flesh on his back. His Phase Lord physique helped a lot to speed up his recovery, but even that was not enough to restore all of the damage. His back remained injured. The only effective way to repair all of the damage during this fight was to allow another body part to get hit by tribulation lightning and hope that it would spread to the more heavily injured parts of his body. VES gritted his teeth. This was not going to be easy. Number and number dot. You have barely met my expectations. You are still by far the weakest of my valued slaves. Your capacity to adapt and learn is satisfactory, but you are still an incompetent fighter. Damn it. VES willingly subjected himself to a lot of pain in order to channel so much fire energy. Compared to his normal self, his combat power had skyrocketed. Fighting against Ace Mechs was not a dream anymore. He had already endured several powerful blows that would have torn any other human apart a million times over. I am, not a fighter, but I can still learn. VES responded to the arrogant alien tyrant. Number and $at dot. I desire no less from you. By the time I finally arrive at this minuscule sea of stars, I expect you to cast aside your weakness. No valued slave of mine is allowed to be as weak as your current self. Your crude technique of borrowing the fighting methods of other souls is effective, but ultimately comprises another weakness. VES snarled but made sure to temper his pride. He did not want to provoke the Subjugation King into lashing out. It was better to keep the arrogant alien in a complacent mood. I am not your slave. Number and number at dot. False. I have already locked my chain on your soul. In order to illustrate this point, the clone of the Subjugation King raised one of his limbs and made a familiar yanking motion. An illusionary chain became visible and pulled onto the soul mark that was buried inside VES. Despite the lack of physical substance, the unnaturally strong and solid chain somehow managed to pull his entire physical mass forward. VES and his partners quickly tried to stop their forward progress and stabilize VES' body in the air. Stop doing that. If you want me to fight, then I will do so. I am going to cut off this chain and remove this mark of yours as soon as I can. Number and $number dot. I encourage you to do so. It will make the hunt much more interesting. You cannot escape my chains, but I will enjoy your struggle to escape your inevitable fate. The soul mark that had dug into his spirituality began to burn and inflict a different kind of pain on VES. He badly wanted to get rid of it, but there was nothing in his arsenal that could remove the small but insanely strong mark. What was worse was that heavy exposure to tribulation lightning had not resulted in its ejection. Instead, the infusion of destruction and creation energies had caused the soul mark to settle in ever stronger than before. It was as if the tribulation storm treated the soul mark as an implant that was supposed to be a helpful addition to VES. Each exposure to tribulation lightning caused his spirituality to adapt and fuse a little more to the soul mark. This was completely detrimental to VES. There was no way that an old and powerful God King would make a trivial mistake by planting a soul mark that would get wiped away by tribulation lightning. VES suspected that because the soul mark was condensed out of a significant portion of energy that powered the tribulation storm, any subsequent exposure to tribulation lightning only facilitated its purpose even more. It was also easy to surmise that the Subjugation King deliberately manipulated the tribulation strikes to facilitate his hold over his latest prized slave. Ves inwardly shook his head. He could go over the implications of the soul mark at a later date. He still needed to fight in order to save the dominion of man. Caramon took advantage of his recent growth to deepen his control over Ves' true body. The evolving ancestral spirit no longer stuck to the martial arts mastered by the elite Dread Marines, but had begun to draw upon the skills and experiences of elite soldiers throughout the new frontier. Blinky also leveraged his greater strength. He had become considerably more adept at channeling and shaping fire energy. So long as Caramon continued to keep the volatile energy in line, Blinky was able to channel greater quantities of fire energy while also making sure that they induced slightly less strain of Ves. It was difficult to calculate how much stronger Ves had become since the start of this temporary partnership, but he loosely estimated that his combat power had multiplied by 2 to 3 times. This was a dramatic boost of strength, yet Ves still did not feel he had a realistic chance of defeating the clone of the Subjugation King. The gap in power was still too much, even after he had made so much progress. Despite the long odds, Ves refused to give up. Anything could happen in a battle. So long as he was able to drag it out, he was sure he could absorb enough tribulation lightning to finally land the killing blow. The only question was whether the Subjugation King would allow him to stall for so long. The fight resumed in an instant. The Subjugation King had already begun to show signs of impatience. Rather than allowing the alien tyrant to make the first move, the trio had decided to take the initiative. A large fire energy jet engine propelled Ves' true body to an impressive degree. This time, the trio did not settle for landing a simple punch and kick. It would require way more than that to inflict real harm on the clone. Ves, Caramon and Blinky had reached such an excellent state of coordination that they all took the correct actions to prepare a more advanced form attack. His posture shifted in a way that suggested that he was looking to collide head-on against his target. A spatial barrier formed in front of Ves to protect him from attacks and collisions. A torrent of fire energy extended from one of his arms and rapidly turned into a lance made out of concentrated fire energy. What was interesting about this lance was that its tip was shaped like a large and oversized bulb. This was because Blinky modeled it after the transphasic explosive blast lances equipped by the Red Lance Mech model. Although Ves had been forced to heavily simplify the design on the fly in order to allow Blinky to reconstruct it with the help of fire energy, the hasty imitation successfully captured the essence of the original weapon. Ves even performed the unprecedented act of forcing a drop of his lifeblood out of his fingertips so that it could empower his temporary blast lance. This was the secret to simulating transphasic weapons outside his body. When Ves tried to manipulate the drop that contained a small amount of phase water, his Maracos organ was able to connect to it as if the separated blood was still an extension of his body. Taste our fire blood lance. A powerful detonation triggered directly after the trio had driven the tip of the fire blood lance against the glowing surface of the clone. The explosion was a lot more powerful than any other attack that the trio had unleashed beforehand. Since the original blast lances were designed to make their explosions as directional as possible, the simulated version made out of fire energy did a good job at directing much of the explosive force forward. The result was that the floating Subjugation King finally moved from his spot. He had already lost his footing due to his latest area attack, but whatever power he employed to anchor him above a hole on the surface of the dreadnought clearly failed to compensate for the latest attack. Though the Subjugation King's face was too alien to read his expressions, the clone's body language and shift in aura indicated that he might not have expected such a blow. His 3 eyes pointedly looked down on the shallow hole on his lightning-forged body. Amusing. You are adapting faster to the battlefield than I previously anticipated. Thank you. As a creator, I thought why not bring some of my works to life in this battle. Since Ves had already started to fight like a mech or biomech of sorts, why not try to summon their weapons? After all, very few mechs had a habit of fighting with their fists. The vast majority of his works fought by relying on internal or external weapons. Ves had ample knowledge on how they were designed, so he could theoretically replicate their mechanisms and proportions with fire energy. Of course, this was not a simple matter of copying a weapon design and filling it up with fire energy. Ves had to heavily tax his mind to simplify and remove a lot of complications that simply did not apply when shaping them out of volatile fire energy. He half expected this experiment to fail, but since he was able to simulate a transphasic blast lance, there was nothing that could stop him from referencing his greatest hits and adapting other weapons. The only limit was his imagination, understanding, and improvisation ability. He had to assume the mindset of a mech designer in order to perform all of the analytical processes necessary to translate a mech weapon into a fire energy weapon. I will make you bleed. The fight had already resumed. The powerful alien already adjusted his body and responded to the trio's follow-up maneuvers by extending a sharp bone spike out of one of his limbs. Though it was not a sword, the Subjugation King almost wielded it like one. Caramon initially wanted to close in to stab the 2 transphasic fire energy daggers, but quickly shifted the limbs under his control to cross the fiery blades and block the initial thrust. The brief contact did not just block the bone spike, but also caused it to release a jolt of tribulation lightning that briefly numbed the limbs holding the daggers. The brief interruption lasted just enough for the Subjugation King to thrust his other limb forward. A second bone surged straight at Ves' unprotected chest, only to get blocked by an illusionary transphasic armor plate formed out of fire energy. That did not stop a second jolt of tribulation lightning from shocking Ves' true body, but it at least saved him from getting stabbed. Ves grinned when he saw that his latest effort succeeded in blocking an attack that promised to inflict a lot of pain. Now we're talking. Chapter 5883 Fire Energy Raiment. A blazing skirmish took place above the surface of the Dominion of Man. Two glowing shapes circled around each other. They frequently exchanged blows that constantly generated explosions of fire and lightning. The larger shape that glowed with sickly green lightning constantly sought to damage and tarnish the radiance of the smaller shape surrounded by fiery orange flames. While the larger monster launched more destructive attacks that often inflicted a lot of collateral damage onto the hull of the Dominion of Man, the slightly smaller monster exerted his power in increasingly more inventive ways. As the two giant and distinctly inhuman shapes circled around for another clash, the one that was actively being propped up by the spark reactor of the Dominion of Man formed another blast lance and drove it into the lightning-empowered enemy. A powerful explosion of fire energy knocked back the gigantic alien form until the clone of a much more powerful being collided against the side of a ruined gun battery. Despite the humiliating display, the Subjugation King did not express any hint of displeasure. In fact, the powerful God King displayed more and more satisfaction as Ves and his partners put up an increasingly better fight. Given that the clone of the Subjugation King allowed so many incoming attacks to land when he definitely possessed the foresight and strength to block or evade them, there was no way this powerful opponent was fighting at his full strength. This caused Ves to become increasingly more suspicious at the attitude of the Subjugation King. It seemed more and more likely that the powerful alien was deliberately modulating his combat strength in order to present a difficult but not insurmountable challenge to Ves. If that was the Subjugation King's play, then it was obviously working. Ves and his partners constantly felt the pressure to improve and develop better ways to fight. They had grown so rapidly during this high-stakes fight that it was unbelievable to think that they weren't originally meant to fight. While the rapid growth should have been a cause for joy, Ves did not entirely treated this as a favorable development. The fact that the Subjugation King never actually lost the upper hand was proof that he still had enough fighting power to spare. As both Ves and the clone of the God King fought more intensely against each other, the inevitable outcome was greater collateral damage. For example, the Subjugation King tore out the gun barrel of a nearby broken turret and utilized it as a club to bash against Ves' true body. The hardened transphasic hyperalloy struck a hard blow against the fire energy armor plating that Ves and Blinky had shaped over the tall true body. By now, half of the body was covered with glowing orange armor plating. Blinky worked hard to shape and condense a lot of fire energy into a solid armor raiment that would stay in place and keep up with the movements of the body. Fire energy was not originally suited for defense, so Blinky had to work extra hard to make it behave according to the design supplied by Ves. The fact that it worked a lot better than it should was because Ves had donated copious amounts of his own lifeblood to reinforce the temporary armor plating. Ves had discovered that his blood was not only a source of phase water, but also possessed a much stronger spiritual component than he expected. He believed that this was partially due to all of the fire energy coursing in his body. His blood must have assimilated some of it, producing unknown effects that allowed him to manipulate it in increasingly more versatile ways. Though Ves expected his blood to lose this extraordinary charge as soon as the supply of high-quality fire energy was cut off, he was determined to make the most of this temporary advantage. Ves did not hesitate to spill liters of his own blood to reinforce his summoned weapons and armor. His powerful true body was easily able to generate replacement blood, so he was not afraid of dying from blood loss. The more serious problem of his tactic was that it was not so easy to replace the lost phase water. As a result, the longer he fought, the more his phase water concentration dropped. Ves endured real pain each time he expended his phase water-infused blood, but he saw no other way to empower his fire energy armaments to a level where they could keep up with the clone of the Subjugation King. The only reason why he wasn't too worried about spilling out so much phase water was because the regular countershocks spontaneously replenished his depleted reserves. He was actually maintaining a careful balance. He constantly needed to control his expenditure of phase water to ensure it did not exceed the phase water produced by exposure to tribulation energies. Ves still grew stronger so long as he maintained a positive balance. He just did so at a slower rate than before. Even so, it still wasn't enough. The trio might be able to pressure the clone of the Subjugation King, but they weren't able to hinder the powerful alien from damaging the ship. Many times, the powerful tribulation manifestation somehow found a window of opportunity to launch a casual strike at the increasingly more damaged hull. So much of the exterior of this side of the dreadnought had been wrecked by previous attacks that the Subjugation King was able to damage or destroy important systems. Number and dot. You must do better if you wish to save your precious ship. The powerful alien clone allowed the giant transphasic fire blood axe to strike his shoulder and inflict a shallow wound. A powerful jolt of tribulation lighting instantly zapped VES shortly afterwards. Though the wound was actually a bit more serious than it looked, the clone of the God King ignored the injury and proceeded to reach out and grabbed VES' armored form with his limbs. $and $. Your fighting spirit is barely adequate, but your reliance on borrowed energy will be your doom. The clone exerted a huge amount of strength as he threw VES' true body right into a large hole on the hull of the dreadnought. VES uttered a soundless cry of pain as his body crashed through a damaged bulkhead and collided against an exposed Azure energy shield generator. The shell and the components of the shield generator instantly crumbled upon impact. If not for the fact that it had already been depot-ward, the destroyed generator would have produced a painful explosion. VES did not dare to take his time to recover from the impact. The longer he remained buried inside the dreadnought, the greater the chance the Subjugation King would come and resume the fight in a much more sensitive location. Blinky generated a powerful simulated flight system onto the back of the armor raiment. It quickly generated a lot of thrust power, allowing VES to propel him back outside the ship. The clone of the Subjugation King quickly greeted his opponent with a powerful ball of tribulation lightning that he had formed with his limbs. Yet before the powerful alien could launch this destructive attack, VES raised his arm and waited for Blinky to generate a simplified version of a transphasic ballistic pistol. There was no way that VES could simulate the performance of a luminar crystal weapon or other advanced firearm, but it was no problem for him to generate one of the simplest firearms developed by humanity. A quick trigger pull caused the pistol to launch a face-water-infused bullet that consisted of condensed fire energy. Although the projectile was not particularly fast compared to a round fired by a gauze weapon, the distance was so short that the empowered bullet struck the lightning ball with hardly any delay. Naturally, Karamon's borrowed marksmanship skill ensured that the shot struck the intended target even during a high-speed movement. When the two concentrated energies came into direct contact with each other, only a single outcome was possible. The lightning ball and the fire bullet exploded right when it was still in front of the clone of the God King. The lightning manifestation clearly suffered a considerable amount of damage. However, much of the tribulation energies contained within that ball had spilled into the environment. Only a fraction of the energies went on to fuel the growth of the trio. Though VES already started to come up with ideas on forming a ballistic cannon, he refrained from summoning them as it would continue to diminish the rewards gained from fighting this powerful alien bastard. I will take care of the design. As the destructive clash dragged on, VES continually tried to design better weapons and equipment for himself. The only possible pathway to victory was to get close and continue to shock himself as much as possible. Charge forward. We need more weapons. I will take care of the design. As the destructive clash dragged on, VES continually tried to design better weapons and equipment for himself. The fact that he was able to do this in the middle of the battlefield was a testament to his ability to excel in high-pressure environments. Even though his spirituality had endured so much strain that it was moving closer to total exhaustion, VES forcibly concentrated a part of his mind on familiar design processes. His efforts slowly bore fruit as his true body gradually seemed to turn more mechanical and multifaceted. As his strength steadily increased through the constant feedback of tribulation energies, Blinky gradually managed to form a full-body suit of armor that largely resembled the appearance of a mech. Various weapon modules started to appear onto the armor made out of fire energy. VES initially mounted a pair of flamethrowers on his wrists. They were useful at softening up the tribulation manifestation, but lacked the punch to inflict crippling injuries. He then mounted a pair of missile shoulders that was regularly filled with transphasic unguided rockets. Every salvo struck quite hard, so much so that they often interrupted whatever big move that the clone of the Subjugation King attempted to pull off next. VES somehow managed to figure out how to simulate rudimentary energy weapons, though it was better to describe them as concentrated fire energy outlets. Regardless, VES copied aspects of the original design of the Mars and implemented a highly adapted version of the Arceus system onto his fire energy raiment. All of these changes enabled VES to fight increasingly more like a hybrid mech. In fact, he fought much like Patriarch Reginald Cross, who always liked to launch unrelenting attacks at closer ranges. The ranged weapons were not meant for VES to snipe his opponent at a distance. They were made to pressure the clone and ensure that he did not recover any of his injuries. VES inflicted the most serious blows with the help of his transphasic melee weapons. Blast lances were one of his favorite solutions, but he also summoned other weapons ranging from axes, great swords, and even daggers. Though VES had absolutely no clue how to proficiently wield these weapons, Caramond had access to a broad swath of skills that he was constantly mastering with every exchange of blows. The clone of the God King regularly blocked the incoming strikes with the help of blood spikes that extended from his body, but they were anything but perfect. Caramond always chained his moves so that he eventually managed to sneak an attack past his opponent's guard. VES and his partners managed to achieve the greatest success when they managed to unbalance their foe with the help of all of the ranged weapons blasting at the clone. Once the tribulation manifestation exhibited the slightest of openings, VES' true body surged forward and relied on momentum to chop down a simulated greatsword. Though a pair of crossed bone spikes managed to block the heavy attack, the upper half of the enormous blade had turned as if there was a hinge just beforehand. This unexpectedly caused the great sword to turn into a weird version of a warpick. What mattered was that the tip of the blade managed to sink into the shoulder of the clone of the God King just enough to sever the arm. The separated limb soon exploded, unleashing much more tribulation energies that pushed VES and his partners back and forcibly fueled their growth by a significant margin. Chapter 5884 Harsh Light. Cutting off the arm of his opponent was the first real damage that VES managed to inflict on the clone of the God King. VES, Blinky and Caramond had all pushed themselves to their limit and maybe even beyond in order to attain this remarkable result. Of course, the explosion that ensued right afterwards had dealt a powerful blow to the trio. None of them came out of this incident unscathed. The detestable aliens never play fair. None of them have proven to be capable of taking their losses with grace. Caramond suffered such a strong backlash that his ongoing transition had been set back due to all of the damage he endured. Though the exposure and restoration of his injuries would ultimately result in developing a stronger foundation, the problem was that it would take even longer before he attained the full power of a true god. Mro. Blinky had been overworking himself during this entire duel. As impressive as it was for him to channel the power of a true god-level entity, his actual cultivation was far weaker than the entity residing in the center of the spark reactor. Working with fire energy was like handling lava barehanded. If not for the assistance provided by Caramond, the huge concentration of volatile energies would have caused Blinky to immolate himself. As for VES himself, the latest blow had dealt serious damage to his spirituality. It had cracked, cracked and healed so many times that he truly felt bone-tired at this time. It became harder for him to maintain his consciousness and keep up his awareness when all of the fire and lightning damage wore out his mind and dulled his edge. The consequences were serious. As he dug himself out of a broken and shattered sensor array on the side of the hull, VES realized that the explosion generated by cutting off the arm of the clone had pushed him to his breaking point. He had already reached his limit just by maintaining his current empowered state. Already, Blinky was unable to channel as much fire energy as before, causing the heavily damaged fire energy raiment to collapse and dissipate into the environment. It was as if VES had exhausted the durability of his equipment. Armor plating crumbled apart. His wrist and shoulder-mounted weapon systems melted from his body. The energy weapon hardpoints that comprised of his imitation Arceus system lost their shape and disappeared from view. VES felt a lot weaker than before despite the fact that the latest round of lightning baptism should have boosted his growth by a hefty margin. In an ideal reality, VES would have been able to digest the tribulation energies in an instant and leverage his newfound strength at peak efficiency. However, he and his partners were all held back by their mortal weaknesses and limitations. None of them possessed the capacity to recover from their injuries in an instant. It did not matter that they had access to a seemingly endless supply of fire energy from the spark reactor. Having access to lots of energy did not mean that VES and the rest were qualified to wield it in battle. They had been trying to fight by swinging the equivalent of oversized clubs throughout this entire bout. That had netted them good results, but there was a limit to everything. Their arms ultimately grew too tired to swing their weapons any further. Of course, that was not a reason for VES, Blinky and Caramond to give up. There was too much at stake in this fight. According to the rules that govern tribulation manifestations, their bodies may be formed out of energy, but they were supposed to mimic the physiques of their organic counterparts as much as possible. This meant that the loss of a limb should form a crippling injury. Unless a member of the so-called Krelian race was able to regenerate physical injuries in an instant, the clone of the Subjugation King should have lost a lot of combat effectiveness. As VES steadily maneuvered his giant and half-covered true body out of the wrecked section of the ship, he immediately tried to ascertain the state of his adversary. The good news was that the arm of the clone remained absent. The bad news was that the clone still exuded a lot of confidence and arrogance. It was as if the loss of a vital limb hardly represented any loss in combat effectiveness. If not for the fact that VES could sense that the total energy level of his adversary had dropped after losing a limb, he might not be able to believe that he had actually weakened his opponent. The Subjugation King's glowing three eyes bore down on VES' ragged form and seemed to express a measure of disappointment. Number $and percent at dot. I have already warned you that your reliance on borrowed energy will be your doom. It is intriguing to see that your pitiful race of soft-skinned weaklings are able to fight so well, but you are akin to children playing with forces that you do not comprehend. If this is the extent of your struggle, then I have no further interest in prolonging this farce. Submit to me, or suffer the consequences. VES grimaced. Those piercing green eyes seemed to see right through him and his partners. It was not as if they did a good job at hiding their actual states. None of them had developed any techniques that could hide their actual states from the piercing gaze of a superior cultivator. We can still fight. We humans may be inferior to you in many ways, but we are not lacking in courage and conviction. I will fight to the death to give my creations a chance to live. At this time, VES had no energy to spare for wordplay. He could only voice the feelings that he held dear and express his true thoughts. He had already endured so much suffering to come this far. There was no way he wanted to falter when there was finally a real chance of attaining victory and securing the continued survival of one of his grandest and most ambitious creations to date. The specter of the Elemental Lord constantly loomed in his mind. Like a soldier suffering from a case of PTSD, VES frequently received flashes in his mind of the moment where the Elemental Lord completely crumbled into ash after it had failed to pass the test that determined the 5-element mech's right to exist. The fear of causing a repeat of that dramatic occurrence and his sense of obligation as a mech designer continued to keep VES going, if only barely. The human race shall never kneel before the alien. Caramond conveyed his indomitable stance. Since the age of conquest, our civilization has never surrendered its sovereignty to inhuman tyrants. Every human has the obligation to fight to the death to resist alien encroachment. Mro. Blinky concurred despite the fact that he was a cat rather than a human. The Subjugation King did not look too upset that his adversaries refused to surrender despite their awful state. Number $and at. You do not comprehend the gap in strength between us. It is time to teach you how outmatched you are. Under the illumination of the great lighthouse, I shall no longer hold back and utilize my true strength to teach you why I am a king of the gods. The tarnished lightning coursing through the clone's body diminished to an extent. Instead, his body began to glow increasingly brighter. VES had the illusion that he was looking at a deity of the Luminar race. The slightly chromatic brightness emanating from the clone of the God King had turned into a miniature star, one that radiated so much light and power that VES actually winced as he found it difficult to look directly at his opponent. The power level of the clone had not changed, but by switching to the light attribute, the clone suddenly radiated a lot more threat than before. From what VES managed to gather from the alien tyrant's previous speech, he learned that the Krelian race and civilization likely developed a powerful obsession towards light. This was not a surprise as Mech 87 was one of the brightest and most luminous galaxies on this side of the cosmos. It also harbored many exceptionally bright and powerful light sources, one of which was the gigantic plumes of plasma that continually got ejected from the supermassive black hole in the center. Whatever the case, it became clear that the Subjugation King had been playing around when he previously wielded the power of lightning. The alien's mastery over light energy was so much stronger that it felt as if he could melt and irradiate the entire hull of the Dominion of Man if he amplified his radiance any further. Already, VES could see that the nearest sections of the broken and torn hull sections of the dreadnought were beginning to weaken and collapse under the tyrannical light. There was nothing warm, gentle, or pure about the light released by the clone of the Subjugation King. This was the cruel and merciless light of the cosmos that disintegrated anything that failed to endure its brightness. If the actual God King was here, then the Subjugation King would probably be able to destroy entire planets and star systems just by shining his all-powerful light at full power. This was the true strength of a Krelian God King. NGH. VES struggled to maintain his strength under all of this radiance. The light was so overbearing that simply getting illuminated by it was already beginning to destabilize his true body and fraying his already worn spirituality even further. Caramond was able to endure the radiance a bit better, but Blinky found himself unable to channel as much fire energy as before due to the increased pressure. Their hopes started to dwindle as this continuous attack had already pushed them over the edge. There was no way they could proceed forward and interrupt the clone's tyrannical attack method under these conditions. VES already started to see spots in his eyes due to all of the brightness around him. He struggled to figure out a way to overcome this latest challenge. Wait a second. He had almost forgotten about them, but he still had a few cards left to play. VES did not even hesitate when he executed his latest plan. He first folded his true body back into a different space. This shrunk his gigantic form and dramatically decreased how much of it got exposed to the God King's damaging light. He then proceeded to summon the singed but functional flower parasol out of his system space and immediately utilized its flower-embroidered canopy to shield him from the light. Ah! It turned out that the flower parasol fared exceptionally well under the current circumstances. It sort of made sense as a parasol was not only designed to block the rain, but also the harsh light of a hot day. The parasol actually acted like a flower that was eagerly soaking the light generated by a local star. Its capacity to absorb light was quite high. VES did not have to worry about the artifact drying out in the immediate future. The reprieve was incredibly helpful, but VES was not done with his plan of action. He retrieved another object out of his system space. The Chi Restoration Potion did not feel particularly strong, but it generated an undeniable sense of attraction now that VES had been driven to a state of exhaustion. There was no reason to hesitate. VES fumbled around before emptying the entire contents through his gullet in a single motion. He did not have to wait too long to feel the effects of this mysterious potion. A new wellspring of energy began to form in his stomach. It churned and sent out waves of refreshment that quickly encompassed his spirituality. His eyes widened as he started to feel his exhaustion receding. It's working. Chapter 5885 The Origin of the Spark. The goods supplied by the system had always been high in quality. The Chi Restoration Potion proved to be worth as much as it was sold in the Grand Bazaar. In fact, VES could even argue that they were underpriced relative to the value they could provide when they were used at the best possible moments. Just one of them was already enough to restore about 80% of his spirituality. Not only did he get refreshed, but many of his injuries also healed at an accelerated pace. What was even better was that Blinky also benefited from the effects of the potion. After all, the companion spirit still existed as a semi-autonomous extension of VES. If he knew that the Chi restoration potion had been so powerful, he would have bought them years ago. He regretted once again that had been ignoring the potential benefits of consumables sold in the Infinite Bazaar for so long. VES already planned to buy a few more of these handy potions if he managed to get through this tribulation event. They were just too powerful and useful for him to ignore their existence any further. It would have been even better if he was able to get a hold of the production method. He could either brew the potions himself, or hand the information over to the Tea Institute in order to research how to mass-produce them in-house. However, VES could think about that later. He still had to beat the opponent in front before he could have the luxury to think about the future. Though the flower parasol kept him shaded from the harsh light radiated by the clone of the Subjugation King, he knew that it would not be able to keep this up forever. The artifact was too young and underdeveloped to withstand so much energy. VES thought about entering into the fray again, but he had a strong feeling that he would just get smacked away again. The Subjugation King truly wasn't playing around anymore. The whole sections closest to his powerful clone had already started to disintegrate. The tyrannical light encountered a bit of resistance when it struck transphasic alloys, but still managed to eat away at the hull of the dreadnought at a slightly slower rate than normal. VES could not imagine what it would be like if he tried to approach the giant light source. The inverse square law applied in this situation as well. The lower the distance, the greater the pressure he needed to bear. He was pretty sure that not even the flower parasol would be able to last under all of that concentration light. This is not a fight that can be won through brawling. We need to overpower our adversary in a better way. How? Ranged attacks were unlikely to accomplish anything. The Dread Fire Legion had continued to provide fire support at a distance, yet their barrage of energy beams, high-yield missiles, and kinetic projectiles weakened as soon as they became exposed to a high enough concentration of light. By the time the attacks struck the Subjugation King, they had weakened to such an extent that they failed to inflict any meaningful harm to the entity. VES doubted that the results would be better if Caramond went back to empowering his Dread Fire Legion. Relying on quantity had already proven to be ineffective against an extremely powerful cultivator. The only way he could pass the final test of the Subjugation King was to concentrate a lot more power than he had managed to harness just before. So long as Blinky was able to summon a full fire energy raiment that covered up his entire true body, the protection might be able to shield VES and his partners from the harsh light. What then? VES doubted that the clone of the Subjugation King would simply float around and allow himself to get hit. It's not enough. The Chi restoration potion may have refreshed him, but it did not dramatically raise his capabilities. The strength gap between himself and the clone of the God King had grown even wider now that the latter employed one of his best elements. VES needed to break the game once again. There was no way he could win this bout by relying on his previous methods. Energy. It all comes down to energy. The clone of the Subjugation King not only had a lot more energy at his disposal, but also utilized it in a proficient manner. VES and his partners fared worse in both areas. They were all working on borrowed energy to begin with. The only effective way they could achieve better results was to leverage more energy. He grimaced. Blinky had been doing a great job at channeling lots of fire energy generated by the spark reactor, but his companion spirit was still far from reaching the level of a true god. The Star Cat had grown considerably throughout this exhausting fight, but he still had a lot more to go before he could ever become an equal to the clone. What else could they accomplish? VES was very cognizant that the merciless light was continuing to break the hull of the Dominion of Man with each second that passed. He needed to take action soon, or else the dreadnought would snap in half because the God King managed to disintegrate kilometers worth of hull structure. He only had one promising solution in mind. To be honest, he had tried to ignore it as much as possible. The implications were far too great and he was afraid that his idea would cause the downfall of the Dominion of Man. Unfortunately, VES was out of any other ideas, so he could only proceed with what he had on his mind. He backed away and approached one of the intact maintenance hatches that was built into the side of the enormous hull. The recessed placement of the hatch allowed it to escape much of the devastation that had been wrought on this side of the dreadnought. VES used his fingers to access the control panel, and felt relieved that it was still operational. VES did not bother to input a request to open the hatch or anything. Instead, he used the projected interface to type up a quick plan and hoped that the Brain Trust would be smart enough to inform Dread Captain Volkert Argyle. Only a few seconds passed before VES felt the Rubicon spatial transfer system attempt to lock onto his body. The powerful system clearly struggled to do so under the heavy interfere generated by the clone of the God King, but VES had backed off far away enough to successfully cross the Rubicon. VES blinked as he found himself standing directly before the command seat of the captain of the Dominion of Man. A lot of changes had taken place since he last visited this impressive area. One of the most notable changes was how the vast majority of officers and specialists had formed blood pacts with the dreadnought. Volkert Argyle was the most defining example of a fleeter who had traded his oaths to the Red Fleet for eternal servitude to the living warship. Out of all of the soldiers equipped with dread armor that VES had seen today, no one else aside from the dread captain radiated so many illusionary flames. This was not the only notable sight in this chamber. Far behind the dread captain, the tall and imposing artwork that bore the same name of the dreadnought shone with the light of humanity. Though the recent transformation had added an even stronger charm to this evocative masterwork, the mood among the crew was a lot more pessimistic. Few people had any hope left that they would survive this wave. Many of them were already thinking about activating all of the gun turrets if they had a clear shot of the arrogant clone of the God King. Some of the officers even believed it was better to skip this step and go straight to employing the weapons of mass destruction that a flagship of the Red Fleet definitely held in reserve. God King or not, there was no way that the clone would be able to remain so composed after the Dominion of Man forcibly teleported a dozen antimatter bombs into his alien face. While doing so would violate the unwritten rules of the ongoing ritual, the crew of the damaged dreadnought no longer thought about earning a huge payoff anymore. The survival of their proud flagship trumped every other priority. Not even the orders issued by High Command could sway them from their determination to save their vessel. This was probably why Dread Captain Argyle made the risky move to directly teleport VES to the command center. The fleeter was reluctant to activate his final resort. Explain your plan as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence. Dread Captain Argyle spoke with fire in his breath. I need access to the interior of the spark reactor. VES straightforwardly explained. I'm not sure how much you know about it, but we are not even close to tapping the full potential of the actual power source of the Dominion of Man. We have merely been taking advantage of the passive radiation of this dormant source. Let me attempt to wake it up or bestow an actual consciousness to it. Once it has gained enough awareness to understand that his ship is in danger, we can point it in the direction of the lightning manifestation. Though the proposal sounded good, the dread captain immediately shook his head. No. Your logic is sound, but it is based on limited information. I am aware of what you are referring to, but you do not understand the danger of what you speak. That power source is far more dangerous than you think. There are good reasons why we have kept it dormant and locked inside an over-engineered spark reactor. VES wanted to smack his palm on his face. This is no time for secrets, Captain. Have you looked what I have done for everyone? After all I have done to damage our current adversary, I think I deserve to know what is making you all so spooked about that powerful entity that is powering your ship. Why are you trying to maintain secrecy anyway when you have already broken some of your oaths? This is bigger than the Red Fleet. The dread captain clearly did not wish to divulge sensitive information to a person who was technically an outsider, but pragmatism ultimately gained the upper hand. The man let out a sigh. Very well. I am not privy to the full context, and there is not enough time to explain what little I am aware of. I have only become aware of these secrets relatively recently. Since you are already familiar with the existence of the Five Scrolls Compact, I can tell you that the subject locked inside the spark reactor is a powerful derivative of the Fire Scroll. The same sacred scroll that ended up in the hands of the Big Two, am I correct? Volkert Argyle nodded. That is so. I cannot tell you how the experts of the Common Fleet Alliance managed to do it, but they have manipulated the Fire Scroll into producing a number of powerful beings that we have taken to calling Fire Elementals. This label in itself is rather misleading. According to our research, their natures are far more troubling than they appear. We are not entirely certain about this, but our experts have managed to uncover that they are diminished clones or offspring from an extremely powerful cultivator that existed in antiquity. Can you guess the identity of this master of the fire element? The answer was not immediately obvious, but VES already knew enough about the sacred scrolls to come up with an answer. Are you saying that the fire elemental is a clone of the original creator of the fire scroll? Exactly. Do you understand now how dangerous it is to wake it up, as you have suggested? Though VES was shocked by this revelation, he was not as stunned as he should have been. Perhaps there was a part of him that had already guessed at the truth. We don't have any other choice, Captain. Whatever threat this fire elemental poses, I doubt it would truly try to wipe out red humanity. Anything is better than kneeling to the subjugation king at this point. Besides, I don't think the fire elemental will go out of control. I think I have a way of limiting its autonomy. How? Chapter 5886 Lighting the Spark. VES shouldn't have been surprised that the living spark turned out to be a clone of the maker of the fire scroll. He was a bit amazed at how the fleeters did not destroy this insanely dangerous threat, but instead kept it dormant while using it as a power source for their experimental dreadnoughts. This sounded as stupid as VES capturing an old enemy like the St. Jeremiah Gage, putting him in a coma before stuffing him in the power reactor of the first sword. Sure, VES might be able to make the expert swordsman Mech extremely powerful as a result, but a stunt like this was just begging to trigger a calamity as soon as a dreadnought suffered an unfortunate accident. The fleeters must have been really desperate to develop a direct counter to God Mech's. There was no other justification for them to override their own rules and principles and toy with the legacy of one of the most dangerous cultivators that humanity had indirectly fought against. Still, it was exactly because the Fleeters had been crazy enough to employ a dormant fire elemental as a power source that VES saw a viable pathway towards victory. The building blocks of his plan became more concrete as he learned a number of vital secrets from the Dread Captain. VES was pretty sure that not even the captain of a dreadnought was never supposed to know this much. He figured that Volkert Argyle remained in contact with High Command and learned a lot of secrets from his father. In any case, VES gained enough relevant information to make his plan actionable. His confidence level had risen now that he knew he was working with. The living spark was no longer a complete unknown to him anymore. "Let me execute my new plan," he urged the captain. "I know it sounds dangerous, but times have changed. We have entered a new galaxy and a new age. The threats of the past have lost much of their relevance. Besides, if my plan works out according to my expectations, the fire elemental won't go rogue as long as the right conditions are met." Dread Captain Argyle clearly struggled to make his decision. The fire energy coursing through his body strongly urged him to agree, but he was too much of a professional to let that dictate his verdict. The command center shook. A power generator had just blown up despite all of the hasty measures employed by the engineers to limit the damage. That prompted the Fleeter to make a decision that had the potential to change the history of the dominion of man and human civilization in the Red Ocean. "Despite all of the factors that we have failed to account for, you have proven yourself to be credible, loyal, and knowledgeable enough to earn our trust once more. Since there is still a chance for the dominion of man to rise to greatness, we are willing to give you access to the interior of the spark reactor to do what is necessary. Do not make me regret my decision." VES grinned in response. "Thank you. Let's get into action." The Rubicon soon teleported him to the entrance of the chamber that held the massive spark reactor. The teleportation system wasn't able to bring him any close as the entire space was specifically shielded against hostile intrusions. The guards and engineers assigned to the spark reactor clearly received orders to let him through. The gate opened right away, allowing VES to speedily get closer. The fire energy radiating from the spark reactor was monstrous. Even though the spark reactor made sure to channel much of the output in a controlled fashion, it still wasn't easy for VES to get so close to the fire elemental. There was still hundreds of meters separating him from this dormant and mindless entity. Fortunately, the engineers who had been privy to some of the more obscure secrets of the spark reactor had prepared a stopgap solution to this problem. "Please change to this specialized isolation suit, Professor. It will prevent your body from spontaneously combusting as you enter the shell of the spark reactor." VES changed out of his damaged unending regalia and into the thick isolation suit right away. He looked almost identical to all of the other engineers, but he didn't care because he felt a lot more relief. The suit actually worked. "How long will it last once I get close to the fire elemental?" VES straightforwardly asked. 5 minutes or less. This is only a theoretical calculation as no man has ever attempted to approach the subject while wearing an isolation suit. We have only ever manipulated the subject by remote. 5 minutes should be enough. I don't want to give that alien bastard enough time to shine his destructive light deeper into the hull of this ship," VES said. "Is there anything else that I should know before I get inside?" "You are responsible for your own safety, Professor Larkinson. None of us are able to accompany you. If you exceed your safety limitations and immolate yourself, then do not expect us to rescue you. If there are enough indications that the fire elemental has gone rogue, then we will eject the spark reactor from this vessel and saturate it with as many antimatter bombs and other highly destructive weapons." "Understood." VES did not really feel very nervous despite learning that the crew of the Dominion of Man was ready to abandon the spark reactor wholesale if anything seriously went wrong. If he wanted to survive, he just had to pull off his plan without fumbling along the way. Entering the spark reactor was a big deal. The dark metal alloys used to house the subject were insanely tough and resistant to heat. It took time to slowly open the gates that led to the central compartment. Once VES managed to pass through the final entrance, he entered a hollow chamber that contained many details that he would love to study in great depth if he had the luxury of time. Unfortunately, the rampaging clone of the Subjugation King forced him to set aside these impulses and behold the source of all of the fire energy. The isolation suit had to work overtime to prevent much of the heat and fire energy from cooking VES alive. Knowing that he was working on a time limit, VES pushed himself forward and came into close proximity to a transparent egg that acted like a container to the supposed fire elemental. The darkened visor of his isolation suit gave VES a clear enough view of the entity in question. It was difficult to believe that a being so powerful lacked any sort of consciousness. It was a contradictory existence. At this time, VES wanted to bring the fire elemental to life. "Blinky. I know it is dangerous, but I need you to approach this fellow and inject him with my life energy. It will be dangerous, but you should be able to tolerate exposure long enough to complete your mission. Mro. Caramond, I need you to control the fire energy and commune with the fire elemental as it gains an actual consciousness. This entire gambit hinges on your ability to keep this entity under control and preferably under your heel." According to the Dread Captain, the CFA has limited experience with fire elementals that somehow gained a wisp of consciousness. What happened was that a semblance of the tyrannical personality of the original creator of the fire scroll always emerged. The fire elementals then proceeded to do whatever it took to revive the original creator in full. This doomsday scenario frightened the big two out of their wits. VES was lucky that attitudes towards the five scrolls compact and everything related to it had mellowed out in the Red Ocean. He had no doubt that there were fleeters who secretly hoped to revive the progenitor of the fire scrolls in the hope that he would be human enough to protect red humanity against their alien opponents. That did not sit well with VES. The return of an ancient power would negate all of the progress that modern humanity had attained over so many millennia. Besides, VES never believed that red humanity needed to surrender to any god in order to save itself. Humans needed to become strong enough to save them from their own problems. This was the entire point of his design philosophy. VES wanted to make ordinary humans strong enough to harness the power of gods for themselves. Hopefully, his latest gambit would facilitate his noble goal. Go! VES said before pressing a button on a nearby control panel. Mro! The combined form of Blinky and Caramon dashed out of VES' head and passed through the gap that appeared on the transparent shell. The heat had become a lot more overbearing at this distance. They had come so close to center of the fire elemental's domain that they would have gotten burned if not for Caramon's active blood-fire pact. Even so, Blinky was literally roasting due to the intense exposure to so much concentrated fire energy. The companion spirit had attempted to shield himself by conjuring up multiple layers of protective barriers, but they burned up so quickly that they only bought him a fraction of a second in total. Fortunately, he moved quickly enough to get close, disgorge a concentrated spray of life energy, and dart back to VES right afterwards. Mrow! While Blinky sheltered inside VES' head, Caramond had separated from the companion spirit and floated before the fire elemental as the mysterious entity started to show signs of life. In truth, much of the life energy released by Blinky had burned up before it reached the powerful spark. Only a minute amount of VES life energy managed to reach the fire elemental in the end, and it was questionable whether it had any opportunity to take effect. What VES did not expect was for the fire elemental to open his burning eyes right away. VES recoiled and quickly beat a retreat as he felt as if his entire mind and spirituality had been seared by powerful lasers. There was no reason for him to stick around anymore. VES quickly passed through the exit and tried to make his way out of the spark reactor as soon as possible. He maintained just enough awareness to pay attention to what was happening inside the central chamber. The spark reactor suddenly shook. The temperature behind the fleeing VES had spiked, so much so that he felt as if his back had just gotten a nasty sunburn. It turned out that the fire elemental had not only woken up, but also shattered the transparent cage before releasing a destructive spray of fire inside the central chamber. Meanwhile, the revived entity rapidly started to gain an actual consciousness, one that did not feel anything like a fresh and newborn entity, but one that possessed such an enormous precipitation of time that he must have lived for eons. Damn, so it is true. VES kept running away as fast as possible as the fire elemental began to alter the expression of his domain. More and more of the spark reactor heated up to the point where actual flames started to appear where they shouldn't. Aside from that, a mixture of overwhelming emotions overtook the entity that had been hijacked by the splinter consciousness of an ancient cultivator of supreme power. The entity must definitely feel pissed that none of his plans for the fire scrolls worked out and that the CFA actually had the temerity to exploit one of his diminished clones as a power source of all things. Make this work. The power generated by the fire elemental escalated so rapidly that it seemed that the revived god was on the verge of blasting the center of the dominion of man with a fire blast of untold magnitude. Yet despite all of this danger, the manifestation of Caramon strangely remained unharmed, for the most part. Calm yourself. We did not bring you to life only for you to burn this beautiful vessel. There is an alien upstairs that has been trying to kill and enslave us all. We must join hands to repel this threat and preserve the future of the human race. Will you join me in this sacred mission? The evolved fire elemental grew even angrier. It was clear that the entity had no intention of joining hands with Caramond. Fortunately, VES already took this into account. There was one more card that Caramond could play. If you do not agree to serve humanity on a voluntary basis, then I have no choice but to force you to serve us by force. The fire elemental had actually become intelligent enough to express incredulity at Caramond. The gap in power between the two was so massive that there was no way Caramond could force the fire elemental into obedience. At least that was the case on the surface. Caramond slowly smirked as he stimulated the powerful spiritual bond that formed the basis of his blood-fire pact. We are connected, you and I. Do you understand what this means? It means that I can transfer the faith that red humanity has invested in me to you. You may have gained the power of a god, but if there is one weakness your kind possesses, it is that you are susceptible to the beliefs of the masses. The fire elemental widened his powerful eyes. He wanted to blast Caramond right away, but the ancestral spirit had already begun to channel a huge chunk of the faith energy derived from the worship of trillions upon trillions of humans across the new frontier. The huge influx of faith in human supremacy and the ideals of Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl slammed into the fire elemental like a rocket. If the revived entity was at a more mature and developed state, then he would have been able to resist the influx of so much unwanted faith. Unfortunately, the fire elemental had just woken up a short time ago. The consciousness of the original creator of the fire scroll hardly had any time to build up a complete personality, so the entity was hardly able to protect himself from all of the earnest faith and wishes of a human civilization that was much different from the one that existed during his own era. A silent scream erupted from the spark reactor. It was so shocking and disruptive that even the clone of the subjugation king had paused in his attempt to tear through the dreadnought. Number $and. What have you done? Chapter 5887 Reshape Reality. The fire elemental could rightfully be regarded as one of the most dangerous threats in the Red Ocean. Few people had the right to know the secret behind the power of a dreadnought. There were good reasons why these gigantic vessels displayed a level of combat effectiveness that was far above other battleships, and it was not just due to their greater size. Energy was the most fundamental parameter that determined the combat power of a soldier or a war weapon. It was the main factor that separated mechs between third class, second class and first class. It had been an inspired idea to utilize mindless fire elementals as the primary power source of dreadnoughts. They not only seemed to output a huge amount of heat just by existing, but also generated a large amount of fire-attributed E-energy. Back during the age of mechs, the fire elementals already presented a huge risk to the security and the continuation of modern human civilization. Now that Red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, that risk became magnified due to the amplifying influence of E-energy radiation. Every fire elemental not only fed off E-energy radiation, but also possessed the ability to spread their domain through it with much greater ease, allowing them to borrow the power of heaven to empower each of their actions. The Red Fleet had become a lot more ambivalent towards the fire elementals for that reason. Their considerable boost in effectiveness came paired with vastly greater danger should the entities in question ever wake up and pose a threat to human society. These fears were not overblown. Back when the CFA initially experimented with fire elementals, they found out the hard way that each of these true god-level entities had been hardwired into spawning a fraction of the consciousness of the creator of the fire scroll. This mysterious creator posed such an existential threat towards the CFA and everything that modern human civilization stood for that every awakened fire elemental had turned into a terror. The continued use of dreadnoughts and their associated spark reactors had been subject to a huge amount of debate behind closed doors. While the fleeters had reluctantly decided that they had no luxury to refuse the power of dreadnoughts during times of turmoil, one of the rules that they had set for themselves was that they would absolutely not do anything to risk the revival of any of the so-called immortal gods. In fact, one of the most important rules adopted by the Red Fleet was that any experimentation on the fire elementals had become taboo. Perhaps the fleeters used to have the luxury to do so under more secure and controlled circumstances in the old galaxy, but those conditions no longer applied in the Red Ocean. It was not an exaggeration to say that a single wrong experiment could very well lead to the total erasure of all red humans. It would be beyond ironic for the humans in the Red Ocean to be responsible for their own extinction as opposed to getting defeated by their alien foes. None of these fleeters had any clue that VES had been crazy enough to risk the destruction of all humanity in the dwarf galaxy on this day. It helped that VES hadn't been aware of the existence of this new taboo, but that was no excuse for him to even think about chasing a fantastical outcome at the cost of risking the entirety of red humanity. VES had no right to put everyone's lives and freedom at risk, but he did it anyway because he was utterly convinced that this extreme measure was necessary. His earlier confrontation against the subjugation king had only given him a hint of the immense power of this alien god king, but that was already enough for him to understand why the Tier 1 galactic citizens were so spooked by this extragalactic threat. It was exactly because of the existential threat posed by the subjugation king that VES went through with this insane plan. As he desperately ran outside the spark reactor, alarms began to ring throughout the entire chamber that held the spark reactor. The heat radiating from the center of the spark reactor had spiked. More fire energy than ever before blasted from the awakened fire elemental, causing the entire dreadnought to become hotter and more empowered than any previous point in her relatively short history. Additional power was normally helpful. The Dread Marines operating outside the hull of the Dominion of Man heavily relied on the output of the spark reactor to empower their hyper-weapons and pose a slightly greater threat against godlike beings. Yet few fleeters welcomed this change. No matter whether they were aware of what truly powered the spark reactor, each of them had become affected by the malice radiating from the fire elemental's expanding domain. It was rather amazing at what VES managed to do by injecting only a fraction of his life energy into the previously dormant entity. The fire elemental only needed a single spark of life to kickstart the automated process that rapidly turned him into a vessel that accommodated a shard of the mythical creator of the fire scroll. If everything unfolded without any other interfering factors, then VES would have bet that the angry fire elemental engulfed the Dominion of Man in an unstoppable conflagration. One of the reasons why VES tried to run so quickly out of the spark reactor was because he wanted the Rubicon spatial transfer system to lock onto his body and teleport him far away. However, the interference produced by the rapidly strengthening fire elemental made it impossible for the Rubicon to establish a stable lock on VES or any of the personnel that was stationed close to the spark reactor. There had been a moment of time where VES briefly felt the specter of death catching up to him. His intuition screamed that he was about to get blasted by such a strong flame that not even his true body would be able to hold out for long. Yet before that critical moment came to pass, Caramond had launched an attack on the awakening fire elemental. Though the recent fighting had caused Caramond's transition into a true god to be set back, that did not diminish the faith he had access to at all. It had only increased due to the machinations of the Red 2 and the first-rate superstates. As Red humanity spontaneously began to celebrate a brand new holiday that celebrated the legacy and the accomplishments of Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl, a huge amount of faith poured into the ancestral spirit. Normally, it should never have been possible to redirect all of that faith to a completely different true god that arguably possessed principles that were almost completely opposite to that of the Supreme Marshal. It helped that the dominion of man was one of the strongest and most iconic symbols of human supremacy. The Fleeters had always been strong believers of the power of ordinary humans, and there was nothing that represented their power better than a dreadnought that fielded the strongest infantry force in the Red Ocean. Yet because the Blood-Fire Pact merged Caramond together with the dominion of man, a vulnerability opened up where faith in one also translated into faith in the other. It helped that the dominion of man was one of the strongest and most iconic symbols of human supremacy. The Fleeters had always been strong believers of the power of ordinary humans, and there was nothing that represented their power better than a dreadnought that fielded the strongest infantry force in the Red Ocean. What was a bit more puzzling was how the fire elemental tied into this relationship. His association with the dominion of man was not that strong since he existed as a separate entity. However, the fire elemental had served as a core part of the dominion of man since her inception. From a symbolic standpoint, the entity was undeniably related to the dreadnought in question. So long as this symbolic relationship still existed, the fire elemental was still tied to the massive warship, which meant his fate remained tied with that of the vessel that he had been a part of shortly after his creation. The result of all of this was that the fire elemental had no chance of evading the huge influx of faith that had been channeled in his direction. As VES continued to pass through numerous gates in order to build up more distance between himself and the volatile spark reactor, his spiritual senses had practically gone crazy as reality itself seemed to distort behind his back. The clash of domains, wills and faith had resulted in a lot of freaky phenomena that VES did not want to explore too closely. All he could perceive was that the fire elemental tried to do his best to defend his fragile personality that had only just been born or revived. Unfortunately, Caramond never intended for the extremely dangerous shard of the creator of the fire scroll to mature his personality and develop the strength to fend off this attack. The faith attack was not impossible to defend against. The people of the Red Ocean might be relatively united in their heartfelt belief in the supremacy of modern humanity, but their population was only a fraction of their brothers and sisters back in the Milky Way. The vast majority of red humans were not that strong either. Practically none of them had engaged in any sort of active cultivation, which meant that their faith was so weak that it could easily be missed, especially when none of them engaged in any proper prayer or religious ceremonies. Even so, the faith of all of the humans in the Red Ocean was nothing to scoff at either. If there was one strength that humanity had acquired, it was the pride and confidence that their scrappy race could overcome all alien adversaries. As all of these beliefs hammered the fire elemental like a trillion projectiles, the weak and debilitated true god ultimately had no chance of standing his ground. The fire elemental suffered one of the worst nightmares that a deity could suffer. He had become vulnerable to the diverging beliefs of his own worshippers. The severe discordance between his own principles and the beliefs of so many red humans ultimately forced the personality of the fire elemental to break and rewrite itself into a more compatible form. The essential values, principles, and the memories that shaped the creator of the fire scroll practically got overridden by a new set of traits that were much more characteristic of Caramond Pearl. Naturally, the fire elemental did not go down without a fight. An invisible struggle had already broken out between him and Caramond. They fought on an unseen battlefield where faith and power collided against each other, causing the fabric of reality to ripple in unpredictable ways. A few components surrounding the spark reactor broke and malfunctioned due to the shockwaves of this invisible clash. If not for the fact that the dominion of man was insanely robust and well-designed, the spark reactor and the surrounding systems would have exhibited a lot more malfunctions. Fortunately, this clash lasted relatively briefly. Scarcely a minute had gone by when reality settled into calm again. The fire elemental's chances of gaining upper hand had steadily diminished as the faith attack sapped his resistance. Once all of the beliefs from ordinary humans started to rewrite aspects of himself, more and more of himself became aligned with red humanity. Though there were still a few deep-rooted parts of the fire elemental that resisted the faith attack a lot better, a majority of the entity's very personality and essence ultimately surrendered to the will of the people. This had many far-reaching consequences. The fire elemental had lost much of his aggression and began to alter in shape. Though there was still a bitter core of the fire elemental that refused to give up the struggle to restore the consciousness of an immortal god, the constant influx of faith energy continued to suppress these destructive impulses. This subsequently created enough room for the fire elemental to change into a form that was more reflective of beliefs of so many humans. Chapter 5888 The Wrath of Humanity. A short time after Fire Elemental had undergone a radical transformation, VES teleported back up to the surface of the Dominion of Man. The entire site had become almost unrecognizable compared to its previous state. The fighting that took place above the surface had wrecked so much hull plating, gun turrets, and other exterior modules that the entire site resembled a metallic wasteland. If not for the fact that the spark reactor was generating an excess amount of fire energy that inevitably leaked out of the hull, the entire place would have looked lifeless and desolate. Of all of the tribulation manifestations that had managed to tear up the precious dreadnought, none inflicted as much damage as the clone of the Subjugation King. The powerful entity had done nothing but shine a harsh light that disintegrated and broke down everything it touched. Energy barriers, bulkheads, and other objects never lasted for long. It was an omnidirectional attack that even began to break down the armor of dread marines who had been trying to bombard the implacable alien foe from a distance. The consequences of letting the clone shine his damaging light onto Dreadnought was rather devastating. Not only had a lot of intact modules and armor plating on this side of the Dominion of Man begun to malfunction and break down, but the radiant enemy had also carved a deep bowl-shaped hole directly underneath his floating position. The overall shape of the Dominion of Man resembled a sausage. Right now, one of her sides not only looked like it had been fried, but a certain animal had also taken a bite out of the sausage. The good news was that the Dominion of Man was so large and resilient that the clone of the God King failed to breach too deep into the citadel. The enormous hull was not in danger of snapping into two separate pieces, but it was clear that the vessel could not afford to exert too much stress onto her damaged structure. Though the damage to the warship was horrendous, VES knew enough about the design of the Dominion of Man that she managed to retain much of her combat effectiveness. So what if one of her sides got chewed up rather badly? She still had other sides that retained most of their functionality. The dreadnought simply had to take care to not show her injured side to any threats. VES was sure that the damage control teams and the automated repair systems would be able to close a lot of gaps and repair a lot of salvageable and partially damaged components. However, very few of these measures could be undertaken while the clone of the Subjugation King continued to shine like a miniature star. The constancy of his hostile light only spread further destruction. Stopping him had become a high priority, especially when he had been left unattended for such a long time. Number $@ and. You have returned. After you have woken up a powerful being. It is both fascinating and abhorrent to see what you have wrought. It is clear that a valued slave such as yourself is in dire need of re-education. Shut up, you three-eyed bastard. VES shouted back. I am sick and tired of your nonsense. I am not a slave, and neither is the rest of humanity. It is high time for you to get beaten like all of the other aliens that thought to challenge the human race. Despite the rising heat, the Subjugation King still had the temerity to express contempt at VES. Number $& and number $. Your latest actions has made you overconfident. Raw power is not enough to break my chains. Many slaves have tried and failed. You are no different. Your slave species is too primitive to master the finer intricacies of the power that the Great Lighthouse has graciously if undeservingly bestowed upon your minuscule galaxy. VES sneered at the arrogant alien bastard. I am going to make you eat your words. We are not primitive. It is you who is the primitive around here. I am better than you, and the human race is much more enlightened than a race who only thinks about enslaving and killing others. I will not falter today, because I have gained a new ally that will help me beat you until your manifestation explodes in my hands. Furia, show this alien the wrath of red humanity. As VES began to remove his unending regalia and unfold his strengthened true body, another major development occurred. Much of the fire energy that pumped out of the spark reactor began to converge and concentrate behind VES' back. They briefly took the form of burning wings, their heat so high that they should have burned VES as well as the nearby hull structure due to the excessive concentration of fire energy. Yet despite concentrating so much fire energy than what Blinky had ever managed during the previous phases of this confrontation, the majestic and awe-inspiring fire wings did not inflict any damage to the dreadnought or those who fought on her behalf. This was an indication of excellent control. The fact that the fire energy had come under the control of a conscious and powerful fire cultivator apparently made a huge difference. The wings did not last forever. The concentration of fire energy continued to grow until the flaming manifestation slowly detached from VES. The wings began to compress and adopt a human-like shape. Unlike the originally masculine fire elemental, the shape he had adopted after getting flooded with an excessive amount of human faith was distinctly feminine in appearance. The Fire Lady clearly retained a lot of common traits of her original incarnation, but also showed undeniable signs of change. Much of the people who had supplied their faith energy to Caramond had adopted the ancient custom of calling ships in a feminine fashion. Though the practice was ceremonial at most, so many people called dreadnoughts like the Dominion of Man as she that the fire elemental had become feminine as well. That was not all. While the fire elemental had retained the immense anger of her original personality, her new values and principles caused her fiery emotions to be directed away from the humans who rebelled against the immortal gods. From the moment of her awakening, the faith-forged fire elemental had assumed an entirely different mission and purpose in life. As her manifestation radiated so much heat and passion that her blazing light had pushed back the harsh light of the alien tyrant, the new arrival proudly announced her existence to the new frontier. I am Furia. I am the wrath of the red humanity. No alien is allowed to desecrate my ship any longer. After Furia made her declaration, she directed one more hateful glare at the clone of the God King before breaking apart. As much as Furia wanted to act on the wrath that so many fleeters held towards the powerful alien, she was willing to respect the rules of the ritualistic combat setting. The concentrated fire energies that previously made up her body did not dissipate. Instead, they split into two and went on to empower two entirely different combatants. The Dread Fire Legion that had largely remained irrelevant since the ninth wave began suddenly gained a huge infusion of fire energy. Each Dread Marine became infused with much more power than before. As they fired their ranged weapons at their target, they found that the fire energies not only clung to their attacks a lot more effectively than before, but also managed to overcome the aliens' defenses and inflict real damage, however small. Hundreds of thousands of surviving and combat-capable Dread Marine became buoyed by this discovery. They renewed their assault and began to exert real pressure on the clone of the Subjugation King. What happened to VES was even more dramatic. So much deadly but also friendly fire energy had voluntarily put themselves under VES and Blinky's command. Arise, my progenitor, and use the power bestowed by humanity to slay this alien fiend. The gigantic form of VES began to get engulfed by fire energy that was generated and kept under control by an actual true god this time. VES found it strange how pliable the fire energy had become, but he did not let that distract him from constructing a bigger, better, and stronger raiment. The massive boost in control and the complete lack of resistance allowed VES to go much further with this than before. The fire energy longer inflicted any strain, allowing to remain clear-headed enough to work out the finer details of his simulated equipment. If VES previously looked like a phase lord, now he looked like a mech forged out of fire. Taller than a typical mech but shorter than a juggernaut, the fire-clad VES resembled a mechanical demon that had come straight out of hell. The thick armor system that surrounded his body adopted an aesthetic that was both functional but also stylish. VES couldn't resist the urge to make her contours sharper and more intimidating. He also added a horn on the head of his fire energy raiment. As for armaments, he decided to copy the Mars once again. He had always regarded it as his strongest mech, though his ownership had become a topic of contention nowadays. Regardless, he had long associated the Ace mech and its pilot with strength, so it was much easier for him to form and empower the simulated Arceus system, the shoulder-mounted missile launchers, the transphasic axe and the transphasic shotgun. In order to ensure they possessed the penetration power required to beat up his opponent, he willingly spat out a large glob of blood that went on to add transphasic properties to his fire energy equipment. As VES completely wrapped himself up with Furia's blazing power, his passion began to ignite as well. It was difficult for him to maintain a cool head while he became immersed in the transformed fire elemental's absolute loathing towards the Subjugation King. Now that he had assumed his most powerful fighting form to date, VES pointed the transphasic shotgun straight at the powerful clone. Burn! A powerful blast erupted from the simulated shotgun. The weapon ejected a powerful concentration of transphasic fire energy that struck the clone on the chest. The concentrated fire energy exploded upon impact, producing enough force to launch the clone backwards while interrupting his light show. A large and obvious hole appeared on the chest as the singular attack had successfully breached the exoskeleton of the lightning manifestation. Multiple beams of fire energy struck the clone's body at various points. While none of the attacks were as powerful as the first strike, they struck with such heat and potency that they disrupted the clone's moves. A giant flaming comet soon slammed into the staggered clone. Though the Subjugation King had raised a bone spike to block a fiery axe strike, the weapon struck with so much power and momentum that it had broken through this hasty defense and chopped off the other limb. A second explosion of tribulation energies blasted both combatants away from each other, but VES already expected it as he allowed his Arceus system as well as his missile launchers to open fire on the injured clone. Though the tribulation manifestation had not lost all of his combat effectiveness, the unrelenting offensive from VES never gave the alien a chance to form a proper countermeasure. While the fire beams unleashed by the Arceus system continued to keep the alien off balance, the barrage of transphasic fire energy missiles exploded against the clone's body, weakening and shattering even more exoskeleton pieces. VES in Mars raiment had already closed in just enough to let loose another powerful blast of his shotgun. This time, the storm of transphasic pellets punched through the weakened and exposed body, inflicting plenty of injuries that further weakened the alien's body. This bought plenty of time for VES to close in and chop his powerful transphasic fire energy axe onto the smug and arrogant head of his target. Humanity shall always vanquish against the alien. The axe chopped the head right down the middle and ultimately sank into the upper chest. Shortly after VES had inflicted this fatal strike, the entire body of the clone began to crackle with tribulation lightning before exploding with far greater force than before. Chapter 5889 VES The Defender. VES had become so fired up when he had managed to sink his giant axe made out of fire energy in his own blood that he scarcely remembered what would happen when he finally felt his hateful foe. The explosion of tribulation energies that happened right afterwards was so powerful that it temporarily caused VES and Blinky to lose their consciousness. He had learned afterwards that the eruption of destruction and creation energies had been so large that it had managed to engulf the entire hull of the Dominion of Man. The effects were significant. As the last and strongest wave of the fifth round, the explosion not only destroyed a lot of heavily damaged portions of the Dominion of Man, but also strengthened and rebuilt many sections of her hull. While the gaping hole in the side of the dreadnought hadn't shrunk all that much, the powerful dreadnought clearly became more solid and threatening than before, and that was without factoring in the awakened spark reactor. Furia had already retracted her powerful energies from VES' true body. She had granted him the honor of landing the killing blow on the clone of the Subjugation King. Since VES along with the rest of the Dominion of Man had abided by the unwritten rules of the ritualistic combat setting to the end, the reward provided by the lightning tribulation was several times greater than what the ninth wave ordinarily should have produced. The Dread Marines could all feel their dread armors and their connections to the Dominion of Man strengthening in ways that they could not explain. Each of them felt as if they were no longer relegated to observers whenever they had to confront a near-godlike entity in the future. VES had gained so much more, which was part of the reason why he and his companion spirit got knocked out for a time. His phase water concentration spontaneously increased to 3.5%. Veronica, his living divine artifact, actually experienced a lot more growth due to her odd relationship with her principal. Her phase water concentration had risen to 14.1%, which already turned her into a qualified combatant back in the old galaxy. Blinky also harvested a lot of gains. All of the injuries inflicted onto the Blinkyverse had been restored to a much better state than before. What was most interesting was that it had already advanced to the third stage, meaning that a complete solar system made out of E-energy had already been formed. Blinky even managed to gain a modest head start into the fourth stage. Dozens of prototypical star systems had already formed around the primordial one. That said, it would take billions and billions of stars in the imaginary universe to form a complete galaxy. This was destined to be a lengthy ordeal. The good news was that once Blinky managed to form a complete galaxy in his imaginary universe, he would no longer have to depend on third parties such as Furia to fight powerful opponents. The difference between the third stage and the fourth stage of the imaginary universe method was massive. Once Blinky made good progress in the fourth stage, he would be able to support VES in combat by generating weaker versions of E-energy raiments. However, neither VES nor Blinky remained in a state to fight any further. As both of them recovered from the previous blast and managed to regain their awareness, they noticed that the sixth round of the lightning tribulation was already on the verge of starting. The surging storm clouds hovering over the partially restored dreadnought was concentrating more tribulation power than before. What was odd was that the gigantic face of the Subjugation King had lost a bit of definition last VES looked upwards. The defeat of his clone had dealt a significant blow to the alien God King. There had to be a price for everything. It was only right that the Subjugation King's control over the tribulation storm had weakened. VES wished that defeating the clone would have gotten rid of the arrogant alien tyrant entirely, but that was wishful thinking. A strong sense of weariness and exhaustion settled over him and his companion spirit. His last actions along with the massive cycle of destruction and creation that followed an instant later had taken a huge toll on his body, mind, and spirituality. He instinctively felt that had reached a point of exhaustion that no potion or elixir could restore. He had gone above and beyond in this encounter. He had transformed in more ways than one. He directly defied a God King and managed to end up victorious. VES had done far more than any mech designer or creator had done to defend his own work. He had put his life and his future on the line. While the lightning tribulation was still far from over, the massive amount of growth that VES had bestowed on the Dominion of Man had made her stronger than ever before. VES had done his part. He had wrung himself dry and needed a well-deserved rest before he could fight yet again. He did not feel any remorse over the fact that his direct participation in this struggle had come to an end. There was no need for him to stand up for the Dominion of Man any further. Both Furia and Caramond had come into their power at this time. He could feel the twin true gods stretching their power and influence across the entire hull. Fire energy reinforced the hull to an unprecedented degree, so much so that pure fire energy even substituted for a number of broken and missing ship modules. This was just the start of what the living dreadnought was capable of now she had awakened her spark reactor. The Dominion of Man was no longer just a massive construction of metal anymore. She had transcended the definition of a warship and evolved into an entirely new type of living mega-construct. Though her tribulation was far from done, any additional lightning waves no longer generated as much fear as before. Tribulation events had two different meanings to different groups. The weak regarded them as punishments. The strong regarded them as rewards. While VES was not arrogant enough to think that the Dominion of Man had the capital to survive all of the subsequent rounds, his confidence level had skyrocketed to an enormous degree. With two true gods on her side, it was hard for VES to believe that the damaged but unbroken dreadnought would fail to overcome all of the subsequent challenges. The entire space surrounding the Dominion of Man began to light up. VES noticed to his alarm that the dreadnought began to get enveloped by a bubble of tribulation lightning. Dozens of small lightning bolts had already zapped his overstrained body. VES quickly shrunk his body to human size and rapidly waved his arms for help. The Rubicon spatial transfer system quickly teleported him away from open space and deposited him right back inside the brain trust. It's good to be back. VES took a few breaths before he rose to his feet. He noticed that his nanosuit remained somewhat intact. It had even received several rounds of strengthening due to frequent exposure to tribulation lightning. Perhaps he could take advantage of that and turn this suit into a special piece of equipment. That was a thought for later. For now, he accepted the offer of donning a spare hazard suit and slowly made his way over to Sigrund. You can close your mouth now, Captain Rez. The RF officer and friend looked like his hybrid AI core had crashed continuously ever since he witnessed VES' many shenanigans. There was no way a logical mind could begin to comprehend all of the craziness that VES pulled off since he volunteered to fight on the behalf of the Dominion of Man. You, what, how? VES wearily raised his arm. I can't explain what I have done. Much of it is either classified or pertains to secrets that I am not willing to divulge. All you have to know is that the spark reactor has received a massive upgrade. I am sure that you and everyone else on this ship has noticed the difference. The stunned captain nodded. The electric energy and E-energy generated by the spark reactor has become so much greater that many of our systems cannot handle the newly generated excess. Our engineering crews are working hard to repair damaged parts and increase the tolerance of many systems in order to take advantage of the new conditions. Even so, we have discovered countless instances where the properties of countless components are continuously improving without any active input. That is the defining characteristic of a living ship. VES smirked. Don't expect anything to remain the same anymore. Constancy is a thing of the past. As the two chatted for a time, they made sure to keep an eye on the live feed that displayed an exterior view of the Dominion of Man. The sixth round of the lightning tribulation was already underway. Given that the damaged but defiant warship became engulfed in lightning and subsequently a corrosive mist, it became clear that the dreadnought needed to withstand a variety of hazardous environments. Much to everyone's relief, the Dominion of Man endured these tests like a champ. The damage inflicted by the environment was omnidirectional, but that also meant that it was lacking in concentration. The immensely strong defenses and structure of the dreadnought easily allowed her to overcome the hostility of the changing environment. The only parts of the ship that came under threat were the sections of her exterior that had suffered a lot of damage. While the dreadnought had rolled her hull so that her most undamaged side faced the tribulation storm, that did not help much to shield her undamaged portion against ubiquitous hazards. However, Caramond and Furia worked together to shield these areas from any direct exposure to danger. The two had taken a page out of VES book and formed condensed fire energy hull plating to close all of the gaps and cover every potential weak point. No other warship of the Red Fleet could replicate this feat. They would have suffered escalating damage as every environmental hazard broke down more defenses and created additional vulnerabilities. Yet because Caramond and Furia had taken steps to prevent this process from starting, the Dominion of Man actually began to restore with every passing hazard. More and more damage was restored. More and more lightning baptism strengthened the hull through mysterious means. Seeing how well the dreadnought was faring in this particular round, VES truly began to relax as his suspicions had come true. I still cannot believe how easily the ship is breezing through these tribulation challenges. Sigrund uttered. Since the Dominion of Man is able to endure so much greater punishment after you have worked your magic on her, is it possible for you to do the same to the other dreadnoughts? They all have their own spark reactors. You can repeat the same steps it took to awaken them according to your terminology. VES had been wondering about that as well. He shook his head. Keep dreaming. This is a unique circumstance that can only happen once. The Dominion of Man is utterly unique. No other ship like her will exist. I am sure that there are other ways to upgrade the remaining 7 dreadnoughts, but that is up to others. I am merely here to complete a job. Both of them continued to observe the dreadnought, relying on her impressive defenses as well as the protection offered by Furia to block and withstand a shower of fast-moving meteorites. Despite the fact that these meteorites struck the hull with the force of battleship cannon salvos, the dreadnought was far too tough and resilient to succumb to the continuous physical impacts. The fact that the tribulation waves inflicted no effective harm on the dreadnought despite their overall potency did wonders to morale. The continuous string of successes boosted the confidence of fleeters and made everyone believe in their vessel even more. We can defeat anything with our transformed warship. I think, we can even defeat the weaker god Mechs. Whoa there! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Chapter 5890 Forging Ahead. As the Dominion of Man in her new editions continued to endure various trials of escalating difficulty, VES found it difficult to endure his own inaction. It was a sharp contrast to his previous performance. Despite the fact that he had strained himself to his limit and beyond during his duel against the Subjugation King, the rush of combat and the pressing need to outthink a strong opponent had made him alive in a way that was indescribable. He had been fighting for several noble causes, a few of which were greater than most. He not only took responsibility for his creation and defended his work, he also secured important gains that would help red humanity stand a greater chance at surviving the tests in the future. While there was still a chance that the ongoing lightning tribulation might ultimately prevail, the dominion of man was faring increasingly better as the various trials continued. This was abnormal. Tribulations usually became increasingly harder to deal with, mainly because they escalated in power and difficulty. The damage accumulated between each wave also taxed the endurance of the subject being tested. However, the rise of Furia and the comprehensive evolution of the battered but unbroken dreadnought represented a turning point in the ongoing tribulation event. VES had made a huge bet that ultimately delivered a huge payout. The transformed and brainwashed fire elemental completely changed the game as far as everyone was concerned. Her awakening not only strengthened and expanded her fire domain, but also allowed it to meld with the many different parts and systems of the dominion of man much more effectively than before. It was difficult for VES to imagine that the new fire entity was able to expertly enhance so many different technological functions. Even if she had been a part of the dreadnought since the beginning, there was no logical explanation how she was able to master so much high technology. Just the fact that she was a true god was not an explanation of itself. VES had encountered many other true gods who lacked true comprehension of advanced sciences. It wasn't until he checked on the brain trust that he gained the answer. Interesting. VES initially found it difficult to accept that an organic AI core array was able to understand Furia's fire domain well enough to calculate how to use it to augment the dreadnought in a comprehensive manner. The brain trust, or more precisely the super brain comprised out of 5 Alpha Plus brains, had been working at full capacity to support all of the computational power required to direct the application of Furia's power. VES initially found it difficult to accept that an organic AI core array was able to understand Furia's fire domain well enough to calculate how to use it to augment the dreadnought in a comprehensive manner. Though he was not quite sure about this, his best guess was that the super brain made all of the difference. Since VES came up with the crazy idea that ultimately led to its formation, its performance already exceeded the combined performance of the 5 Alpha Plus brains back when they worked as separate brain units. That performance difference only widened as time went by. Part of it was because the brain trust benefited from all of the lightning baptism. However, there was more to it than that. The super brain had gained a lot of spirituality and had transcended its initial state. VES believed this to be a function of having an effective genetic aptitude score of S, but he wasn't sure due to lack of proof. He did not even know what was special about S-grade genetic aptitude in the first place. That did not stop him from recording a lot of data so that he could analyze it in the future. Little might come out of the study, but he would at least be able to recognize similar phenomena in the future. It is impressive how the new elements are working together so well. Captain Zonrid Rez said as he continually monitored the state of the brain trust and the performance of the Dominion of Man. This ship has turned into an unprecedented new type of vessel. Whatever you have done, you have managed to impress a lot of fleeters. Once more and more people are able to get a hold of the footage and the associated data, you will find that they will quickly change their tune with regards to the role of cultivation in human society. Few of my colleagues can resist the allure of commanding so much power. You have single-handedly secured the future of the Red Collective. Not even the 5th Enforcement Fleet will be able to deny the benefits of your work anymore. VES tiredly chuckled. Well, I am glad that my efforts today have caused a lot of people to open their eyes. At this time, the tribulation storm had produced a field of heavy gravity. The Dominion of Man became mired by powerful gravitic forces that tried to crush her immense hull into a single point in space. The gravitic field was failing. The Dominion of Man was just too damn sturdy to get crushed like a can. Not only that, but the vessel was equipped with so many anti-grav plates and inertial dampeners that they were fully capable of counteracting the force of gravity. Even if there were a lot of sections of the hull that had become damaged to the point where the gravitic field couldn't be neutralized, Furia stepped in and utilized her potent fire domain to protect these vulnerable areas. In any case, it looked like the tribulation storm had been poorly calibrated to test a modern human dreadnought. Everyone with a decent understanding of human shipbuilding technology would have known that it was useless to pit a hostile environment against such a powerful and well-constructed warship. When the heavy gravity field finally faded, the 6th round of the tribulation event had finally ceased. All it did was buy time for the Dominion of Man to enact a lot of emergency repairs and provide a lot of free tribulation energies. The crew of the dreadnought felt more relaxed than ever. It was as if the remainder of the tribulation storm had already tried its best to break their ship but failed. VES was not so arrogant to believe the ship would be able to fare well enough in the couple of rounds. The storm had continued to escalate with each subsequent wave. He wondered whether the ship and Furia would be able to grow quickly enough to keep up with the increasingly more challenging tests. His borrowed hazard suit produced a noise. Oh. My presence is requested at the Commander Center. Good luck and keep monitoring the state of the super brain. You do not need to tell me that. Its performance is absolutely fascinating. Sigrun said. The hybrid AI core practically salivated over all of the novel data produced by the most central part of the brain trust. Perhaps Sigrund believed he may be able to upgrade his own body by drawing the right lessons from the superbrain's performance. VES blinked as the Rubicon spatial transfer system teleported him to the commander center right away. The transition had become a lot smoother than before. This was a powerful indication that the Rubicon had become a lot more effective at its job. VES appeared in a familiar chamber that was dominated by a familiar piece of art. He threw an admiring glance at it before directing his attention to the master of the ship. The captain summoned an energy screen that isolated them from the rest of the bridge crew. Fire energy coursed through the boundary, offering additional protection against spying and eavesdropping. Thank you for coming. I preferred to give you the rest that you deserved, but there are leaders who require answers from you. Now that it appears that our upgraded and evolved vessel is well placed to resist the storm for the time being, we have enough time to hold a quick discussion. It seemed like the Tier 1 galactic citizens were too impatient to wait until the tribulation event had passed. I don't mind answering a few questions. VES cautiously said. The first question that everyone wants to ask you is whether you can replicate what you have done to the Dominion of Man. Dread Captain Volkert Argeel asked right away. We have 7 more dreadnoughts that are equipped with nearly identical spark reactors. Each of them house practically identical fire elementals. Are you able to bring to life and prevent them from degenerating into a vessel for an ancient tyrant? The Red Fleet is willing to reward you immensely if you are able to empower them in a similar fashion to my ship. Granted, we will have to put much greater effort into ensuring the ships can survive the tribulation storms without your intervention. VES shook his head. I hate to say this, but the Dominion of Man is truly one of a kind. The main reason why she has become so powerful is because I have awakened her spark reactor, in a manner of speaking. As you already know, bestowing the fire elemental with life is not that difficult. You guys have already managed to do this yourselves. What is truly challenging is to prevent the fire elementals from downloading the personality of the aforementioned tyrannical cultivator. The only reason I managed to succeed is because I forcibly bonded Karamon to the ship, which allowed him to redirect much of the faith in human supremacy to the awakened fire elemental. That has led to the birth of Furia. I think you can recognize the problem after hearing my explanation. The Dread Captain frowned. Some of our analysts have already theorized this. I am not comfortable with the concept of faith, but given that it possesses a real intangible quality in the Age of Dawn, I suppose it has become a useful resource to us. It is rather ingenious that you have thought to convert a fire elemental into a loyal spirit. However, now that the transformation has concluded, is it necessary to continue to allocate faith to Furia? It's not as simple as you think. VES sighed. First, there is only one Karamond. We cannot create another ancestral spirit that possesses the same domain as him and bind the new creation to another dreadnought. Second, Furia's transformation is not as permanent as you think. There is a lot of hardwired programming in her being that continues to rebel against our attempts to reform her. These are the original personality traits of the creator of the Fire Scroll, and it explains much of the reason why Furia is angry and passionate all of the time. Whoever he was, he must have been extremely powerful, because it is impossible for us to erase these stubborn traces with our current means. That alarmed the Dread Captain a bit. There is a risk that Furia may regress and pose an existential threat to red humanity. VES grimaced but nodded. Exactly. This is why Karamond is vital to the continued existence of the Dominion of Man. He is constantly funneling a portion of faith energy to Furia to keep her in her current state. This is a rather precarious scheme as there are several possible ways that this can go wrong. Please list them out for us. The Dread Captain requested. Karamond needs to be alive and in a good state. He is the sole conduit of faith energy that can keep Furia in line. As a true god, she can tap into faith energy as well, but it won't be of a variety that will keep her loyal to red humanity. Understood. Karamond must also maintain an active bond to the Dominion of Man. VES continued. In practice, that means that the dreadnought herself must remain intact enough to maintain this bond. If the ship ever falls apart one day, the bond between Karamond and Furia will break, because an essential binding element has disappeared. Furia will become unchained at that point. That concerned Volkert Argeel a lot more. That is, unwelcome news. We cannot afford to lose our ship. That will force us to be more cautious in her deployments. Are there any other points of concern, Professor? Yes. We need to discuss the source of faith. Chapter 5891 Faith Economy. The fleeters and the other people who must be monitoring the Dominion of Man could only see the power she had gained, but not the price that must be paid to keep her in this impressive state. The subject of faith made VES ambivalent as well, but ever since he decided to weaponize it during this event, he had to accept all of the baggage that came with its usage. VES tried to explain why the future of the Dominion of Man literally hinged on the faith of red humanity. If you understand that Furia can only maintain her current incarnation when her more rebellious parts of herself are suppressed by faith, then it shouldn't be too difficult to understand the ominous implications. Caramon doesn't have to channel every scrap of faith to his partner True God, but he has to divert at least some of it day and night. Oh, I also have to mention that his current influx of faith is far higher than what we should normally expect from our population base. I have been told that the Red 2 and other major groups have been going all out to promote Supreme Marshal Caramon Pearl and his legacy. Once all of the excitement has died down, the ancestral spirit won't receive as much faith as before, making it increasingly more burdensome to keep Furia in line. That did not sit well with the Dread Captain and many other high-ranked leaders who were listening in on this conversation. Let me understand this correctly, Professor. Our ship is under constant threat of getting destroyed from within. The reason for that is because relying on the subject named Furia as the primary power source for our dreadnought is a double-edged sword. She can elevate the dominion of man to greatness, but if we ever lose control over her, she can easily degenerate, causing her to corrupt or destroy our vessel entirely. A compromised dreadnought should be the least of your concerns. VES mildly stated. The threat posed by an actual offshoot of one of the most powerful cultivators that humanity had produced in ancient times could not be overstated. Such a being could inflict untold damage to human civilization in the Red Ocean and beyond. The Dread Captain did not disagree with VES. One of our concerns with the new state of affairs that you have set in motion is that it is dependent on the masses. The current population of Red humanity is not large in relation to the Milky Way, but it is not too small either. Many powers are already doing what they can to expand their population levels, but it takes time to produce results. In the meantime, the Red Cabal is already gathering forces to launch multiple offensives. Each organized and concentrated attack wave will batter at our border regions and compress our living space. The more star systems we lose, the harder it becomes to sustain a large population. The reduction in numbers translates into a reduction of faith. In other words, if Red humanity started to incur significant territorial losses during the Red War, it would not be able to produce as much faith energy as before. The worst outcome was that so many humans got killed that they could no longer supply enough faith to keep Furia in line. The fleeters in charge of the Dominion of Man had to make an incredibly painful decision at that point. The most obvious solution would be to kill Furia as a preventative measure. This was a painful measure that would definitely downgrade the dreadnought. The riskier and more desperate choice would be to allow Furia to degenerate. This was an exceedingly dangerous course of action, but if Red humanity was losing the Red War anyway, then what was the harm in letting the original creator of the Fire Scroll free? People would just hope that the so-called immortal god would have enough humanity left to save the dwindling amount of people left in the Red Ocean. Neither option seemed palatable to the fleeters. Dread Captain Argyle adopted a frustrated expression. I suppose it was too good to be true. You have given us many boons, but it is not pleasant to realize that they turn out to be poisoned chalices. VES as he beheld the man. The recent changes had done him a lot of good. Even now, his dread armor was still radiating a powerful but highly controlled red corona. This dynamic cuts both ways. Think about it. If we are able to push the aliens back and colonize more high-value star systems, we can double or triple our current population level. The more people we have, the greater the supply of faith. They can provide an additional buffer for Furia, but they can also support other possible transformations. Explain. You are addressing two separate subjects. Excuse me. First, let us talk about Furia. She's pretty strong at the moment. However, now that she is alive and awake, I do not expect her to remain as stagnant as before. The large supply of faith that keeps her on our side is also facilitating her growth. I am not sure how much progress she can make, but each time she makes progress, the minimum upkeep level rises a bit further. There is a chance that our population may not be able to keep her in line anymore. That is highly troubling. Volkert Argyle rumbled. I take that to mean that it is impossible to preserve the status quo. We cannot stop Furia's growth because doing so will cause her to go out of control. She will grow regardless of what we do, which means that she may ultimately become too strong for us to keep in line. You are essentially claiming that the Dominion of Man will not be able to last forever even if we manage to expand our population base. While the two continued to converse with each other, the Dominion of Man had already become embroiled in the 7th round of the Tribulation event. The storm clouds had spat out large masses of condensed Tribulation lightning and turned them into giant alien warships. One or multiple of them appeared in each wave. Each of these warships possessed distinctly alien and cultivation vibes to them. It was not difficult to guess that they were representative of the vessels used to travel and make war across Mech 87. These warships were actually quite impressive in how they leveraged hypermaterials in a superior fashion. They also incorporated a huge amount of runes to program and direct the flow of E-energy. However, they were far behind when it came to the use of mundane science and technology. For all of their impressive tech, their actual performance was not that impressive. The Dominion of Man precisely aimed her primary and secondary cannons at any hostile vessel and blasted them with so much power that their defenses crumbled at a rapid rate. There was no need to resort to convoluted measures when the most warship of Red humanity could simply rely on brute force to overcome her opposition. With Furia working to concentrate huge amounts of fire energy in every active weapon system, the firepower of the Dominion of Man had undergone a qualitative evolution. It could even be argued that her ship-based firepower already surpassed that of the guns of Armageddon. Since the Dominion of Man was actively making a mockery out of the representatives of different warships from Mech C-87, neither VES nor Volkert Argyle saw any reason to pay too much attention to the ongoing fighting. The officers and crew of the dreadnought were not incompetent. They were all elites who could take care of themselves. They were also smart and adaptable enough to keep up with the rapid upgrades that changed a lot of parameters. VES decided to reassure the fleeters a bit. It was not his intention to cause them to fear their new prize. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, Captain. We can prolong the point of no return by increasing the supply of faith energy. This will at least buy us all more time to figure out a more permanent solution to Furia's problem. Dread Captain Argyle did not possess much confidence in this solution. If it had been that easy to render the fire elementals harmless, then the fleeters would have implemented it a long time ago. There was no easy way to erase the imprints of what may very well be a God King. VES already had a taste of that with the annoying soul mark. Maybe I am being too pessimistic. You have already accomplished the impossible by converting a fire elemental into a more useful contributor of humanity. Perhaps you can do so again. The captain said in a lighter tone. VES smiled back. That is the other subject that I wanted to raise. Earlier, you asked me whether it is possible to empower the other 7 dreadnoughts. The full answer is a little complicated, but as long as our population base has multiplied by several times, it should be possible to apply a similar plan to another dreadnought. The premise is that there is enough faith energy to spare. That intrigued the fleeter. The man was highly attached to the Dominion of Man, but he was not opposed to elevating her sister ships. More living dreadnoughts meant that there would be more hulls that could share the pressure of his current command. Your earlier words must not be wrong, so it is difficult to reconcile them with your latest statement. What are the complications, Professor? Meaning. Symbolism. Domain. VES responded. Caramond is a unique existence, and he should stay that way. His faith comes from people's belief in human supremacy, which is an excellent match with the symbolic meaning of the Dominion of Man. If you fleeters ever decide to transform another dreadnought, then you have to select one that carries a useful meaning. Then you need to brainstorm a new ancestral spirit that is based on another strong and widespread belief that is strongly associated with the human race. It will be quite difficult to find anything that can exceed the strength and ubiquity of human supremacy. Your best bet is to artificially cultivate new human values in an organized fashion. For example, you can promote the appreciation of human legacy or militarism. That was an intriguing suggestion. Dread Captain Argyle and the people behind him were doubtlessly exploring the viability of this idea. You are talking about creating a new church for every dreadnought that we wish to transform. VES raised his armored palms. No. Nothing as exaggerated as that. Caramond did not need a church in order to tap into people's belief of human supremacy. You just have to educate and indoctrinate enough people to value other aspects of our race as well. The important part is that they are reflective of modern human traits. It is the human element that is chiefly responsible for taming the fire elementals. We will take your suggestions under advisement. I admit that you have given us tantalizing ideas. The main issue is that we can only implement them if we are able to expand our population base. That is true, Captain, but you do not have to focus on quantity alone. The spread of cultivation will make a lot of people stronger in mind and in spirit. That will allow them to produce increasingly more faith energy, which means that there will be greater room for this kind of stuff. Devotion is also an important variable. People who hardly think that humans are special will never be able to supply as much faith energy as those who are utterly convinced that humanity is the strongest race in the cosmos. All of these variables are levers which we can use to manipulate the production of faith energy in our society. Though VES spoke about this subject in purely secularist terms, there was still a part of him that was a little afraid of what his words might unleash one day. Chapter 5892 Dreadnought Dreams. VES presented the Red Fleet with tantalizing options for their dreadnoughts. The Dominion of Man had undoubtedly won over a lot of fleeters. Even if the current dreadnought was not yet a match for a god mech, it was not unrealistic to think that might change in the future. However, the danger that Furia might lose control one day tempered the expectations of the leaders of the Red Fleet. It was already bad enough that they had one potential time bomb on their hands. Creating more transformed fire elementals vastly increased the probability that one of them might go rogue and turn into an incredibly powerful threat to human civilization one day. As far as VES was concerned, it was not his job to weigh the risks and decide whether Red humanity needed the power of Carmine dreadnoughts bad enough to play with fire yet again. He had informed his clients of the possible choices they could make and the conditions they had to meet in order to create an additional living starship like the Dominion of Man. VES was pretty sure that there were at least some leaders within the Red Fleet who felt desperate enough to take another gamble. It was well known that the fleeters had always envied the huge amount of combat power that a god mech had at its disposal. Developing a warship that could actually enter into a stalemate against such a powerful machine would increase their bargaining power and prevent them from becoming irrelevant. Not that Carmine dreadnoughts were the only possible ways for the Red Fleet to keep up with the times. The ongoing battles between the Dominion of Man and all kinds of strange and exotic alien warships had opened the eyes of VES and many others to the possibilities of proper hyper-warships. So long as Red humanity was able to decipher the more advanced applications of hypermaterials, the shipbuilding industry would probably experience a massive boom on top of the existing one. Nobody wanted to lose their precious hulls now that they had become increasingly more difficult to attain. Even then, it was doubtful that they would work as well in a medium energy environment. While the ongoing tribulation event granted the fleeters crucial glimpses of an entirely different development path for warships, it would take a long time to replicate any of them. There were too many new scientific fields that their researchers had to puzzle out before they developed a robust theoretical framework to design these kinds of ships. Even then, it was doubtful that they would work as well in a medium energy environment. It would be better to selectively apply Mech 87 style naval engineering onto existing human naval paradigms. All of this meant that the Red Fleet had no viable alternatives to develop a warship that could come close to competing against the likes of the Dominion of Man. VES was the only person in the Red Ocean who could offer the fleeters a way to strengthen their entire super-organization. This granted him an enormous amount of leverage, but only if the Dominion of Man survived her lightning tribulation. Given that Furia and the Dreadnought had become so powerful that they continued to smash apart the alien warships of the 7th round with very little complications, that outcome seemed increasingly more likely. Perhaps it was premature to talk about follow-up plans based on a successful outcome, but it was not as if VES had anything better to do with his time. He had already done his part and exhausted all of his fighting capacity for the day. There was little he could do to help the Dominion of Man aside from providing occasional advice, not that it was necessary at this stage. Caramond, the super brain, Furia as well as the entire crew of the Dreadnought had the situation well in hand. If you had a choice on which Dreadnought you would prefer to convert next, which one do you recommend? Dread Captain Argyle asked. That was a good question. This was a complicated subject because there were a lot of important variables at play. The emergence of Caramond already changed human civilization forever because people finally gained a concrete manifestation of their belief in human supremacy. VES had no doubt that people would begin to sing the praises of Caramond on a daily basis, especially when this sort of behavior actively prevented Furia from going rogue. In order to convert a second fire elemental, VES had to find a second human aspect to empower. What limited his choices was the need to tie the aspect into the name and symbolism of the Dreadnought in question. There are a number of viable choices. VES slowly responded. In truth, every remaining Dreadnought can be transformed. I am sure that we can figure out ways to do so safely. However, we can make our lives much easier if we pick the ones whose meaning is already tied to ingrained human attitudes. The Dominion of Man was a perfect first choice for me because it encapsulated one of our strongest cultural traits as a race. The other ones are not that straightforward. That is true. The Reign of Frost is likely among the more difficult dreadnoughts to convert. Hardly any human thinks about freezing on a daily basis. Exactly. Then there are aspects of human behavior that are not something that we should promote. For example, the Throne of Lies is a very useful dreadnought, but with a name as ominous as this, I am not sure whether it is a good idea to create an ancestral spirit that is literally empowered by lies. Everyone lies, Professor Larkinson. No one can remain completely honest aside from bots, and even they lie when their programming compels them to do so. I admit that it might not be as easy to control a spirit that is centered around a troubling concept, but surely the rapid growth should more than make up for the additional difficulties. VES shook his head. I think you are underestimating the threat posed by such an entity. Do not forget that the faith won't just shape the personality of the ancestral spirit, but also the fire elemental that is bound to the Throne of Lies. Think about what sort of being you will produce when you inundate him with a multitude of human lies. I do not think you can afford to trust such a being to power your dreadnought unless you have implemented a huge amount of safeguards. That is a good point. You are indeed correct. We should save the Throne of Lies for a more distant future. The Heart of Darkness should also be left aside for the time being. Hopefully, we have made enough advancements in a number of decades to decrease the danger posed by the fire elementals. Do you have any positive suggestions? I do. My personal favorite is the Indignation of Righteousness. VES said. Converting her into a Carmine Dreadnought as I call it will entail the creation of an ancestral spirit that feeds off human anger, indignation and other related sentiments. There are a lot of humans who are angry at the aliens who threaten their livelihoods. None of them want humanity to go extinct. The more setbacks we suffer, the greater our indignation against the cruel and merciless aliens. The suggestion did not impress the Dread Captain. Your analysis is logical, but the choice itself is not ideal. The Indignation of Righteousness is a titan of defense. Her mobility ranks at the bottom and she is lacking in long-ranged armaments. Her defense is admittedly impressive, but we cannot win the Red War by remaining passive all of the time. There are still plenty of key locations that need to be defended by God pilots. If they can be substituted by a Carmine dreadnought, then the indignation of righteousness can still play a crucial role. The Greater Beyonder Gate for example could really use her protection. That was quite a good suggestion. Dreadnoughts were more closely associated with nigh unstoppable offensive pushes, but could also protect critical assets, especially if they received additional remote shielding modules. The fleeters did not want this to be their only choice at this junction. Do you have another suggestion? I suppose the Doom of Xenos is another good candidate. VES said with a hint of hesitation. Its meaning and associations are simple and direct. The mere act of killing aliens or even thinking about it will fuel the growth of the associated ancestral spirit and keep the converted fire elemental under control. You sound reluctant. Why? The Doom of Xenos has a very offensive connotation, Captain. The steps we need to take to convert her into a Carmine dreadnought will inflame xenophobia in human society. I know what you want to say next. This is already a deeply rooted trait in our society. What I am afraid of is that creating an ancestral spirit that literally feeds off alien hate will turn us into an uncompromising civilization that can never consider compromise. That caused Dread Captain Argyle to frown. Be careful, Professor Larkinson. People may accuse you of being a cosmopolitan. I hate the cosmopolitans, but that does not mean I am entirely closed to a possible future where we may find it better to sign peace treaties with the more reasonable alien races. VES responded with a sigh. We can't always have everything in our wish list. It is just a possibility that I would like to keep open just in case. Transforming the Doom of Xenos will throw away any chance of peace and reconciliation. We will lock ourselves in an undying struggle against the aliens. There was too much political baggage for the both of them to explore this topic any further. VES had already issued his warning. It would be up to the Big Hots to decide whether they wanted to grace Red humanity with a personification of humanity's desire to kill alien beings. The Doom of Xenos was still a fantastic dreadnought, though. She was one of his absolute favorites simply because she was armed with the largest and most powerful spinal cannons that VES had ever seen. It was incredibly exhilarating to think how much more powerful that titanic spinal gun would become if it received the full empowerment of a loyal and obedient fire elemental. Nothing would be able to defend against a direct hit from such an enormous planet-cracking weapon. Not even an ancient phase whale would fare any better. VES and the Dread Captain quickly went through a few other possibilities. The Grail of Eternity was too abstract to produce strong results, and the guns of Armageddon should only be upgraded into a Carmine dreadnought when Red humanity was losing the war. It is fascinating to hear about all of these possibilities. Volkert Argyle spoke. It is regretful that we have never considered them in the past. We would have changed our approach to the development of our dreadnought if we knew that their names had so much power over their potential upgrade potential. Is it possible for you to perform a similar procedure onto our less remarkable battleships, Professor? We have many more of them, and they possess all sorts of names that may align much better with our strategic goals. Only if they are equipped with a spark reactor or similar. This is really a mandatory requirement. Otherwise, the living warships simply won't have enough power to make a difference. I am looking for potential substitutes of spark reactors myself. One of the ideas I have been thinking about is to capture a calamity beast and imprison it into my own version of a spark reactor. That is a recipe for disaster. The Dread Captain stated. Calamity beasts are not nearly as powerful as fire elementals. You will find that they will only be powerful enough to enhance subcapital ships. I know, but it is better than nothing. I am looking into other alternatives, but I fear that their lack of power will only make them suitable for mechs or smaller warships. Chapter 5893 Ambivalent News. The lightning tribulation did not remain tame forever. The alien starships of the 7th round became increasingly larger and more formidable. Their defenses became tougher to crack and their weapons started to hit increasingly harder as their distinctive Mech 87 style materials and technological applications became increasingly more advanced. Although the warships originating from a high-energy environment never came close to matching the sheer sophistication of humanity's high technologies, the aliens who labored hard to develop their impressive vessels possessed their competences. Their native blend of hyper-technology and e-technology blew anything developed by Red humanity out of the water. They were so many generations ahead that it would probably take thousands if not millions of years for the Red 2 to catch up on an independent basis. Already, the most powerful among the observers of this tribulation event harvested an enormous amount of inspiration. Their grasp on hyper-technology and e-technology may be vastly inferior to that of the natives of Mech 87, but they only needed a few clues and an awareness of what was possible in order to figure out entire new directions of research. Even if the dominion of man ultimately succumbed to the fury of the storm, the high-tiered galactic citizens would not feel too upset. The lessons they learned and the perspective they gained were already invaluable enough. Many of these leading figures possessed the capacity to convert their present gains into massive technological developments down the line. The next mech generation was bound to revolutionize human society yet again. Still, these were considerations for the distant future. Right now, Red humanity desperately needed to gain more power in the short term. It was crucial for the Dominion of Man to survive and secure her evolutionary gains from the ongoing tribulation. The good times did not last forever. By the time the Dominion of Man managed to vanquish over the last wave of the 7th round, the starship had already incurred a bit more scarring and surface damage due to the unexpected high firepower of the last alien battleship. The vessel forged out of tribulation lightning had been a pain to fight against. The ship turned out to be a jagged and completely unrefined asteroid that consisted of the toughest metallic ore imaginable. Somehow, a powerful force of sword cultivators had carved tunnels into the asteroid's interior and steadily converted it into a mobile starbase of sorts. While the exotic starbase's defenses did not last particularly long against the formidable arsenal of the Dominion of Man, its armaments were another story. Swords created from tribulation lightning and metal energy surged out of the starbase in an unending stream. Each sword leveraged the power of heaven to enhance their sharpness, toughness, and penetration power to such a high degree that they never failed to punch shallow holes through the hull of the Dominion of Man. Even if an individual sword was not able to penetrate too far, the starbase spat out so many of them that the dreadnought was forced to rotate her hull in order to disperse the damage. What was even worse was that some of the starbase's gun ports launched formations of swords. VES became uncomfortably reminded by battle networks as he saw hundreds if not thousands of swords assume highly precise formations that resonated with the power of heaven. When the Dominion of Man got struck by these large sword formations, entire chunks of her hull disintegrated to pieces. Fortunately, the dreadnought adapted quickly to this massive threat. Dozens of secondary gun batteries worked to intercept and break apart the sword formations before they could land their devastating attacks. Breaking them up was enough to reduce their threat level by a large degree. Furia also worked to concentrate more fire energy across the exposed hull sections in order to protect them against continuous blows. Ultimately, for all of their sharpness, the sword cultivators who built the base never invested nearly as much in their defense as opposed to offense. The Brain Trust had analyzed the structural characteristics of the asteroid base in extreme detail and calculated highly optimal firing solutions that systematically dismantled the strange runes that formed key nodes in the enemy fortifications' defensive network. The Dominion of Man mainly leaned on her kinetic and explosive armaments to quickly break the vulnerable asteroid base apart piece by piece. The 7th round came to an end at that point. As the storm clouds gathered up more energy to initiate the 8th round, the analysts who had been studying their properties and behavior made a crucial discovery. After they double-checked their results and shared their findings with off-site experts, they felt confident enough to present their conclusion to their captain and his guest. Sir, according to our detailed analysis, the tribulation storm has entered its final round. We already predicted that this would be the case much sooner, but we have gathered enough data to reach a 85% confidence interval in our conclusion. The most important implication is, there is no 9th round. This tribulation storm will only last up to 72 waves in total. What? Both VES and Dread Captain Argyle became shocked by this analysis. Even though there was a 15% chance that the analysts had misjudged the situation, it was safe to say that the Dominion of Man only had to endure 9 more tests before the heavens begrudgingly allowed the Carmine Dreadnought to continue to exist. VES had a strong guess why the tribulation storm skipped out on the 9th round. He had little doubt the Dreadnought definitely deserved one due to all of the craziness surrounding her upgrades. The storm had weakened by a significant margin shortly after the Subjugation King showed up and exercised his power. He mentioned. That's the reason why there isn't enough energy left to power the 9th round, correct? The bridge officer nodded. That is our leading hypothesis, Professor. Our analysts are still continuing to investigate this matter further, but we do not think our conclusion is likely to change. The loss in power was noticeable, and the storm clouds have never recovered from the aliens' interference. Both VES and Dread Captain Argyle exchanged glances with each other. They both felt ambivalent towards this development. On the one hand, the Dominion of Man had been spared the most difficult and destructive of tests. She would not have to test her mettle against the most powerful and threatening of tribulation challenges. Each wave of the 9th round was sure to stretch her limits and beyond regardless of the aid provided by Furia. Given that the last wave of the 7th round already dressed the Dreadnought's defenses, the probability that the vessel might succumb in the last waves was uncomfortably high. On the other hand, the Dominion of Man also lost out on 9 of the most powerful and beneficial waves of strengthening. The rewards for overcoming each subsequent tribulation challenge had grown stronger on an exponential basis. VES already became convinced that the Dominion of Man was bound to evolve into the first masterwork dreadnought after getting refined by so much tribulation energies. Yet the most dramatic waves of strengthening had been left towards the end. The 9th round was by far the most destructive but also rewarding of tribulation encounters. The most ambitious of mech pilots regarded this ultimate round as the final crucible that had the capacity to turn the most deserving of them into the ultimate martial gods. Star designers regarded the final round of a tribulation storm with even greater fondness. They shaped the heavens into a divine forge that could transform their most inspired mechs into legendary grand works. The presence or absence of a 9th round therefore had massive implications for everyone. VES actually felt relieved that the Dominion of Man had been spared a ticket to destruction. To be honest, he did not have the confidence that the dreadnought would be able to grow fast enough to keep up with the tribulation storm's ruthless power scaling. On the other hand, he felt a small but incredibly persistent amount of regret that the Dominion of Man had effectively waived her chance to become a grand work goodbye. Whether she was even qualified to fight for this ascension opportunity was another question. What mattered was that the Subjugation King deprived the living warship of the choice due to his meddling. That was what made VES and everyone else who became aware of this dynamic so ambivalent about this development. The Subjugation King had effectively boosted the survival chances of the Dominion of Man at the cost of discarding her evolution into a full grand work. VES did not know nearly enough about the third rung of Sen Fovon's craftsmanship ladder to know whether there was any way for the dreadnought to make up for this lost opportunity. Even if there was a way for the Dominion of Man to bridge the huge threshold that separated masterworks from grand works, it would probably take a huge amount of time and effort to substitute all of the progress from enduring the 9th round of the tribulation storm. The captain of the ship adjusted to this reality faster than VES. This is good news. We have embarked on an unprecedented journey. We have blazed a new trail in what we thought was possible in starship development. Instead of aiming for the grandest prize and invalidating all of our sacrifices in the process, we should appreciate the progress that we have already secured. The Dominion of Man has already surpassed her sister ships to become the most powerful dreadnought in an absolute sense. We should focus on securing our gains and taking stock of what has changed. The captain's words successfully brought VES back down to earth. It became a lot easier for him to set aside his regrets for missing out on the 9th round. You are correct, he said with a sigh. I have a habit of being too greedy for my good at times. Simply transforming the Dominion of Man into a full masterwork vessel is more than enough to make me feel fulfilled. Warships generally did not turn into masterworks unless they were designed and built by star designers. The Red Fleet practically did not have any of them because their warships were all developed by mortals from beginning to end. The successful transformation of the Dominion of Man had the potential to change this pattern and introduce a brand new era of ship development. While all of this was contingent on the survival of the Carmine dreadnought in question, the Subjugation King had accidentally made this outcome a lot more probable. In the end, the Red Fleet should ultimately thank the alien God King for granting Red humanity a massive boon. VES just wished it did not come at the cost of planting a stubborn soul mark into his spirituality. It did not escape his attention that if the soul mark was formed out of all the tribulation energies that comprised the 9th round, its properties should be far more powerful than anything VES had dealt with in the past. He had even less hope of wiping it out than before. VES even believed that it would be futile for him to get rid of it unless he or an ally managed to advance to the rank of God King. Even then, it was still questionable whether that was enough to wipe out a soul mark that had become so deeply rooted inside VES. The first wave of the 8th round is starting. The storm clouds churned with more power than ever. As lightning crackled with increasing intensity, a huge and distinctly organic shape appeared from the storm. It's an astral beast. No, it's not an astral beast. It's a highly developed calamity beast. VES and many others grew worried. The enormous beasts that grew up in a high-energy environment were bound to be a lot more powerful and adept with manipulating the power of heaven than the homegrown beasts of the Red Ocean. Even if the beasts lacked a lot of sophistication, they more than made up for this shortcoming with their enormous physical power and the talent originating from their bloodlines. Chapter 5894 The 8th Round. The first calamity beast, or whatever the Messi 87 equivalent was called, vaguely resembled a squid with armor and way too many tentacles. Its mass and volume was enormous. It was more than 10 kilometers in length, and its bulk was so formidable that it could probably cause an extinction event if it decided to crash onto a planet. The creature's tentacles looked highly disconcerting. They were both flexible but also hooked. Each of these hooks looked sharp enough to bore into the hull plating of the Dominion of Man and make it much more difficult to dislodge the tentacles. The domain of the powerful creature was even more disconcerting. VES was only able to sense a hint of it due to Furia and Karamon's attempts to push it back, but he was able to sample enough to get a general impression. The squid beast was a predator who loved nothing more than to grapple its prey and never let go. Its resilient armor and flesh provided it with enough toughness and regeneration to survive long enough to outlast its enemies. Perhaps the only flaw of this beast was that it required a lot of time to defeat powerful adversaries. We can't afford to let this squid monster get close and entangle the ship with its tentacles. VES stated the obvious. The creature should not be too fast. We should at least be able to prolong interception long enough to break it down. The Dominion of Man already started to move before the massive squid monster emerged from the portal. Even though the storm clouds always made sure to follow after the ship when the latter moved too far away, the Dominion of Man was still able to put up more distance between herself and the squid monster. The monstrous creature grew angry at seeing its intended prey run away. It began to orient itself towards the fleeing dreadnought before waving its tentacles in an alluringly cyclical fashion to propose itself forward in space. The creature's acceleration is higher than expected, but our upgraded main thrusters are performing better than before as well. The beast will not be able to intercept us in at least 2 minutes at this rate. A time interval of 2 minutes was not much, but it was more than enough to allow the Dominion of Man to heavily bombard the creature with her intact gun batteries. The primary and secondary turrets opened fire on the creature in an indiscriminate fashion. Large missiles and torpedoes that were expressly produced to take out enemy warships soared towards the squid monster as well. The creature's organic armor was thick and resilient, but it also slowed the creature down to the point where it turned into a punching bag for the dreadnought. What was notable was that the transphasic weapon systems produced considerably better results than their non-transphasic counterparts. This was valid in many of the previous encounters as well. The squid monster's lack of energy shields did not do the beast any favors either. Transphasic weapons excelled against material defenses. As the frontal armor of the squid rapidly began to crumble apart, the squid monster became angrier and angrier. Eventually, the creature proved that it had the ability to retaliate at range when it began to extend multiple smaller tentacles and began to launch fast and penetrating bone lances. The Dominion of Man's Azure energy shields came online to block these penetrating attacks. The powerful energy shields proved sufficient to block the sustained barrage for the time being, though the bone spikes exploded a fair distance away from the hull of the dreadnought as a consequence. The ship had previously endured the tests without relying too much on her energy defenses, but given how much her physical condition had deteriorated by now, Dread Captain Argyle decided it was prudent to forego small gains in order to preserve the integrity of his command as best as possible. In the end, it did not take 2 minutes for the squid beast to falter. The firepower of the Dominion of Man still proved to be too powerful against the challenges presented by the tribulation storm. While the squid beast had a chance to close in and wrap its damaged tentacles around the hull of its prey, the dreadnought had delivered the final coup de grace in the form of a single powerful explosion that broke the head of the battered head of squid monster from the inside. What was that? VES asked as he did not notice the launch of any missiles and torpedoes that could have produced such a dramatic result. We made use of the Rubicon spatial transfer system to teleport a single antimatter bomb of the appropriate yield inside the mouth cavity of the Calamity Beast. Dread Captain Argyle explained with vicious satisfaction. There is no reason for us to forego the advantages of one of our best technological assets. We previously did not employ it in the previous round because many of the cultivator-developed warships are actually quite well shielded against teleportation attacks. That surprised VES. This was an incredibly vicious means of attack, particularly against powerful enemies that did not sufficiently protect themselves against this exotic method. It was not particularly surprising to learn that Mech C-87's cultivators were familiar enough with this tactic to implement sufficient safeguards in their own warships. However, if the beasts of the supermassive galaxy were similar to the ones on the Red Ocean, then they were overwhelmingly savage, solitary, and lacking in sophistication. Without the backing of an entire civilization, these beasts would never be aware that they could be attacked in this manner, let alone develop specific countermeasures that could save them from getting blown apart from within. If you could teleport antimatter bombs directly inside the body of this squid monster, then why wait until it had gotten so close? Powerful organisms such as calamity beasts have a natural resistance towards this attack vector. Volkert Argyle patiently explained to VES. It is most often due to their powerful natural domain fields. Even the most primitive creatures can resist these attacks as long as they are strong enough. This is why we softened up the squid monster first. Damaging its physical body also weakens its domain field. Range and power are also important. Once the beast has come close enough, we powered the Rubicon in full so that it can forcibly overcome whatever resistance that remains and successfully deposit an antimatter bomb. This was insightful information. VES was glad to learn about these considerations because he felt the urge to protect himself against this means of attack. There was almost no way to defend against such a scary assassination method. Of course, the Rubicon spatial transfer system was arguably the most powerful teleportation system in the Red Ocean. Perhaps the phase whales developed an even better device, but nobody knew for certain. What mattered was that VES did not have to be afraid that his enemies would employ anything as strong as the Rubicon anytime soon. Hopefully, the next creatures can be dealt with just as easily. VES muttered. The next few waves did not pose too much of a challenge to the Dominion of Man. A myriad of different monsters emerged from the tribulation storm. The second wave consisted of a chimera that possessed the limbs of more than 1,000 different organisms. Many of these limbs were only effective up close, but there were other appendages that were able to launch rocks, plasma bolts, and more exotic attacks. The third wave consisted of a massive astral insect queen that was able to breed an unending tide of warrior insects. The titanic insect queen effectively acted as a carrier while her rapidly bred warrior insects fought in a similar fashion to suicidal mechs. The third wave consisted of a pair of fast and agile storm birds. They were much faster than the previous calamity beasts. They also acted in perfect coordination as they closed in and assaulted the Dominion of Man from opposite sides. They presented a particularly more elevated threat as they were able to form a powerful lightning bond between them that caused the dreadnought to suffer a massive case of shock treatment. The fourth wave consisted of 3 massive quadrupeds. They vaguely resembled flaming horses and had a penchant for running around to generate firestorms in their wake. It was too bad that their fire attacks proved to be completely incapable of overpowering Furia at her own game, and could only inflict effective damage by charging at the ship. The fifth wave initially puzzled the crew of the Dominion of Man. The enemy beasts either possessed stealth capabilities or managed to travel through space through another dimension. The response from the dreadnought was to fire all of her intact tertiary gun batteries in every direction. This measure soon exposed the existence and the coordinates of 4 astral worms. The sixth wave eschewed trickery for brute force. A single giant rock monster that was thrice the size of the Dominion of Man emerged from the portal and homed in on the ship right away. Though the beast was not particularly fast, it generated an extremely powerful gravitic field that continually pulled the dreadnought closer. None of these calamity beasts were weak by any means. They all possessed the capability to defeat one or several human battleships so long as the conditions were not too unfavorable. However, the Dominion of Man defeated the calamity beasts one after another with almost the same ease as the start of the 8th round. The Rubicon is such a cheat. VES repeated several times as he watched the spectacle unfold. The creatures shouldn't have fallen so quickly and so easily. They had all evolved over the course of many battles and struggles for survival. Their exteriors were always extremely tough and resilient. It should have taken many more attacks to punch through their flesh and bone and damage the more vital internal organs. The Dominion of Man did not play by the rules. So long as the hostile beasts presented an opening, the Carmine Dreadnought always took advantage of her Rubicon to deliver antimatter bombs and other nasty super weapons directly to her targets. The creatures always floundered after they got struck by these inexplicable attacks. Even if their domains blocked the Rubicon from teleporting super weapons directly inside their brains or chests, it was already enough for the ordnance to deposit inside their limbs or just underneath their resilient exteriors. The battles ultimately started to resemble demolition operations more than anything. Even the giant rock monster of the 6th wave succumbed after getting blasted by over 24 strategically placed teleportation attacks. Damn! VES almost became sick at how these powerful foes got felled due to a common vulnerability. I have the feeling that if the guns of Armageddon is converted to a Carmine Dreadnought one day, she would still find it difficult to overcome these foes as quickly as the Dominion of Man. Being able to teleport explosive ordnance directly past the defenses of an enemy target is way more effective than I thought. I never thought that it would make such a huge difference at this level. The confidence of the crew rose with every easy victory. Yet the 7th wave quickly tempered their expectations. That was because the beast that emerged from the storms exuded a much more powerful domain than before. VES became startled when he got a good taste of the newly emerged domain. That's not a normal beast anymore. If my suspicions are correct, we are dealing with a true god-level beast. A god beast. That caused everyone to freeze for a moment. This was the theoretical evolution of a calamity beast. Once such a creature managed to transcend into a god beast, they became a lot more powerful in both physical and spiritual aspects. It was safe to say that the true test of the Dominion of Man had begun. Chapter 5895 The Mirror Beast. From the moment the 7th wave began, everyone aboard the Dominion of Man understood that they wouldn't be able to breeze through this opponent as easily as before. The calamity beasts of the previous waves all possessed their own strengths which they relied upon to grow powerful during their lifetimes. Ordinary human war fleets would have struggled enormously to defeat these monstrous opponents. Each of them had evolved tough and resilient defenses that would have taken a lot of firepower to breach. Yet their common vulnerability towards the absurdly effective teleport attacks unique to the Dominion of Man had caused all of these creatures to fall without inflicting too much damage in return. The Dreadnought's condition had actually improved throughout the waves as the engineers and bots gained valuable time to patch up holes and repair damaged systems. The lighting baptisms resulting from the defeat of so many powerful calamity beasts also strengthened the overall parameters of the ship to a remarkable degree. The rewards of the 8th round were so much greater than the previous ones that the ship was probably capable of defeating the other dreadnoughts without suffering serious damage in return. Yet despite all of these incredible gains, VES and the others still felt a hint of apprehension as the tribulation storm produced the first proper god beast. I guess, we can begin to find out whether a dreadnought is a match against a god mech. VES commented. God mechs are probably a lot stronger than these evolved creatures in every way, but the gap should be a bit narrower than we would like. As the first god beast forged out of tribulation lightning slowly came into view, the observers became surprised yet again. The shape of this creature was unlike any other that came before. Not even the giant rock was as bizarre as this monster. Is that a beast or a humanoid? The reason why a lot of people became puzzled for a moment was because the god beast looked like a giant intelligent alien being. It shared disturbing similarities to a human. The proportions were a bit off, but the so-called god beast possessed a pair of legs, an upright torso and 3 pairs of arms instead of a single one. While the arms made the true god-level creature look a lot more inhuman, it was the head that truly increased its intimidation factor. It was a flat mirror-like surface. There were no eyes, ears, or mouth in sight. It literally looked as if a mad scientist had grafted a giant mirror onto the neck of the humanoid creature. This is either an artificial creation or a beast that has tried to transform its body into that of a native alien race. VES guessed. There are ancient treatises that describe how beasts are capable of becoming increasingly more human if they wish. That is interesting, and troubling. As the god beast settled into its temporary existence, its domain continued to spread from its body. The entire space underneath the storm clouds became filled with hazy mists. The sensor systems of the Dominion of Man already began to experience difficulties as they struggled to detect objects through this hazy domain as easily as before. It was clear that the battle between the Dominion of Man and this mirror beast had already begun. Launch probes. Make sure they can form stable data links with each other. Thousands of tiny and disposable probes launched from the hull. There were so many of them that they could practically form an army unto themselves. While they quickly lost contact with the dreadnought if they ventured too deep into the hazy mist, keeping them close to other probes ensured that they transmitted their sensor readings to the ship. Whatever joviality and overconfidence that the crew possessed had disappeared. Each and every spacer became utterly serious as they knew that they had a much bigger fight on their hands than before. Dread Captain Argyll turned to VES. "What is your judgment, Professor Larkinson?" VES frowned as he tried to puzzle out the god beast's domain. He leaned heavily on Blinky to try and glean the opposing true god's power. "It is difficult to know for certain, but my best guess is that the mirror beast is mainly good at illusions, reflection, and deception. It mainly relies on subterfuge rather than direct confrontation in order to win its battles. There is no telling how tricky it is, so be on guard against anything. Sensor contact. We have discovered the mirror beast's location. It is trying to circle around to strike at the most heavily damaged side of our ship. Be careful. Fire a probing shot." Only a single cannon from a single primary positron cannon turret opened fire at the apparent target. Surprisingly enough, the energy beam did not strike flesh nor pass through the six-armed beast. Instead, the energy beam reflected directly back to the Dominion of Man. The Dreadnought's Azure energy shields proved to be more than capable of defending against an attack of her own primary weapons, so no harm was done. The result of this probe still had unsettling implications. This god beast is not an opponent that your ship can defeat by relying on overwhelming firepower. VES spoke. There is no telling where it is lurking. That likely means that its ability to fight us directly should not be too good. Dread Captain Argyll countered. We only need to ascertain where its true body is hiding before we can overwhelm it in short order. Contact. The giant body of the mirror beast appeared beyond the haze once again. The dreadnought once again launched another probing attack. This time, it launched a pure kinetic round, only for the projectile to bounce backwards with just as much force as before. Again, the Dominion of Man caught the return attack with her Azure energy shields. This was an interesting result to VES. So the reflection aspect of its domain is not purely bound to physical constraints. The mirror beast is also capable of reflecting attacks that normally shouldn't be possible at these angles. The mirror beast clearly played the long game. Its body continued to appear here and there, and the dreadnought launched a probing attack without committing to inflicting serious damage. The constant teasing started to grate on VES, but the professional spacers of the Red Fleet exhibited far more patience than him. Each of them had already worked hard to fight past the previous rounds, but none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. They all remained highly passionate and motivated. There was never a thought in their mind that truly gave them reason to think that the mirror beast would vanquish over their powerful ship. Contact. The image of the mirror beast appeared again. Yet when the dreadnought launched another tentative probing attack, the kinetic round bounced back with more than 10 times the force than before. One of our Azure energy shield generators has suffered damage. The mirror beast is approaching. Maybe this is his real body. Launch other probing attacks on a sequential basis. Fearful for another amplified reflection attack, the crew tried their best to restrain themselves. It was frustrating beyond belief to avoid opening fire, but they could not afford to get struck by a barrage of reflected attacks. They quickly made a number of interesting discoveries. They found out that more direct attacks bounced back without fail, but the mirror beast struggled to do the same for more indirect strikes. Cease fire with all kinetic and directed energy weapons. Focus on bombarding the mirror beast with gravitic attacks and missile volleys. Make sure to program the missiles to strike at the mirror beast from the flanks. Explosions and gravity field attacks began to damage the massive body of the mirror beast. Unlike before, the creature failed to figure out a way to bounce back these area attacks. The Dominion of Man remained unscathed during this interval as the mirror beast continually got pummeled without launching any effective counterattacks. Suddenly, the various missiles suddenly started to blow the mirror beast into giant chunks of alien flesh and bone. The mirror beast has been felled. That is not a real body. The mirror beast swapped out its body with an illusion. Where has it gone? The hazy mist thickened. Many probes suddenly fell out of contact as it became even more difficult to maintain a solid connection. Just as everyone wondered where the mirror beast would show up next, VES suddenly became surprised as he spotted an identical copy of Dread Captain Argyll hovering next to the one sitting on the command seat. What was remarkable was that the identical copy looked and felt exactly the same as the real version. The copy not only replicated the Dread armor perfectly, but also imitated the spiritual activity down to producing a highly convincing duplicate of the Blood-Fire Pact. The only real difference was that the copy of Volkert Argyll had raised its arm and was about to open fire at the actual Dread Captain with a wrist-mounted armament. Intruders! We've been infiltrated! VES shouted just as alarms rang throughout the entire ship. Since VES is in no condition to brawl like a phase lord at this time, he summoned his unending regalia from the Vault of Eternity and fired a full-powered laser beam at the target. The laser beam bounced right back at VES, but with thrice the power as before. His recently gifted Azure Energy Shield generator instantly came to life and blocked the reflected attack. Damn! This is no ordinary illusion. VES cursed as he made a very ominous guess. If my suspicions are correct, the mirror beast may have infiltrated this ship. VES did not even know how this was possible when Furious Fiery Domain should have protected the dominion of man against this esoteric form of infiltration. Chaos erupted throughout the ship as more duplicates of familiar fleeters appeared in everyone's midst. They opened fire at everyone with their copied weapons, and proved impervious against people's attacks as their shrunken bodies reflected everything aside from explosions. We are suffering casualties throughout the ship. The mirror beasts have copied all of the armaments of our personnel, which includes our dread marines. Much of the initial casualties resulted from spacers firing their weapons at the suspicious copies only to get struck by their own attacks after it had gone through a round of amplification. Yet despite all of the initial confusion, the Dominion of Man actually prepared a huge set of solutions in case it had ever been boarded by hostile parties. The Brain Trust employed many of these solutions after just a few seconds of performing a massive amount of calculations. Azure Energy Shields as well as more physical barriers appeared in order to separate different people from each other. Hundreds of tests were being conducted on each suspicious individual to ascertain whether they were manifestations of the mirror beasts. After a lot of rapid trial and error, the Brain Trust finally figured out a set of foolproof solutions that could accurately distinguish real from fake. The Brain Trust took full advantage of this by keeping the fakes isolated while multiplying the local gravity acting on their positions by at least 2 orders of magnitude. This meant that any person who previously weighed 60 kilograms aboard the ship suddenly 6,000 kilograms or more. There were very few organisms that could resist such heavy punishment. Whatever the mirror beast had done to split up her manifestations had not invested too much power into their transient existences. This meant that a lot of fakes got crushed by the local gravity of the dreadnought. While there were still many fake humans who successfully evaded this crush for various reasons, they failed to escape the ship's other internal defensive measures. That did not stop the mirror beast from continuing to mess with the crew. Even as all of the eliminated fakes disappeared from view, brand new copies emerged right next to their originals. Their favorable positions allowed all of them to attack their targets without any immediate obstruction. If not for the fact that the Brain Trust responded quickly to put a lot of new Azure Energy Shields into place, a lot of lightly armored fleeters would have fallen at this time. We can't keep doing this. We need to find the source and take it down. Chapter 5896 Convincing Fakes. The god beast that attacked the Dominion of Man was by far the trickiest opponent she had fought against. As everyone could figure out with ease, the dreadnought always fared better in direct combat. The Dominion of Man dominated the earlier waves with remarkable ease because she had no problem aiming her massive gun batteries and potent Rubicon at large but obvious targets. The mirror beast broke that pattern. Its domain directly prevented the dreadnought from detecting the location of its true body. It also generated illusionary beings that had the annoying tendency of reflecting most attacks that struck their forms. Even so, the Dominion of Man still shouldn't have struggled so much. Her sensor systems were state-of-the-art, and had been upgraded several times over due to all of the lightning baptisms they received. Yet for a true god-level monstrosity that had gone all out in developing a domain that was based in illusion, reflection, and misdirection, the Dominion of Man instantly tripped in the face of this challenge. This became clear when the countermeasures employed by the crew and the control system of the dreadnought failed to keep up with the mirror beast's tricks. Much of the crew had entered into disarray due to the latest changes. A weapons officer who took charge of a tertiary gun battery system held out his plasma pistol and continued to keep track of his subordinates. The active communication link as well as the brand new connection formed by the Blood-Fire Pact ensured that he maintained a close watch on the personnel he knew for certain was real. Hostile decoys have appeared. The spacers under the officer's command held their weapons tight but refrained from opening fire. Each of them had already armored up and activated their personal Azure Energy Shields. In addition to that, the Dreadnought's control system automatically deployed larger Azure Energy Shields that separated the newcomers from the existing personnel. Confirm identity. The officer checked the identities of all of his personnel, and not just the newcomers, by downloading their data, examining them through many different sensors and checking whether they were brothers in arms via the Blood-Fire Pact. None of the verification methods revealed any differences. Even questioning the suspected fakes in person caused the officer to receive disturbingly familiar answers. The Blood-Fire Pact was a convenient way to determine whether anyone bonded with the Dominion of Man. While more and more spacers agreed to dedicate their lives to the Dreadnought over the course of the Lightning Tribulation, a lot of ratings had yet to do so for one reason or another. The officer had to resort to other methods to distinguish real from fake. After an exhaustive examination, the man in charge leveled his gun at the 3 individuals that failed the final test. It used to be fairly easy to spot the fakes, but that had changed to an extent when the decoys suddenly appeared in the seats of positions where the real persons previously occupied. The two of you may have gotten clever by copying the men who haven't formed a pact of fire with our ship, but you failed to solve the science problems as quickly or as neatly as you have done before. As for you, I am not certain why you appear to share a bond with our ship, but the operating system of your hazard suit is distanced from the rest. The clones shouted and tried their best to profess their innocence, but the crew of the dreadnought had experienced this enough times to know that the decoys were capable of mimicking human behavior and speech to a perfect degree. While the officer faintly began to doubt his judgment and the judgment of the monitoring system, he needed to take action before the clones began to mess around even more. Since it was too dangerous to allow the ship's control system to eliminate the detected clones by itself, the officer had to manually activate a control panel and input a code in order to start the lethal process. Soon enough, all three clones became squashed by gravity that was far in excess of what they were supposed to bear. A ceiling-mounted rocket launcher came online and fired micromissiles at the designated targets in order to guarantee their demise. Two of the clones broke down and ultimately vanished as the mirror beast no longer saw any point in maintaining the illusions. The third body, or at least the pieces of it, remained on the deck. Bloody and broken pieces of flesh, armor, and other nasty bits continued to foul the compartment as an uncomfortable silence stretched. "Sir, that is Specialist Raid's clone, correct?" A sinking feeling emerged in the officer's heart. This had to be another trick. The corpse was fake. He had tested the clone in so many ways. The officer immediately turned to the suited figure that he presumed to be the real specialist. "You. Verify your identity." Instead of doing so, Specialist Raid began to grin in a disturbing fashion before exploding in a spectacle of light. The serviceman who previously stood behind his station turned out to be fake all along. That meant that the real Specialist Raid had been displaced to the location where he had been killed, by his own brothers in arms. Everyone became horrified when they realized what had happened. However, their impeccable professionalism ensured that they maintained their composure. No matter how guilty or scared they became, they knew that there was no place for emotional bursts when they were in the middle of an ongoing battle. "Remain on standby." The officer spoke as he tried his best to project firmness. "We must relay what has happened and warn our fellow fleeters not to jump the gun." This was not an isolated incident. The dominion of man was so large that similar deceptions took place throughout her entire hull. Plenty of clones got blasted or crushed, only for fleeters to find out that they had mistakenly condemned their own brothers and sisters to death. Tens of thousands of loyal fleeters died within minutes before everyone wished for the Mirror Beast's latest trick. The damage had been especially great among the Dread Marines. It took more effort and firepower to take them down, especially when their dread armors actually reflected damage back no matter whether they were real or fake. Suspicion and paranoia rapidly spread throughout the entire ship. Trust and camaraderie dropped so quickly that the efficiency of the dreadnought dropped by a noticeable level. While the Brain Trust tried its best to compensate for all of the failings, it was never meant to take full control over the vessel. It was also dependent on sound data to base its decisions. When the ship's monitoring system got deceived just as easily as the humans who crewed the dreadnought, the Brain Trust had to act with increasingly more restraint in order to prevent further incidents of friendly fire. Back in the command center, VES and Dread Captain Argyle were both on the verge of going crazy as they tried to break the Mirror Beast's game. During this crazy time, VES looked at not one, but two identical copies of himself. Azure energy shields had come online to isolate the Vesses from each other and the rest of the crew. "I am the real VES, Captain. I was the one that made Caramond and Furia. Look, I am the only one who possesses a companion spirit. Show them who's the real deal, Blinky." "Mro. That cat is fake. It's just an empty illusion. Here's the real Blinky." "Mro mro mro. You shameless decoy. Neither of you are VES, and neither of your companion spirits are real. Look, I will prove it to you by letting my Blinky absorb fire energy." "Mro. That's an easy trick, you faker. My companion spirit can do that and more." The three Vesses continued to confuse everyone as none of them managed to produce definite proof that they were the real ones. "Damn it, what do I need to do to prove that I'm the real one? Wait, I got it. I'm a phase lord. I'm too tired to unfold my true body at the moment, but I can still prove that I have phase water flowing through my body. Here, take this sample and analyze it. You will definitely find that it contains phase water. Take my blood sample as well. It is the only one that contains phase water." The third VES grew angry at this display. "I am the real VES here. Take my blood sample if you have to, but don't believe these two decoys. If they are willing to give you their blood samples, then they are clearly able to imitate the properties of phase water. Captain, we need to stop playing the Mirror Beast's game. If we want to beat this bastard, then we need to stop wasting our times on these clones and focus on finding the source of the problem. I can guarantee you that his real body shouldn't be too far away. His domain shouldn't be able to fool us all so well if he is too far away. Launch as many super weapons in the surrounding space. This annoying haze may be blocking our sensor systems, but if we engulf the entire area around us with explosions, we are bound to land a hit. Don't listen to that decoy, Captain Argyle. Another VES pleaded. I don't know how many antimatter warheads you have left, but I don't think you have an unlimited supply of them. This saboteur that wears my face is trying his best to make you expend your strongest weapons so that we have little to nothing left to solve the mirror beast and the two other god beasts that come afterwards. Save your super weapons and open fire in all directions with your ship's conventional gun batteries instead. The next VES shook his head after hearing his own advice. That is worse than useless. Dispersed firepower won't be able to threaten an enemy at the level of a god beast. Even if a weapon strikes the mirror beast, the attack will just get reflected back tenfold. We shouldn't be hasty and make this situation worse by taking the wrong actions. We need to wait and figure out how to solve the root of the problem. You're a traitor, VES. Doing nothing will only allow the mirror beast to torment us to death. Besides, it's not my style. I have always distinguished myself for being more proactive than other mech designers. Only a fake version of myself would suggest inaction as a preferred solution. I'm the real VES. No, I'm the real VES. Captain Argyle, we can't go on like this. Don't waste your time with us and find a way to kill that god beast. I'm the real VES, by the way. Liar. As the three Vesses continued to provide different suggestions while claiming that they were real, they suddenly fell silent when a wave of heat and fury exploded from the center of the ship. Cease your meddling, four creature. The dominion of man is my sacred hearth. No enemy is allowed to breach the sanctity of my domain. Wave after wave of fire energy passed through every section of the massive hull in an attempt to discern true from false. However, Furia failed to expose the mirror beast's illusions. The true god was simply too good at deceiving its adversaries. This included true gods like the transformed fire elemental. One of the Vesses grew depressed when his power creation failed to dispel all of the fakes. The mirror beast is one of the most effective counters against this ship. It is taking advantage of our lack of ability to protect us against manipulation. The god beast is so damn good at it that its illusions are no longer purely imaginary anymore. The fact that it can copy stuff like our memories, our expertise, our skills, and even the more esoteric stuff like Blinky or the Blood Fire Pact means that its imitation ability has reached a conceptual level. Another VES elaborated on this analysis. The fact that the mirror beast is able to deceive the likes of Furia means that none of us stands a chance from the beginning. Our cultivations are much weaker than that of a true god, which means that our ability to defend and resist against the creature's deception is practically nil. The best we can do is to lock ourselves down and hope that Furia is able to grow quickly enough to break the illusions. A third VES formed a tentative plan of action. A high-ranking mech pilot should be able to resist the illusions. It is a pity that we don't have any on this ship. Since the tribulation storm stops us from calling in outside help, we should find the closest possible substitute. I am sure that a ship as large and powerful as this contains gadgets or materials that can help us find a crack in the mirror beast's plan. Dread Captain Argyle and many of the fleeters who paid attention to the Vesses grew even less confident in their ability to discern the real one from the fakes. There was absolutely no way they could definitely prove which one was real. Chapter 5897 Lost Humanity. The Dominion of Man continued to sputter as her crew became increasingly more confused and distrustful of each other. The Dreadnought was undeniably strong, but one of her most important flaws was that her strength came from many different sources. Her size, her cutting-edge technologies, the huge amount of parts and systems that made up her functions, the elite spacers and marines that crewed the ship, the brain trust as well as two separate true gods all combined their advantages together to form the most powerful warship in the Red Ocean. Yet for all of the magnificent combinations, the fact that many of these contributors were individually weak or vulnerable to mental manipulation meant that they fell victim to the mirror beast's domain. Many of the advantages that the Dominion of Man enjoyed either became neutralized or turned into dangers. It was a sad state of affairs when the fleeters serving on the Dreadnought no longer dared to trust any of their fellow comrades anymore. Too much blood had been spilled, and the worst part about it was that many of them had been killed by their fellow brothers and sisters. While the killing subsided when Dread Captain Argyle decided to adopt a more restrained approach, that still left the Dominion of Man with a very big problem. The ship became increasingly more paralyzed. Contact. Fire a probing shot. The designated missile launcher array has failed to obey our instructions. The officer in charge is doubting the legitimacy of our orders. Alert. Launcher 65B has just fired an experimental FEH-645Z torpedo at the target. The torpedo has struck the target. Incoming. The Dominion of Man shook as a dozen of exceptionally powerful transphasic hypergamma rays sprayed across her Azure energy shields. The amplified attacks struck with so much energy that the energy shields strained to remain intact after getting struck by the reflected beams generated by the experimental torpedo. Who gave those orders? Dread Captain Volkert Argyle demanded. Project Cooked Goose should never have been retrieved from its vault. You did, Captain. A communications officer reluctantly said. According to the commander in charge, you personally issued the command and transmitted the right authorization codes over the ship's network. The Dread Captain's body almost froze despite the fire energy coursing through his body and equipment. The mirror beast was improving. With each second that passed by, the creature became more familiar with the humans it tormented. The very thought that this alien beast somehow managed to steal memories of classified research projects and other secrets that must never spread outside human ears frightened the Dread Captain. Initiate communications lockdown. Instruct the relevant departments to follow all prior orders and instructions relating to our superweapons and our experimental projects. Sir, if we continue to restrict our crew, our ship will not be able to defend herself anymore. There is no guarantee that the mirror beast will remain content to harass us from a distance. The Dread Captain gritted his teeth. We cannot afford to get engulfed by chaos. We need to restore order, and we cannot do that by letting people act on their own initiative or become the unwitting pawn of our enemy. The mirror beast was not an enemy that the dreadnought was equipped to fight. The creature was too formless and deceptive. Its abilities were frightening, and if it was able to bring a ship as powerful as the Dominion of Man to her knees, then every other ship of the Red Fleet stood no chance against its terror. The best way to fight against an unconventional opponent was to resort to other unconventional methods. Yet as Dread Captain Argyle turned to the three Vesses, all he received from them was confusing and conflicting advice. Which VES could he trust? The answer remained unclear. Each of the three Vesses sounded reasonable, yet each of them also recommended different courses of action that completely contradicted each other. Argyle would have loved it if two of the fakes eventually turned on the crew by launching brazen attacks, but the mirror beast was too clever to end its deception. So long as the false Vesses continued to drown out the real VES, the latter effectively became neutralized. How long would it take for the mirror beast to copy Volkert Argyle himself? Once multiple Dread Captains showed up, the cohesion of his entire crew would definitely collapse and splinter into pieces. Even though the Red Fleet had drafted many hypothetical contingency plans in the event that a part of the crew became compromised, none of them dealt with a scenario as bad as this predicament. As word of greater casualties, unauthorized actions, and outright sabotage reached the Dread Captain's ears, the man was just about ready to activate an emergency measure that would drastically increase the automation of the Dominion of Man. This was a cumbersome procedure and required the approval of many officers spread throughout the ship. It would put many crew members out of play, but it would also prevent these confused people from causing any further harm. The only problem was that letting the Brain Trust take charge of so many vital functions was an imperfect solution. While the Brain Trust had yet to show any signs that it had been compromised, the fact that it relied on data to guide its many actions remained a persistent vulnerability. The mirror beast only had to project falsehoods directly into the sensors of the ship to subvert the entire dreadnought. As Dread Captain Argyle came closer to enacting this emergency measure, another true god finally rose up in resistance against the nefarious god beast. Enough of this. Caramond indignantly spoke. Children of humanity, you are better than this. The aliens have always loved to sow division among our ranks, but their plots and schemes have always failed because we are always able to unite when it counts. This god beast is good at imitating your fellow humans, but the creature cannot replicate anything. For all of its ability to copy your memories, the monster is unable to reproduce your earnest faith and belief in the supremacy of the human race. Pray to me and accept my guidance. One of the three Vesses lit up after the ancestral spirit chose to intervene. That is a fantastic idea. The god beast may be able to imitate practically everything, but I don't think he will be able to replicate faith energy produced from earnest belief in a concept that is completely alien and unfamiliar to the tribulation manifestation. We should try it and let Caramond sort out the true humans from the false ones in our midst. Another VES strongly disagreed with this suggestion. Don't put your faith in Caramond. He is just as susceptible to the manipulation of the mirror beast as us mortals. He might be thinking that he is doing the right thing, but his mistaken judgment will lead to serious casualties. Trusting him is a fool's errand. Maybe you should give this plan a try, but only on a smaller scale. We need to be prudent and avoid jumping the gun. There is no proof that Caramond is capable of making good on his claims. A third VES cautiously spoke. While the false Vesses had attempted to muddle up the advice from the real VES, Dread Captain Argyle did not need their advice to make his own decision. Just because the Red Fleet was still new to the concept of cooperating alongside spirits and gods did not mean he was slow to adapt. He immediately opened a ship-wide communication channel. Do as Caramond has said. His instruction will not do us any harm, and if it works, then we can finally regain control over our own ship. Remember who you are. We are better than this. We are the Spacers of the Red Fleet, and we uphold the pride of Red humanity. Many people did as instructed. It helped that they had already prayed or thought about Caramond a short time ago. Many people looked towards the nearest artworks that depicted the hero of mankind in many different settings. It did not matter that they were born and raised as secularists among the spaceborne clans. Each intelligent being was intrinsically capable of producing faith even if they did not engage in any explicit religious ceremonies. They just had to be earnest enough in their devotion to bestow a tiny amount of energy that possessed the power to reshape everything to the subject in their mind. Caramond was already harvesting a huge amount of faith from the general population, but that did not mean he lost the ability to pay closer attention to individual worshippers. It was especially easy for the recently born ancestral spirit to focus his attention on the fleeters who were physically close. The fact that many of these men and women had formed blood-fire pacts with the Dominion of Man also made it easier to tap into their faith. Even though the mirror beast had intensified its cruel and deadly games on the crew, the fleeters doggedly persisted in their prayers. Soon enough, the most devoted among the spacers began to gain a white corona. Each of them had proven their earnest belief and conviction in the human race to pass Caramond's test. The ancestral spirit chose to mark the people that supplied their faith to him by lending out a measure of his power. Aside from the light show, Caramond's intervention did not do anything else. The affected fleeters did not become smarter, stronger, or gain any supernatural abilities. Then again, they had no need to borrow any power beyond the reach of mortals. They only needed to prove their humanity. As more and more humans began to gain Caramond's blessing, the ones that looked as if they were praying, yet failed to receive a response began to look increasingly out of place. A lot of fleeters felt increasingly more confident and in control now that they gained a reliable means to determine who was loyal among the crowd. The holdouts who failed to follow suit started to look increasingly more suspicious. The fleeters glowing in white glared at their fellow humans who tried so hard yet failed to produce any honest faith in the destiny of their own race. Surprisingly enough, the suspicious individuals were still real enough to produce actual faith energy. Caramond was able to harvest it if he wished. The faith was also remarkably close to the ones produced by genuine humans. Unfortunately, an imitation could never completely replicate the real deal. While the mirror beast was able to copy substances such as phase water with so few flaws that no one was able to discern the differences, that did not take away from the fact that discrepancies still existed. Caramond may be new at this game, but he was the very embodiment of human supremacy. The very concept that he was based upon was inherently more difficult for an alien beast to fully comprehend. The mirror beast might be able to fool the likes of Furia by imitating belief in the power of fire. The elemental concept was a lot more universal and did not come with an annoying relation to a specific species. However, Caramond happened to be the right spirit for the right job. As enough time passed by for anyone who possessed even the slightest actual human bone in their body to earn Caramond's acknowledgement, the fate of many exposed decoys became sealed. Back in the command center, VES and Blinky stared furiously at their copies who lacked a bright white corona. I hope there is no confusion anymore about which of us are real. VES stated with repressed anger. Mro. Blinky echoed. I believe that you are the real person that is responsible for transforming our ship. Dread Captain Argyle spoke from his command seat. Good. Let me beat up these false versions of myself. These obnoxious bastards are annoying as hell. I won't be satisfied until I squeeze out every life from their fake and illusionary bodies. Chapter 5898 Trust in Faith. The decoys generated by the mirror beast had lost their ability to mingle with the actual humans serving on the Dominion of Man. The absence of a white corona implied two different possibilities. The most obvious reason why the individual in question failed to earn Caramond's recognition was because he or she was never truly human in the first place. The less obvious reason was because the suspicious subject was truly human, yet did not believe in the cause that practically everyone living in human society learned in their first days at school. That last part held troubling implications. It was incredibly difficult for people to grow up in any part of human civilization without developing a massive sense of pride and confidence in their own species. From the lowliest of third-rate states to the most powerful first-rate superstates, each of them had fallen into the grip of a culture centered around the inherent superiority of the human race. The people who grew up in the Spaceborne clan had especially been indoctrinated in these beliefs. It should have been impossible for any fleeter to develop a lack of faith in the human race. This meant that there was something very wrong with the few real humans on the Dominion of Man who failed to connect with Caramond. They may have given up on red humanity already. Perhaps all of the odds stacked against them had caused these fleeters to develop a fatalistic mindset. There were also those who augmented their bodies so much that they lost too much of their humanity. The Red Fleet had always favored cybernetic implants over other forms of augmentation, and there were those who took it far enough to lose much of their emotion and their irrational human tendencies. The most depressing possibility of all was that the fleeters who failed Caramond's test actively opposed the very concept of human superiority. They developed a much more sympathetic outlook towards alien races and did not believe their current enemies deserved to get killed just because they were different. In other words, there was a realistic possibility that the Dominion of Man had been infiltrated by cosmopolitans. There was no time to get to the bottom of it all. Dread Captain Argyle was well aware that not everyone who lacked a white corona was hostile or disloyal. Unfortunately, the continued threat posed by the mirror beast forced the captain to make a harsh but necessary judgment call. Eliminate every human on our ship who lacks Caramond's blessing. The deaths happened quickly and brutally. While a lot of decoys suddenly gained a huge amount of strength to the point where they were able to crack the Azure energy shields that limited their movement space, the dreadnought was simply too strong for them to sow any further chaos and destruction. As the ship-wide purge continued, Dread Captain Argyle forced himself to monitor the changing statistics. For every 10 decoys that got exposed and eliminated through ruthless means, there was one actual human who fell victim to the purge. The captain silently mourned each of these regrettable accidents, yet he could not allow his doubts and guilt to stand in the way of his duty. The decisive removal of all of the suspicious humans on the ship had restored a lot of morale. People no longer jumped at shadows or fell into a pit of indecision when they received any order. The ship was already starting to regain her effectiveness. The chain of command became trustworthy yet again and few people harbored any doubts to their fellow fleeters. Of course, not all of them were able to stomach the deaths of thousands if not tens of thousands actual humans. Whether they deserved it or not, it was undeniable that many specialists, engineers, officers, and even a number of senior command personnel had lost their lives during the purge. Whether these fleeters became collateral damage because of disloyalty or factors outside of their control remained unclear. Dread Captain Argyle already intended to set up an investigative committee to get to the bottom of it all after his ship managed to survive this long and exhausting ordeal. We need to find and finish the mirror beast. The only VES left standing spoke up. If my guess is right, then our mass elimination of his clones may have inflicted damage on his main self. We successfully repelled his domain. This is important because I think this god beast relies on fear and other negative emotions to bypass Furia and Karamon's domains and directly affect our perception of reality. It explains why the misdirection became increasingly harder to deal with. As long as we maintain our confident mindsets, we won't give that creature any fertile ground to mess with us again. The bodies of the false Vesses had already disappeared. The real VES had gotten his wish and personally eliminated the fakes that dared to steal his identity. It had actually been quite satisfying to kill the copycats. VES had never realized how annoying he could be until the false versions of himself started to argue with himself. Mro. Blinky arrogantly raised his head and tail. The companion spirit had dealt with the fake star cats in a crueler manner. The cat fights ended with Blinky devouring his counterparts almost whole. I am inclined to believe in your judgment, Professor. It doesn't help us penetrate through the haze that surrounds our dreadnought. The only instances where we can attack the mirror beast is when it voluntarily approaches the edge of our sensor range. Yet every time we target it, our attacks get reflected back at us with tenfold force. What about missiles and other explosive weapons? A probing missile strike does not do enough damage to inflict real harm. In the few instances where we committed to launching a large salvo of missiles, our warheads ended up striking an illusion that quickly fell apart after getting struck by several attacks. The ultimate result is that we spent our missiles in vain. VES frowned at that. The seventh wave of the 8th round proved to be far more trickier and difficult to deal with than any of the subsequent ones. Many fleeters already considered the mirror beast to be the deadliest and most damaging opponent they came across. If not for their constant prayers towards Caramond, they would have fallen back to their fearful and paranoid mindset. The crew of the Dominion of Man would rather have a rematch against the clone of the Subjugation King than tussle with the mirror beast any further. The Subjugation King might be a cheating bastard who inflicted more damage to the ship than anyone else, but at least he fought like a true warrior. The mirror beast on the other hand completely eschewed honor and fought in the most despicable manner possible. The creature's uncanny ability to violate the sanctity of people's minds was so terrifying that the fleeters desperately worked together to eliminate this enemy as soon as possible. The fleeters channeled their righteous fury and indignation towards trying to detect the elusive monster. More probes launched out of the Dominion of Man than ever. The ship's powerful materializers were working at full capacity to churn out probe after probe just so that they could form an increasingly more elaborate sensor envelope. Several times, the six-armed beast came into view and taunted the crew. The Dominion of Man refused to take the bait anymore. Her weapon systems remained dormant. The fleeters had already figured out that the mirror beast's offensive capabilities were actually not that great. The creature was able to reflect attacks while imbuing them with much greater power, but could not launch such attacks on its own initiative. It was rather strange that the mirror beast only reflected relatively weak attack salvos. VES noticed this as well. He finally managed to piece the clues together. I don't think the beast is able to reflect the ship's probing attacks with a false image of itself. Some of them are quite strong, such as the gamma lasers generated by that experimental torpedo of yours. What is also important to note is that I think there is an upper limit to the god beast's reflection ability. Whenever the ship strikes with much greater force than the god beast is capable of reflecting, it will simply pull off its disappearance trick and let its illusionary clone take all of the damage. The problem is that we don't know where its actual body is located when this happens. I see what you mean, Professor. Dread Captain Argyle looked contemplative. You are theorizing that the only instances where we know with a high degree of confidence that we are looking at the actual mirror beast is when we are in a position to launch a probing attack at the monster. Yes. Now, the problem is that the probing attacks are unable to exceed that annoying reflection ability, but that just means that we must rely on additional measures to take it out. Is the Rubicon capable of teleporting antimatter bombs and so on to the mirror beast? It is possible, but difficult. The haze is making it harder to deliver objects at precise coordinates. Before you get your hopes up, I must warn you that we have already tried this tactic with more conventional explosives. The mirror beast's body always turned out to be a barely substantial illusion. Even if we have timed our teleportation attacks so that the warheads explode 50 to 200 milliseconds after reaching their destinations, our enemy has already managed to move far away. We do not expect to attain better results with more destructive super weapons. Not even the Rubicon could deal with the mirror beast. Either the god beasts predicted the teleportation attacks in advance, or its reaction speed was so damn fast that it was able to move out of the explosion radius before the warheads actually detonated. Everyone's frustrations grew as they understood that they were still unable to track down their hated foe. I really wish the huntsman was here. Ves muttered. He should be able to track down and impale this demonic tribulation manifestation in a matter of seconds. Forget about god pilots, Professor. The dominion of man is a warship. We must overcome this challenge by relying on our own means. I believe that is why tribulations exist. It filters the worthy from the unworthy. Ah, you're right, Captain. Let's brainstorm a bit further. Many officers tried their best to come up with an inventive and effective solution to their problem. There were so many smart people among the fleeters that one of them ultimately managed to come up with a surprisingly creative suggestion. Opposites. A senior naval engineer suggested. If this mirror beast is a savage god that thrives off lies and falsehoods, then we must embrace the opposite. If Caramond and Furia are able to weaponize truth and honesty, then they may be able to detect the source of all of the deception that afflicts our ship. It was a rather fanciful suggestion, but it was enough to earn Ves approval. I think we should go for it. Ves said. I am not too knowledgeable about true gods, but I think that fights involving cultivators of this rank involve more than physical combat. I am becoming increasingly more convinced that our only means of counterattacking more effectively is if we challenge the god beast's domain. While Ves and the fleeters were able to contribute to this fight in a small way, they ultimately had to rely on the two true gods to do the heavy lifting. Only Caramond and Furia possessed domains that were barely powerful enough to challenge the elusive god beast's domain. Several minutes went by as Ves and the others waited for further developments. Ves was able to sense that Caramond and Furia chose to work together, but he wasn't able to figure out what exactly they were doing. Eventually, Caramond released a powerful pulse that launched out of the hull and swept aside much of the surrounding haze. It's working. We have regained full visibility in our immediate space. Contact. We have detected a signature that matches the mirror beast at a range of 106 kilometers. Open fire at the identified target. With pleasure. Chapter 5899 Beneficiaries. The mirror beast succumbed quickly enough after Caramond and Furia worked together to dispel the surrounding haze. Although the tricky and nefarious god beast frequently utilized illusions and disappearing tricks to circumvent the formidable teleportation attacks launched by the Dominion of Man, the creature had nowhere to hide when its haze no longer offered sufficient protection. Bonded by fire and blood, Caramond and Furia channeled their anger and indignation as they expanded their domains and made sure everyone's sight remained clear. Furia supplied the fire energy while Caramond negated the cloud of confusion that the mirror beast constantly tried to impress onto the ship and her crew. Caramond actually turned out to be more suitable for this role as his domain was much more effective at countering debilitating effects. After all, how could humanity claim to be superior when people were so easily misled by alien trickery? Humans managed to vanquish over every hostile alien species during the Age of Conquest. Caramond would never allow the humans under his charge to turn into the playthings of an alien god. Believe in me and believe in yourselves. As long as you remember your duty to protect your fellow humans, your heart shall always steer you true. The two true gods had only come into power for a short time, but they had grown rapidly during the lightning tribulation. The tribulation storm truly acted as a celestial forge that pushed the two beings to their limits and beyond. Ves was glad that Caramond and the current iteration of the fire elemental prospered under the circumstances. Though he wished he could have been more involved in the shaping of Furia, he was incredibly pleased at how well Caramond embodied the concept of human supremacy. Sure, the design spirit modeled after the Supreme Marshal did not possess any strong or flashy powers, but direct combat had never been its purpose. Ves designed and breathed life in Caramond so that he could act as a helping hand to the vast majority of humans living in the new frontier. It had never been his intention to create a tyrannical god that lorded over his subjects. Humans were already capable of saving themselves for the most part. They just needed a bit of help and protection against the more esoteric threats they were not prepared to fight against. Ves was therefore glad that the tribulation storm sent out a confounding adversary in the form of the mirror beast. Not only did it ruthlessly take advantage of the many gaps in the Dominion of Man's defenses, the god beast also forced everyone who became victimized by it to go out of their comfort zone and develop new means to solve their problems. Everyone involved in the tribulation event had grown so much. The various tests and challenges had refined and hardened everyone's minds and spirits. They became more aware of their various shortcomings and already intended to address them in order to avoid a repeat of their shameful performance. The fleeters continued to swell in pride as they vanquished their first proper god beast. If not for the fact that the mirror beast was ultimately a copy forged out of tribulation lightning, the crew would have gained a lot more satisfaction from this victory. As VES looked around the command center, he could feel that the various bridge crew not only regained all of their confidence, but also strengthened it even further. How could they not? Their previous battles had always been situations where their side enjoyed the advantage. They fought alongside other powerful assets. The native aliens of the Red Ocean never presented a proper challenge against the Dominion of Man since their ancient phase whales continued to hide in the rear. The Dominion of Man truly needed this exercise. It was better for her and the rest of the Red Fleet to understand what sort of challenges the Dreadnought would have to face in the future. If the native aliens of the Red Ocean did not figure out a way to crack open the defenses of the Red Fleet's dreadnoughts, then the invaders from Mech 87 would surely be able to succeed. The tribulation storm had already given Red humanity a small glimpse of the huge variety of enemies and their diverse approaches towards combat. No one who witnessed this event intended to maintain the status quo after this event had passed. The enemies of the future would be able to steamroll their way through the new frontier if the Red 2 and the other forces failed to adapt to the evolving battlefield. The Mirror Beast is about to succumb. Hold the Rubicon until our ship is within 15 kilometers from the Mirror Beast. The Dominion of Man had especially tried to close the distance for this. She had previously focused on severing the limbs and impairing the six-armed humanoid alien as best as possible in order to weaken it enough to the point where its domain had lost too much strength. The injured god beast's direct combat capabilities had never posed too much of a threat, and the fleeters knew better than to open fire with weapon systems that only caused the Mirror Beast to reflect the firepower back at the ship. Once the ship had come close enough, the Rubicon finally teleported a handful of antimatter bombs that promptly exploded just an instant after they appeared around the creature's head and torso. The fleeters had tried to teleport explosive superweapons directly inside the body of the Mirror Beast several times, but the domain and physical prowess of a true god were so powerful that it remained an impossibility. Oh well. It was not as if the exterior of the Mirror Beast was tough. After losing its limbs and exhausting its domain, the god beast had been reduced to a giant alien punching bag. Incoming tribulation explosion. A huge wave of destruction and creation energy erupted from the dying beast. As the crew basked in the success of felling their first god, everyone began to grunt or moan as powerful waves of tribulation energies swept through the entire hull and induced transformation that VES could not even begin to explain. The dreadnought became a little more resplendent than before. Though the baptism's effect on the hull was a bit understated due to the fact that there was so much structure to cover, VES already noticed that everything around him became a bit tougher and more harmonious. It was as if the ship had long ceased to be a purely mortal creation. The bridge crew also became a bit more fortified. Their bodies did not look much different, but their minds and spirits had definitely become noticeably firmer and more resistant to the mind attacks that tormented them so much. VES also experienced a bit of growth. His phase water concentration rose a little further and his true body grew a bit bigger. Perhaps his phase water concentration might be able to reach 4% by the time this entire ordeal was over, but he did not dare to get his hopes up. He had already made enormous strides in his body cultivation, especially given that he never actually cultivated it in a normal fashion. His physique had already reached the limit of how much strain and changes it could bear for the time being. As everyone worked to mitigate the damage inflicted by the Mirror Beast and prepare for the penultimate challenge to come, VES turned to the captain to see how the Argyle Scion was faring. A twin red and white corona surrounded the man's dread armor. Volkert Argyle was more deeply connected to the Dominion of Man. He received a considerably greater share of the benefits. Just like many of the spacers who forged a blood-fire pact with the flagship, the dread captain had turned from a mortal into a dedicated contract cultivator in an instant. While the Dominion of Man could not be regarded as a proper artifact quite yet, she was certainly evolving into one. The closer the vessel assumed the vestiges of such an object, the more the fleeters who tied their spiritualities to the ship benefited from her immense power. Naturally, there were differences in treatment. The higher the rank, the greater the care and attention from the living warship. From what Blinky was able to observe, Volkert Argyle's spirituality had already grown many times stronger than before. The differences were enormous. The dread captain had lived for 281 years. His spirituality had long grown ripe and stagnant. It was much more difficult for people who lived for so long to make rapid gains in cultivation due to how they had become so fixed in their ways. However, the Blood-Fire Pact forcefully overcame this resistance and practically engineered a rebirth of dread Captain Argyle's spirituality. It was as if the man had become at least 2 centuries younger all of a sudden. He had grown in ways that allowed him to gain a much better overview of the Dominion of Man. His ability to navigate crises and make difficult judgment calls had also improved. It was rather interesting to VES. He wondered whether dread Captain Argyle's progress in contract cultivation would serve as the template for the other Blood-Fire fleeters. In any case, VES was happy that the crew of the Dominion of Man became cultivators in the end. Even if they had become highly dependent on their own ship to achieve any progress, it was the right fit for loyal servicemen who already engaged in demanding work. The next god beast is due to arrive. Dread Captain Argyle spoke in a more empowered and authoritative voice than before. Your expertise has proven to be valuable enough that the mirror beast attempted to sabotage your efforts. Your input is more important than ever. The way Argyle spoke became increasingly more characteristic of strong mech pilots and mech designers. This was a reflection of his evolving status. Even now, his deepening bonds with Caramond and Furia induced transformations that enabled him to become an increasingly better spokesperson for the two true gods. I think our confrontation with the mirror beast has shown why the Red Association put so much emphasis on true mechs. VES began. I know you don't want to field any mechs on your ship, but you should work on developing stopgap solutions that can achieve similar results. While the chances are low that the subsequent god beasts are good at messing with people's minds, they don't have to excel in this aspect to sap our confidence. The domains of true gods are so oppressive that they can practically force people to give up as long as the differences in strength are great enough. I don't think that will happen in the final two waves, but even a partial effect can cause your men to perform less than their best. You are justified in your concerns about hostile domains. My officers and I have received an extensive data package on this subject. We are reading through all of the material at this very moment, but awareness does not necessarily translate to preparedness. We are still lacking in specific countermeasures. We can seek protection from Caramond and Furia, but that is not a proper solution. VES frowned. Well, the best solution that I can come up with is that each of you begin to practice a chi cultivation method that is aspected towards the fire attribute. However, cultivation has always been a long-term affair. It is impossible for any of you to make sufficient progress when the next wave is set to begin in a matter of seconds. It just so happened that the tribulation storm began to flare once more. A significantly more impactful domain began to spread from the storm clouds. A much larger and more beastly shape emerged from the giant gap in the clouds. VES and many other fleeters began to look a bit astonished at the enormous bulk that had emerged into view. The sheer physicality of the creature was so oppressive that it seemed as if gravity already began to distort around the body. Chapter 5900 The Two-Headed Beast. Combat resumed shortly after the giant god beast emerged from the storm clouds. Nobody became startled by the creature's bulk and shape. The latest lightning manifestation might not be able to match the length of a dreadnought, but it was still a lot larger and bulkier than any of the other enemies that came before. It also looked distinctly alien. While it initially looked like a brown-furred mammalian quadruped, the god beast soon began to display many unusual traits like the fact that it had two heads. The beast did not possess any eyes, but its undersized heads did appear to possess cavities that might constitute its nose or ears. Whatever the case, the giant creature did not appear to possess a mouth, making people wonder how the creature ate its meals. Its domain was relatively simple compared to that of the mirror beast. The brown-furred monster apparently clung to its savage origins a lot more. Its domain was savage and unrefined. The creature was all about brute force and never felt any desire to change its wild nature. This was the polar opposite of the mirror beast, who did its best to imitate more civilized beings. Many fleeters relaxed despite the fact that the two-headed beast was stronger in an absolute sense. At least the beast seemed less likely to play mind tricks on the crew. Maintain our distance from the furred beast. Please investigate whether the new enemy is fast enough to intercept us if we are accelerating at full capacity. If not, give me your recommendations on how we can remedy this problem. It was too much to hope that the two-headed beast was slower than the dominion of man. Even when the latter activated the warp drive functions of her monstrously large and powerful super drives, a true god could not be shaken off so easily, especially when the enormous creature sacrificed a lot of superfluous powers in exchange for strengthening his fundamental properties. The more data the dreadnought gathered from the two-headed beast, the more it became clear of how much of a monster it was in a physical sense. Its body might not possess any phase water, but it was made out of a multitude of exceedingly high-grade hypermaterials that formed lattices that systematically reinforced every part of the body with huge amounts of E-energy. The creature's domain did not possess any offensive component as far as VES could tell. Instead, it had evolved to support the creature's insanely tough and resilient physique. We are likely dealing with a pure body cultivator here. VES finally spoke. That doesn't mean we can rule out the possibility that the two-headed beast can mess with our minds, but the chances of that happening is low. I am much more confident that the creature is a pure physical powerhouse. Do not let it get close enough to use its enormous bulk and muscle against the hull of your ship. That will pose a challenge to us because its acceleration is remarkably high for its mass and bulk. The two-headed beast possessed a strong predatory mindset and regarded the dominion of man as its prey. This created an effect where the power of heaven blessed its pursuit. VES could see that the creature naturally resonated with the power of heaven and used the support from the environment to speed up its interception. The two-headed beast's domain was flexible enough to borrow as much E-energy from the environment as needed to out-accelerate its prey. What a cheat! If the beast was by itself, then its heavy bulk wouldn't have allowed it to move so quickly through space. Damn! VES quickly concluded. The creature is already strong by itself, but it is remarkably good at leveraging E-energy radiation to empower its actions. There is no end to the supply of E-energy from the environment, so there is no chance this beast will get exhausted. Dread Captain Argyle did not look too upset. The eighth wave was bound to present its own challenges. We will have to eliminate the two-headed beast before it can use its superior acceleration to fully catch up to our ship. The Dominion of Man had already begun to open fire at the creature. Although it was a little awkward for the dreadnought to turn all of her gun turrets backwards and fire at an enemy pursuing from behind, her cigar-like hull shape more or less made it possible. The dreadnought was never really designed for this mode of combat. She was a flagship, a prestige project and a possible solution against god Mechs. It looked unnatural for her to adopt a kiting strategy, but nobody who possessed a brain advocated an aggressive approach. The brown-furred creature possessed a lot of strong and obvious muscles. It was much safer for the dreadnought to fly away from the god beast as best as possible while relying on her formidable ranged armament to whittle down the creature's defenses. The problem with that plan was that the firepower of the Dominion of Man failed to make any substantial progress. The Dread Captain started to frown. Our secondary gun batteries are unable to penetrate the god beast's unnaturally thick and resilient fur. Most of our primary gun batteries are able to do at least that, but they have failed to penetrate the creature's hide, even when they are concentrating their fire. The largest and most formidable cannons mounted on the dreadnought were able to wound the creature, but the problem was that the damage was too shallow relative to the bulk of the two-headed beast. That was not a problem by itself. The Dominion of Man had enormous reserves and could fire her guns on a continuous basis for at least several hours before requiring resupply. Even then, her energy cannons were able to persist a lot longer until the weapon systems finally started to break down from all of the abuse. However, the two-furred beast regenerated its wounds so quickly that there was hardly any mark left when the dreadnought unleashed her second salvo. Its regeneration is largely fueled by E-energy radiation. VES noted. Perhaps the god beast's physique has to use up its fat reserves or other resources in order to repair its wounds, but I don't think that this will speed up its exhaustion. It can play this game a lot better than us. Perhaps this is the strategy that the god beast has relied upon to evolve into a true god in its lifetime. The lack of complexity was a boon rather than a bane. The creature possessed few apparent vulnerabilities that the fleeters could exploit. Detecting energy spike from the two-headed beast. Its fur is beginning to absorb more E-energy. Incoming attack. The azure energy shields of the dreadnought flared to life as they resisted hundreds of thousands of hair follicles that had been transformed into giant needle-like projectiles. While the power behind each individual hair follicle was rather weak, the quantity was so enormous that they could strain any energy shield. Fortunately, the projectiles were so dispersed that a large chunk of them not only missed their targets, but also dispersed across multiple segmented energy shields. Our shields have held. Our most strained aft shield has lost 60% of its integrity. It cannot block an identical salvo of weaponized fur. The Dread Captain issued a series of orders to adjust the ship and prepare her for another strike. The two-headed beast may have launched a lot of its own fur, but its enormous body had already regenerated the missing follicles. When the two-headed beast launched a second salvo of hair spikes, the crew of the Dominion of Man was much better prepared this time. The dreadnought altered her heading to make it more difficult for the hair spikes to hit her weakened aft shields. The maneuver largely worked as a lot of hair spikes ended up striking the segmented shields that previously did not incur any significant damage. While the ship managed to resolve these attacks without suffering any permanent damage, the two-headed beast looked as if it could keep this up forever. It had already regenerated its missing fur in preparation for launching yet another strike. We cannot allow this situation to persist. Dread Captain Argyle remarked. We have yet to deploy our super weapons, but according to our calculations, the most they can accomplish is inflict slightly deeper wounds. Our firepower is not strong enough to overcome the god beast's absurdly strong constitution. The god beast possessed the right combination of toughness and regeneration ability to frustrate most enemies. VES guessed that if the guns of Armageddon was in the same position as the Dominion of Man, the former dreadnought's vaunted kinetic cannons still wouldn't be able to slay the beast. There had to be a way to overcome this problem. VES frowned as he continued to observe the god beast's performance and tried to figure out potential vulnerabilities. There were no obvious vulnerabilities. Teleport attacks were impossible when the god beast's body and domain remained in peak condition. The only way to inflict actual damage to the creature was by relying on the dreadnought's conventional arsenal, but that brought VES back to the initial problem, which was lack of firepower. Wait a minute. VES used his temporary access to the ship's system to access information on the performance of the dreadnought's primary gun batteries. The large and powerful plasma cannons, gauze cannons, positron cannons, and so on were performing better than ever. As long as they hadn't suffered any serious damage in the previous waves, the dreadnought-grade arsenal launched attack salvos with so much power that they should easily be able to obliterate any alien battleship. Yet for all of their impressive technical performance, their metaphysical performance was awfully simple and crude. When compared to other warships fielded by the Red Fleet, the Dominion of Man incorporated some of the most luxurious and sophisticated applications of hyper-technology. However, humanity's grasp of hyper-technology was like that of a child when compared to the workings of the natives of Mech 87. While it was impossible to upgrade the hyper-technology that augmented the firepower of all of those primary gun batteries in a short amount of time, VES identified another aspect which could be upgraded with remarkable speed. Furia! VES shouted. Can I have your attention? The temperature in the command center rose as VES felt the gaze of a powerful being on his person. Speak. You should already know that the dominion of man lacks the firepower to slay this two-headed beast. The best way to remedy this is by improving your interaction with the primary armaments of the dreadnought. Forget about strengthening the hull or other redundant components. Try to concentrate as much of your fire energy to the main thrusters and the primary gun batteries of the ship. The former will hopefully keep the god beast at bay a little longer, while the latter will hopefully make it harder for our opponent to shrug off our attacks. Your input is appreciated. For all of Furia's raw power and potency, her current incarnation was still fresh and new. She may have inherited bits and pieces of the memory of the creator of the Fire Scroll, but he doubted that she inherited a lot of systematic knowledge on the cultivation of her fire abilities. In other words, Furia was essentially a natural cultivator as opposed to a chi cultivator. She had gained all of the power through no effort of her own. Her current consciousness had been gifted with all of her strength and domain. To put it in other words, Furia possessed the raw strength but not the mastery of a true god. This was the fundamental flaw arising from her highly controversial birth and transformation. VES did not regret making her this way, because the alternatives were all worse. Unfortunately, it also left VES and the dominion of man with a power source that barely knew how to wield her own powers beyond relying on instinct. The fact that it took this long for VES to make this realization was a pretty big oversight.